After college, I received hundreds of job offers from top companies with annual salaries of $1 million, but I rejected them all without hesitation and returned to my impoverished hometown. My classmates didn't understand. The principal advised me to think twice, and my parents shed tears for me. "You are so outstanding. Why don't you go to a big city, but go back to your hometown to farm?" But I know very well that our village is too poor, and I, as the only college student, have the mission of changing my hometown. After returning home, the neighbors laughed at me. However, I have a firm belief in my heart. I must ensure that the people in this poor area have enough food to eat, that everyone has access to education, and lead this poor area toward prosperity. But I didn't expect that the conservative villagers opposed my agricultural plan, and some even suspected that I had ulterior motives by returning to the village. Challenges and difficulties come one after another, and this road is lonely and helpless. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Gugu Village is a poor village located in a valley, and the only way out is a steep mountain road. And I am the only college student who has left the village. After graduation, I, Lin Shichuan, decided to give up my high-paying white-collar job and return to my hometown to lead the villagers in growing astragalus. After more than half a month of traveling, I finally returned home. When the car stopped at the entrance of the village, I was still thinking about expanding the output value. Astragalus is harvested every 3 years. The first batch has been sold out, and the second batch is almost ready for harvest. With the arrival of new orders, there's an opportunity to double the planting area. As I was walking, I saw that there was no one in the medicinal field and wondered, why is no one in the field today? Thinking of this, I just entered the yard and bumped into Aunt Rome from next door. Her sharp voice interrupted my thoughts. "Yo, our busy man is finally back?" Suddenly, more than 20 villagers came out of the room, making it very crowded. My heart sank, and I felt something was amiss. But when I saw my parents standing among them, I relaxed a little. Standing in the front was the village party secretary Mayukai. He said slowly, "The capable man of our village has returned. Everyone is here to welcome you." I put away my smile and asked directly, "Uncle Yukai, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush." A hint of pride flashed in my Yotsai's eyes. "I heard that you got another big order, and the second batch of medicinal materials are about to be received. Shouldn't the price be raised?" My heart tightened, knowing that they must have set their sights on this business. I remained calm. Then, according to Uncle Yukai, how should the price be set? He proudly held out his hand, 50 yuan per pound. I almost couldn't help cursing. Our astragalus dealers buy it for 50 yuan, but I buy it for the villagers for 38 yuan, which is already quite generous. Obviously, my Yotsai's offer of 50 yuan was not out of sincerity. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Was Ma Shanshan manipulating this? She was the daughter of the village chief. She had been working as an intern because her salary was low. When she returned home, Mayukai asked her to work with me. She became the only person who could get in touch with the contract and price. I knew in my heart that Mayukai had planned this. I refused directly. "This price is not good. 50 yuan per caddy. I will lose money." Ma Yotsai's face immediately darkened, and Aunt Rong also jumped out. "You're talking nonsense. The dealer gave us 50 yuan. You little bastard, you went out to study and learn tricks, and now you come back to bully us honest people." I laughed angrily. "Aunt Rome, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. I planted medicinal seedlings for you. I took orders from outside, built roads and ditches, which one was not paid for by us. Your greed is the problem." I glared at everyone in the room. Who is so evil and greedy? 38 yuan a pound. If you don't want to sell it to me, that's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Shanshan's voice came. "Boss Lin, how can you be so excessive?" She stood up and said confidently, "You have always said that you want to make everyone rich together. How can you exploit us?" Ma Yukai also took the opportunity to interject. "You've made a lot of money. Why don't you think about the profit from the first batch of herbs? The second batch of herbs is worth several million. If you want to get them, you have to give a reasonable price." I sneered. "If you don't sell it to me, the herbs will rot in the field? Think about it carefully." Ma Shanshan walked out proudly, with her hands on her hips. "Fellow villagers, don't be afraid of his threats. I've already opened a live broadcast account, and an agency has contacted me. I will help you sell the herbs, 50 yuan a pound." She looked at me with disdain and said, "I won't be like some black-hearted capitalists who make money from your hard work." I understood immediately that this was premeditated. Huangqi's wealth has attracted media attention, and they came to the village for an exclusive interview last week. Ma Shanshan took the opportunity to appear on camera and became the so-called Huangqi Shisher and attracted the attention of netizens through the media. She seemed to think that selling goods through live broadcast was simple and did not understand the complexity at all. Obviously, her actions gained the trust of the villagers, and everyone supported her. Yes, astragalus is 50 yuan per pound. Lin Shichuan, you can't ask for so much. All this makes me feel heartbroken. I once led everyone out of poverty, but now I am being persecuted like this by people close to me. I know clearly that today's affairs are no longer just about price, but about people's hearts and the struggle for interests. Chapter 2. As soon as the words of making up the difference came out, everyone reacted immediately, with murderous intent on their faces, and they surrounded us one after another. Pay us back the money for the first batch of medicinal materials. Humph! It should have been done long ago. He's just a junior. He keeps giving orders all day and can't do anything. He's still picking on us. He's obviously from his own village, but he favors outsiders in his heart. As soon as these words were spoken, those who originally felt guilty began to become righteous, thinking that since they helped me, how could I let him make money? This money must be taken back. Their emotions became more and more excited, and their facial features became distorted because of interests. The crowd gathered around, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. I felt sad, for 5 years of hard work had paid off like this. Just then, a roar broke the deadlock. Get out of my way. I looked back and saw a tall and thin man holding a large shovel, rushing towards me, looking very imposing. The people around me retreated and made way for him. The man stood in front of me and glared at me. I want to see who dares to force my son. Immediately after that, another short and fat woman rushed over with a kitchen knife. They're my parents, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua. On weekdays, they're gentle and polite, but when I get into trouble, they always become unusually tough. The shovel and the kitchen knife were quite intimidating, but everyone was after money and no one really wanted to risk their lives. The atmosphere was tense for a while. I felt a little warm in my heart as I was blocked at the back. At least my parents were supporting me. I patted my parents, who were shaking with anger, signaling them not to be angry. After all, this matter was not worth it. I knew in my heart that no matter how fierce my Yukai was, he would not dare to really do it. There were surveillance cameras in the yard, and if a conflict occurred, the village party secretary would be held fully responsible. I was not worried and watched those people calmly. I didn't know that everyone had so many opinions about me. Today, I've really opened my eyes. This money is earned by my own ability. Now that it's in my pocket, no one can take it away. If you have the guts, risk your life to snatch it. I will accompany you to the end today. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere became more tense. Ma Shanshan, who was hiding in the back just now, jumped out. Lin Qichuan, how can you be so rude and kick someone out? I said coldly. Shut up. It's not your turn to speak. I haven't settled the score with you for peeking at my contract. If I pursue this, I can definitely sue you for violating trade secrets. Ma Shanshan was so frightened that she was stunned for a moment, her face full of disbelief. You are lying. How can you be charged with such a crime? I rolled my eyes and said, if you are stupid, you should read more books. Ma Yukai shouted angrily, shut up. He obviously didn't want his daughter to admit it in public. Then he said to me coldly, you don't have to threaten us. You're the only one who knows how the contract was signed. How can we trust you? We all live in the village. You'd better think about it carefully. We are willing to negotiate with you. This is to give you a chance. Otherwise, when you lose everything, don't blame us for not saving you. He was obviously threatening me, knowing that I would not dare to breach the contract because there was still some time left in the contract. But I sneered and said, I prefer to be soft-hearted rather than hard-hearted. Since you think I'm taking advantage of you, I won't accept this batch of astragalus. You can do whatever you want with the things in the field. Ma Yukai knew that I would not breach the contract and thought that I was just being stubborn. He saw that it would take time to harvest the second batch of astragalus and thought that he could relax. So he said, Humph, if you don't take it, we won't sell it. He took the lead and left, and the others followed. Only a few people refused to give up and continued to ask, are we going to let it go today? Lin Qichuan hasn't even handed over the money. Ma Yukai smiled coldly. Why are you in such a hurry? When the contract expires, he will definitely beg us. When the time comes, we will pay him with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. I guarantee that he will make up for all the losses he suffered before. Chapter 3. After hearing what my Yukai said, the man immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "You are really an expert." My Yukai couldn't stop laughing, but he accidentally stepped on the concrete curb, slipped, lost his balance, and fell directly into the field next to him. The people around him quickly jumped down to help him. Cool, cool, cool. My Yukai just stood firm and cursed angrily. I told you long ago that this kid from the Lin family had bad intentions. He made the road so narrow and wanted to kill me. If I had been there, I would have given this guy a good beating and shoved his face into the mud. I recall the road to Guga village. Whenever it rained, the yellow mud and rainwater mixed together like paste, making it difficult for everyone to walk. It was not until I returned to the village that I could no longer bear to see the situation. So I spent my own money to buy cement and river sand and took the children to collect stones and finally paved a decent road. It became more convenient for everyone to travel. However, no one thanked me. Instead, some complained that the road was not wide enough. I really wanted to beat up these people. They ran away, leaving only a mess in the yard. My parents breathed a sigh of relief, dropped their shovels and kitchen knives, and looked at me with concern. "Chuan, are you okay?" They knew better than anyone how much I had contributed to this village. I didn't expect it to end up like this. Although they were also very angry, they were more worried that I would become depressed. I rubbed my face and forced a smile. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. These things are hard to accept, but I won't fall down so easily." I looked outside the courtyard wall and saw that Gugu village had changed a lot compared to before. After the first batch of medicinal herbs were sold, every household in the village received a considerable sum of money. In addition, due to poverty alleviation policies, many mud houses were demolished and replaced with two-story villas. I also donated money to build a square for the village and install fitness equipment. Although I have achieved most of my goals, it is hard to accept that these achievements are being enjoyed by some ungrateful people. Why didn't I see how selfish these people were before? They turned against each other for a little profit, with no morals or friendship at all. Looking back, I really regret it. In fact, there were signs long ago that the villagers were lazy and unwilling to work. Even for the sake of making money, no one was active. Sometimes, I had to teach them and watch them in person to ensure that the astragalus was planted successfully. Some people secretly pulled out the medicinal seedlings, and after the road was repaired, they did not cherish it and just knocked around with shovels. If I hadn't warned them many times, the road would have been damaged. I didn't take it seriously at the time, and I was only thinking about growing the astragalus smoothly. With money, everyone's life became better. I thought their quality would improve, but I was wrong. I thought too highly of them. These people have already formed a habit, and it has nothing to do with me. It's their greed and ruthlessness. After realizing this, I felt better and the unhappiness dissipated. I yawned and said to my parents, "Mom and Dad, you guys clean up first. I'm going to take a rest." I just got back from the high-speed train. I left the county hotel at 6 this morning and drove for 3 hours. Adding to the confrontation just now, I was indeed a little tired. The two saw the fatigue on my face and looked at me distressedly. Okay, go, and rest if you're tired." Dad quickly comforted me. "Thinking of you coming back today, your mom killed an old hen early and is stewing it. You can drink it when you wake up." I smelled the aroma of chicken soup and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I will definitely drink 3 big bowls." When my parents saw me smiling, their worries were gradually put to rest. Okay, I'll give you 2 big chicken legs then." After a quick wash, I lay down on the bed, feeling sleepy. Just as I was about to fall asleep, my phone beside my pillow suddenly vibrated. I realized with annoyance that I had forgotten to turn my phone to Do Not Disturb mode. With my eyes half open, I touched my phone and saw an unfamiliar landline number. I was about to hang up, thinking it was a harassing call, but when I saw the local area code, I became suspicious. Was it a call from the county? With doubts, I answered the phone. "Hello, I'm Lin Chichuan." After a few seconds of silence on the other end, a soft and sweet voice came. "Hello, I'm Su Wanjing." Her voice was young and pleasant. Su Wanjing. I was confused. Who was she? There was no one with this name that I had known since I was a child. Who are you looking for?" I asked in confusion. "I'm looking for you." She answered eagerly. "I'm the party secretary of Dafeng Village." Dafeng Village, it's not far from our village, separated by 2 mountains. I remember that the village party secretary of Dafeng Village was a female college student who had just taken office 3 years ago. I have never dealt with her before. Why did she call me all of a sudden? Well, I don't quite understand. What do you want to talk to me about? Su Wanjing on the other end of the phone said cautiously. Mr. Lin, I would like to ask, does your company need to purchase additional astragalus this year? Chapter 4. Purchase astragalus? Su Wanjing's voice instantly swept away my sleepiness. At that moment, my eyes suddenly opened, and my heart was full of doubts. I remember that after I successfully grew astragalus in Gugu village in the first year, I heard that nearby villages also began to follow suit and plant it. My Yukai scoffed at this matter at the time, thinking that they were trying to steal the limelight from Gugu village, and felt a little jealous. I am not that excited. After all, if rural areas want to develop, they must be brave enough to try new things, even if it is blindly following the trend. After all, the key is to sell the astragalus you grow, and no matter how much you grow, it will be useless if no one buys it. So I just waited and watched at that time. 2 years later, the first batch of astragalus in the village was successfully harvested and sold, which brought a lot of confidence to the nearby villages. The news of astragalus cultivation also gradually spread, and even attracted the attention of many herbal medicine merchants. After all, astragalus is not like other medicinal herbs. Its efficacy will be lost over time, and if it cannot be sold, it will be a waste of time. I thought to myself, since the astragalus in the nearby villages is about to be harvested, they should be facing the same problem. Who should they sell it to? At this time, Su Wanjing called, and her tone was obviously a little disappointed. We had originally agreed to cooperate with an acquirer, but he suddenly broke the contract. I frowned, feeling that the situation was a bit complicated. Didn't he sign the contract? Can't we sue him for breach of contract? You can sue, of course, but that's just a formality. Su Wanjing's tone was a little helpless. The most important thing is that Huangqi can't delay it for too long. She sighed. The buyer said that the upstream distributor ran away and he didn't even receive the money. What should we do? When I heard this, I couldn't help but get nervous. The astragalus can't be delayed for too long. The longer it is delayed, the harder it will be to sell, which means that 3 years of hard work will be wasted. Her words made me feel a little shaken. I can charge some, but I paused and said vaguely, as for the price, we can talk about it in person. Really? She jumped up from her chair immediately after hearing this, obviously very excited. Great, then let's meet and talk about it in detail. I looked at the time and said, how about 4 o'clock in the afternoon? I'll come to your village to check on the situation of the astragalus. In fact, I also have to check the quality of the astragalus before deciding whether to purchase it. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Her excited voice came through the phone. I hung up the phone and turned over to lie back on the bed. Kai Linghua was busy adding firewood outside the door. When she heard me get up, she looked at me with some worry. Chuaner, are those things my Yukai said true or false? She couldn't help asking. I rolled my eyes and said, no matter what he says, our family doesn't need his money. But I did feel uneasy in my heart. I didn't plan to let my parents know too much about the compensation for the time being. Lin Jiaxing sighed softly. Just compensate us. Our family doesn't have that much money, but no matter what, we can't make you bow your head. He patted my shoulder, his eyes full of determination. Their understanding and support are my biggest motivation along the way. Every time I think of them, my heart is filled with strength. After eating the chicken soup my mother cooked, I felt much more refreshed. I said hello to my parents and went out. On the way, the villagers avoided my sight as if they had never known me. I felt nothing in my heart and watched all this like an outsider. Just as I was about to get in the car, Ma Yukai came out of the house, holding his waist. He had fallen this morning and sprained his waist. Seeing his look, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Hey, busy man Lin, where are you going now? I glanced at him coldly, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Don't worry about that, but your Zirong has lost a lot recently, right? Ma Yotsai's face changed when he heard this. I continued to sneer. After working hard for several years to grow astragalus, I earned so little money, but in the end I lost it all with a single card. That's really miserable. His face turned green and red, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Bah, what are you so proud of? No matter what, I can't lose all my wealth. I smiled, closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and drove the car out of the village. Watching him scolding me from behind, I felt relieved. Chapter 5. From the rearview mirror, I saw Ma Yukai jumping up and down, and I couldn't help laughing, then looked away. Although this village chief is not stupid, he is not smart either. Did he really think that he could control me with just a few acres of astragalus? What a joke. I never do anything that I'm not sure of. In my junior year, I decided to return to Gugu village to develop. While other students were struggling with whether to take the postgraduate entrance examination or the civil service examination, I had already planned my future. While I was working part-time to save money, I was also looking up information and preparing to return my hometown to start business. The year I graduated, I used my status as a recent graduate to apply for an entrepreneurial fund. Together with my own savings and the support of my parents, I raised the startup capital and opened a purchasing company. Although the company is small, with me as the only boss and my parents helping out, it is a formal company after all. In order to successfully grow Astragalus, I traveled to many planting bases and learned from experienced farmers. Even if the local buyers are unreliable, I can still get Astragalus from other places, although it is time-consuming and laborious. It is better to buy it locally. It took me more than half an hour to drive from Gugu village to Dafeng village. Although I was not familiar with the road, I still stopped the car at the entrance of the village to ask for directions. After walking a few steps, I saw a large field of Astragalus. The area here is larger than I imagined, and I couldn't help but sigh. The quality of these Astragalus is not inferior to that of Gugu village, and even better. Obviously, the people of Dafeng village are more diligent than those of Gugu village. Just as I was immersed in the quality of this Astragalus field, I suddenly heard a roar. "Hey, what are you doing here, young man?" I looked up and saw an old man wearing a straw hat and a sweatshirt walking towards me in a hurry with a hoe. Seeing his hasty appearance, I felt a little uneasy and stood up quickly. "I'm sorry." Before I could finish my words, the old man had already walked up to me and said breathlessly, "How can you be so stupid, stuffing everything into your mouth? This thing is a medicinal herb and cannot be eaten raw. If you eat it, you will suffer." I was a little embarrassed, but I was relieved. I thought you would blame me for stealing it. The old man smiled and waved his hand. As long as the things in the fields are not wasted, there is nothing to worry about. He looked at me and said, "You look unfamiliar. Why did you come to Dafeng village?" I quickly patted the dirt off my hands and said, "I'm here to see the party secretary of your village. Can you please show me the way?" The old man nodded. "Oh, so you're looking for Xiao Su. She should still be in the village committee." He pointed to a small road behind the village. "Go this way and turn 2 corners and you'll arrive." I thanked the old man, but did not leave immediately because my experience in Gugu village made me more cautious about my partners to avoid getting into trouble again. I took out a cigarette from my pocket and handed it to him, wanting to chat. The old man took the cigarette, lit it, and said with a smile, "Your cigarette is even less potent than my tobacco." I quickly complimented him. "You can also make tobacco leaves. I really want to try it." Then the topic turned to Su Wanjing. "Uncle, do you think Su Wanjing can integrate into the village?" I asked. The old man laughed and said, "Miss Su is extraordinary. Everyone likes her. She has been in office for a few years and has brought a lot of benefits to the village." Hearing these words, I felt a little relieved. It seems that this village party secretary is not as complicated as my yukai, and cooperation should be simpler. Your village is really brave to plant so much astragalus at once. I couldn't help asking. The old man sighed. "What else can we do? It's not easy to make some income for the village. You can always make some money by farming, but you still have to worry about not being able to sell it." I felt helpless. It's such a waste to use good medicinal herbs as firewood. The old man sighed again. "We're not as lucky as Gugu village, where Lin Chichuan came from and brought us a good life." "You know Lin Chichuan?" I was a little surprised. "How come he is so amazing and worthy of your praise?" The old man smiled and said, "Of course I know him. Everyone around here knows Lin Chichuan. After he graduated from college, many companies were vying to hire him. If people really want to make money, isn't it good to live a glorious life in a big city?" An elder in the village frowned as he watched the young man return to the mountain valley. "Why did you run back into this ravine and roll around in the mud?" Another villager couldn't help but wonder, with confusion in his eyes. The young man smiled, his eyes firm. "Isn't it for the purpose of leading the villagers to prosperity?" The old man nodded. "With such a heart and such ability, how could he not deserve a compliment from me? You don't know how many people in other villages envy Gugu village. I heard that the land there has good feng shui, which is why it gave birth to such a wealthy golden baby." Someone echoed in a low voice, with a hint of admiration in the tone. Chapter 6. The old man's straightforward words made my ears hot and my heart was touched. I murmured in a low voice, "If he heard you say that, he would be very happy." The old man didn't hear clearly, so he asked casually, "What did you say?" I quickly patted my butt and stood up, smiling, and said, Nothing important. Thank you for your advice. It's getting late. I have to go do my business. The old man waved his hand and said, Go ahead and do your business. I'll come and bother you again when I have time. Let's go to the shed to drink tea. The mountain tea is so fragrant. He pointed to the thatched shed next to him. I'm guarding the astragalus here, and I'm afraid someone will mess around. I scratched my nose in embarrassment, thinking I just broke one of his astragalus plants. I am really embarrassed to bother him. Okay, I'll bother you again when I have time. I ran away quickly. Following the old man's instructions, I came to a courtyard with a sign that read Village Committee. Just as I was about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened. A girl came out with her head down, talking on the phone, and bumped into me. I was so scared that I pulled my hand back, and she also took a few steps back in fear. Are you looking for? I was a little embarrassed. I'm looking for the village party secretary of Dafeng Village. She was stunned for a moment. Are you Mr. Lin? I suddenly realized. Are you Secretary Su? She hung up the phone and said with a smile, Yes, I'm Su Wanji, Mr. Lin. I finally saw you. Please come in. I was stunned for a moment. Although I knew that she was a college student village official, I was surprised that the village party secretary of Dafeng Village was so young. She was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a ponytail, looking very energetic. She looked only about 20 years old, with a friendly smile and a bit of shyness in her eyes. I originally thought that she would be the mature and steady queen, but she completely subverted my imagination. I'm sorry I didn't go out to greet you. She took me into the office and poured me a glass of water. I apologized for the poor reception. I waved my hand. It's okay, it's nothing important. But she said seriously, No, Mr. Lin, you are the most important guest in our village now. My heart moved, and I understood what she meant. She began to talk about the situation in Dafeng Village. We have planted 60 mu of astragalus. It is the third year. The quality is very good, and we will be able to harvest it soon. If Mr. Lin is interested in purchasing, we are a good choice. First, the quality of our astragalus is no less than that of Gugu Village. Second, the distance is short and transportation is convenient, which can save a lot of costs. I nodded, indeed, but seeing that I didn't respond, she got a little nervous, lowered her head and stroked the edge of her pants, and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, what do you think? I was calculating in my mind. Last year, I purchased more than 1.6 million kilograms of astragalus, and this year, I placed an additional order for 1.5 million kilograms. 3,100,000 kilograms of astragalus is enough for Gugu Village's production. But now there's a problem with the relationship with Gugu Village, and the order share is vacant. Dafeng Village has planted 60 mu of astragalus, which seems to be a lot, but there are only 20,000 kilograms of dried astragalus, which is far from enough for my needs. I didn't answer directly, but asked a question. Do you know how many villages nearby grow astragalus? How much is the planting area? Su Wanjing seemed a little confused. As the village party secretary, she was very familiar with the situation in this area. She hesitated for a moment and began to feel troubled, fearing that telling me would increase her competition. Chapter 7. I was just asking casually, and I never thought that the topic would become so complicated. When I saw Su Wanjing's frown, I realized that my question might be a bit abrupt. After all, these things are not secrets. If you want to know, you just need to find out the surrounding situation. You can find out the general situation by asking someone. Actually, if it's not convenient to say, that's okay, I quickly added, feeling a little rash. She shook her head gently, with a hint of fatigue in her eyes. There's nothing I can't say. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, as if talking about these things would make her feel better. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since she was willing to talk, that was perfect. So I listened to her telling me about the nearby astragalus cultivation. Except Gugu Village, the 4 villages near us all grow astragalus. When she said this, she seemed to be interested, as if she had found an outlet for the topic. Our village has 60 acres. The neighboring Shanqing village has 45 acres, and Jixinling has less land, about 25 acres. She paused for a moment, then continued. Sanha village is close to Gugu village, and the terrain is flat. We planted 50 acres last year, and this year we planted another 30 acres. I listened quietly, while my head was quickly calculating these numbers. The 4 villages together had about 180 mu of astragalus. That is to say, this year, the total area of astragalus from these 4 villages can be harvested is about 180 acres. I repeated in a low voice, and I had an idea in mind. So far, there are no buyers for these astragalus? I asked. Su Wanding my bito li. In the beginning, there were indeed two buyers who came, but one of them pushed the price too hard, so in the end, only one was willing to talk. She paused and continued. Yesterday, we held a meeting with the village party secretaries of the other three villages to consider whether we should try to find that buyer. Even if we can only recover the cost, it is better than letting the astragalus rot in the field. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, and it was obvious that this matter was giving her a headache. Unfortunately, when I called to ask, the buyer said it already bought enough from other places and would not buy any more. Su Wanjing sighed slightly. Generally speaking, astragalus is not widely planted and has not gained much popularity, so even the larger buyers are reluctant to come. Hearing this, I understood her helplessness. As someone who once worked on the farm, I know the difficulties of the planting industry and the cruelty of the market. Although the crop of astragalus has potential, it is too difficult for these small villages to make a name for themselves. I looked at her, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Obviously, she also understood the advantages of Gugu village. If there was someone like me, maybe I could open up this market. My thoughts drifted a little, but soon returned to the negotiation at hand. The price that the buyer gave you before was 35 per kilogram, right? I asked directly. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she obviously thought I was interested in buying it. But then she nervously thought, should I lower the price? In the business world, lowering the price is a common thing, and she knew this. That's right. I nodded. I know the situation on your side and the market situation. Although I can give you the price, the situation in each place is different. Gugu village has its advantages, and the price here won't be too high. I paused, so the best I can give you is the same as what I discussed with the previous person, 35 per pound. She was obviously stunned, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. 35 per pound? Really? Her voice was hesitant, yet full of hope. Seeing that she was a little hesitant, I continued. If you think it's not feasible, you can find another buyer, but the price I can offer is already very high. I saw her hands nervously pinching the edge of her pants, and I knew she was struggling in her heart. After all, this price was the highest price their village could accept. So, Mr. Lin, how much are you going to charge? I can take any amount from your village, I answered simply, having already made the calculation in my mind. After hearing this, she was stunned for a moment. Then her expression changed, and she immediately took out the contract and pen from the drawer and handed them to me. Her movements were so fast that I was caught off guard. Mr. Lin, 35 per pound. No bargaining. Shall we sign the contract now? Her eyes were full of anticipation, as if she was afraid that I would go back on my word. I took the contract and flipped through it. Although there was no major problem with the content of the contract, I was still thinking about something. Su Wanjing's expectant eyes made me reluctant to refuse, but I still put the contract down. A trace of disappointment flashed across her face, and the fire in her eyes seemed to die down a little. Mr. Lin, if there are any problems with the contract, please feel free to ask, she asked anxiously. Chapter 8. I did not mention the contract, but said calmly, I have rules for collecting astragalus. I will not collect all that is pulled out of the ground. She naturally understood what he said, so she nodded immediately. I know all your rules. I continued, I don't accept those with broken skin, damaged, hollow, or wormholes, young, too thin, or too old. These are my strict standards and are non-negotiable. She smiled and said, I know your standards are indeed strict, and the people in the village are used to it. She was right. The villagers would occasionally complain, but I always insisted on quality first. I asked her curiously, do you think there is something wrong with my rules? She shook her head without hesitation. How can there be a problem? Your approach makes sense. I was relieved to hear her say that. Not only did she care about the village, but she also understood the meaning of my rules. She went on to say, we support villagers in growing astragalus, not only for immediate benefits, but also for long-term development. Her eyes were determined. To make astragalus a local pillar industry, we must ensure high quality and stable supply. I admire her foresight. If there were people like her in Dafeng village, perhaps my work would not be so difficult. Compared with the chaotic situation, she seemed capable and efficient. Seeing that she was thinking about something, I pushed the contract to her with a smile. I'll keep the contract for now, but I have one more request. She raised her eyes and waited for me to continue. I continued. Can you help me contact the party secretaries of the other three villages? If they agree, I will also buy astragalus from their villages. She was obviously shocked. Her eyes widened. You mean we have to collect all the astragalus in the whole area? I smiled, yes. Without hesitation, she agreed immediately. No problem. I'll contact them right away. Her decisiveness made me happy, and it seemed that our cooperation would go smoothly. I stood up and prepared to leave. Thank you so much, Secretary Sue. She watched me leave and said warmly, take care. I look forward to hearing good news. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, has the old man who guards the astragalus field at the entrance of the village always lived in a thatched hut? There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Did you meet Uncle Dagong? I nodded. Yes, I ran into him and chatted with him when I first entered the village. He's a nice guy. Her expression softened. Uncle Dagong is indeed a good man and has helped me a lot. Hearing her say this, I became even more curious about Uncle Dagong. I asked in surprise, so he is the party secretary of your village? She nodded and smiled. Yes, he was the previous party secretary of our village. We all saw his contributions. I have even more respect for this old man. His experience and wisdom have obviously brought a lot of benefits to the village. I couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Dagong is such an amazing person. She smiled and nodded. Yes, Uncle Dagong is very capable. After we said goodbye, I left the village committee, and as I expected, I saw Uncle Dagong at the entrance of the village. Seeing his smiling face, I couldn't help but feel respect for him. I gave him a thumbs up and said, Uncle Dagong, you recognized me early, right? He touched his head and smiled. I didn't recognize you at first. I just thought you looked familiar, and then I remembered it when I heard you talk about Huanchi. I laughed in my heart. You old fox. He smiled even more brightly when he saw my expression. I'm not trying to fool you. Knowing that you are the god of wealth, who wouldn't want to flatter you? I smiled and said, I almost got fooled by you. He patted his chest and said, I'm telling the truth. I really respect what you young people are doing. There was sarcasm in his words, but they were also full of sincerity. We chatted for a while, and I said, next time I come, I must drink a few cups of your wild mountain tea. He laughed and understood. Okay, next time you come, I'll make more and make sure you can drink enough. On the other side, after Su Wanjing sent me away, she immediately ran back to the office, took out her phone, and sent a message. Secretary Su? Everyone, we have found our astragalus. Chapter 9. The Astragalus Unified Cooperation Group was established by the village party secretaries of 4 villages that grow astragalus. At the beginning, everyone wanted my Yukai to join, but my Yukai had a high opinion of himself. He felt that Gugu village, as a pioneer in astragalus, had resources like mine, and he was unwilling to mix with other villages. So he did not join the group. Now, the 4 branch secretaries in this group are extremely anxious because the buyer ran away and are worried about the sales of astragalus. At this time, Su Wanjing shouted in the group that there was a buyer for the astragalus. The party secretaries of the other 3 villages responded immediately. The first person to react was Huang Jianping from Shanqing village. Secretary Huang. Xiao Su, are you telling the truth? Su Wanjing replied. Su, yes, I just met with Mr. Lin and reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. The specific details will have to wait until we meet to discuss. Next, Li Weigua from Sana village also spoke up. Secretary Li, is it Lin Qichuan from Gugu village? Didn't he say he would not take it back before? Why did he suddenly say he would take it back again? It can't be our donkey. Huang Jianping responded calmly. Secretary Huang, we are all locals, so he probably wouldn't dare to do that. Maybe he has another order on hand. Wang Dali from Jixinling was a step slower. Secretary Wang, who cares what the reason is? Just collect the astragalus. Wang Dali then asked the most crucial question. How much does he want? Is the price very low? Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the price. Li Weigua immediately interrupted. Secretary Li, Xiao Su, you haven't bargained with him yet, right? You can't just agree to this purchase price. He went on to emphasize, our 4 villages should advance and retreat together, and the price should be negotiated. You are a young man who doesn't know how to bargain, and I'm afraid you will be cheated, and then it will harm the interests of everyone. Su Wanjing couldn't help curling her lips when she heard what Li Weigua said. Li Weigua always liked to use age to pressure people, which made her a little impatient. She didn't want to argue with him, but she didn't want him to mislead her, so she said bluntly, Su, Secretary Li's concerns are very real, but Mr. Lin gave up his high-paying job in the big city and returned to his hometown to lead the villagers in starting a business. He has feelings and a sense of justice in his heart. She continued, Secretary Su, just like the purchase price this time, other buyers would definitely take the opportunity to lower the price, but Mr. Lin will still give it to us at the previous price of 35 per kilogram. Su, For people like this, we should encourage them instead of blindly doubting them. Su Wanjing's words were undoubtedly directed at Li Weiguo. He knew exactly what she meant and smiled with a crooked mouth in anger. Li Weiguo thought to himself that these young people were really reaching their limit, but it was obvious that his words did not influence Su Wanjing. Huang Jianpain and Wang Dali were completely focused on the price of 35 yuan per caddy. They all expressed their appreciation for my approach and even said that the contract should be signed as soon as possible. Li Weiguo still disagreed and said with a curled lip, "If you really want to be honest, why don't you offer the same price as Gugu Village, 38 per pound?" He really didn't believe that I would be so kind. After thinking for a while, Li Weiguo suddenly had an idea and made a phone call. The call was quickly connected, and a middle-aged woman's voice came through. Li Weiguo smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with the other party, then went straight to the point. "The harvest of astragalus in your village should be good this year, right? With Lin Qichuan's help, you can just wait at home to collect the money." Wu Zuoyin was obviously pleased when she heard this. "Ha ha, cousin-in-law, this is just the beginning. The price is not just $3 more." She went on to say, "People in our village have threatened Lin Qichuan to raise the price, and the matter of making up the difference has already been agreed upon." Li Weiguo's mind suddenly brightened, and he immediately understood the truth of the matter. As expected, he thought, the people in Gugu village are really ruthless, forcing Lin Qichuan to seek acquisition. He stroked his chin slightly, as if he saw an opportunity. While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman gains. He looked at the situation at hand, and his mind gradually became clear. The price of 35 is indeed too low. 45 per pound may be more appropriate. He decided that since Gugu village had forced me to this point, he would take the opportunity to manipulate the price so that I could continue to cooperate and get more benefits from it. So, Li Weiguo sent a message in the group and proposed to Su Wanjing. "Secretary Li, Xiao Su, just tell Lin Qichuan that it's 45 yuan per pound. If he is willing, we can continue the discussion." Chapter 10. Su Wanjing was surprised to see the incoherent message from Li Weiguo. "The purchase price is 45 yuan per kilogram?" She immediately became confused. It was not even dark yet. So how could Secretary Li make such an unrealistic decision? The other two branch secretaries had the same doubts as her. Wang Dali, who was quick to speak, immediately sent a message. "Secretary Li, even if you want to bargain, what if you start with such a high price and scare people away?" Secretary Huang followed suit. "I also think the bid is a bit too high, leaving little room for maneuver." Li Weiguo was obviously confident in his decision and immediately replied, "This is not a bargain. As long as we can handle it well, why not sell it at 45 yuan per caddy?" He was thinking that if the purchase price of astragalus could be set higher, the villagers could earn nearly 20,000 yuan more per mu of land. If things go well, it will be a good thing. Huang Jianpain and Wang Dali did not reply immediately and seemed to agree with Li Weiguo's opinion. Seeing this, Su Wanjing decided to pour a basin of cold water on them. "Su, Mr. Lin has already said today that he would accept a purchase price of 35 yuan per gene at most. Su, I don't think this plan could be realized." Li Weiguo, who was thrown cold water, was immediately unhappy and retorted, "Lin Qichuan is judging us for not knowing about the internal strife in Gugu village, so he has the confidence to say this." He continued, "Now that the people in Gugu village are unwilling to sell astragalus to him, he has no choice but to turn to us for help." He felt that he was facing a rare opportunity and must seize it. Su Wanjing naturally knew what Li Weiguo was thinking. Although this was understandable, it was not in line with her style. She didn't want to take advantage of others' misfortune. Secondly, she really wanted to make the astragalus industry bigger and stronger, rather than just making short-term profits. She looked at the screen and said bluntly, "Secretary Su, I don't agree with this." Li Weiguo saw the message and laughed disdainfully. Young people are just not good enough. They like to take small things too seriously. They don't know how to seize such a good opportunity. Li Weiguo began to take the stance of seeking benefits for the villagers. "I know you may not agree with this method, but from another perspective, this is not about fighting for yourself, but about seeking benefits for the villagers. If you get more profits from Lin Qichuan, you can get more for the villagers." The purpose of his words was obviously to hijack Su Wanjing's sense of morality and make her agree with his approach for the perspective of the villagers. Su Wanjing was silent for a moment and finally responded, "Secretary Su, I have already had preliminary discussions with Mr. Lin, and the price of 35 yuan per pound has been decided. You cannot go back on your word. Su, most importantly, I think the industrial development of astragalus cultivation cannot be separated from Mr. Lin. Sue, for the sake of continued cooperation in the future, we should maintain a good relationship instead of offending him. After seeing this, Li Weiguo was furious, but he remained calm on the surface. He continued to remind Su Wanjing, Xiao Su, don't forget that our 4 villages are in the same boat. We should advance and retreat together. Su Wanjing laughed angrily. Secretary Su, if things are really as you said, Secretary Li, the initiative is in our hands. Then whether I am 1 more or 1 less, the 3 of you will not change your plan. Secretary Su, in that case, then you should handle this matter. Secretary Li. Secretary Su, I am young and timid, and I dare not participate. After saying this, Su Wanjing directly blocked the messages in the group. I just drove back to the village entrance and picked up my phone to see the text message. I felt a little confused. The text message read, no matter what happens, Dafeng Village will sign the contract according to the conditions agreed in the afternoon. What does this mean? Did something happen? Sign the contract according to the conditions agreed in the afternoon is obviously about Huangqi. But strangely, the text message did not mention the other 3 villages. This made me feel a little nervous and, I guess, something. Originally, I was not too surprised. After all, the dispute with Gugu Village would get out sooner or later. It was obvious that someone would try to take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble. Despite this, Su Wanjing still chose to stand by me and did not make excessive demands, which touched me a little. I replied, I will go to the field to check the astragalus again tomorrow. If there's no problem, the contract can be signed. Since Dafeng Village has decided to cooperate with me, it doesn't make much difference whether to sign the contract or not. On the contrary, what will the other villages do after seeing Dafeng Village sign the contract first? It is really exciting. It's really a small temple, but the evil spirits are strong. I sighed silently in my heart. In this small place, because of an incident involving astragalus, such a big wave was set off between several villages. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but shake my head. Although these things don't scare me, once they happen continuously, they are still a bit annoying. In fact, I don't want to waste too much time on such intrigues. Instead of wasting energy on these trivial matters, it is better to pay more attention to the management of the astragalus field and increase the yield. But it is always difficult to have both. If you want to accomplish something, you have to deal with countless people and countless things. Su Wanjing in front of you is one of them. Chapter 11. Aunt Rong always likes to stir up trouble. Today, she was waiting for me at the door again. As soon as I got home, she immediately blocked my way. I was impatient and rolled my eyes. A good dog doesn't block the road. She was so angry that she cursed. Bah, you are a dog or a wolf, an ungrateful person who can never be tamed. My superior attitude made her very annoyed, and she always took the opportunity to criticize me. Oh, how can college students not respect their elders? They studied so much, but all their knowledge went to waste. She mocked me and tried to expose my hypocrisy. I felt disdainful in my heart. What she did was the most undignified. Aunt Rome didn't have any big grudge against our family, but she was always against us and was jealous of me. I worked hard since I was young and was admitted to a prestigious university. The outside world allowed me to see more opportunities, but her son had poor grades and ended up having to stay at home and grow astragalus with her. Aunt Rome was feeling unbalanced, so she was always hostile to me. Did I change my surname to Lin, or did I marry into the Lin family? Why are you here trying to be so arrogant and teach me a lesson? I counterattacked directly. Our village is populated by people of different surnames, and everyone is independent. Aunt Rong has no right to give orders to me. Her vicious words made me lose all my patience. Even if you want to remarry, I'm afraid my Lin family won't look down on a shrew like you who is old, ugly, incompetent, and eats a lot. She was so angry that her face turned red, her breathing became rapid, and the anger almost erupted from every cell in her body. She wanted to rush over and hit me, and when I saw her move, I immediately grabbed the big broom at the door and prepared to deal with her. But at this moment, Aunt Rome was held down by her husband, Hu Yaowei. Hu Yaowei asked with a smile, Chuaner, where have you been today? You didn't even go to the astragalus field. I glanced at him and knew in my heart that he didn't really care about me, but wanted to persuade me to cooperate with them. I replied coldly, It used to be my business. I went to Huangqi to see it, but now it has nothing to do with me. I don't care whether it lives or dies. Hu Yaowei was stunned, obviously not understanding my attitude. Then he tried to persuade me. Young people should consider the consequences of their actions. It is good for you to live with the villagers and have good relations with them. It will not do you any good if you fall out with them. I sneered, don't worry about it. I don't want to count on those ungrateful people if something really happens. I have decided not to compromise with them. Seeing that Hu Yaowei did not stop her, Aunt Rome continued to challenge her. You are so confident. You won't even have time to cry when the time comes. I didn't say anything polite anymore and pushed him away and went home. Aunt Rome immediately shouted, come quickly, look at this college student beating someone up. Her voice quickly attracted the people around. After a while, Kai Linghua rushed out with a large sickle in her hand. When she saw Aunt Rome and Hu Yaowei, she chopped down directly, and the wooden strips were cut in an instant. Her Majesty frightened them so much that they quickly retreated. I breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, my mother is still the best. Kai Linghua put away the sickle, glanced at Aunt Rome and Hu Yaowei, and said disdainfully, it's useless to reason with these people. You have to use force. When Hu Yaowei returned home, he was still feeling uneasy. I was too calm today. I didn't seem to be anxious about business at all. Did he have new plans? He said to himself, I have to go and discuss it with the village party secretary. Chapter 12. Yukai, there shouldn't be any problem with the Huangqi matter, right? As soon as Hu Yaowei entered the village committee, he saw Ma Yukai and Ma Shanshan busy in front of their mobile phones. What are you doing? I asked. Ma Shanshan looked up and lazily said hello. Hu Shu. Then she turned around, took out her powder box from her bag, and started to touch up her makeup. Ma Yukai then looked up and saw that the phone had been adjusted. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Shanshan is going to do a live broadcast tonight, and she's adjusting the shooting angle to see how to take a better picture. Is it going to be broadcast tonight? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I asked, and I immediately became interested in this matter. Then invite us to show up together. I added with a smile. Today is the first day of live streaming, so we have to have a good start. Ma Shanshan plans to sell goods through live streaming, and the villagers are full of expectations for her. Although our village just got access to the internet, everyone has heard that live streaming by internet celebrities can make money, and everyone is jealous, but no one wants to try it. Unexpectedly, she became famous because of a small media interview and was signed by an internet celebrity company. It's good that it's popular, and our village can also benefit from it. I said with a smile. The price of astragalus should also increase. At least we don't have to look at Lin Chichuan's face anymore. I turned to my Yukai and said, why don't you go broadcast and tell everyone that Shanshan will be broadcasting live tonight and ask everyone to come and support her. Ma Shanshan closed the powder box and curled her lips. Don't bother. The company will promote it. With my popularity, the live broadcast will definitely be a hit. Besides, there are only so many people in the village. There's no point in going. I'm afraid people will embarrass me by making irresponsible remarks in the live broadcast room. One or two of you might as well stay at home and don't compete with me for the signal, she said impatiently. Live broadcast is very important. The signal must be good and can't be stuck, otherwise the audience will run away. Ma Yukai nodded seriously. Indeed, the signal must be guaranteed. Although he knew nothing about the internet and signals, he was willing to cooperate fully for his daughter's live broadcast. Since he said it would have an impact, I will make a broadcast asking everyone not to use their cell phones tonight and not to grab the signal. Ma Shanshan complained, I don't know what kind of broken network it is. It always lags when I play games. It really affects the quality of the live broadcast. She turned to my Yukai and said, Dad, for the development of the village, we need to quickly install an internet cable or upgrade the package. Ma Yukai was a little reluctant. The current ones are pretty good. The videos can be watched quickly. Ma Shanshan curled her lips. Can the video be the same as the live broadcast? Ma Yukai sighed helplessly. Okay, let's change it. But I don't understand this either. Who did it before? He asked, and the office suddenly became quiet. My heart sank. It turned out that I was responsible for all these things. A few years ago, all the young and middle-aged people in the village went out to work, leaving only the middle-aged and elderly people and left behind children in the village. At that time, many families did not even have a mobile phone for the elderly. After I returned to the village, I went to the telecommunications bureau to apply for an internet cable and purchase smartphones in a group purchase, allowing the villagers to access the outside world. As for the village committee's network, it basically uses the Wi-Fi at my office. If they want to upgrade, they still have to contact me. Everyone looked at me, knowing what was going on, and my Yukai could only vaguely say, just use it for now. Ma Shanshan curled her lips. Her father was unwilling to pay, and she was even less willing to do so. As for the internet, The father and daughter were of the same mind. They decided to delay it for 10 days or half a month and then find a way for me to do it. In their minds, I should do these things with my money and effort. As for my refusal, they didn't expect that at all. They thought that if I didn't want to lose everything, I had to be obedient and even have to reinstall the network cable. The topic was diverted, and my Yukai asked about the astragalus. By the way, you just mentioned the astragalus. What's the matter? Hu Yaowei and I grew up together and have a very good relationship. I just want to ask, is Lin Qichuan reliable? Where did he go this afternoon? He looked relaxed when he came back. He didn't look like he was worried about Huangshi. My Yukai said disdainfully, what big wave can he make? I asked the town. Our city is so big, but only our village grows astragalus. The ones from the neighboring village have already been reserved. He can only collect some from our village, but where can he collect them from? Hu Yaowei thought so too, but when he saw my calm look, he felt uneasy. I heard that the purchase price in the neighboring village is 35 yuan per caddy. If Lin Qichuan raises the price to 38 yuan per caddy, what if the people over there sell the goods to him? Ma Yukai frowned. That's unlikely. They also signed a contract with the herbal medicine dealer. Wouldn't they have to lose money if they sold it to Lin Qichuan? Hu Yaowei calculated. The price per kilogram has increased by 3 yuan, which is not a small amount. If the penalty is not high, I can make some money by selling it to Lin Qichuan. Ma Shanshan interrupted. What are you worried about? I'll take care of the astragalus in the village. When I open my live broadcast room, I'll help you sell out the stock in minutes, right? You just sit back and wait to collect the money. Why do you care where Lin Qichuan goes to collect the astragalus? Chapter 13. Ma Yukai and Hu Yaowei are full of expectations for live streaming sales, not just for insurance. When everything goes well in a live streaming room, it is naturally a good thing, but if there are problems, someone has to back them up. They understand that I played a decisive role in the village's astragalus affairs, and if the village wants to continue to rely on astragalus to get rich, it will need my help in the future. Therefore, if we don't take advantage of this opportunity to control him now, how can we continue to utilize his power in the future? Hu Yaowei's words made my Yukai, who originally had no worries, feel uneasy. He paced back and forth in the office, his doubts gradually increasing, and decided to make a phone call to find out the situation. The moment the call was connected, my Yukai did not expect that Li Weigua, who answered the phone, was planning to take the opportunity to steal his girl. After the call was connected, the two exchanged brief greetings. When talking about the astragalus, Li Weigua pretended to be ignorant and responded casually, the astragalus is growing well, and we are just waiting to harvest it. When Ma Yukai asked about the specific time of the purchase, Li Weigua answered casually, it was probably during those days. After receiving it, we prepared to dry it in the shade and wait for the truck to come and take it away. The money and goods will be settled. Ma Yukai felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and couldn't help but interject, it was also because of our village that we got this opportunity. Li Weigua, who was on the other end of the phone, couldn't help but feel secretly proud when he heard this. He thought to himself that if he really succeeded in stealing benefits from Ma Yukai, the consequences would be more than just sourness. Li Weigua deliberately pretended to be envious. Your village is blessed to have a capable person like Lin Qichuan, who can help us get rich. If he were from our village, I would definitely support him. After hearing this, Ma Yukai felt a little uncomfortable, but he felt that this was not too much, so he responded confidently. People are different. Some people are destined not to have this fate. Although the two exchanged sharp words, they still ended the call politely. Ma Yukai hung up the phone and said in a bad mood, this Li Weigua is really an annoying guy. Hu Yaowei hurriedly asked him if there was any unusual reaction on the other end of the phone. Ma Yukai shook his head and said, he seems quite calm, so there shouldn't be any movement. He added, Lin Qichuan probably hasn't gone to find him yet, otherwise Li Weigua would have been unable to hold back his anger. However, Li Weigua was indeed not idle. He nervously realized that Ma Yukai might have already noticed the news and decided to act in advance. After thinking about it, Li Weigua decided to take matters into his own hands and contact me directly. He dug out my phone number that he had written down and dialed it. However, I was busy outside at this time, covered in dust and sweat. I just returned home and heard the phone ring several times, but I didn't answer it. Li Weigua anxiously dialed the phone several times, but no one answered. Finally, he could only send a text message. Shaolin, I am Li Weigua from Sana Village. I heard that you want to collect astragalus. We have a lot in our village. When is it convenient for us to chat? I just came out of the bathroom, and Kai Linghua saw that the phone rang several times and couldn't help asking, Chuan, is there something urgent on the phone? I didn't take it seriously. It's nothing serious. I'll see you later. However, Kai Linghua still mentioned with concern, if the money at home is not enough, your dad can go and get it back. I responded with a smile, Mom, don't worry. I've already arranged the matter of Huangqi, and I won't lose money. Kai Linghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Dry your hair quickly and get ready for dinner. I wiped my hair, picked up my phone to check Li Weigua's text message, and immediately understood the complexity of the matter. He replied with a text message. I do want to buy a Astragalus. The price is 35 per pound. If it's suitable, we can discuss it. Chapter 14. After I replied to Li Weigua's message, I threw my phone away. As for what he thought or how he replied, I didn't care at all. For me, if we can talk, we will talk. If we can't reach an agreement, we will move to another one. I'm not a clay Buddha. No one can easily pinch me. Tonight, the dinner that Kai Linghua prepared carefully made me feel particularly heavy. After all, I was too tired from running around outside these days, and I had to face those people's anger when I got home. Kai Linghua seemed particularly depressed. She kept thinking that maybe I really owed some debt to my previous life, which is why I have so many troubles. No matter what, she tried her best to make sure I had a good meal. Although people in the village pointed fingers at her, she never gave up. I know she looks gentle, but she is stubborn in her bones. She held the bowl full of pork ribs, her eyes revealing anxiety. Chuaner, the ribs have been stewed for more than an hour. Eat a few more pieces. I smiled helplessly. Mom, that's enough. Don't take any more. Looking at the pile of meat in the bowl, I felt a little burdened. Don't be polite. Eat quickly, she said with a smile. Lin Jiaxing was also sipping wine and watching the tacit interaction between us mother and son. In this family, as long as the three of us work together, we can overcome any difficulties. Suddenly, the phone rang. Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing took out their phones at the same time and saw that it was a group message from the village. The village party secretary Ma Yukai sent a notice saying that Ma Shanshan would start a live broadcast tonight. The quality of the live broadcast room is related to the interests of our entire village. We must pay attention to it. Ma Yukai reminded, try not to play with your phone tonight, so as not to compete with the live broadcast room for the signal. We looked at each other and knew in our hearts that this matter was not simple. Everyone, tell your family members not to spread the news about the Lin family. This sentence made me nervous. It was obvious that many people were making trouble behind the scenes. Kai Linghua looked down at her phone and began to feel uneasy. What on earth are these people capable of? I whispered to myself, feeling a little uneasy. Chui Lian's heartbeat quickened when she saw the news, and she was obviously flustered. She had just told Li Weigua something, and she didn't know if it would cause trouble. She quickly lowered her head and pretended not to care. I told you not to talk nonsense. Now you are fine. The man looked at her and frowned. How is it cold in this day? Chui Lian lowered her head guiltily, feeling uneasy, knowing that once this matter got out, the villagers would definitely not let her go. Then, someone in the group started discussing, are the Lin family still in our group? Ma Yukai reminded everyone that Lin Jiaxing's family was still in the group. A few seconds later, just as Lin Jiaxing and his wife realized what was happening, they were kicked out of the group chat. The phone displayed, removed from the group chat. Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing were stunned. They didn't expect to be kicked out of the group directly. Lin Jiaxing was furious. They really don't regard us as villagers. They actually kicked us out of the group directly? I was also stunned. I didn't expect the village's reaction to be so intense. What on earth can these people do? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Kai Linghua looked at Lin Jiaxing coldly. How could they let us go after forcing your son to this point? They're still discussing how to deal with you. Lin Jiaxing actually knew it in his heart, but he was still unwilling to accept it. I didn't expect they would be so ruthless. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine. The spicy taste spread, and tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and wiped them away. Seeing my father like this, I felt a pang of sadness. All the suffering was caused by me, and I also felt the pain of my family. Dad, another glass. I whispered, filling Lin Jiaxing's glass. Lin Jiaxing glanced at Kai Linghua. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Just drink one glass today to relieve your anger. Don't drink anymore. Although Kai Linghua was not very happy, she was relieved. Since your son has poured it for you, drink it. Lin Jiaxing drank the wine in the glass in one breath, and his complexion improved slightly. However, Kai Linghua became increasingly uneasy. She picked up her phone and began to look for Ma Shanshan's live broadcast room. Chuaner, help me find where that live broadcast room is. I need to see how this situation develops. Speaking of Ma Shanshan, Kai Linghua was furious. She couldn't believe that Ma Yukai and his daughter would betray her son, so she stabbed them in the back. This kind of person is so shameless. Kai Linghua sneered. She had decided to keep an eye on it and see if Ma Shanshan could really do the live streaming sales as she wanted. I was also a little curious and wanted to see if Ma Shanshan really had the confidence to succeed in live streaming. I heard that she had signed a contract with an online celebrity incubation company, so tonight's live streaming was not an easy task. Chapter 15. The villagers were very excited about Ma Shanshan starting live streaming. Everyone thought that maybe she could make the village famous. But I don't think so, because there are too many traps hidden behind this kind of contract, and only those who truly understand it can see clearly. Many internet celebrities fall into these contracts and end up not making any money but being squeezed dry by the companies. Although I don't expect Ma Shanshan to go too far, I'm a little curious about what she will do. The family of three was no longer in the mood to eat. It was almost time, so I picked up my phone, searched Ma Shanshan's name, and found her live broadcast room. I clicked in and saw her start live broadcast. I stared at her on the screen, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I subconsciously glanced at the name of the live broadcast room, and after confirming that it was hers, I couldn't help but frown. Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua also looked over, with confusion on their faces. "Who is this?" Lin Jiaxing asked, looking at Ma Shanshan's snake face that had been processed by beauty filters. Kai Linghua couldn't help but mutter, "How did this face become like this?" It was not until she started talking that the two of them confirmed that it was indeed Ma Shanshan. Kai Linghua asked in confusion, "How did it become like this?" Lin Jiaxing also looked confused. Kai Linghua occasionally watched live broadcasts and learned some tricks. She quickly adapted to that snake face and then noticed the number of online people in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room. Haha, there are only 4 people. She laughed and said, "That's it?" Ma Shanshan still dares to say that she can sell Huangqi like hotcakes. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of people online in the live broadcast room soared rapidly. Several people watched the number increase from 4 to dozens and hundreds, and the barrage of comments also became active. Kai Linghua was stunned. What are these viewers looking for? Look at that snake-like face. What's so good about it? I took a look and basically understood. Mom, don't worry. This should be a streaming service. I explained. Kai Linghua was stunned. Pushing the flow? What is that? I patiently explained. She signed a contract with an internet celebrity company. For her first live broadcast, the company will push the flow for her to buy some popularity and make the live broadcast room hot. Kai Linghua frowned. Does that mean the company values her and wants to cultivate her? I shook my head and smiled. How is that possible? These companies are not charities. Pushing the stream is just a basic operation and doesn't cost much. Then there are more and more people in her live broadcast room. Kai Linghua was still confused. This is just a small fight, I said. Once people come in, it depends on whether she can keep them and sell things. Otherwise, if she can't keep people, it will be meaningless even if she has more people. Sure enough, the number of people in a live broadcast room soon exceeded 1,000, but most of these people were just there to watch. Ma Shanshan watched the number rise nervously, but her performance was disappointing. A few minutes later, the audience, who were originally attracted by her signboard of Huangqi Shishir, left one after another after seeing her snake face. Then, Ma Shanshan couldn't even speak clearly, just sat there chatting, totally unattractive. Seeing the audience leaving, Ma Shanshan's panic became more and more obvious. Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. After all, even if Ma Shanshan pushed the stream, she might not be able to maintain her popularity. Haha, it's just like what you said, just pushing the stream is useless. Kai Linghua looked at me with a smile, appearing very satisfied. I nodded. If she really becomes popular, I will admire her. However, if she really becomes popular, she must be able to retain these audiences and sell products. The live broadcast became increasingly difficult, and Ma Shanshan looked at the screen with a heavy heart. The number of viewers in her live broadcast room began to drop rapidly, and her mentality completely collapsed. Seeing this, Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing relaxed and began to eat leisurely. I continued to observe, mentally prepared and knowing what would happen next. At the same time, the atmosphere at the village committee changed. Ma Yukai and Hu Yaowei stared at the online user curve in the live broadcast room, and were dumbfounded. Why did all these people suddenly run away? Ma Yukai asked in confusion. Ma Shanshan panicked and could only explain randomly. It's the first time for newcomers to live broadcast. Everyone is used to it. Hu Yaowei frowned, obviously feeling something was wrong. Logically speaking, Ma Shanshan is a little popular, so there should be quite a few people coming to see her. Ma Yotsai's face became increasingly grim, and he felt something was wrong. Hu Yaowei then suggested, "We have to hold on for the first live broadcast." Ma Yukai nodded, and without caring about anything else, he quickly sent a message in the group, asking everyone to support Ma Shanshan. Fortunately, everyone in the village came to help, and the number of people in the live broadcast room temporarily stabilized at a few hundred. But in the end, when the live broadcast ended, Ma Shanshan had only sold less than 3 kilograms of astragalus. She was so angry that her face turned blue. She hurriedly said hello, closed the live broadcast room, and left. Seeing this scene, Ma Yotsai's face was gloomy and he was silent for a long time. Hu Yaowei sighed. It seems that the Lin family can't let go. Ma Yukai lit a cigarette and thought silently that maybe he should go talk to the Lin family again tomorrow. Chapter 16. I know what Ma Yukai is thinking. If I had known this earlier, I would have stopped laughing. Arguing with such an arrogant and stupid person is undoubtedly a degradation of status. He didn't realize that he was heading in the wrong direction. At the moment, he was completely immersed in a kind of self-confidence, thinking that he could easily control me. Most of his worries were focused on the failure of live streaming sales. The atmosphere in the village WeChat group was lively, and everyone fantasized about getting rich overnight through Ma Shanshan's promotion. Some people even started planning to become an internet celebrity and make a lot of money after Ma Shanshan became famous. However, after the live broadcast, the group was silent, and almost no one mentioned the matter again. Ma Yukai could see that although no one said anything on the surface, they were probably already full of ridicule and dissatisfaction behind the scenes. He gritted his teeth and endured it, but he was already dissatisfied. When he got home, he asked his wife directly, "Where is Shanshan?" Lu Hui pointed to the room and said, "She locked herself in as soon as she came back. I just heard her answering the phone." The person from the agency scolded her and said she had breached the contract. Ma Yukai was filled with rage. That damn company is so unreasonable. Although he was angry, he was unwilling to give up his dream of making his daughter famous. He turned around and scolded, "You're already this old, but you get upset when you encounter a small problem. How immature." Lu Hui was a little dissatisfied, but Ma Shanshan also feels aggrieved. It has only been broadcast for an hour and has attracted so few people. Is it useless to continue broadcasting? Ma Yukai was furious. "Silly girl, you want to give up after only one day of broadcasting? If you don't continue broadcasting, what will you do with the money you lost?" He patted Lu Hui on the shoulder and said, "Go tell her that she must make up the time tomorrow. Otherwise, I will beat her." Lu Hui was reluctant, but she went to pass on the message in the end. She knew that if she didn't continue, she would not be able to hold her head up high in the village. However, at this moment, Ma Yukai thought of another question. "Where is Zirong?" he asked anxiously. Lu Hui answered casually. "He ran to play with Ma San after dinner." Ma Yotsai's heart suddenly tightened. "He's not going to gamble again, is he?" Lu Hui said confusedly. "He has no money. How can he go to gamble?" But she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Ma Yukai suddenly rushed into the room and began to search. He turned under the bed and finally found an iron box. He opened it and found it was empty. His face turned pale instantly, and he smashed the iron box to the ground in anger, howling in pain. What an injustice! Lu Hui ran in and was so shocked that she almost couldn't stand. The iron box originally contained their family's last savings, which were reserved specifically for the astragalus seedlings. "What should I do? If I lose this money, how will I grow astragalus?" Lu Hui slapped his thigh in anxiety. When Ma Yukai learned that his son Ma Zirong had lost all the money in gambling, his anger can be imagined. The people in the village didn't know about this yet, but Ma Yukai vaguely knew that his son had lost all the money. Therefore, he began to plan how to suppress me more eagerly. After all, now he not only had to make up for the deficit at home, but also had to take control of the dominance of astragalus cultivation in his own hands. I'm obviously the village party secretary, so why can I only follow that kid and pick up some soup? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ma Yotsai's greed grew. It was not until his daughter Ma Shanshan came home that Ma Yotsai's mentality changed completely. He was not so greedy at first, but under Ma Shanshan's encouragement, My yacht-sized desire began to expand step by step. Coincidentally, Ma Zirong became addicted to gambling and lost all the family savings. Even more unfortunate was that Ma Shanshan unexpectedly became famous through that interview, which gave Ma Yukai an opportunity. As a result, things developed in the direction he wanted and he was about to succeed. But he never expected that at the critical moment, Ma Zirong stole the remaining money. At this moment, the plan to suppress me became urgent and could not afford to fail. Ma Yukai wiped the frustration off his face and began to quickly plan his next strategy. Chapter 17. Ma Yukai has made up his mind. First, he needs me to make up for the previous price difference and make up for the deficit at home. If the supply of astragalus can be controlled, I will naturally bow my head. Next, his goal was to snatch the Huangqi business from me. After all, I could be proud in front of them because he could get big orders. If Ma Yukai could snatch the customers away, what would I have left? With this plan, Ma Yukai hurriedly knocked on Ma Shanshan's door. At the same time, Ma Shanshan was busy with live broadcasting, and her business did not stop. After dinner, the atmosphere at home became much more relaxed. Mother Kai Linghua was washing dishes while humming a little tune with a relaxed smile on her face. Her father, Lin Jiaxing, looked at her, shook his head, and smiled. "Are you so happy about such a small thing?" Her mother raised her head, her face full of pride. "I am just happy. This is retribution in this life. How can I not be happy?" My father sneered and said, "She used to be extremely unconfident, but now she's quite capable of expressing herself." I listened silently, knowing in my heart that my mother had long remembered what Ma Yukai and his daughter had done. Even though Ma Shanshan's live broadcast performance was terrible, her mother still couldn't completely calm down. She said indignantly, "It makes me happy to see her in trouble. Who made her force our son in the first place?" The father sighed, "Just be happy, but don't be too showy." He looked out the window with a complicated expression. I know. Mother swung the dish towel in her hand as if she was going to sharpen a sickle, her tone full of ruthlessness. "We have to let these people know that our family is not easy to mess with." After dinner, I returned to my room and checked my phone. There was no new message. Li Weigu's silence gave me a premonition, but I was not worried. Things went as I expected. The harder we pushed, the more serious the consequences. Next, the arrangement between Su Wanjing and I was crucial. The next morning, I woke up early, ate something quickly, and prepared to go out. Time was running out, so I grabbed an egg and a potato pancake and hurried out the door. I had to get to Dafeng Village and finish the inspection as soon as possible. When we arrived at Dafeng Village, Zhao Dagong saw me and said with a smile, "I knew you were thinking about my tea. So you came back the next day?" I replied to him, "It seems that I'm disliked for my hard work." I pretended to drive a car and jokingly said that I was leaving. Zhao Dagong hurried over to stop me. No. I can't even say welcome enough. Knowing you were coming, I specially prepared the best tea." I smiled and nodded. "Isn't it too rude to ask me to drink tea so early?" He laughed and pointed to the field. "Go, take a look at the astragalus first, then we can sit down." Zhao Dagong took me to the fields. Although the astragalus had been inspected, he knew that as a major customer, I would definitely require more stringent inspections. We walked past one plot of land after another, and finally I nodded. "This one is fine. We can sign the contract today." Zhao Dagong was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Great! Xiao Su is also in the village committee. Let's go there now." We walked quickly toward the village committee. When we arrived, Zhao Dagong shouted, "Xiao Su, I brought you a distinguished guest." "Here we go." Soon after, a woman in a white dress with green edges and pigtails came out. She looked more mature than yesterday, and her overall temperament was more intellectual. She hurriedly said hello to Zhao Dagong, then turned her gaze to me and asked, "Mr. Lin, after your visit, what do you think of the astragalus in our village?" Chapter 18. Facing Su Wanjing's question, I praised her generously. "The astragalus here is planted very well. The ground is clean, the branches are full, and the maturity is also very good. The management of this astragalus field is indeed worthy of praise. It is well planned, there are almost no weeds on the ground, and the management level is higher than that of Gugu Village, which he personally supervises." He knew the situation in Gugu Village very well. The villagers there were careless and procrastinated in doing things, and always needed him to urge them. Su Wanjing was delighted when she heard the compliment, and then she said with some pride, "This is all the result of the villagers' support for our work." She smiled, tilted her head, and asked hesitantly, "Then how do you think the contract should be signed?" I nodded. I hope we can sign it today. She was so happy that she almost jumped up, and Zhao Dagong beside her was also grinning from ear to ear. 3 years of hard work finally paid off. Due to my sudden visit, Dafeng Village held an emergency meeting last night. Su Wanjing explained in detail my plan to purchase Astragalus and Li Weigua's proposal. Finally, she made her position clear. I suggest that we sign this contract first. As for the situation in other villages, we will not get involved. Although Li Weigua's proposal is somewhat tempting, it makes people feel that it is immoral and is simply taking advantage of the situation. As the head of the Astragalus planting team, Zhao Dagong firmly supports Su Wanjing's position. He said that although Li Weigua's idea seemed to make sense, Astragalus cultivation was not a one-time transaction, and the cost issue made the price of 45 yuan not cost-effective for him. This nice guy approach is meaningless, he said. The price of 35 yuan per kilogram is exactly what we agreed with other merchants. Zhao Dagong is not optimistic about Li Weigua's plan, and the village cadres are still worried. What if Li Weigua's plan succeeds? If other villages charge 45 yuan, but our village only charges 35 yuan, the villagers will definitely be dissatisfied. Zhao Dagong comforted him. Don't worry, Li Weigua's case is not that simple. Su Wanjing was comforted by Zhao Dagong's confidence, but she was also curious. Uncle Dagong, do you trust him so much? Zhao Dagong smiled and said, this guy is not simple. He is a little foxed. This made Su Wanjing couldn't help laughing, and she became more curious about me. With the support of Zhao Dagong and Su Wanjing, the cadres of Dafeng Village quickly reached a consensus. The only thing left was to sign the agreement. I took out a pen and proposed a plan. The first 30% deposit will be transferred to your village account today, and the remaining balance will be settled after receiving the goods. In this way, Dafeng Village cannot go back on its word. Otherwise, it will have to pay 3 times the deposit. Although Su Wanjing did not intend to regret it, she was still very happy to receive the deposit in advance. As long as you notify us, our entire village will complete the harvesting and drying of the astragalus within 2 days. She held my hand, and although her palm was slender, it was slightly calloused, which gave me a strange feeling. At that moment, I subconsciously felt that her hand was so small that my palm could completely cover it. This thought flashed through my mind quickly, and I symbolically shook my hand and let go of her hand. Then let's have a happy cooperation. The contract was ready. Su Wanjing signed it and stamped it with the village's red seal, then pushed the contract to me. Just as I was about to sign, a hearty shout came from outside the door. Oh, Dafeng Village is so lively. Su Wanjing stood up suddenly, and I also stopped what I was doing and turned to look at the door. When she saw the person coming, she frowned slightly, complaining in her heart that the timing was too bad. But since he was already here, she could only greet him. She walked out to greet him. Secretary Wang, how come you have time to come? Zhao Dagong followed closely behind him. Wang Dali, why did you come here without calling? Did something happen? While introducing the identities of the visitors, they tried to stop Wang Dali to prevent him from rushing into the office. After all, I haven't signed yet. Chapter 19. I heard clearly Wang Dali's voice coming from the yard. Uncle Dagong, you said that as if you don't welcome me. He said it in a teasing tone, obviously wanting to provoke something. Didn't you call me earlier to invite me to attend your son's wedding? Why did you change your mind now? Wang Dali is the village party secretary of Jixinling. He is in his 40s and has a close relationship with Zhao Dagong, who is in his 60s. Zhao Dagong knows Wang Dali's temperament. He is bold and careful, but also a little reckless. Jixinling is far away from Dafeng Village. Wang Dali came here suddenly. Obviously, he had received some news. Zhao Dagong had some doubts in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and replied, You are right. I called you to invite you, but you pushed it off very quickly. He then asked, The wedding is over. Why are you here today? Why do you have nothing in your hands? Wang Dali laughed, patted Zhao Dagong on the shoulder, and looked at Su Wanjing and Zhao Dagong standing on the way to the village committee office. He understood what he meant and knew that the target was in the office. He stopped talking nonsense and said directly to Su Wanjing, Secretary Su, it's not good for you to eat alone. Aren't all of our villages united in advancement and retreat? There was dissatisfaction in his tone. Su Wanjing frowned and responded coldly. Secretary Wang, what you said is unfair. I clearly stated in the group last night that I would not participate in your plan. Wang Dali didn't seem to care about it. He waved his hand and said with a smile, In that case, you can't stop me from finding a way out for the astragalus in our village. These words stunned Zhao Dagong and Su Wanjing. Wang Dali did not intend to explain and said directly, "Since you are here, why don't you move aside and let me meet our distinguished guest?" He smiled indifferently, as if he didn't care about any disputes. Su Wanjing felt a little impatient, thinking that the negotiations were coming to an end and Wang Dali was just here to cause trouble. She smiled slightly and asked, "Secretary Wang, what do you mean by distinguished guests? Aren't the people in the room all neighbors?" She cleverly ignored some details and gave Zhao Dagong a look, indicating that he should find a chance to come into the house to deal with me, while she continued to stop Wang Dali, pretending to be enthusiastic and caring, and even asked someone to go to the store to buy soda. Her smile was warm and natural, and her words seemed to indicate that everything was under her control. Although Wang Dali understood her intention, he still seemed a little impatient. "Secretary Su, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to buy soda. Let's get down to business." Suddenly, I leaned out of the office window and suggested that everyone sit down and drink soda. Wang Dali's eyes lit up, and he generously offered to treat us, while Zhao Dagong seemed impatient and patted Wang Dali's hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Since I'd spoken, Zhao Dagong could not insist any longer. Wang Dali looked at me with a big smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, you are really young and promising. Last month, I saw you standing with the secretary from afar. I didn't expect that you could make $1 million business at such a young age. I really admire you." I was not used to his enthusiastic handshake, so I smiled and pulled my hand back. "Secretary Wang, you are too kind. What I do is just a child's toy to the seniors." Wang Dali smiled and responded, "No, you are too modest." Wang Dali's eyes inadvertently swept to the 2 contracts on the desk, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Wanjing immediately blocked him and changed the subject. "I've bought the soda. Let's go to the yard to drink it." She seemed a little nervous and obviously didn't want him to notice the contract. I already had a plan in mind. I knew there were subtle hints in the eye contact between Wang Dali and Su Wanjing. I had already seen through the truth of the situation, and there was no point in delaying any further. I took the initiative to break the silence and suggested, "There's no rush to drink soda. Let's talk about the contract first." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanjing said eagerly, "No need." Her tone seemed a little unnatural. Then, Wang Dali answered without hesitation, "Okay." His tone was full of confidence and urgency. Just as we were about to continue talking about the contract, a third voice came from outside the office. "Contract? What contract?" Chapter 20. The sudden interruption broke the silence in the office. Everyone was startled, but I remained calm. Li Weigua hurriedly walked into the room, glanced at everyone present, and his eyes finally stopped on Wang Dali. "I heard that there was a lot of fun in your Dafeng village, so I happened to pass by and came in to take a look." Li Weigui said with a smile, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. What he meant was that Wang Dali obviously had no intention of informing everyone in advance, implying that he had an unknown purpose. Wang Dali pretended not to understand, but he was obviously hurt. Li Weigui's eyes fell on me again. "I heard that you were signing a contract. What kind of contract is it?" He walked towards me with a smile, stretched out his hand, and his tone was particularly enthusiastic. "Hey, Lin family boy, I didn't expect to meet you today. I have always heard about you and want to talk about the issue of astragalus cultivation, but I never had the chance." I sneered in my heart. People like this always speak sweetly, but are actually hypocritical. I did not show any displeasure and responded with a smile. "So you are Secretary Li, the one who contacted me yesterday?" Li Weigui's smile deepened, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Yes, I heard that you also want to buy astragalus. Our village also grows astragalus, so I came to ask about it." He looked at Wang Dali again. "I think Secretary Wang thinks the same way." Wang Dali seemed not to notice the irony, and chuckled as he said, "That's right. The astragalus will be harvested soon, so how can we let it go to waste?" After hearing this, Li Weigua was obviously calculating the negotiation between the two of them, but he remained relaxed. "There are many people, so we eat a lot and spend a lot of money," Li Weigua said meaningfully, suggesting that cooperation is needed to increase the price of astragalus. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to me and the atmosphere became tense. Li Weigua continued, "Secretary Wang, we have nothing to hide. The price of the astragalus is ultimately decided by the Lin family boy." As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze. I smiled softly and looked at them, and in my heart, I felt that this negotiation was more exciting than a soap opera. I responded with a smile. I have already told you the price, 35 yuan per pound, and I only buy those that are dried and in good condition. Li Weigua frowned. Obviously, the price was lower than he expected. Your price is too low, Li Weigua said with an unhappy tone. Wang Dali also frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with the price. I still responded calmly. I can't help it. This is the best price I can offer for my small business. I continued. Since Secretary Li doesn't like my price, it seems we can only cooperate in the future. This sentence made Li Weigua's face change instantly. He obviously didn't expect me to be so calm and not eager to cooperate with them. Instead, he acted indifferent. Li Weigua's thoughts were obviously disrupted. He originally thought that I would be led by the price and finally compromise. Lin family boy, what you said is a bit unkind. Li Weigua lowered his voice and said, everyone knows that you paid 38 yuan per caddy for the astragalus from Gugu village. Why do you say that the maximum price is 35 yuan per caddy now? This price is not honest. I nodded, then shook my head. You also said that this price is for Gugu village. He continued to explain, I was the one who supported the Huangqi in Gugu village, so naturally, I have a close relationship with it. Besides, the costs and conditions here are different, so the prices cannot be the same. Li Weigua gave a thumbs up. Well, you don't need to explain. We all understand. There was a clear implication in his words. You sincerely want the best for the people of Gugu village, so you are willing to pay them a higher price. Li Weigua said this deliberately to remind me not to pin my hopes on the people in Gugu village. The most important thing is to change my mindset quickly and try to raise the price to deceive people from other villages. Chapter 21. Even though Li Weigua brought up the matter of Gugu village, I still had no reaction, and there was not even the slightest change in the corners of my mouth. He seemed to be listening to something that had nothing to do with him, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes, as if the farce that shook the whole village did not exist at all. Li Weigua knew in his heart that at least he had made one correct judgment. I don't care at all about Gugu village stabbing me in the back. I sneered in my heart, recalling that when I learned from Su Wanjing yesterday that Li Weigua tried to plot against me, I had expected all this. What else could Li Weigua say? I was not surprised at all. It seems that Secretary Li, you have high expectations for the price of astragalus, I said casually, pointing at Su Wanjing. Originally, Secretary Su said that the astragalus from your villages was unsaleable, and I felt a little regretful. After all, the villagers have worked hard for 3 years, waiting for this harvest. I paused and smiled, but now it seems that Secretary Su was worrying too much. I glanced at Li Weigua and Secretary Wang, and an even more smug smile appeared on my face. Look, Secretary Li and Secretary Wang are obviously not in a hurry. They must have found a better way out. I patted my chest and pretended to be relieved. It seems that you two are very experienced. This little problem is nothing. However, Secretary Su, it seems that we two young people still have a lot to learn from you. I turned to Su Wanjing and said. She was angry at first, thinking that Li Weigua had taken advantage of her, but after hearing what I said, her anger instantly turned into laughter. Mr. Lin is right. We really need to ask more questions from our predecessors. Su Wanjing also pretended to be relaxed. She knew in her heart that Li Weigua and Secretary Wang were just putting on airs and trying to gain more bargaining chips. Seeing that I cooperated, she sneered at her heart. These two people are really asking for trouble. Li Weigua was choked by my words, and the words were stuck in his throat. Naturally, he didn't dare to get angry, and instead tried to smooth things over by saying, we are all doing this for the good of the village. We are all fellow villagers. Who could be as smart as you young people? He was obviously trying to kidnap me by taking advantage of our fellow villager relationship. I smiled and nodded in response. That's natural. Only when we work together can we make the astragalus cultivation business bigger and stronger. I paused, and my tone became serious. But what I fear most is that the small profits in front of me will make people do small things and eventually forget about their own big picture. I hate people like that the most. Once I meet one, I will never cooperate with him again. My tone was cold and warning, but I started planning the next step in my mind. The room fell silent. Li Weigua and Secretary Wang's faces changed. They began to wonder. Am I hinting at them? Do I already know their plan? Their eyes unconsciously turned to Su Wanjing, as if wondering if she had leaked something. I glanced at them, smiled in my heart, and pretended to be relaxed and continued. However, it can be seen that Secretary Li and Secretary Wang must have considered everything carefully. Leading the villagers to grow astragalus is for the long-term interests of everyone. and they will never make a short-sighted decision. As I said this, I did not forget to label them as honest. So, you definitely won't do anything that would bring you profit, right? I raised my eyebrows, and my joking tone made the two of them feel even more aggrieved, and they could hardly speak. However, Li Weiwa obviously did not give up and wanted to continue to find a way out for himself. It's getting late. Since we are all together, why don't I treat everyone to a simple meal so that we can have a more relaxed chat? He tried to change the subject to lighten the mood. I looked at my phone and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Secretary Lee, I appreciate your kindness. I paused with a hint of helplessness in my eyes. I have something else to do at noon. I have an appointment with several people in charge of the Astragalus base, so I have to leave first. I will definitely treat you all when I am free another day. As soon as I said this, the smiles of Li Weigua and Secretary Wang froze instantly. Su Wanjing and Zhao Dagong also began to get nervous. After all, the contract had not been signed yet. If I left, the situation would be unpredictable. Li Weigua said hurriedly, "It's almost lunchtime, Mr. Lin. Who did you make an appointment with? If it's convenient, let's go eat together. It will be lively." Obviously, he didn't want me to leave easily. Secretary Wang also spoke up. "I heard that there's a new farm nearby that stews duck very well. How about we go and try it together?" I looked at them, still smiling. "I'm so sorry. I really have something to do at noon today. I have an appointment with a few people in charge of the Astragalus base, so I have to leave first." My words confused several people. The person in charge of the Astragalus base? Where's the Astragalus base here? I patiently explained, there are several Astragalus bases in other provinces. I have been there to learn how to grow them and have established some connections. The harvest season is here, and there are some things I need to discuss with them. After saying that, I stood up and prepared to leave without stopping. The words I left behind were like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts and took a long time to dissipate. I could get Astragalus through other channels and didn't need to rely on them at all. If this is true, what should they do with the Astragalus in their village? Chapter 22. What happened between me and the Huangshi base was not just to threaten Li Weigua and the others. In fact, I had an appointment with a professor who focuses on Astragalus cultivation at noon today. Originally, we met not to discuss the purchase of Astragalus, but to discuss the planting plan of a new Astragalus variety, the new number 1 Astragalus seedling. Professor Xia Yingxin is working on cultivating this new variety. After hearing that I had successfully grown Astragalus in my hometown, she hoped that I could try to grow this new seedling here. She wanted to observe the survival rate and yield changes of new seedlings under different climate and soil conditions and study the changes in traits after planting. Of course, I was happy to participate, so we discussed the construction plan of the experimental field and made preliminary plans for the planting scale. As for whether to ask Professor Xie to help purchase Astragalus, this is not my main concern. The reason why I mention this matter is more to put some psychological pressure on Li Weigua and others, to make them realize that I am not the soft persimmon they imagined, and no one can bully me at will. Li Weigua and his team were a little nervous after hearing the news. What does Lin Qichuan mean? When did he start to contact the Astragalus base in other provinces? Li Weigua thought to himself. Su Wanjing was a little surprised and analyzed. Mr. Lin didn't study agriculture, so how could he have such a wide network of contacts? He may have gone out to learn how to grow Astragalus and made a lot of connections in the industry. She continued. No wonder he looked so calm. Facing our tense situation, he didn't panic at all. I was a little surprised by this, but I didn't refute it. Indeed, it was because of the early layout that I was able to stay calm and not rush. Li Weigua and Wang Dali were obviously not fools and soon realized the seriousness of the matter. Wang Dali even said, dissatisfiedly, "Isn't this the time to admire people? We have to think about how to solve the problem at hand. If Lin Qichuan doesn't need our Huangshi anymore, then wouldn't our 3 years of hard work be in vain?" Li Weigua also seemed anxious. He can't possibly go so far to buy Astragalus. The transportation fee is not cheap. But Su Wanjing analyzed rationally. In fact, if you calculate it, maybe even if you add the transportation cost, purchasing Astragalus from other provinces is cheaper than buying it from here. As soon as the words fell, Li Weigua's face immediately turned ugly. I didn't expect that Lin Qichuan could establish connections with people from other provinces. His vision is really extraordinary. Li Weigua felt worried, but at the same time he was secretly glad that his plan had not been leaked. If the purchase of Huangshi was exposed, he might become a laughingstock. Su Wanjing seemed to be gloating and whispered, "It seems that being young has its advantages. Keeping a low profile will not offend people." Li Weiguo was displeased after hearing this and turned around to retort. Why are you so happy now? You praised him, but in the end you didn't even sign a contract. At this time, Zhao Dagong's laughter broke the silence. He shook a contract in his hand and said proudly, Hey, that's not necessarily true. Su Wanjing quickly ran over to check the contract, and when she saw my name signed on the last page, she almost jumped up in excitement. Haha, when was it signed? I didn't even notice it. Zhao Dagong smiled and said, He must have signed it casually when we were talking outside. Li Weiguo and Wang Dali then realized that something was wrong. It turned out that I had signed the contract when they were not paying attention. Zhao Dagong recalled the scene just now and realized that I had quietly signed the contract and took the other one away. The problem of the sales of Huangqi was finally resolved. At this moment, Su Wanjing's phone screen lit up and she said excitedly, Uncle Dagong, the first deposit has arrived. Her tone was full of excitement, and Zhao Dagong couldn't help but look at the number on his phone with joy. It was obviously a large amount. Looking back, they were under tremendous pressure to promote the Escalated cultivation project. Although the villagers supported it on the surface, in private, who dared to really look favorably on this firewood-like herb, many people secretly questioned, what is this thing worth? However, the successful sales of the first batch of astragalus from Gugu village finally dispelled these doubts. Seeing the village becoming more prosperous, the villagers gradually began to see a spark of hope. Nowadays, astragalus cultivation is no longer a laughingstock, but has become a way to get rich in everyone's mind. In the past half-month, villagers have been asking about the harvest time of astragalus, their eyes full of anticipation. They are looking forward to using this income to build new houses and live a better life. Chapter 23. After Zhao Dagong and Su Wanjing learned that the buyer had run away, they were anxious and their lips were covered with blisters, but they did not dare to tell the villagers. Despite this, the news leaked out, and the atmosphere in the village suddenly became heavy. Seeing the deposit in hand, Zhao Dagong breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew that the challenge had just begun. This news must be spread quickly, and everyone should know the good news. Zhao Dagong decided to notify the villagers in the group first. Su Wanjing nodded in agreement, but she still felt a little uneasy. At the same time, we must remind everyone that the guards of the Huangqi land cannot be relaxed. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong during this period. Zhao Dagong said seriously. Yes, we must add more manpower to ensure the safety of the fields. The astragalus field in the village is located close to the village entrance, which is convenient for transportation. Normally he guards it alone, but now the situation is different. The value of the astragalus has far exceeded before. The buyer's escape has made him feel more pressured. I have to discuss this with Dagua. Zhao Dagong decided to discuss this with his cousin, Dagua, the captain of the Dafeng Village Public Security Brigade. The problem of the astragalus field cannot be taken lightly. If he does not step forward, the interests of the village may be damaged. Li Weiguo and Wang Dali watched silently from the side, but their hearts were filled with turbulent waves. Wang Dali saw Su Wanjing smile, and his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to raise prices and gain a higher market share, but if things developed as Zhao Dagong said, all his plans might be ruined. Lin Qichuan is willing to sign a contract with Dafeng Village, which shows that he is willing to acquire it. Wang Dali tried to comfort Li Weiguo, although he was still nervous. At 35 yuan per pound, we are not losing money. Li Weiguo nodded reluctantly, but he was full of anxiety. He was worried that I had seen through their plan and would give up the acquisition. What if he doesn't accept our goods? Li Weiguo's mood became increasingly heavy. He felt that the negotiations might not go as smoothly as he expected. Wang Dali was not too worried. He said calmly, whether it will be accepted or not, we can just go and ask and find out. Li Weiguo frowned slightly, feeling even more uneasy. He knew that Wang Dali's attitude was not serious. Go and ask, Li Weiguo said impatiently. Then I'll go ask. Wang Dali agreed, but the pressure in his heart was gradually increasing. Li Weiguo couldn't hold back his anxiety and said, in that case, go ahead and ask, but we need to reach a consensus on the price. He knew that if the price was too low, the villagers might be disgusted or even cause trouble, and in the end, nothing might be accomplished. Wang Dali nodded, and although he was a little impatient with Li Weiguo's caution, he still agreed. Don't worry, I will take care of it. After saying that, he prepared to go out. Li Weiguo still had some doubts in his heart, worried that Wang Dali would do something bad behind his back. No, I'd better go with you to talk. He didn't want Wang Dali to make a decision on his own, fearing that things would become more complicated. Wang Dali smiled slightly, but felt a little disappointed. Since you said so, let's go together. He knew that once Li Weiguo began to doubt, things would become complicated. So, the three of them decided to go to Gugu village to negotiate with me. Although Zhao Dagong didn't want to get involved, seeing Li Weiguo's eagerness, he decided to follow. They rode on motorcycles under the scorching sun, their clothes soaked with sweat. Zhao Dagong took off a straw hat and fanned himself, wondering if this negotiation would go smoothly. After arriving at Gugu village, Zhao Dagong immediately noticed a familiar white car parked under the banyan tree at the entrance of the village. He identified the license plate and said, "It's Lin Qichuan's car. It seems he has returned." Zhao Dagong breathed a sigh of relief as he finally saw me. He turned to Li Weiguo and asked, "When will Secretary Huang arrive? Have you contacted him?" Li Weiguo nodded. He said he left half an hour ago, so he should be here soon. Zhao Dagong looked around and knew that my car was already here, so he prepared to wait for a while. He picked up the apple on the back seat of the motorcycle and handed it to Li Weiguo. "Have you contacted Secretary Huang?" At this time, the window of a house at the entrance of the village suddenly opened. Ma Yukai stuck his head out of the house and heard the roar of a motorcycle. He looked at the door and was suddenly stunned. Seeing the three figures, Ma Yukai was shocked and immediately jumped up from his chair. "Why are these three guys here?" He was shocked and filled with confusion and anxiety. Chapter 24. Ma Yotsai's back injury did not stop him. He hurried out of the house and saw Zhao Dagong and his group. He couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you come here suddenly? What happened?" He looked at Li Weiguo and Wang Dali and felt that they could understand it. But why did Zhao Dagong, the retired former party secretary, come along? Ma Yotsai's eyes fell on the gifts in their hands. Apples, oranges, and milk. He was puzzled and asked, "Are you here to see me?" He just twisted his waist. It was nothing serious. Why would someone come to his house specifically? It didn't seem that the relationship between them was that serious. But seeing the guests bringing gifts, Ma Yukai forced a smile, thinking, since they brought gifts, I have to do something to show my appreciation. He smiled and said, "I just twisted my waist, it's not a big deal." As he spoke, he reached out to take the apple that Zhao Dagong handed over, but saw Zhao Dagong, turned his hand away, and did not give him the apple. Zhao Dagong smiled and said, "Secretary Ma, did you sprain your waist?" Ma Yukai was shocked by these words, and he immediately realized that they were not here to see him. Zhao Dagong continued, "Don't be nervous. This is not a business trip, but a private visit." Wang Dali also smiled and said, "I just happened to pass by and brought some things with me." They originally planned to come empty-handed, but later decided to bring some things. Then, Wang Dali mentioned that they were going to the village to look for me, and Ma Yukai was shocked. He had been dissatisfied with me ever since Ma Shanshan's live broadcast last night. He had planned to go to my house last night, but he returned empty-handed and was scolded by the Lins. When he heard my name, his anger surged again. Li Weiguo mentioned the astragalus. The first batch of astragalus can be harvested this year, and we plan to plant a new batch of astragalus seedlings. Zhao Dagong took over the topic. "Speaking of astragalus, the boy from the Lin family knows the most, and we are here to find him." Ma Yotsai's heart moved. When did he mention the new variety of astragalus? How did Zhao Dagong and the others know this? He instinctively wanted to ask, but he was worried that his falling out with me would be exposed. He changed the subject and asked, "How is the harvest of astragalus this year? I heard that the medicine dealer in your village is not from a big company." He said tentatively, "You'd better be careful, or else the person might run away and all your efforts will be in vain." Zhao Dagong remained calm and responded calmly. "Secretary Ma has thought it through carefully, but don't worry. Our village's partner paid the deposit this morning and the matter has been settled." His tone was full of confidence. Wang Dali and Li Weiguo felt heavy-hearted when they heard this. Although Ma Yukai did not expose them, they also knew that their problem of Huangqi had not been solved. On the surface, they could only smile and keep silent, fearing that they would be exposed. Hearing this, Ma Yukai felt a little relieved. At least these people were not looking for me. He nodded, putting aside his worries, but still had doubts. Although Zhao Dagong's words were firm, he knew that I had never mentioned partners, so why did I suddenly mention the deposit today? He put aside his doubts and said coldly, "Since you want to go find the Lin family kid, I won't entertain you." He held his waist and pretended to be in pain and said, "I have to rest. You guys can do whatever you want." Zhao Dagong and the other two naturally didn't want to talk to him anymore. They all expressed their consideration and prepared to leave. You should have a rest. We won't disturb you. Just as my yukai turned around and prepared to go back to the house, the sound of a motorcycle was heard outside the yard. Secretary Huang arrived, sweating profusely. Looking at the gifts in Zhao Dagong's hands, he felt a little embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me in advance everyone brought something, but I came empty-handed? It's really rude. Zhao Dagong smiled and took out a bag of dried vermicelli from the back seat of the motorcycle. This is a local specialty. I'll give it to you first. Secretary Huang took it gratefully and said, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'll buy you another one when I get back. Zhao Dagong waved his hand. Not worth mentioning. Wang Dali urged anxiously. Okay, don't delay. Let's get down to business. Secretary Huang wiped his sweat and nodded. Yes, let's go. He pointed in the direction of my home and said, the Lin family kid's home is on that path, right? Li Weiguan nodded in confirmation. Yes. I've been here to drink before and remember this road. The four of them hurried towards my house, quickening their pace and not saying much. Ma Yukai stopped in the yard, pricked up his ears to listen to the noise outside, and secretly thought about what to do next. Chapter 25. Zhao Dagong and his group did not lower their voices on purpose, so Ma Yukai in the yard heard their conversation. Why is Huang Wentuan here too? He wondered. Huang Wentuan was the nickname he gave Huang Jianping, meaning that Huang Jianping was gentle and good at compromising with others. Considering that Shangxing village also planted astragalus, Huang Jianping's arrival did not seem strange. But Ma Yukai always felt uncomfortable. The appearance of several people together made him feel somewhat excluded. He regretted not joining the group chat. Even if he didn't participate, he could still receive messages at any time. What made him even more uneasy was a premonition that something wrong was about to happen. Could it be that Zhao Dagong and Li Weigua had other reasons for coming to see me? Thinking that Ma Shanshan's live broadcast was not reliable and the sales of Huangqi still depended on me, Ma Yukai decided to call Aunt Rome. You keep an eye on them and see what they want to do by coming to our house. Aunt Rome was an expert at getting information. Knowing my Yotsai's identity, she promised to keep a close eye on them. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Dagong and his friends arrived at my door, Aunt Rome was already waiting nearby. Is this the one? Zhao Dagong stood in front of the door hesitantly. Li Weigua also vaguely remembered the location. It should bite. Wang Dali went straight forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few times the sound shook the whole yard. Inside the house, my parents were sitting in the living room watching TV and eating corn. My family planted several acres of astragalus. I had just finished taking a shower and didn't hear the knock on the door. It was my mother, Kai Linghua, who heard the noise and mistakenly thought it was someone from the village looking for trouble. Why are you knocking? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? She angrily picked up the broom and rushed out the door, swinging it directly. Oh my God! Wang Dali took 2 steps back in fear and almost stepped on Zhao Dagong. Zhao Dagong and the others were also stunned. They didn't expect to be greeted with a broom when they knocked on the door. Zhao Dagong came to his senses and thought that my family might have been bothered recently, and he understood this reaction. When my mother saw them, she felt unfamiliar with them, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked carefully and found that they were not from Guga village. She was immediately embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I thought you were looking for trouble. She quickly put away the broom and asked with a smile, Who are you looking for? Wang Dali looked at the broom and hesitated. Is this Lin Qichuan's house? After my mother confirmed it, she led them into the house. Dad also came out and saw Zhao Dagong and hesitated for a moment. Are you Secretary Zhao? Former party secretary, retired a long time ago. Zhao Dagong smiled and waved his hand, introducing several other village cadres. My parents realized that these people were cadres from neighboring villages, and they all grew astragalus. They looked at each other and understood. Could it be that Chuan has been running around recently just to talk about astragalus? Since it was a serious matter, my father quickly invited them to sit in the house, and my mother also brought herbal tea. Chuan is taking a shower. I'll go call him. My mother called me as she walked upstairs. Don't rush him. Let us old guys cool down first. Zhao Dagong waved his hand, and everyone sat down and chatted. Dad also adjusted the angle of the fan and talked about this year's weather. My mother knocked on the bathroom door. Chuaner, someone is looking for you. I asked while drying my hair. Who is it? She whispered. It's the party secretaries of several villages. They're all waiting for you downstairs. I was shocked. I didn't expect them to come so soon. It seemed that the matter was going well. It's okay. It's a good thing. I smiled and comforted her. That's good. My mother breathed a sigh of relief and went to the kitchen to prepare the jelly. She muttered, "Fortunately, I made more today," while taking out a basket from the well water. In the basket was the jelly she had made that morning. Just as she was about to bring it into the kitchen, she suddenly saw a head sticking out from the wall and was startled. "Who's outside?" Chapter 26. Kai Linghua was startled by the sudden shock. After she came to her senses, she immediately realized who was standing in the corner and eavesdropping. Without much hesitation, she turned around, grabbed the dirty basin beside her, and threw it fiercely. When Aunt Rong, who was exposed, heard Kai Linghua's cry, she immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around to escape. But she obviously underestimated the height of the wall and its unstable support. When the Lin family built the wall, they built it very high. In order to eavesdrop, Aunt Rong stood on a tattered wooden stool with a few bricks piled on top and could only barely see what was going on in the yard by standing on tiptoe. After she was discovered, she ran away in panic, but she didn't expect that the wooden bench and bricks under her feet had begun to shake and were about to fall apart. At this moment, the basin of dirty water splashed on her. She instinctively leaned back, but the wooden bench shook violently. She lost her balance, her body suddenly leaned back, and with a scream, she fell heavily to the ground. The people in the house heard the noise and ran out to see what happened. Upon seeing this, Kai Linghua immediately shouted, "There's a thief stealing against the wall." When Lin Jiaxing heard this, he guessed that the eavesdropper was none other than Aunt Rong. He pretended to be unaware and picked up a shovel beside him. "Where is the thief?" Seeing this, several village party secretaries nearby rolled up their sleeves and shouted in unison, "Where did the thief go?" In the countryside, when something happens, everyone will immediately step forward to help, especially when it comes to catching thieves, which is the responsibility of the entire village. Everyone knows that if they don't help and the thief gets away, the village's reputation will be ruined and they'll be more likely to become targets for thieves in the future. So, when the villagers saw Kai Linghua shouting that there was a thief, they all took action and rushed to the place she pointed. However, when they arrived at the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The wall of Lin Jiaxing's house was very close to Aunt Rong's house. The distance between the walls was less than 1 meter, and there was even a small drainage ditch dug. The scene in front of me was shocking. In addition to the wooden benches and bricks scattered on the ground, Aunt Rong was half kneeling beside the gutter, holding her waist in great pain. Lin Jiaxing recognized her at a glance and shouted, "Aunt Rong, why are you here?" Zhao Dagong and others also widened their eyes, looking at the scattered bricks and broken wooden benches, and instantly understood what had happened. For a moment, several people were angry. How did Gugu village become like this? What if someone deliberately instigated Aunt Rong to eavesdrop? Zhao Dagong and others exchanged glances, then nodded in tacit understanding, and came up with a plan in mind. No matter what, being eavesdropped on is always an uncomfortable thing, especially when everyone in the village is so familiar with you. Obviously, we have to ask the village party secretary Mai Yukai for an explanation. However, Aunt Rong was obviously not prepared to face all this. The embarrassment just now had not yet passed. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, she quickly turned around and planned to fight back. Aunt Rong's eyes turned, and suddenly a villain came to complain first. "Lin Jiaxing, you bastard. I accidentally bumped into your house while walking. Did I provoke you? Your wife splashed water on me, and I was scared to death." She complained and covered her waist in pain, shouting, "Ouch, my waist. I can't move at all. I fell like this. I don't know if I will be unable to move in the future. Your family must compensate me." Her wails echoed in the empty yard, as if she was really a victim. If it weren't for the evidence scattered on the ground, outsiders might have sympathized with her after hearing her say that. Kai Linghua couldn't help but laugh out of anger when she heard her words. She had already made a plan in her mind and stood up directly. "You are so good, Aunt Rong. How dare you say that? You even took advantage of eavesdropping on my family affairs and dared to bite back." She picked up the broom next to her, and before Aunt Rong could react, she swung it violently, hitting her hard. Aunt Rong screamed in pain, unable to dodge, and could only wail, "Ouch! Stop hitting me, it hurts so much." While beating her, Kai Linghua angrily cursed, "You shameless old woman! You actually stole my old hen. I have raised my old hen for 2 years, and you stole it. Today I will teach you a lesson." She swung the broom and hit Aunt Rong directly on the body, slapping her one after another. Aunt Rong had no way to resist and could only hold her head on the ground and scream. shaking with anger. Lin Jiaxing stood nearby, watching this scene, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't expect that Kai Linghua would be so bold in hitting people now, and he had never seen her so aggressive before. However, the village cadres nearby couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when they saw this scene. Although Kai Linghua enjoyed the beating, Aunt Rong was also a person in the village after all, so such a thing could not be left unchecked. So Secretary Huang stepped forward and advised, "Don't beat her anymore, Kai Linghua. It's not okay if she gets hurt." Several village party secretaries hurried forward to pull Kai Linghua away and stop her from continuing. Then, they decided to notify Ma Yukai immediately and ask him to come over and deal with the matter. The atmosphere in the village was tense. Everyone knew that Aunt Rong would not let it go after making such a big fuss today. Chapter 27. Kai Linghua originally just wanted to vent her anger and had no intention of hurting Aunt Rong. But after being stopped, she did not give up, but became even more arrogant in front of everyone. She warned in a cold voice, "Li Rongmei, if you dare to steal again, I will break your hands." Aunt Rong was so angry that she retorted, "Who would want to steal those broken things in your house?" As she spoke, her attitude became more arrogant. Kai Linghua didn't waste any time talking to her and rushed straight into Aunt Rong's house. She started moving out the piles of stolen items and threw them at the door. 20 or 30 items, including steaming graters, large earthenware basins, rags, aprons, etc., were thrown out one by one. Kai Linghua said sarcastically, "This is a habitual thief. He doesn't even mention the food and daily necessities. Look at these rags." She spat at Aunt Rong angrily, picked up a shovel, and smashed the items. "I don't want to give you my things even if I smash them." Aunt Rong was heartbroken when she saw the items being destroyed. She was so angry that she wanted to rush up and fight with Kai Linghua. Kai Linghua raised her shovel and said fearlessly, "Come on, let's see who won't let go." There is no man in Aunt Rong's family. Her children all work outside, and she only has her husband, Hu Yaowei, an alcoholic. Although Kai Linghua was usually tolerant, she refused to give in today. She was as powerful as thunder and quickly suppressed Aunt Rong's arrogance. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Aunt Rong tried to escape, screaming, "Murder! Murder!" The crowd around originally wanted to stand up for Aunt Rong, but seeing Kai Linghua so strong, they all backed off. Zhao Dagong and a few others were powerless to dissuade them, and they just pretended to persuade them and stayed away from them. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but stare in amazement. At this moment, I watched my mother's heroic appearance from the balcony upstairs and couldn't help whistling. I like my mother when she is gentle, and I admire her even more when she is so fierce like now. That's how it should be, to dare to fight back against those who are making trouble. I came down from the stairs and saw my Yukai running towards me in a hurry, breathlessly trying to drive away the onlookers, but he was powerless to do anything. Facing Aunt Rong, although he was very powerful verbally, he was actually afraid and could not really deal with it. Seeing this, I felt a little disappointed. Zhao Dagong and Li Weigua also began to shake their heads and sigh. Ma Yukai finally began to try to calm the situation, shouting, "Lin family, put down the shovel quickly." However, he himself did not step forward. Kai Linghua responded with disdain, "Come over here and take a few hits for her if you have the guts." Ma Yukai was so scared that he took 2 steps back and didn't dare to get close at all. Finally, Zhao Dagong came out to persuade Kai Linghua to calm down, saying that Aunt Rong was already scared enough. At this time, Aunt Rong was unwilling to give in and took the opportunity to ask for compensation, and even mentioned that she had stolen things. Li Weigua immediately responded, "Today's incident started with Aunt Rong stealing something." This sentence made Ma Yotsai's face change instantly, and in the end he could only weakly say that he would wait for her husband to come back before dealing with it. Aunt Rong finally stopped making trouble after being persuaded by everyone. When Ma Yukai and Zhao Dagong were about to leave, I stood on the threshold, leisurely eating melon seeds, happily watching this farce. My mother's majesty makes me proud, but Ma Yotsai's cowardice and incompetence make me disappointed. Finally, I clapped my hands and turned to the village cadres present. "I'm sorry, everyone just watched a lot of fun. I came here today to talk to you about the purchase of Astragalus." Everyone stopped and turned to look at me, ready to listen to my formal talk. Chapter 28. Purchase of Astragalus? Purchase of what Astragalus? Are you going to sell Astragalus? As soon as the news spread, It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone realized that this was directly related to their livelihood. There was a lot of discussion, and the atmosphere was tense for a while. A tall and thin man waved his hand and shouted, "Let me make it clear first. If the price is 1 cent less, we will definitely not sell it." Others echoed, "We will not sell it if the price is less." A few months ago, the price of astragalus was 38 yuan per caddy, and everyone was smiling and felt that they had made a good deal. But as the price threatened to rise to $51, $38 suddenly seemed insignificant, and everyone couldn't help but think that I was getting a good deal, or even that he was bargaining with them. Now, everyone wanted me to give in, but how can it be so easy? As everyone was discussing, my yukai seemed anxious, and he shouted anxiously, "Shut up, everyone, shut up." He looked at the village party secretaries, worried that if these words were spread, people from other villages might take the opportunity to cause trouble. "Don't make so much noise here. Don't you see they're guests? Aren't you afraid of losing face?" He shouted and signaled other village cadres to quickly organize people to disperse. He pointed at the thin and tall man who was speaking and criticized, "If you have anything to say, discuss it behind closed doors. Don't shout here. You just want people to know that you have astragalus so that you can make a lot of money." After being criticized, the tall and thin man realized that he was a little impulsive. Although he did not directly quote a price, he was still not convinced. "I didn't say anything wrong," he muttered in a low voice, and when he saw my yukai glaring at him, he quickly shut up and left. Before leaving, he couldn't help but turn back and shouted, "Don't be so cruel this time. You must pay us every penny, including the principal and interest. Yes, everything must be calculated clearly." Under my yotsai's angry glare, everyone dispersed in disappointment, but the discussion on the price of astragalus was not over. Some people began to be dissatisfied with my yotsai's temper. My yotsai's official power is getting bigger and bigger. How dare he be so arrogant when his live broadcast is so bad? Some people are too ambitious and think that as long as the price of astragalus can go up, they can just sell it. If he messes up, we'll settle the score with him anyway. Some people began to worry. Why do the party secretaries of other villages want to find Lin Chichuan? Are they trying to sell the astragalus to him? As soon as this was said, other villagers were immediately dissatisfied. Do they dare? Do they think we in Gugu village are easy to bully? One of them retorted, "With so much money, who wouldn't want to give it a try? If it were you, you would dare to." The tall and thin man sneered. "If they dare to sell, then I want to ask if Lin Chichuan dares to buy it. His family is all in the village. Do you still want to live there in the future?" The topic turned to whether I dared to go against the whole village. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't think he has the guts. Otherwise, just wait and see." However, if I were here, I would say, not only have, but also dare. Standing on the threshold, I looked at my yukai with a cold smile on my face. I slowly said, "What's the matter, Secretary Ma? Are you thinking that I will be happy to welcome you in?" My yukai had a gloomy face and a sharp gaze. He asked in a cold voice, "What's the matter with the purchase of Huangqi?" I knew he was getting uneasy. I chuckled and narrowed my eyes. "None of your business." This provocative tone shocked Zhao Dago, while Li Weigua and Wang Dali became serious. At this moment, I was completely different from the gentle and polite person I had been in the Dafeng Village Committee. I showed my sharp fangs and did not hide my attitude at all. Li Weigua and Wang Dali finally realized that they might have underestimated me and began to secretly regret their previous behavior. My yotsai's reaction was the most obvious. He was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, and he wanted to curse loudly. But when he saw Li Weigua and others next to him, he hesitated and swallowed his words. When Zhao Dagong and his companions entered the village, they clearly came to inquire about the astragalus seedlings, but I suddenly mentioned purchasing astragalus, and the situation became chaotic. Li Weigua looked at my changing expression, twisted his fingers lightly, and asked in a puzzled manner, "What do you mean by purchasing astragalus? Aren't we here to inquire about Miao's matter?" He pretended to be ignorant and said, "Even if we want to buy seedlings, we have to wait until next spring. Why did you decide so early?" Then his face turned painful. "We haven't collected the astragalus in our village yet, so we won't be able to raise the money in a short time." Wang Dali went on to say, "We also plan to expand the planting area and double the scale. How can we possibly raise the money so quickly?" As they spoke, they glanced at me with pleading eyes. I raised my eyebrows. I had already made up my mind not to collect any more astragalus from Gugu village, nor to let my yukai get involved. I mention this only to give them a warning. Li Weigua and others acted together, and the situation calmed down. Ma Yotsai's heart began to waver, and he gradually believed that I was scaring them. Before leaving, he said in a cold and hard tone, "Don't forget, you are also from Gugu Village." This was both a reminder and a warning. When he turned to leave, he was full of dissatisfaction and anger, and I gently pushed open the door and said, "Come in." Chapter 29. Li Weigua and Wang Dali looked at each other. Their hearts tightened, but they still followed Zhao Dagong into the yard obediently. In less than 10 minutes, they came out of my house with complicated expressions and the contract in their hands, as if they had not yet recovered from the situation just now. Huang Jianping looked surprised and doubtful. He pinched himself and screamed, then laughed like a child. "It's done. This is real." He stroked the contract like a treasure. Wang Dali's mouth curled up slightly, but a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. They originally thought that I would take the opportunity to make trouble, dig up old accounts, and dig a hole for them to jump into. But I'm not interested in wasting time. As soon as I sat down, I got straight to the point. You all know the current situation, so I won't beat around the bush. 35 yuan per pound. If you have no objection, just sign it. There is also a supplementary agreement. Starting next year, I will have priority in purchasing, and the planning scale will also be based on my decision. This is an opportunity that I have worked so hard for several months, and I cannot afford to lose it. Not for this year's astragalus, but for the control I will have in the next few years. And they actually mistakenly thought that this was a long-term commitment from me, as if I was planning to be tied to them forever. I didn't point out their misunderstanding, but just asked them to print out the contracts and send them over one by one, and watch them smile so hard that they couldn't stop. Zhao Dagong could no longer sit still and try to test the waters. Shaolin, our village's supplementary agreement hasn't been signed yet. He was no longer the village party secretary and had no authority to make the final decision on such matters, so he seemed a little anxious. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dafeng Village will be there too." After I said that, he really laughed. Actually, I'd already made arrangements, but it was not the time yet, so I couldn't reveal it in advance. After signing, I looked at the time. It was time for me to talk to the professor, so I let them go. After they left the room, they came to their senses. After the excitement, they began to feel a little suspicious. Huang Jianping smacked his lips. "Isn't this a bit too easy?" Wang Dali flipped through the contract. It's written in black and white. There's no way around it. But Li Weig was suddenly exclaimed, "No. Deposit. He signed a contract with Dafeng Village before. Didn't he pay the deposit? We didn't get it." Huang Jianping panicked when he heard this. "Is there a deposit?" Li Weiguo whispered about the situation, and the two of them immediately changed their expressions. He was about to turn around and look for me, but Wang Dali stopped him and said, "Don't go, he changed it on purpose." There was a deposit in the old contract, but there is none now, which means he has no intention of giving it at all. When Wang Dali said this, his eyes unconsciously fell on Zhao Dagong with a bit of sourness. Why can Gugu Village and Dafeng Village get the deposit, but they don't deserve it? Why don't we go and ask? We are from the same village. It's not appropriate to treat us differently. Zhao Dagong smiled and replied calmly, "If you're not afraid that he will bring up the old scores, then go ahead." Li Weigua immediately shut up. No matter how unbalanced he felt, he didn't dare to really go and get into trouble. This kid is too calculative. He muttered quietly. Zhao Dagong ignored him and said with a smile, "The money won't fly away. He will give it to you sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry?" Huang Jianping rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Don't be so proud of yourself." Zhao Dagong clapped his hands. "Okay, today is a happy occasion. Don't worry about these things. Let's go and have a couple of drinks." He looked around and lowered his voice, "But don't spread this beforehand. It would be bad if complications arise." Several people nodded. If Gugu Village knew about this, there would be an uproar. As they were talking, an ear was pressed against the wall. Aunt Rome, who had just been punished by Kai Linghua, came back quietly to eavesdrop. When she heard the words contract and deposit, she immediately became suspicious and quickly called my Yukai. I couldn't hear clearly, but I saw that they all had papers in their hands and were smiling like it was New Year's Day. When my Yukai heard the word contract, he felt a chill in his heart and jumped out of bed. He opened the window and saw that Zhao Dagong and his friends were about to leave on their bikes, and they were actually holding the contract in their hands. His mind suddenly exploded. I bypassed him and signed a contract privately. He immediately roared, "No one is allowed to leave." Chapter 30. No one is allowed to leave. My Yotsai's words exploded in the air like thunder, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He forced a smile and looked at Zhao Dagong and the other three. It's rare that you're all here. It's just right that it's dinner time, so I'll treat you to a simple meal. Although the words were reluctant, they revealed a sense of helplessness. Zhao Dagong and others obviously did not expect to meet my Yukai. Normally, if this stingy village official invited them to dinner, they would definitely stay and look forward to a big meal, but today was different. They had just signed an important contract, and time was running out, so they couldn't relax easily. The four exchanged glances and rejected my Yotsai's invitation. Zhao Dagong said, I have to go back to guard the Huangqi field. Li Weigua also said, the investigation report will be handed in tomorrow. I have something else to do. Wang Dali said briefly, my wife is waiting for me to eat. Huang Jianpain smiled and added, it's no fun for me to stay alone. My Yukai stood there for a moment, feeling something was wrong. He decided not to give up and quickly took out his phone to send a message, calling on the villagers to go to Lin's house to investigate. Soon, he found that almost everyone in the village had gathered, and the scene before him made him realize that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Yukai, what are you doing? An elderly man asked. Ma Lianyan, my Yotsai's great-uncle, was already over 70 years old, but he still took the trouble to come. Ma Yukai explained, I suspect those village party secretaries have problems and may be planning to dig up our astragalus. Ma Lianyan slapped his thigh anxiously. Astragalus is the treasure of our village. Don't let others take advantage of it. Ma Yukai took a deep breath and said, they ran away. I have to go find Lin Qichuan and ask him clearly. The other villagers also echoed him, their emotions tense. Just when Ma Yukai was busy, I had just hung up the phone with the professor when I heard a knock on the door. Ma Yukai and a group of aggressive people were standing outside the door. Kai Linghua asked in confusion, who is it again? I answered calmly, it's a few secretaries who forgot to discuss something. Then I walked out and closed the iron gate. Lin Jiaxing heard the sound and walked out of the house. Seeing the iron door closed, he asked in confusion, why don't you come in if you have something to do? I replied, it's not appropriate to let anyone in to see what's happening outside. Lin Jiaxing was stunned for a moment, feeling a little uneasy. He wanted to open the door to check, but there was no one outside. I laughed inwardly, knowing that they couldn't get into the house, so I took the opportunity to lead them to the village committee. I had a feeling that today's situation would not be simple. They all looked at me, clearly feeling a little uneasy. The tall and thin man whispered, Uncle Yukai, what are you afraid of? We are not afraid of him. He didn't understand my position in the village. Ma Yukai glared at him and said, that's Lin Qichuan. If things get out of hand, I'll be the one in trouble. Ma Yukai was obviously concerned about the situation and began to think about how to deal with it. Zhang Lu didn't care at all. He thought I was just a foreigner and nothing to be afraid of. Ma Yukai had his own plans and observed the situation calmly. Although Zhang Lu was confident that he could handle me easily, he didn't know the strength behind me. This kid is getting a little cocky. Ma Yukai muttered in a low voice with a sneer in his eyes. It's time to teach him a lesson. He hinted to Zhang Lu to take action. Let's do it in a moment. Zhang Lu was full of confidence after hearing this and was ready to teach him a lesson. He thought that I was just a college student with little practical experience and that I could never be his opponent. In the past, Ma Yukai supported him from behind, and Zhang Lu did not dare to attack me. But this time, after receiving my Yotsai's instructions, he felt a little excited. Wait and see how I deal with you today, Lin Qichuan. 3-1. Who gave you the courage? The village committee is not far from my Yotsai's home, and it also has a yard and several bungalows. There's a decades-old jujube tree planted in the yard, providing a cool shade under its canopy. Dozens of people rushed in and soon filled the ground. Lin Qichuan stood on the steps and first glanced at one of the bungalows. There was a sign with black letters on a white background hanging above it, Chuanlu Studio. This is the studio that Lin Qichuan set up in a room borrowed from the village committee. His gaze lingered on the window for a moment, and after confirming that the red dot above was still flashing, he felt relieved. He didn't mind the dirt and sat down on the steps carelessly, with his chin propped up and looking at the villagers who were sitting, squatting, or standing on the ground. Okay, why do you come to me with such fanfare? What's the matter? Zhang Lu, who had received the instruction, immediately raised his arms and shouted, when will you send our deposit? Last year, in order to encourage everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Qichuan paid the deposit for Astragalus early on. There has been no movement so far this year. Deposit? What deposit? Lin Qichuan looked at Zhang Lu as if he were a fool. Didn't you say you wouldn't sell me the astragalus? If the deal fails, where will the deposit come from? What kind of dream are you having? Zhang Lu was not convinced. We never said we wouldn't sell you the astragalus. We just asked you to buy it for 50 yuan per pound. You've made so much money from us. What's wrong with paying this price? Other villagers echoed. That's what I mean. We didn't take advantage of you. We just let you buy it at the price given by the buyer. It's just a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other. If you don't even agree to do this little favor, are you still a person from Gugu village? Zhang Lu felt even more proud with the cheers from everyone. He walked forward and looked down at Lin Qichuan with his chin raised. You haven't read so much that you've become stupid, have you? You don't even understand the ways of the world, right? If we had been more careful, we would have gotten it done long ago. Do you still need us to urge you again and again? Lin Qichuan sneered. Since you take it for granted to ask for money, why don't you just go up and rob my house? Zhang Lu thought, I would like to do that, but isn't burglary against the law? He is still waiting to get the money to marry a wife, so he can't just stay there. He snapped his fingers together, made a crackling sound, and glanced at Lin Qichuan with a crooked mouth and a scoundrel look. You are just insulting my brother Lu by saying this. Am I someone who needs to be robbed? We are neighbors, and I held you in my arms when you were little. Please open up. As a person, I have a principle in everything I do. Those who listen to me are my good brothers. I will protect you wherever you are in town. If you don't listen to me, that means you don't recognize me as your brother. That's unkind of you. Don't blame me for being unjust. Ma Yukai, who was standing by, came out and shouted at the right time. We are all from the village. Why are you saying this? Zhang Lu trembled his eyebrows and complained. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told him to drag his feet like a woman? He can't even handle the smallest things properly. I'm anxious to get the money to marry a wife who will give birth to a big fat boy for me. Ma Yukai sighed. I know everyone is having a hard time, and they're all waiting for money to do big things. He pointed at a tanned, middle-aged man in the crowd and said, Looks like Ague. His family only built half of their house when they ran out of money. To this day, they haven't added on to the house yet. It's going to be cold soon, and I don't know how the whole family is going to survive the winter. Lin Qichuan looked at the two of them singing the same tune, one acting ruthless while the other one acting pitiful. They seemed to be a good match. Unfortunately, he didn't fall for it at all. Like that Ague, he knew that once this man got the money, he and his family would squander a lot of it lavishly. If it weren't for the government's housing subsidy, his family wouldn't even have built that half of the house. What's so pitiful about such a person? But people can't help being thick-skinned. As soon as Ma Yukai pointed it out, Ague immediately started acting with tears and snot. It's so cold, and without money, won't our family freeze to death? He called upon a few others, and they all started to perform together. In short, everyone has their own misery, and they're all waiting for him to spend 50 yuan per pound to buy astragalus to save their lives. Ma Yukai expressed satisfaction with everyone's exaggerated acting skills. These are the people who watched you grow up. Can you bear to see them suffer? They all need your help. You have done this today in front of all the villagers. Who wouldn't praise you for being capable? Why are you going to listen to what people from other villages say? Do you really believe their compliments about your youth and potential? Those people are full of evil intentions and want us in Gugu village to suffer misfortune. If you really fall for it, you will be sorry for the trust that so many uncles and elders have placed in you. Lin Qichuan was tired of watching their performances and felt a little disgusted. You worry a lot. He spread his hands, but I got my work done today. I wonder if there's anything else I need to do. Hearing him say that, Zhang Lu, who was not very smart, immediately asked happily, Have you transferred the deposit to us? He immediately looked at Ma Yukai. Uncle Yukai, has the money arrived? Can we share the money today? When the people below heard that they could share the money, they immediately started to make a commotion. We need cash at home. Cash is safer when hidden at home. If you want to divide the cash, you have to go to the bank to withdraw money first. Then let Yukai go to town this afternoon to get the money back. After I divide the money, I will buy the big TV I've been eyeing for a long time and put it in my house to make it brighter. My little grandson is clamoring for the latest model of Apple or Pear phone. Buy it for him right now. Thinking that he would be able to marry soon, Zhang Lu did not forget to ask, Uncle, I will take you to town later. You must check the bill to see if it is 50 yuan per pound. Yes, not even a cent less. Listening to various discussions urging him to go to the bank to share the money, the veins on my Yotsai's forehead throbbed. He shouted loudly, What are you making so much noise for? Be quiet. The money hasn't even arrived yet. What's the point of sharing it? The village bank account is linked to his mobile phone. How could he not know whether the money has arrived or not? If he knew the money had arrived, would he still be acting like a grandson? Since the money has not arrived, Lin Chichuan's words just now have another meaning. Ma Yukai thought of the only possibility, and his eyes suddenly became angry. Did you collude with people from other villages and buy the astragalus from him? As soon as these words were spoken, the huge yard suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Lin Chichuan in shock or fear. Lin Chichuan, who was surrounded by them, calmly gave Ma Yukai a thumbs up. As expected of our village party secretary, you are really smart. You have guessed it. You're crazy. Ma Yukai was so angry that he almost poked his finger at his forehead. How dare you? Lin Chichuan slapped his hand away and said, people die for money, and birds die for food. This is what you taught me, Uncle Yukai. They're willing to sell it for 35 pounds. Why should I buy it for 51 pounds? The people below listened to the conversation between the two and finally realized what was going on. Lin Chichuan actually went to buy astragalus from other villages. What about the astragalus in our village? You bought someone else's, so who are we going to sell ours to? Is there no money left? Oh, how can we live like that? This is not okay. Absolutely not okay. Who gave you the courage? The wife in Zhang Lu's dream disappeared. This time, without any need for my Yotsai's instructions, he rushed over angrily, grabbed Lin Chichuan's collar, and lifted him up. Who allowed you to buy it? 3-2, you broke his hand. The ferocious facial features magnified before my eyes. Lin Chichuan leaned back with some disgust. In Zhang Lu's opinion, this behavior showed fear. He tilted one corner of his mouth, moved his head forward, and his voice was as vicious as that of Grandma Wolf on TV. You'd better be smart and hand over the contract. Otherwise my fist won't have eyes. As he said this, he deliberately put his fist under Lin Chichuan's eyes and shook it twice, full of threat. Ma Yukai, who was standing aside, stood very steadily with his hands folded, but he kept groaning. Hey, Zhanglu, what are you doing, you little bastard? Let Achuan go quickly. What if you hurt him? Hey, we are a civilized village. We can't fight or cause trouble. Zhang Lu put on a fierce expression, turned around and yelled, Shut up. If we can't sell the astragalus that we have worked so hard to grow, it will cut off my source of income. I'm putting this out there today. If this matter isn't handled properly, I can't guarantee what I'll do. The people below didn't know that Zhang Lu and Ma Yukai had already colluded. Seeing Zhang Lu's ruffian-like appearance, they were a little scared for a moment, fearing that he would really do something stupid. Everyone suddenly became quiet and dared not make any more noise. But their eyes revealed their little thoughts. Make a fuss, make it bigger. If Lin Chichuan is scared, he should just spit out the money. Lin Chichuan's gaze swept over and happened to meet their eager eyes. He curled the corners of his mouth in disdain, causing many of them to look away unnaturally. Ma Yukai on the side pretended to be frightened by Zhang Lu and patted his chest to persuade Lin Chichuan. You can see that the villagers are pinning their hopes on these astragalus fields. If we can't sell the astragalus this year, and everyone has no income, and it causes public outrage, then even I, the village party secretary, won't be able to protect you. You have to think carefully about how to weigh this matter. While speaking, he did not forget to wink at Zhang Lu. Among the villagers who were watching, some smart ones probably understood what was going on and stood up immediately. If we don't get paid this year, then no one will live. When the time comes, I will find a rope and hang myself in front of the Lin family's door. After Zhang Lu received my Yotsai's secret signal, the ferocity on his face increased a bit. He raised his fist and said angrily, Why do you want me to talk so much nonsense? Beat him up first, and he will behave himself. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ma Yukai came up and hugged his arm, stopping his movements to prevent Zhang Lu's fist from really landing on Lin Chichuan's face, while also observing the changes in Lin Chichuan's expression. Lin Chichuan looked at these people acting in unison, with a leisurely expression on his face. Ma Yukai let out a click and wondered why Lin Chichuan wasn't afraid. Would he rather be beaten than given? Thinking of this, Ma Yukai subconsciously let go of Zhang Lu's arm. When two parties are struggling, if one side suddenly loses its strength, the other side will definitely rush forward. Ma Yukai suddenly loosened his grip, and Zhang Lu watched his fist swing out with that force, feeling a little dazed for a moment. A punch this big would definitely leave Lin Chichuan injured. He was subconsciously a little panicked. In fact, those years of forced labor had made him a little scared, and he didn't want to go in again. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He could only watch his fist fall towards Lin Qichuan's face. There was a sound of gasps all around. No one expected that Zhang Lu would actually dare to take action. At this critical moment, Lin Qichuan supported himself on the ground with one hand, exerted force on his waist, and tilted his head to the side. He only heard a slight sound of wind passing by his ears, and his temples swayed gently. As he dodged, the fist just grazed his ear and went backwards. Zhang Lu's eyes widened for a moment, seeming a little bit unbelievable. The punch he just threw was not slow. In his eyes, Lin Qichuan was just a weakling. But Lin Qichuan actually dodged the punch. "You were the first to make the move." Lin Qichuan said this in a calm tone with his head tilted. The next second, Zhang Luhai was stunned. He reached out and grasped the hand that was holding his collar and exerted force on his wrist. Zhang Lu cried out in pain and loosened his grip on the fabric. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Lu's curse came to an abrupt end before he could finish it. Lin Qichuan twisted and pushed his wrist, and a clicking sound was heard. "Oh, my hand!" Zhang Lu's miserable cry rang out in the courtyard of the village committee. Lin Qichuan seemed to be unable to hear his wailing and simply let go of his hand. He then grabbed Zhang Lu's other hand and twisted and pushed it again, and the wailing sound was heard again. The villagers who were watching were so shocked by the shouting that their hearts trembled a few times. Looking at Zhang Lu's hands again, they were like kites with broken strings, with his palms turned outward and hanging at his sides. It makes people feel uneasy at first sight. Everyone subconsciously took a step back and moved a little further away. At the same time, I was secretly complaining, "Isn't Lin Qichuan a nerd? Why is fighting so intense?" He actually subdued Zhang Lu, a bully who loved fighting and chopped people since childhood, in one go. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the situation changed. Even the villagers who had been staring at the two of them were a little confused for a moment and couldn't see clearly what was happening. "What did you do to my hand?" Zhang Lu looked at Lin Qichuan in horror. "Why can't they move?" Ma Yukai was also a little shocked. You broke his hand? Aren't you afraid of going to jail?" He rolled his eyes and wondered whether he should call the police to scare Lin Qichuan. Unexpectedly, Lin Qichuan looked nonchalant. "Why should I be afraid of going to jail?" He was the first to attack. "I was acting in self-defense." Ma Yukai only has a junior high school education, and he was able to become the village chief thanks to policy benefits. He had seen the term self-defense on the news, but he was not very clear about what it meant. He didn't expect Lin Qichuan to come up with this statement. He was so choked that he didn't know how to refute it. "I could only lie." "Then you can't be so harsh. You've ruined him. What's going to happen to him for the rest of his life?" Lin Qichuan shook his hands and said 2 words indifferently: "Cold dish." "I haven't done it for a long time, and my wrists are a little sore from exerting too much force." "You are so cruel." Someone below couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "No matter how powerful you are, there are so many people in our village. I don't believe you can beat 10 of us alone." Lin Qichuan looked at the old man who was cursing. He cursed with a firm voice, but did not dare to take a single step forward. Lin Qichuan looked at him with disdain and said, "Since you don't accept it, how about we fight and see which one is stronger, your mouth or my fist?" 33. "Where's my Yukai? Get out here." You. The old man was so angry that he pointed at Lin Qichuan and was speechless. He is an old guy, so you can let him take advantage of his seniority and make a few arguments. If a real fight breaks out, wouldn't it be suicide if we go up there? After working hard all his life, he finally had a few days of good life. He didn't want to die. Lin Qichuan could see that he was feeling guilty and out of breath, so he added another sentence. "You should take it easy, old man. At your age, if you get angry and have a stroke, you've suffered the consequences yourself. The most I can do is to pay for your medical expenses. But your children will still be the ones who suffer." This sentence eliminated the possibility of the old man committing fraud. Ma Yukai wanted to say something, but Lin Qichuan glanced at him and asked, "Why? Do you want to practice too?" Ma Yukai immediately held back his words. He didn't understand. Lin Qichuan had been back in the village for several years. He spent all day either out running for orders or staying in the astragalus fields. I didn't expect he had such a skill. If he had known this earlier, he would not have used Zhang Lu's bad move. Now, they are in a passive position. Ma Yukai didn't dare to move, and the others were even less brave. Everyone is afraid that they will become the next Zhang Lu. The hand was broken. It looked so horrible and painful, and they didn't even understand how it was broken. Let's talk about why Lin Chichuan is so powerful. In fact, he only knew this one trick, which he learned during military training in college. Their university is different from other universities where people just play house. The military training in their university is really hardcore. On the first day of school, the school took them all to the military camp. The various training marches, carrying guns, and confrontations are exactly the same in content and intensity as for new recruits. The movie just used is called Bone-Splitting Hand. He learned it from his instructor after he won a bet with him. It sounds intimidating, but in fact, it was just using clever strength to break Zhang Lu's joints, dislocating his arms, and making him unable to move. But Zhang Lu and the others didn't know this, and when they saw that Zhang Lu's hand couldn't move, they really thought that he had broken Zhang Lu's hand. Without other noisy people, the only sound in the yard was Zhang Lu's wailing. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Take me to the hospital!" Zhang Lu can no longer remember anything about Huangqi and just wants to go to the hospital and have his hand reconnected. He is still young, he hasn't married yet, and hasn't given birth to a fat boy yet. He doesn't want to be a useless person. "Uncle Yukai, I am following your instructions. You can't just ignore me." He was so anxious that he started to speak incoherently. "Shut up." My Yukai wanted to rush up and cover his mouth. I'm afraid that this outspoken person will reveal more things. My Yukai had no choice but to suppress his anger and found a team leader to take the man to the hospital. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the team leader to ask him to find a doctor to get a certificate. Zhang Lu's hand is broken, and we don't know how much it will cost. He can't pay the money, so Lin Chichuan, who did it, will have to take responsibility. The annoying Zhang Lu finally left. After what happened just now, everyone finally calmed down and listened to Lin Chichuan. I have distributed all this year's orders to several other villages. As for the astragalus in the village, you can do whatever you like with it. After hearing this, everyone became anxious. With so much astragalus, where can they find buyers? Lin family boy, you can't do this. Everyone is growing astragalus because of you. You can't just leave it alone. Yes, you should be responsible for us. Because of the interests involved, for a moment, everyone seemed to forget about Zhang Lu's tragedy and started to surround him again. Everyone pointed at Lin Chichuan and told him to eat the astragalus no matter what. It seems like the intention is to throw a tantrum. Unfortunately, Lin Chichuan had already expected such a scene, so he was not panicked. The astragalus is yours. You said you wouldn't sell it to me. I didn't force you to sell it. The money is mine. I can buy whatever I want. You can't force me to buy it. They really want to force it. If you don't buy it, don't blame us for going to your house. No one will be at peace then. Yes, yes, yes. If you don't buy it, we will stay at your house and won't leave. Lin Chichuan narrowed his eyes and had a deeper understanding of the degree of roguery of these people. Just give it a try. Whoever dares to come to my house and cause trouble, I will not let any of you go. It's a big deal. No one will think about it. His words were horrifying, and it was obvious that he meant it. For Lin Chichuan, his parents and family are his weaknesses. If these people really dare to think about this, he will definitely retaliate severely. Ma Yukai also noticed this quickly, so he immediately moved Lin Jiaxing and his wife out. You're all from Guga village. Now that you have betrayed the village, aren't you afraid that the news will get out and your parents will be stabbed in the back? Lin Chichuan sneered. With all the shitty things you guys have done, you still have the nerve to say this? But for these shameless people, apparently these words can't stop them. Lin Chichuan spread his hands. If you want me to collect astragalus, that's fine. I signed a contract and used the money in my account to pay the deposit. If you want me to accept astragalus, you either have to pay me the penalty and deposit, or you have the ability to get the contracts and deposits back from other villages. If you don't have the ability, then even if I want to buy it, I don't have the money to buy it, so you could just fend for yourself. Lin Chichuan just threw out a big pot and took the opportunity to slip away. Because Lin Chichuan had given them a deposit in advance when the last crop of astragalus was harvested, no one in Guga village doubted his words. For a moment, everyone looked at my Yukai. It is simply impossible to pay liquidated damages and deposit. That leaves only one way. Yukai, you are the branch secretary. You go and take charge of this matter and get all the orders back for us. Yes, take the order back. Our village hasn't even had enough to eat. How can we let them eat at the table? Ma Yukai felt so angry when he saw Lin Chichuan disappearing in an instant. It's easy to say, but how can he, a small village party secretary, compete with several villages? But the villagers now place all their hopes on him and will not give up until they get a promise from him. Ma Yukai had no choice but to say, since you were so anxious, then everyone should go home, grab your weapons, and knock on their door to see who dares not to pay back the money. He did not give anyone a chance to refuse. Gather at the village entrance in 10 minutes. After he said this, he ran away first. 10 minutes later, the village entrance was very quiet. No one came. Ma Yukai rolled his eyes fiercely. They are all cowards. After scolding, he also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that there would be no fight. He survived another crisis. But Ma Yotsai's happiness came too early. In just a few minutes, it was all blown away by the wind. With a clang, the wooden door that his family had used for more than 10 years was kicked open by someone. Where's Ma Yukai? Get out here. 3-4. No money, but life is mine. Which bastard dares to kick my door? Ma Yukai was so angry that one wave after another came up. He thought it was the villagers looking for trouble, so he came out of the house in a rage. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a burly man with a crew cut and a scar on his face blocking the gate of his yard. Ma Yotsai's tongue, which was cursing, suddenly became a few inches shorter, and he retracted it in time with a breath, almost choking himself to death. "Oh, who are you looking for?" He looked at the man with a crew cut and the two scoundrelly men following behind him with a somewhat fierce look. "My name is Ah Chung. People in this town give me face and call me Brother Chung." The man with a crew cut grinned silently, and the scar on his face became faintly visible, making him look even more hideous. "Boss, who's causing trouble?" Ma Yotsai's wife Lu Hui heard the noise outside and ran out from the kitchen. When she saw the buzzcut man's posture, she was so scared that she shrank behind Ma Yukai. What's going on?" As for Ma Shan Shan, who was still upset about last night's live broadcast, after hearing the noise in the room, she jumped up, locked the door, and even moved a cabinet to block the noise behind her. Ma Yukai swallowed his saliva and looked at the man with a crew cut. "Brother Chung, what can I do for you?" A Chung stood in the middle of the yard and looked at Ma Yukai. "Are you Ma Zerong's father?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yotsai's heart skipped a beat, and he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. As a result, before he made any movement, Lu Hui, who was worried about her son who had not returned for a day and a night, spoke anxiously. "You know my son. Where's my son?" Ah Chung raised his eyebrows. "It seems we are in the right place then." He first glanced at Lu Hui and said, "Don't worry, your son is fine now." He deliberately emphasized the word now. "Are you his friends?" Anxious Lu Hui didn't understand his implication and asked quickly, "Did he say when he would come home?" At this time, Ma Yukai had no idea what had happened. When he heard his wife's stupid question, he was so angry that he saw stars. He cursed in his heart, "Stupid son born to a stupid woman. Let's just consider ourselves friends." Ah Chung took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "After all, he also calls me Brother Chung. As for when little brother Zerong can come back, that depends on you as parents." He opened the note and waved it. "He had a great time playing cards in our store yesterday. Unfortunately, my luck was not good. I lost all the money in my pocket accidentally, and I still owe our boss 80,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Ma Yukai took a breath, staggered, and reached out to hold the wooden door to steady himself. 80,000. Lu Hui's shrill voice became angry. "Impossible, my son wouldn't owe so much money." The amount owed before ranged from 2 to 3,000 to 4 to 5,000. This shows that although my son is a mess, he still has some sense. It can only be said that Ma Zerong was able to grow up to be what he is today, thanks to this good mother. Lu Hui said in a trembling voice, "You must be here to extort money." When Ma Yukai heard this, a plan came to his mind, and he regained some of his strength. "Who knows whether what you said is true or false? Give me the IOU. I want to take a closer look to see if it was written by our son." He thought that once he got the IOU, he would tear it up. It was impossible to ask him to admit his mistake, not to mention that the family's money had long been squandered by Ma Zerong, and he couldn't afford to admit it now. As long as the IOU is gone, they have a reason to deny it. Ma Yukai thought he had a good plan, but as a debt collector, Ah Chung had seen many such situations. So as soon as I saw Ma Yotsai's expression, I knew he was up to something bad. The IOU cannot pass through your hands. What if it gets torn up and the account can't be reconciled? He shook the IOU in his hand. But there are so many people who don't acknowledge the debt, so we took a video of him signing the IOU as evidence. Then you won't be able to deny it. Ah Chung took out his mobile phone and played the scene of Ma Zerong writing the IOU. In the video, Ma Zerong signed without any hesitation and even had an excited smile on his face. He twitched his eyebrows and said proudly, I will definitely get good cards in the next round, and I will beat you without a single drop of armor left. In the few seconds it took him to casually sign his name, the Ma family was saddled with a foreign debt of 80,000 yuan. Mayukai only felt a bloody smell rising up in his throat. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If this prodigal was here, he would break his legs. We have no money. Mayukai has finally given up. There were only a few $1,000s left, and I asked him to secretly take it away last night. I have no money, and my only assets are these few shabby houses. If you want them, take them. How much is this shabby house in the countryside worth? Aching's purpose of lying here was not for this. Mazurong was introduced into the game by them, and everyone in the store knew exactly how much money Mazurong had lost in their store. So Aching was not surprised when Mayukai said that the family had no money. After all, they had already calculated the Ma family's financial situation. You are broke now, but after a while, once you sell the astragalus, won't you be rich again? Mayukai didn't expect that these people were so despicable and shameless that they even coveted the money he hadn't received in the future. Impossible. Mayukai refused without hesitation. The money from last year was coaxed away by Ma Zirong and lost completely. The family is still waiting for this money to relieve famine this year. How could Mayukai possibly spit it out? The money was lost by Ma Zirong in gambling, and he signed it. It doesn't make sense for the father to pay back the debt for his son's debt. This has nothing to do with us. Go find him if you want him to pay you any money. Having seen so many people playing tricks, Ah Chung was too lazy to talk to them and directly clicked on the next video. Even if he becomes like this, you won't be worried? In the video, Ma Zirong was stripped naked except for his underwear, with several bruises on his back and legs. He was huddled in a corner, hugging his legs. It seemed that he had suffered a lot of crimes, which made Lu Hui anxious and distressed. What did you do to my son? Did you hit him? Ah Chung turned off his phone and said, We run a civilized shop. How could we just hit someone? Brother Zirong got too carried away with playing cards and caused some friction with our store employees. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury, not serious. He can still eat and jump. But the more he said this, the less Lu Hui believed it, and the more anxious he became. These debt collectors are all very bad bastards. Who knows what they can do just to get the money? What will it take for you to let my son go? Ah Chung gestured 80,000 yuan. The money has arrived, and Brother Zirong can still come back for dinner today. Lu Hui choked, but my family is really out of money. Immediately, she looked at Mayukai, who had been gritting his teeth, pleadingly. Boss, what should we do? 3-5, pay off the debt. Mayukai avoided her gaze and said viciously, Let it go. He lost the bet himself. He should bear the consequences himself. Lu Hai couldn't bear to see her son suffer, so she cried, What if they can't get the money and beat my son to death? Mayukai, we live in a society ruled by law now. If they dare to kill someone, none of them will be able to escape. Mayukai is gambling. As the village party secretary, Mayukai knew that the campaign to crack down on gangsters and eliminate evil had already spread across the country in recent years. After a group of people who had committed more serious crimes were caught, the rest of those who had been rampant before had to keep a low profile and behave themselves. So Mayukai is gambling, and people like Aching who operate in the gray area dare not make such a big deal. Otherwise, if he took the risk to report it, these people would suffer. When Aching heard what Mayukai said, he had to admit that it was indeed quite reasonable. As the village party secretary, he does have some brains. However, this little thing is not a problem for experienced debt collectors. Ah Chung put away the IOU and took out another piece of paper from his pocket. It is only natural to pay back debts. So far, no one who owes money to our company has been able to escape. Now I'll give you two choices. If you can cancel this 80,000 yuan IOU, we can all write it off and live in peace. If we can't pay it off all at once, then we'll do as written in this employment contract. Brother Zirong will work for us and use his salary to pay off the debt. When he pays off his debts, this employment contract will end. Lu Hui was a little moved when she heard this. She didn't expect that the debtor company was actually so humane that it could provide jobs and use wages to offset the debt. However, before she could be happy, Ah Chung added, But you have to decide quickly. If you don't figure out today, you will have to pay an extra day's interest tomorrow. He held up a finger, but it's only $1,000. The interest was increased by 1,000 yuan a day, and Lu Hui blurted out, Why don't you go and rob? Lu Hui's brain suddenly became smart for a rare moment. What kind of job can earn 1,000 a day? She had never heard of such a good thing. But if I can't earn 1,000 yuan a day, Won't I owe more and more? So I'll have to work for others for free and be in debt for the rest of my life. It can only be said that Lu Hui thought too lightly. This thing is calculated based on compound interest. The interest may be 1,000 tomorrow, but it may become 1,011 the day after tomorrow. There was only one thing she was right about. That was that once she stepped into this pit, she would never be able to pay it off. As a village party secretary, Mayukai has quite a lot of experience. So he knew very well that this was one of the means of coercion used by the debt collection company. Either you find a way to resolve the matter now, or be prepared to live an uneasy life in the future. He took a deep breath and asked, if you don't pay it back, what kind of work are you going to make him do? Ah Chung grinned. Our company's business is quite extensive. For example, the mine that opened recently in the neighboring province is quite short of people. So, we plan to send him over to mine. Ma Yotsai's eyes went dark, and Lu Hui was so frightened that she fell to the ground. The mine in the neighboring province. Isn't that a well-known concentration of illegal mining factories? My own son has passed away. Is it possible for him to come back alive? Boss, you can't let your son go there. You need to think of a solution quickly. Lu Hui pulled Ma Yotsai's clothes and cried with tears and snot. Although Ma Yukai wanted to say cruelly that he didn't want such a prodigal son, it would be better for him to die outside. But they only have one child in the family. If anything happened to Ma Zirong, the incense of his branch would be cut off. How would he face his ancestors 100 years later? The devil is always one step ahead of the righteous, and Ma Yukai was at a loss for a solution for a moment. He closed his eyes tightly and said weakly, I'll use this year's astragalus to pay off the debt. After hearing what he said, Ah-chung quickly took out the contract that had been prepared long ago and asked him to sign. The contract stipulates that no matter how much money the Ma family makes from the sale of astragalus this year, all of it will belong to the debt collection company. As soon as Mayukai took one look at the contract, he knew very well that this group of people had probably been targeting their family since a long time ago. After signing, Mayukai looked so depressed that he seemed to have aged 10 years. His voice was a little hoarse. The contract has been signed. When will you release the person? In front of him, Ah-chung tore up the employment contract signed by Ma Zirong and then made a phone call. Brother Zirong, we let him leave. As for when he will return home, we don't know. After completing the task, Ah-chung left Gugu village. Ma Yukai fell to the ground with a plop. What a sin. His eyes turned red. Lu Hui just lay there wiping her tears, extremely worried. Boss, what should we do? Lin Chichuan won't accept our astragalus. If we can't raise the money, will our son be arrested? How come Yukai not know about this? But isn't there anything we can do about it? It can only be delayed for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, no, Lin Chichuan has to take this astragalus from me, even if he doesn't want to. Lu Hui bit her lip and said, if it doesn't work, I will kneel down at their doorstep at best. A head suddenly popped out from the tightly closed room over there. It was Ma Shanshan, who saw that the crisis was over. Can't we just find another buyer? She hates Lin Chichuan very much now, but she doesn't want her whole family to bow down to him. Ma Yukai said unhappily, if your father had this ability, would it be Lin Chichuan's turn to show off here? Ma Shanshan curled her lips, feeling a little disgusted with him for being useless. Suddenly, she saw the cell phone that Lu Hui had accidentally dropped on the ground, and an idea suddenly came to her mind. Why don't we just bypass Lin Chichuan? Ma Yukai opened his mouth and wanted to say what a bad idea this is, but in a flash, he immediately realized what she meant, and his expression changed from anger to joy. He slapped his thigh and said, why didn't I think of this good idea before? Yes, why couldn't he bypass Lin Chichuan and contact those buyers directly? Now the astragalus has not been confiscated yet. At most, he can reduce the price by 1 or 2 yuan and snatch the order from Lin Chichuan. You can get the same product for less money. Even the dumbest person should know how to choose, right? Thinking about the money Lin Chichuan earned from selling a crop of astragalus, Ma Yukai rubbed his hands excitedly. By then, let alone 80,000 yuan, even if it is doubled, they can afford it. Girl, you've been to Lin Chichuan's office many times, right? Is there any way to get the buyer's contact information? Ma Shanshan lifted her bangs proudly and said, I know, it's stored in his computer. The father and daughter immediately gathered together and started whispering. Ichu. Lin Chichuan sneezed several times in a row. Kai Linghua looked at him with some concern. You are not catching a cold, are you? How about I make you a bowl of ginger tea? Lin Chichuan waved his hand. It's okay. I'm afraid someone is thinking about me. Lin Jiaxing's frown never relaxed. Chuaner, are you sure this is reliable? Lin Shichuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what's going on. They're just grasshoppers in autumn. They can't jump up. 3-6, go and file a complaint. In front of the town government building in Shaluo Town. Are you looking for any business?" The security guard poked his head out of the guardhouse and pointed to the building in front. "If you want to do business, go to the Qinzheng Hall in front. There's self-service and manual services there. This is an office building. We don't handle business." "Uncle, I'm not doing business." Lin Shichuan opened the car window and replied, "I have something to talk to Secretary Zhou about." The security guard squinted his eyes and looked at him, then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "You're Lin Shichuan from Gugu Village, right?" Lin Shi stretched out his hand and gave him a thumbs up, praising him sincerely. "Sir, you have a really good memory. You remembered me after only seeing me once." "Of course not." The security guard shook his graying head and said, "I'm not sitting here for nothing. My eyes are very powerful." After being proud, he asked as usual, "You want to see Secretary Zhou? Have you made an appointment with him?" Lin Shichuan nodded. "We made an appointment in advance." "Then wait a minute, let me confirm." The security guard picked up the landline phone next to him and dialed the intercom. He said something into the microphone, then hung up the phone and pressed a button next to his hand. The guardrail blocking the gate rose up tremblingly. "Thank you, sir." Lin Shichuan started the car and drove in. The security guard waved his hand in a cool manner and said, "Work hard, young man. We are all waiting for you to plant astragalus all over our valley." Lin Shichuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay." But at the same time, I couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Even the security guard at the door is so concerned about these things. Why does it feel like the burden on my shoulders has suddenly become heavier? At this time, Lin Shichuan was somewhat glad that he had made this trip today. He put the car in gear and parked it. As soon as he entered the office building, he saw the elderly secretary, Zhou, waiting for him on the first floor. Lin Shichuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. "Secretary Zhou, sorry to have kept you waiting." He stretched out his hand and shook Secretary Zhou's hand. Secretary Zhou was very gentle to him. "It's okay, I just went downstairs too." Immediately, he led Lin Shichuan to the second floor and came to the largest office in the corner. "This morning, the mayor showed special concern for the planting of astragalus in your villages. It seems that the time for listing is almost here, and I don't know if things are going smoothly over there." Lin Shichuan showed a guilty look on his face at the right time. "It's the mayor who asked me. I really have a problem now, and I don't know how to solve it. I'm still young and unfamiliar with the ways of the world, and ended up getting into trouble. That's why I made this special trip, hoping that the mayor could give me some pointers." Secretary Zhou was a little worried. "Is the problem serious?" It is not easy for a poor township under a remote county to produce a capable person. Especially Lin Shichuan is a young man who is willing to help build and support his hometown. Therefore, not only the town leaders valued it, but even the county leaders also asked a few questions about it. Furthermore, Lin Shichuan led the villagers to grow astragalus, which increased the income of their township significantly last year alone. Moreover, Lin Shichuan Studio, as one of the few private companies in their town, also contributed a lot to their town's tax revenue. So when Secretary Zhou heard Lin Shichuan say that he had encountered a problem, he became more concerned. Is it a serious problem? Will it affect the harvest of astragalus this year? At a morning meeting 2 days ago, the mayor and the town party secretary discussed whether it was possible to implement a development plan based on the astragalus harvest in several villages this year. In this situation, it's not easy to cause trouble. Lin Shichuan nodded and shook his head. "This matter is difficult to handle, and it is not difficult to handle. It's just that I can't make up my mind." Secretary Zhou was a little confused after hearing what Lin Shichuan said. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but since they had already walked into the mayor's office, it was not appropriate to say too much. Secretary Zhou knocked on the door and went in. "Mayor, Xiao Lin is here." Mayor Qin, who was processing documents, immediately looked up and said, "Xiao Lin is here. Come and sit down." "Mayor Qin, I'm sorry to bother you." At his invitation, Lin Shichuan sat down on the single sofa opposite. Secretary Zhou brought in a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table, then opened the office door. He returned to his desk outside. "Hey, we're all busy at work. There's nothing to disturb." Mayor Qin came out from his desk and sat on the double sofa beside him. "Tell me, what problems have you encountered?" Seeing that he asked so directly, Lin Shichuan did not hesitate and briefly talked about the conflict between him and Gugu Village. "Mayor, do you think there's such a thing as bullying?" From learning at the very beginning to purchasing seedlings and fertilizers, I teach them how to plant step by step. They're also running around, collecting orders, various travel expenses, and personal relationships. If you add up all the expenses over the past few years, which one doesn't cost money? I don't even know how much money I invested to open this stall. My parents are old. It's time for them to enjoy their lives. In order to support me and the village, they followed me to open up the wasteland in the mountains. The amount of acreage allocated to the astragalus we eventually planted was the smallest in the village. I didn't dare to take advantage of anything. No matter from which angle, I, Lin Chichuan, can say with confidence that I have never let down the village. As a result, they just harvested a year ago and had some money in their pockets, and they immediately changed into different people. They kept coming to my door, threatening me to raise the price, asking me to pay them directly according to the purchaser's price, and also asking me to make up the difference in the price of the first batch of astragalus. Lin Chichuan complained, "Even if I took out all my belongings, I still can't make up for this deficit." And my parents, they were so scared by them in the village these few days that they couldn't eat or sleep well. They looked several years older. Tell me, what have I worked so hard for over 3 years for? How can I not be angry when I encounter this? Mayor Chin listened to his complaints without changing his expression. He just added, "So you turned around and went to trade with other villages?" Lin Chichuan's face was still full of anger as he muttered, "I was really angry at the time when Secretary Su from Dafeng village called and asked me if I wanted more astragalus. I thought since the one in my village said they wouldn't sell it to me, the ones in other villages would sell it to me. Then I won't take this shit. I'll just change to another one." And I agreed without hesitation. As a result, people from the other 3 villages received the news and swarmed over as well. It's fine to collect from 1 village or 2 villages. I just happened to have some surplus on my order, so I collected them all at once. After the contract was signed, I calmed down a lot and realized that I was impulsive. I collected astragalus from several other villages, but no one collected the astragalus from Gugu village. Lin Chichuan patted his chest in a terrified manner. After Secretary Ma found out about this, he brought people to surround me and try to beat me up, forcing me to get the order and deposit back. 3-7. Smooth things over. They took action. Mayor Chin frowned when he heard Lin Chichuan's words. It moved. My surveillance camera captured it. Lin Chichuan had a somewhat sarcastic look on his face. They really dared to think so. Who would easily spit out the money that has gone into their pockets? I'm worried that if the situation gets out of hand, several villages will start fighting. So I hurried over to ask you for advice. When Mayor Chin heard the story about him going to collect astragalus from several villages, the expression on his face finally changed. Aren't there other herbal medicine merchants buying the astragalus from other villages? Why are they coming to you again? Is it because the price you offered was high? If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to argue again. Although Lin Chichuan complained very hard, Mayor Chin did not completely believe it. The story about the ungrateful people in Gugu village should be true. As the saying goes, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. As grassroots workers, they encounter many unreasonable people and things in their daily lives, so they're not surprised. But Mayor Chin thought, with Lin Chichuan's ability, how could he be so passive? The situation has turned out like this today. I'm afraid this kid has some ulterior motives. Lin Chichuan, on the other side, didn't know that Mayor Chin was secretly criticizing him. He heard Mayor Chin's question and looked at him in surprise. The medicinal material merchant we had agreed on ran away. Didn't you know? Mayor Chin was surprised for a moment, then frowned, turned around, and called Secretary Zhou, who was on standby outside, to come in. The two of them whispered something, and Secretary Zhou shook his head. Mayor Chin turned around and sighed. They didn't report this matter, and I haven't received any news from here. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect something to go so wrong. Thinking about the hundreds of acres of astragalus that have no market this year, Mayor Chin became less optimistic. But it's really not Lin Chichuan's fault. The behavior of Gugu village is really heartless. And even if Lin Chichuan did not change his ways, with the medicinal material merchants running away, the astragalus from other villages would still be nowhere to be found. So Mayor Chin did not blame Lin Chichuan, but asked him, "What was your original idea about this matter?" Lin Chichuan looked at him cautiously and said, "Mayor, I'm not a great saint. It's impossible for me not to feel resentful about what the villagers did to our family. Even when I was furious, I wanted to see how they would cry when they couldn't sell their astragalus." Mayor Chin expressed his understanding of this, saying that if it were him, he would only hold a grudge even more fiercely. But isn't it true that people under the eaves have to bow their heads? It doesn't matter if I'm alone, but my parents still live in the village. I'm afraid the villagers will become desperate and do something desperate. If my parents are involved, that would be bad news. Lin Chichuan frankly confessed his selfish motives, which made people more convincing. Mayor Qin hesitated for a moment and said, "See if there is any other way. Can you add more orders?" As the mayor, Qin's demands are simple: to increase the town's financial and tax revenues and to keep the people peaceful and avoid unrest. So whether it is the astragalus from Gugu village or the astragalus from other villages, they're all the same. The problem is just as Lin Chichuan is worried about. If the astragalus in Gugu village cannot be sold, the villagers will be desperate, and there is no telling what they will do. On a smaller scale, the safety of the 3 members of the Lin family was at stake. On a larger scale, several villages were fighting over resources, which turned into armed conflicts. No matter which situation it is not what Mayor Qin wants to see. But he had no idea how to deal with this matter at the moment. Similarly, he thought that Lin Chichuan's visit to the town government today was not purely to complain. He must have come here with some purpose. It has to be said that Mayor Qin is quite capable and has guessed Lin Chichuan's thoughts to some extent. As for Lin Chichuan, when Mayor Qin asked him to increase the order, he shook his head and said, "It's not that easy." At this time, the astragalus is about to be harvested, and if the herbal medicine merchants want to receive the goods, they have already made their reservations long ago. I've asked everyone I know, and everyone says they don't want it anymore. So I really can't promise you anything about this. But fortunately, after the astragalus is harvested and dried in the shade, it can still be stored for a period of time. Of course, it can't be stored for too long. If it's not fresh, it won't sell for a high price. It's just that we can still buy some time. I will continue to inquire. But my personal power is still small, so I wonder if the government can provide some help, or if I can consult other places to see if there is such a need. Mayor Qin nodded. This is natural. Although Mayor Qin thinks this is a waste of effort. If their county had this ability, it would not have been unable to get rid of the label of a poor county for so many years. But since Lin Chichuan made the request, he couldn't just refuse. He brought the subject back again. As for finding orders, I'm afraid I can't get them in a hurry. But the current problem needs to be solved in a timely manner. I think I'll find a time to call the heads of several villages and ask them to come and discuss how to solve the problem. My opinion is that we should see if everyone can take a step back first. Whether you can get other orders later or not is not the point. For now, you should distribute the orders you have among the villages. That way everyone gets paid, no one loses out, and the emotional impact won't be so great. Although there will certainly be a lot of wrangling, at least you won't be pushed to the point of desperation. Mayor Qin proposed a moderate and conciliatory approach. He calculated the production and scale of astragalus and said, "This is also a lesson. Each village needs to re-estimate the scale of planting and reduce the planting area next year, depending on the situation. It's a bit risky to plant too much at once. Fortunately, I can still make some money at the moment." Mayor Qin shook his head. It was a pity that their envisioned astragalus development plan had to be postponed. Judging from the results of trials in several villages, this plan is not yet worth promoting. When Lin Chichuan heard that the scale of astragalus cultivation was going to be reduced, he immediately jumped out to oppose it. "We must not reduce production, otherwise my orders for next year will be canceled." Mayor Qin doesn't know yet that Lin Chichuan has brought in another big order. I was a little surprised to hear him say that. "What do you mean by next year's order?" Lin Chichuan explained the matter and then whispered a number to him. "We have to increase production by this amount next year." Mayor Qin did some mental calculations and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, if this is true, then this development plan may not have to be postponed. He looked at Lin Chichuan and thought that this boy was really good. If Mayor Qin was still trying to smooth things over just now he has already begun to lean towards Lin Chichuan in his heart. But next year's orders are next year's matter. This year's problems must be solved this year. Mayor Qin still had some hope and thought that he couldn't just leave Gugu Village alone. What Gugu Village did was really dishonest. If we hadn't given the orders to Gugu Village, there would have been fewer orders this year. Before he could finish his words, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded from the cell phone in Lin Chichuan's pocket. Ding, 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 ding. 38. Live broadcast of the village party secretary stealing. The piercing sound startled both Lin Chichuan and Mayor Qin. Oops. Lin Chichuan quickly took out his cell phone to check. The sound of an alarm naturally makes people nervous. Mayor Chin was also nervous when he saw Lin Chichuan suddenly act like this. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Chichuan opened the mobile phone operation interface and quickly replied, "My office door lock alarm is ringing. Someone is trying to pry the door open." Come to think of it, his office door was also an ordinary wooden door with a random lock hung on it. But the people in Gugu village had no sense of boundaries. If he didn't lock the door, someone would sneak in every now and then. They don't dare to touch things like computers, but small items like pens and lighters are often missing. Moreover, the roads in the village had not been repaired at that time and were covered with mud. Those people don't care about hygiene. Their shoes are covered with mud, and they don't clean them before entering the house. Every time they walk, they leave footprints. He always has trouble cleaning up. Lin Chichuan was too lazy to waste time on this, so he simply spent some money to install an automatic anti-theft door. The door lock of this anti-theft door is linked to his mobile phone. As long as it is maliciously damaged, he will receive an alarm. Because of this incident, Lin Chichuan was also subject to some discussions in the village, saying that he was young, thoughtful, and wary of the villagers. Mayor Chin didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing. Who did it? How dare you be so bold? Breaking into a house involves burglary. If you get caught, it's not a minor dispute that can be settled with a few words of mediation. I have surveillance cameras in my office, so you can see it. Lin Chichuan clicked on the real-time monitoring, and the picture popped up just in time to see that the office door had been pried open. Looking at the two familiar figures acting stealthily, Lin Chichuan exclaimed in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh that this door couldn't be installed any better. After sighing, he immediately pretended to grit his teeth. It's our village party secretary and his daughter. He handed the surveillance footage to Mayor Chin. How could it be him? It is no small matter when village cadres take the lead in doing such things. Mayor Chin came forward to take a look. It is no small matter for village cadres to take the lead in doing this kind of thing. The surveillance camera installed by Lin Chichuan is quite high definition, so people's facial features can be clearly seen on screen. The party secretaries of each village often have to come to the town for meetings. Mayor Chin immediately recognized that the person in the picture was indeed Ma Yukai. His brows immediately frowned. What do these two want to do? Seeing the father and daughter walk straight to the computer, Lin Chichuan thought for a moment and guessed, maybe they want to find something for my computer? Mayor Chin silently added a charge of stealing trade secrets in his mind. Can they open your computer, though? Computers usually have passwords. Hearing this, Lin Chichuan curled his lips and looked unhappy. His daughter is a fresh graduate from junior college this year. Ma Yukai came to me before and asked me to let her stay with me for a few days to get an internship certificate. I had something urgent to do before, so I asked her to help me send a document. I gave her the password once, so she probably still remembers it. Sure enough, Ma Shanshan started the computer smoothly. She just fiddled with the mouse a few times, and Ma Yukai came forward, looking at the computer screen and poking at his phone. Dad, have you remembered it? Although Ma Yukai has learned how to use a smartphone, due to his age, he is very slow at typing. Ma Shanshan was getting a little bored waiting on the side. Why are you rushing me? There are more than 10 contacts above. They're all buyers. I have to write them all down. In my Yotsai's view, these are all connections. It doesn't matter if they don't want to buy our astragalus now. Maybe they will be willing to buy it next year. More people means more options. Ma Shanshan curled her lips, but did not refute it. Why don't you just take a picture of it? Why do you have to save them one by one? She snatched my Yotsai's mobile phone and started taking pictures of the computer screen. After taking the pictures, she threw the phone back to him. Ma Yukai looked at the list of associations in the photo album and said happily, last year, Lin Chichuan made 300,000 or 400,000 yuan by selling a crop of astragalus. He calculated the price based on the difference between $50 and $38. As for Lin Chichuan's various investments in recent years, he simply ignored them. This year, the amount of astragalus has increased by 50% to 60% compared to last year. Ma Yukai stretched out his hand and said, at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan will be in hand. He seemed to have seen stacks of red banknotes floating towards him. Ma Shanshan also laughed when she heard it. Dad, when you get the money, you have to give me some. I want to buy a car. Ma Yotsai's wallet was already bulging, so he readily agreed, buy. At this time, neither of them expected that their every move would be broadcast live. Although there are only two people in the audience, these two people happen to be the ones who can control their destiny. Lin Chichuan immediately guessed what they wanted to do from the picture. He laughed angrily. I'm afraid they want to bypass me, get the buyer's contact information, and contact them directly. Mayor Chin also figured out what was going on, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. How could my Yukai be so stupid? As a grassroots staff member, he not only broke the law knowingly, but also broke the law in front of the surveillance camera. Is he so bold that he thinks he can do anything? His daughter has studied for so many years in vain. She doesn't even have this little common sense, yet she still follows him in doing the same. It's really stupid. The whole bunch is stupid. It's bad enough that he's stupid, but when the village party secretary under him commits a crime, even he, the mayor, will be implicated. Seeing that Ma Yukai had already saved the phone number, Lin Chichuan clicked on the voice call in front of Mayor Chin and spoke to the person in the surveillance video. You two, you broke into my office. What do you want to do? And you even looked at my computer. You are breaking the law. Do you know that? After getting the phone number, the father and daughter felt that victory was in sight and had smug smiles on their faces. As a result, Lin Chichuan's voice suddenly rang out in the originally silent office. Both of them were startled and subconsciously looked towards the door, but did not see Lin Chichuan. Ma Shanshan reacted immediately and pointed in the direction of the window. It's the surveillance camera. He saw it on the surveillance camera. Knowing that Lin Chichuan himself was not here, Ma Yukai immediately relaxed a lot. He began to refute the surveillance video. What nonsense are you talking about? I came in here with good intentions to see if there's anything I can do to help you. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, this house originally belonged to our village committee. I could enter it whenever I wanted. What law did I break? Yes, my Yukai did think so. Before this anti-theft door was installed, didn't people in the village often come in and out freely? So he didn't think he was breaking the law. I can only say that shameless people have their own logic. Lin Chichuan even admired him a little. This house does belong to the village committee, but I have already rented it and paid the rent in full. If you break in without my consent, you are breaking the law. After getting the buyer's phone number, Ma Yukai was confident that he could get the order. So in his heart, Lin Chichuan is no longer of any value and has no one to rely on. At this time, he spoke even more brazenly. Ha! Even if it's against the law, what can you do to me? 39. Do you really think that you, the village party secretary, are a local tyrant? When Lin Chichuan heard Ma Yotsai's big talk, he gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He immediately glanced at Mayor Chin, whose face was darkening, and asked, Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Ma Yukai said disdainfully, Go ahead and report it. Do you think I am the village party secretary for nothing? The captain of the police station is my junior high school classmate. I said hello to him. Did they pay attention to you when you saw them? I'm going to teach you one thing today, kid. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability? If I really want to do it, pinching you would be like killing an ant. If you know better, you can pay me back the difference of 12 yuan for the first batch of astragalus in the next 2 days. Otherwise, he snorted twice, I will make sure that your family of 3 can no longer stay in the village. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. I'm not called the village party secretary for nothing. I'll let you see my methods later. But when the time comes, even if you beg me for mercy, I won't let you go easily. Lin Chichuan sneered. This is a society ruled by law. Do you really think that you, the village party secretary, are a local emperor? Ma Yukai, who was full of pride, was so angry and furious when he saw that Lin Chichuan, who had been rampant all the time, was blocked by him. He was so upset that he dared to say anything. You're right. In this Gugu village, I'm the local emperor. In fact, later on, I could become the local tyrant in the whole town, or even the whole county. By then, not only will the mayor of a small town have to bow and scrape to me, but even the county governor will have to treat me as a guest of honor. Who the hell are you? As the village party secretary, Ma Yukai knows something about the policy direction from above. So he knew that the higher authorities were watching the development of local astragalus cultivation, hoping to create an industry to boost the local economy. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow the media to interview us, which means they want to provide support intentionally. Originally, as the village party secretary of Gugu Village, he could only benefit from Lin Chichuan's help in this matter. But now he has got the phone numbers of those buyers, and from now on they will only talk and do business with him, Ma Yukai. As long as he can control these orders, he will have the final say on when to harvest the astragalus and at what price. If he really takes the lead in building this big business, wouldn't he, as the leader, be able to walk all over the county? When Ma Yukai thought of that beautiful scene, his eyes lit up and his face turned red. Ma Shanshan, who was standing by, was also infected by his spirit and began to fantasize about becoming a rich second generation. If that day really comes, what else will she do? Just dress up nicely every day, and that's it. Watching the surveillance video, the father and daughter both had crazy expressions. Mayor Cheen, whose face had already turned blue, was so angry that he laughed and couldn't help but finally spoke. I didn't expect Secretary Ma to have such great ambitions. Then for the sake of my future, should I please you in advance? Ma Yukai, who was immersed in his sweet dream, suddenly heard a strange voice. He was startled and asked, "Who are you?" "Me?" Mayor Cheen said unhappily. "Just a small-town mayor whom you despise." Mayukai really heard it this time. Although the voice had been electronically processed and was somewhat distorted, it was indeed the voice of Mayor Cheen. He didn't expect that Mayor Cheen was also on the other side of the surveillance camera. Thinking of what he had just said to the surveillance camera, Mayotsai's face turned pale. It would be better if he had become a successful person by now, so that he wouldn't have to be afraid of a small-town mayor. But at this time, he had not yet started to show his power and was still just a small village party secretary. If the other party wants to punish him, there are plenty of ways. What about the future, he imagined? Ma Yukai forced out an ugly smile. "Cheen, Mayor Cheen, you are joking. I don't have the ability to do that. I was just angry, so my brain was clouded and I spoke without thinking." He slapped himself twice, and the slap sound could be heard through the surveillance camera. It can be seen how great his strength is. Even Lin Chichuan felt pain for him. He shook his head, wondering how could he be so cruel as to do this to himself. No wonder he could serve as the village party secretary for so many years despite having no ability. It turns out he is very adaptable. Ma Yukai was still trying to save face. "Mayor, believe me, I really didn't think so. I was just so mad at Lin Chichuan that I lost my mind for a moment." When mentioning Lin Chichuan, Ma Yukai felt so angry that his teeth were itching. He didn't believe that what happened today was such a coincidence. In his heart, he thought that this must have been planned by Lin Chichuan. As for breaking into the office and stealing contact information, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision made by the father and daughter. No matter how capable Lin Chichuan was, he couldn't have predicted it so accurately. Ma Yukai simply skipped over this point, thinking that it was all Lin Chichuan's fault anyway. Thinking that Lin Chichuan was right in front of the mayor, and he didn't know how this bastard would frame him, he quickly tried to please Lin Chichuan. "Mayor, don't listen to what that little bastard Lin Chichuan said. He is a black-hearted capitalist who exploits the poor people. In the past few years, he has relied on his business of astragalus to do whatever he wants in the village and bully people everywhere. This year, he even wanted to lower the purchase price of astragalus. The villagers disagreed and felt that it was too much of a loss, so they started making a fuss. Because we resisted bravely, he couldn't take advantage of us. So he wanted to start with you and use you to suppress us. It's not easy for us peasants to earn more income by growing some crops. You must not be deceived by him." Ma Yukai acted very hard in front of the camera, performing the singing, reciting, acting, and fighting scenes, and his acting was much better than that of Agaway and others in the morning. If Mayor Cheen had not just read the contract signed between Lin Chichuan and several other villages and knew the purchase price of 35 yuan per kilogram, he might have been swayed by his words. Unfortunately, Lin Chichuan did his job so well that there was no evidence left, and he could not be blamed. Ma Yukai had just finished his crying, but there was still no sound from Mayor Cheen on the other side, and he became more and more panicked. Seeing Ma Shanshan, who was already stunned, he quickly gave her a look. "Shanshan, tell me, is Lin Chichuan usually a bad person and has done a lot of bad things?" Ma Shanshan also reacted at this time, and quickly agreed, Yes, he is usually very bad." Suddenly thinking of something, Ma Shanshan showed a bit of jealousy on her face. "This Lin Chichuan is a complete bad guy. He saw that I was pretty and had improper thoughts about me, wanting to do something to me. If I hadn't rejected him harshly, and my father was the village party secretary and warned him, he wouldn't have dared to force himself on me. In the end, he didn't succeed, and he still holds a grudge against us. So when he finds an opportunity, he will target our family. Mayor, you have to give me justice." Mayor Cheen didn't expect that there was a romantic dispute involved here. He looked at Lin Chichuan, who had a strange expression on his face. "What's going on here?" 4-0. Confrontation. Lin Chichuan spread his hands speechlessly at Mayor Cheen. Then he said to the person on the phone screen, "Ma Shanshan, did you drink fake wine?" Lin Chichuan said it very directly. "Although I'm single, I'm not so hungry that I'll eat anything." Although Ma Shanshan was not bad-looking, her appearance and personality were totally not his type. Not to mention that he has been concentrating on growing astragalus in recent years and has no time to think about these matters between men and women. However, although this is the fact, Lin Chichuan also knows that once he is involved in a sex scandal, even if the other party only shouts one sentence, it will make people speechless and unable to express their pain. So Lin Chichuan cleverly took the initiative before Ma Shanshan spread further rumors. You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. You said I harassed you. Then show me the evidence. If there is no real evidence, I can sue you for slandering me and defaming my reputation. If you open your mouth, I will say that you are harassing me and trying to drug me and kill me. Lin Chichuan was just saying it casually, but he and Mayor Qin saw that Ma Shanshan's face changed obviously, and she looked as if she was caught and felt guilty. There's obviously something going on here. Mayor Qin glanced at Lin Chichuan meaningfully, thinking that this boy was indeed handsome, and with his abilities, it was no surprise that he could attract the girl. Lin Chichuan was a little surprised. Could it be that he really hit the mark just by saying it casually? Did Ma Shanshan really do something that he didn't know about? Lin Chichuan's mind moved. He exited the real-time monitoring page, opened the network disk, and found the past historical monitoring. On the other side, Ma Shanshan was indeed a little flustered by Lin Chichuan's words. She subconsciously retorted, "You're talking nonsense. How could I do that to you?" After she finished speaking, she remembered that the surveillance footage would be automatically deleted after 7 days. So Lin Chichuan should just be speaking casually without any evidence. She suddenly felt much more at ease. "You talk as if I would do that to you." Lin Chichuan on the opposite side rolled his eyes while flipping through the previous records. Why can't you?" When the arrogant Ma Shanshan heard Lin Chichuan's words that looked down on her, she felt as if she had been stabbed by a needle and jumped to her feet. "You men are all like this. When you see a pretty woman, you only think with your lower body. I see that you not only drank fake wine, but also mixed it with cefuroxime. You must have been so drunk that you lost your mind." Lin Chichuan asked in amazement. "What gave you the illusion that you are loved by everyone and that flowers bloom wherever you go? Stop talking nonsense. Since you want to accuse me of a crime, then tell me the time, place, people, and process of the incident clearly. Look at when and where I harassed you. Let's check the accounts and see who is lying. Mayor Qin is here now. Let him do justice." Ma Shanshan was just urged by Ma Yukai, and suddenly she had an idea to stigmatize Lin Chichuan, so she said those words. How could she think so thoroughly in such a short time? "So I just kept on talking nonsense, just last month." Lin Chichuan did not let go of her reaction and asked, "What date was it last month?" Ma Shanshan's eyes rolled around. "The 25th of last month." Lin Chichuan directly opened the memo and asked, "Are you sure it was the 25th of last month?" Ma Shanshan thought about it for a moment and confirmed that she was indeed in the village on the 25th, so she nodded and said, "Yes, it was the 25th. Lin Chichuan, morning or afternoon of the 25th? Ma Shanshan said casually, "In the afternoon." Lin Chichuan, "Where are you this afternoon?" Ma Shanshan's eyes continued to roll around. "It's in this office." The surveillance footage from last month would have been deleted by now, so she could make up whatever she wanted. Unfortunately, Ma Shanshan only considered her own situation, but did not consider Lin Chichuan's situation. Lin Chichuan is not like Ma Shanshan, who does nothing and hangs around all day. He pursed his cheek and said with a smile, "It seems that your number 25 and my number 25 look a little different. If I remember correctly, on the 25th, I had lunch early and went out to town before 12 o'clock. I first went to the bank to handle business. Then I left the bank around 3 o'clock and went to the home of a primary school classmate I knew. He was getting married that day and asked me to be his driver to pick him up. I was busy until 11 p.m. that day. In the end, I was too lazy to rush home at night, so I just spent the night in a hotel in town. The dashcam footage, bank account records, people who attended the wedding, and hotel check-in records can all serve as evidence for me. So I wasn't in Guga Village that afternoon. Where did I go to harass you? Ms. Ma, are you sure that the person you met in the office at that time was me? You're not going to put all the cats and dogs you see on me, are you?" Ma Shanshan didn't expect that it happened last month. The day she picked randomly happened to be the time when Lin Chichuan was busy. Her tone was a little messy. Then, "I think I remembered it wrong. It's not the 25th, it's the 26th. Seeing her like this, Mayor Qin was 100% sure that Ma Shanshan was lying. He shook his head with some disgust. He wanted to frame someone, but he didn't understand. With such a small brain capacity, he still want to do bad things? But Ma Shanshan hadn't noticed it yet and still thought her story was very convincing. When Lin Chichuan asked again, "Are you sure it's 26?" She was still absolutely certain. Yes, it's the 26th. Ma Shanshan thought to herself that she didn't believe she would be so unlucky, and since Lin Chichuan was wandering around the village all day, she would definitely catch him once. However, her wish was not fulfilled. Lin Chichuan directly opened his travel app and said, "I'm sorry. On the 26th, I arrived in the county town early in the morning and took the train to Province C. I didn't come back from Province C until 2 days ago." He opened the train ticket and showed it to Mayor Chin. "Look, this is the train ticket to Province C at 9:15 on September 26th. Compared with Ma Shanshan's verbal correction, Lin Chichuan's evidence is naturally more powerful. Ma Shanshan gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that she would be so unlucky. She casually said 2 times but didn't get them right, so she opened her mouth and wanted to repeat the same trick and say that she remembered the time wrong. As a result, Lin Chichuan didn't give her any chance at all. "You didn't mean to say the 24th? On the afternoon of the 24th, in order to apply the last fertilizer to the astragalus, I stayed in the astragalus field all day and did not go to the office at all. There were more than a dozen villagers from Gugu village who were with me that day, and they can all testify for me." "Or did you mean the 23rd? "Oh, on the 23rd, I made an appointment with 2 fishing friends to go fishing in the wild. We are not in the village. On the 22nd, I was in the village, but I stayed at home all day. That day, 4 or 5 aunties from the next door neighborhood were hanging out at my house. They even said they wanted to introduce me to someone." 4-1, objective achieved. Lin Chichuan talked about his itinerary for the past few days in a rush, which made Ma Shanshan very anxious, but she didn't know how to refute him. "Anyway, I have definitely kept a clear record of this period of time this year. You might as well have said it was last September. At least I don't remember what I did then." Ma Shanshan thought about it, and it seemed to be true, so she immediately replied, Yes, I just said it wrong. It was September 25th of last year." Now, not only did Lin Chichuan and Mayor Chin think that Ma Shanshan was stupid, but even Ma Yukai felt a little embarrassed when he saw his own daughter like that. But this girl still looked so smug. Thinking that Mayor Chin was watching behind the surveillance camera, Ma Yukai blushed and gritted his teeth to remind her, "This time last year, you were in school." Ma Shanshan's face changed. Yes, at this time last year, she was only a sophomore, and school had just started, so it was impossible for her to be in the village. Only then did she realize that she had followed Lin Chichuan's words and fell into his trap. She pointed at the surveillance camera angrily. "You did it on purpose." Deliberately embarrass and humiliate her. Unfortunately, Lin Chichuan would not indulge him. If a person is stupid, he should look for the reasons in himself. He didn't even have to put in any effort, but this guy shot himself in the foot. Ma Shanshan was so angry that her neck became thick, but she could do nothing about it. Ma Yukai also knew that the two of them could not beat Lin Chichuan in verbal battle. The more they argued in front of Mayor Chin, the more they were at a disadvantage. "Mayor Chin, everything today is just a misunderstanding. Things really aren't what you think. I'll go to the town tomorrow and explain it to you in person." After saying that, he quickly pulled Ma Shanshan and ran away. But she was quiet, but Lin Chichuan found something good. He watched the surveillance footage and saw that while he was taking the kettle outside to fill it with water, Ma Shanshan secretly took out a packet of medicine powder and poured it into his cup. He didn't expect that Ma Shanshan was so bold as to actually drug him. No wonder Ma Shanshan's expression changed so quickly after he said that just now. "Although I don't know what kind of medicine Ma Shanshan gave me, I can see that she was acting sneaky. That medicine is definitely not a good thing." Fortunately, he came back with the kettle full of water that day, but was called away before the water could boil, so he didn't get to drink that cup of tea. At the same time, Lin Chichuan was very glad that he loved cleanliness and would wash his drinking cup every morning. That's why I didn't get caught. He was so angry that he calmed down unusually. "Mayor Chin, giving people drugs is illegal, right?" Mayor Chin did not expect that things would turn out like this. From suspected burglary to stealing trade secrets, it is now even linked to murder by drugging. What the Ma family father and daughter did was actually so serious. Mayor Chin was too embarrassed to ask Lin Chichuan to stop making a fuss. He looked as if he had eaten a fly. "How are you going to deal with this?" Lin Chichuan said without hesitation, "I will call the police." Mayor Chin thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it's not that easy." When he said it was not easy, he meant that it might not be easy to convict Ma Shanshan. From the surveillance video, It is impossible to tell what kind of drugs Ma Shanshan put in the baby, and the drugs have been washed away long ago. As long as Ma Shanshan denies it and says it was sugar or salt, you won't be able to accuse her of lying. Lin Shichuan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "It's not okay to drug someone, but prying open the door and stealing business secrets, it must be real. No matter which one it is, I will make life difficult for both of them. Even if we can't really convict them, we have to scare them. Otherwise, everyone would think that they're the local emperor and can do whatever they want." After knowing from Mayor Qin's attitude that he would not cover for Gugu Village, Lin Shichuan achieved his goal today. Yes, Lin Shichuan made this trip specifically to give advance notice and bring the conflict between him and Gugu Village to the attention of the leaders. By then, even if there's a quarrel, he will not be in a passive state. Lin Shichuan's original idea was to use next year's orders as a guarantee for himself so that Mayor Qin would tip the scales in his favor. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the father and daughter of the Ma family gave him a great assist, helping him to quickly achieve his goal. Lin Shichuan said goodbye to the mayor. Before leaving, he specifically mentioned the Ma family's affairs are not simple. He also has a son who is addicted to gambling. It is said that he lost a lot of money in the past half-month alone. I'm afraid the Ma family's assets have been emptied out. To be honest, the Ma family really loves their son. Even though they know gambling is a bad thing, they don't really discipline him and just let him do whatever he wants. The implication is that, in order to pay off his son's gambling debts, Ma Yukai, the village party secretary, may do something else. At this time, Lin Shichuan didn't know that the debt collectors from the casino had already come to his door. If he knew, he would just make the matter more serious. But no matter how light or heavy the matter was, there was only one point in Lin Shichuan's words, that is, not only was Ma Yukai a poor person himself, but his son was also a mess. His current situation makes him no longer suitable to be a village party secretary. Mayor Qin didn't expect that the Ma family had so many dirty deeds. However, as the mayor, he did not have the power to directly dismiss the village party secretary, so he could only nod to indicate that he understood. Lin Shichuan came out of the mayor's office, and Secretary Zhou was waiting there. "Do you need me to take you there?" Secretary Zhou was even more enthusiastic than before. Lin Shichuan smiled and shook his head. "It's just a few steps. How could I get lost?" He pushed Secretary Zhou back and walked down the stairs with ease. When the car drove to the gate, he passed by the security booth, opened the car window, and greeted the security guard, and quickly stuffed 2 packs of cigarettes into the box. The security guard's eyes widened. "Young man, don't corrupt me." Lin Shichuan waved at him and said, "I'm afraid you'll forget about me next time and won't open the door for me." The security guard laughed and scolded. "You are so poor that no matter who you are, I will never forget you. But I didn't say that the cigarettes must be returned." This is also Lin Shichuan's social skills. As the saying goes, it is easier to see the king of hell than to deal with the devils. He never looks down on people in any position. The 2 packs of cigarettes he gave were neither good nor bad. They would not attract attention, and people would not feel pressure to accept them. The purpose is not to ask for help from others, but to leave a good impression. On the other side, Ma Yukai pulled Ma Shanshan back to the village committee office. He first tapped Ma Shanshan's forehead and scolded her. "What did you just say? You embarrassed yourself in front of the mayor." He is worried now. What he said today has offended the mayor. He doesn't know what to do when he sees the mayor tomorrow. But Ma Shanshan still failed to deliver, and Mayor Qin's impression of him will probably become even worse. Ma Shanshan was a little unconvinced. "Didn't you do the same just now? You said those words of the mayor yourself." Yes, both the father and the daughter did not think that there was anything wrong with what they had just done. The only thing they were worried about was that they had said the wrong thing and offended the mayor, and they were afraid that the mayor would make things difficult for them. Ma Shanshan looked at the phone in his hand and said, "I think we should call the buyers now. If you take the order now, the mayor might not dare to do anything to you because he is concerned about the planting of astragalus." Ma Yukai thought about it and said happily, "That's indeed a way. As long as he gets the order, he will be confident." So he quickly opened his phone and called the pharmaceutical company with the largest acquisition amount. 42, purchaser. "Hello, this is Xiao Zeng from Linsheng Pharmaceutical." A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Ma Yukai subconsciously twisted his fingers and said, "Hi, hello, Mr. Zeng. I am Ma Yukai, the party secretary of Gugu Village." Zeng Xuanqi on the other side was puzzled. Gugu Village? When did he meet such a person? Did you call the wrong number? That's right, that's right. Seeing that the other party didn't recognize him, Mayukai quickly said, It's you who bought the astragalus from our village. It's clearly recorded here. When it comes to astragalus, Zhang Xuanqi finally has a clue. Oh, astragalus. He glanced at the address of my Yotsai's phone number and recalled, Is it from Lin Qichuan at Chuanlu Studio? When Ma Yukai heard this, he subconsciously glanced at the sign of Lin Qichuan's office. Yes, the astragalus in Lin Qichuan is collected from our village. Zhang Xuanqi felt even more confused when he learned that the visitor was an astragalus grower. So what do you want from me? Even if something happened to Huangqi, shouldn't my Yukai have found the middleman Lin Qichuan? How could he be blamed? And how could the growers bypass Lin Qichuan and know his phone number? Knowing that he had chosen the right person, Ma Yukai started acting immediately. Mr. Zhang, you may not know this, but our village has had a falling out with Lin Qichuan, and he won't be able to harvest astragalus this year. Zhang Xuanqi originally wanted to find an excuse to get rid of the person, but after hearing these words, he finally took them to heart. As purchasing staff for a pharmaceutical company, they have to purchase a certain amount of medicinal materials every year, and when the time comes, they have to ship the goods to the pharmaceutical factory. Although the quantity ordered by Lin Qichuan is not large, it will be a trouble for him if the goods cannot arrive on time. Oh, what's going on? He remembered that Lin Qichuan said that he was the one who took the lead in planting that astragalus in the village. How come they suddenly fell out? Naturally, Mayukai did not dare to tell the real reason for this question. No matter how confident he was in front of Lin Qichuan, he knew deep down that what they did was not fair. So when Zhang Xuanqi asked him this question, he could only vaguely answer, Lin Qichuan is too evil and has exploited the villagers too harshly, so no one wants to cooperate with him. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xuanqi did not comment on this reason. As an employee in the purchasing department, he has seen many cases of quarrels over a little bit of profit. If you really want to know the reason, each person has his own reasons. He only cares about whether this year's astragalus can arrive on time. So what do you want to do by calling me now? He had actually probably guessed what Ma Yukai wanted to do. Ma Yukai licked his lips and said, Lin Qichuan is not a good person, but our astragalus is good. It's just that someone else is selling it. So I just wanted to give you a call to let you know that we have changed people here. When your company comes to collect the goods or transfer the money, just contact me directly. Oh, Zhang Xuanqi thought to himself, Can you make the decision on this matter? Seeing that he did not say no directly, Mayukai was overjoyed and felt that this matter was likely to be successful. Yes, of course. I have the final say on how and how much the astragalus in our village should be sold. Zhang Xuanqi chuckled. Can you decide that the Huangqi in your village is useless? What I'm asking is, can you decide that the Chuanlu studio is in charge? This question made Mayukai dumbfounded. Huh? Who am I to be the boss of? Isn't this selling astragalus? Why does he want to be the boss of Chuanlu studio? Now Zhang Xuanqi completely understood that this was just an old-fashioned guy who knew nothing. Our company signed a contract with Chuanlu Studio, so the goods and money can only go through Chuanlu Studio. Mayukai didn't understand. No, aren't you the one who bought the astragalus? Don't you have the final say on who to buy this from? Zhang Xuanqi thought, if he could make the decision, he would be the boss, not just a small purchasing clerk. He was too lazy to argue with this person anymore. Anyway, we will only talk to the people from Chuanlu Studio about this matter. If the boss of Chuanlu Studio becomes the village party secretary like you, then we will talk to you. Otherwise, we can only discuss this matter with Lin Qichuan. As for the problem between you and Lin Qichuan, that's your own problem. I can't help you here. Zhang Xuanqi wanted to hang up the phone after he finished speaking. Although Ma Yukai didn't quite understand the twists and turns, he could hear the other party's impatience. He quickly shouted, I can lower the price here. We don't want 51 kilograms. Zhang Xuanqi was startled by the loud voice and said unhappily, Don't shout. Let's talk it over nicely. Didn't you see that the colleagues around you were looking at me in surprise? Ma Yukai was scolded, but he didn't dare to retort. He said awkwardly, I was just a little anxious. We are kind and honest villagers. We are not as black-hearted as Lin Qichuan. As long as you want our astragalus, the price is negotiable. Seeing him say that, Zhang Xuanqi tapped his fingers on the table and asked casually, Then tell me, how generous a price can you give? Ma Yukai originally wanted to reduce the price by $1. $1 may not sound like a lot, but when you add it up it amounts to more than $50,000 less. But now, guessing Zhang Xuanqi's tone, he said with a pained look, We can save $2 and sell it to you for 48 per pound. After listening to this, Zhang Xuanqi said, "Oh, that's indeed much cheaper. But the contract has already been signed. You're going to make us breach it." Zhang Xuanqi shook his head. "That won't do. We are a well-known pharmaceutical company. We can't do something that would damage our reputation. So, you got the wrong person for this matter." After Zhang Xuanqi finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately without giving Ma Yukai a chance to speak. Ma Yukai heard the beep, beep, beep sound coming from his cell phone and was a little slow to react. No, wasn't he interested just now? Otherwise, why would you ask him how much cheaper it is? Ma Shanshan frowned. "Do you think your offer of 48 is too high?" Ma Yukai frowned. "It's already 2 yuan cheaper, and you still think it's not enough. All in all, it's already 110,000 yuan cheaper." Ma Shanshan spread her hands. "Who knows? If they don't agree, it means they are not satisfied with the price." Ma Yukai cursed inwardly. Sure enough, those who do business are not good people. Lin Qichuan offered it for 50 yuan, but he was willing to buy it. I gave him 48 yuan, but he still thought it was too expensive. I think he just wants to lower the price on purpose. When it comes to Lin Qichuan, Ma Shanshan feels a little unconvinced. Didn't they say there were 3 buyers? This won't work. Let's see what the other 2 say. 43. Are these people crazy? Ma Yukai didn't want to be forced to cut the price drastically, so he started contacting 2 other buyers. Unfortunately, the answers I received were all similar to Zhang Xuanqi's. Is there something wrong with these people? None of them know how to make money. I sold it to them at a low price, but they didn't want it. They also said they only wanted to talk to Lin Qichuan. Did Lin Qichuan save their lives? Ma Shanshan had not expected this to happen. Then what should we do? Ma Yukai bit his finger and said, "If it doesn't work, I'll reduce the price by another $2. Ma Shanshan calculated the price difference and was a little unhappy. Then we will earn a lot less money. This money is enough for her to buy a car. Ma Yukai was also very distressed, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, even if the price drops to 46 per caddy, you can still make a lot of money compared to the price of 38 per caddy. We'll call back later. Ma Yukai was worried that if he was too anxious, the other party would see through him and lower the price even more. Ma Shanshan was a little worried. We have to hurry up, otherwise Lin Qichuan will see the surveillance. What if he finds out what we're doing and goes against us? Ma Yukai thought about it, and it made sense. He asked Ma Shanshan, "Do you know how to make that contract? The one that is signed online." Ma Shanshan felt a little guilty when asked, "It's just an electronic contract. What's the problem?" Hearing this, Ma Yukai urged her, "Then hurry up and get one. I think we still need to sign a contract. Haven't you seen these people talking about the contract? I'll talk to him quickly, negotiate the price, and then sign the contract quickly." At this moment, Ma Shanshan suddenly had an idea. What if Lin Qichuan also goes to lower the price? Ma Yukai narrowed his eyes and said, "That's why we have to sign a contract." But didn't Lin Qichuan also sign the contract? The father and daughter stared at each other and suddenly realized that they seemed to have missed something. Yes, if the contract can be changed after it's signed, then what if Lin Qichuan finds out and starts a price war with them? If Lin Qichuan were here and saw what they did, he would just shake his head and laugh. However, even if Lin Qichuan was not here, he soon found out about this. Not long after he drove out of the town government, he received a call from Zhang Xuanqi. "Boss Lin, I guarantee there won't be any problems with your astragalus this year." Lin Qichuan was not surprised to receive this call. After all, he had guessed before that Ma Yukai and his daughter Pride opened his office door and peeked into his computer in order to steal something. "Zheng Li, you must have received a call from our village party secretary." Zhang Xuanqi said happily, "This is the first time I have received a call directly from a grower." Lin Qichuan pulled the car to the side of the road and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect the matter would end up at your place." He briefly talked about the conflict with Gugu village. Zhang Xuanqi didn't expect that there would be so much fun inside. He said cheerfully, "No wonder he refused to tell me the reason when I asked him just now. I'm afraid he doesn't have the face to tell me." But this was not what he cared about. After watching the fun, Zhang Xuanqi returned to the topic. "Are you sure there won't be any problems?" Lin Qichuan assured, "Don't worry. We don't just grow astragalus in Gugu village. I have already found other sources." Zhang Xuanqi asked with concern, "Is the quality guaranteed?" Lin Qichuan patted his chest and said, "It's not bad. If you're worried, I can issue another test report." Zhang Xuanqi shook his head. "That's not necessary. As long as the goods can be delivered on time, that'll be fine. The contract signed with Lin Qichuan still has several years left, and I believe he would not dare to do anything about it. Soon, two other buyers also called, and Lin Chichuan gave the same guarantee. As for what my Yukai said, they didn't mention a single word. If my Yukai knew this, he would definitely be very confused. Why were they not tempted by the price reduction? In response to this, Lin Chichuan would say, "It's right that you don't understand. All we can say is that experience determines cognition." Although my Yukai became the village party secretary, he only had a junior high school education, and his entire life was spent on the small piece of land in front of him. So he has no idea how a big company actually operates. If he had found Zhang Xuanqi and told them that the price could be lowered before the contract was signed, they would definitely have been interested. However, the contracts have already been signed, they have already been put on file, and the performance bonuses have already been received. For buyers like Zhang Xuanqi, the only thing that matters to them about this order is whether the purchased items can arrive on time and whether there are any quality issues. Any other prices have nothing to do with them. Not to mention that the waters in the purchasing department are very treacherous. In order to get the order, Lin Chichuan worked hard with the salesman in the purchasing department. Even a $50 contract had a lot of tricks in it. Once the contract is signed, they and Lin Chichuan will be in the same boat in a short period of time. As long as there are no problems afterwards, why should they offend Lin Chichuan? If Lin Chichuan were to bite back, it would be a waste of time and effort. So, from the very beginning, the plan of my Yukai and his daughter would not succeed. Unless they meet a buyer who does not need to go through the same procedures as a large company, can make decisions on his own, and is responsible for his own profits and losses. Unfortunately, Lin Chichuan wanted to take the long-term route, so the buyers he contacted were all large pharmaceutical companies, and the contracts they signed were long-term. So Zhang Xuanqi's question about the price was purely out of his personal desire to gossip. But my Yukai didn't know this and thought the price had not been lowered enough. So the father and daughter are still struggling with how to prevent Lin Chichuan from interfering and ensure that they get the order smoothly. Lin Chichuan's price to other villages is 35 yuan per kilogram, so even if he lowers the price, it won't be lower than this price. The father and daughter squatted in the yard of the village committee and counted the accounts. Ma Shanshan rolled her eyes and poked the ant nest on the ground with a stick. 35 yuan a pound. It's not as good as the 38 yuan a pound that Lin Chichuan offered. The villagers will definitely not be happy then. Ma Yukai glared. What else can we do? We can't kidnap Lin Chichuan and prevent him from contacting these pharmaceutical companies, right? We should take a long-term view, Ma Yukai thought optimistically. If we can't make much money this year, we can wait until next year or the year after. But Ma Shanshan wanted to buy a car this year and drive it back to school to show off to those who laughed at her being a country girl. By this time next year, she will have graduated, so why is there any need to show off? Oh, it's so annoying. It would be great if this crappy studio was ours. Ma Shanshan's words immediately gave my Yukai an idea. Yes, the Xiao Zeng also mentioned this just now. If Chuan Lu's studio changes hands and becomes his, won't he be able to make money without doing anything? Ma Yotsai's eyes flashed with a faint light. What do you think if I kidnap Lin Chichuan and ask him to transfer the studio to my name? Will it work? Ma Shanshan was so frightened by his words that she jumped up. Are you serious? 44. Internal conflict between Ma Yukai and his daughter. What are you yelling about? Ma Yukai looked around nervously and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one in the village committee. To be honest, he was also shocked by the thought that just came to his mind. He just suddenly realized that if he really wanted to get the biggest bite of the astragalus business, he had to kick out Lin Chichuan, the obstacle. However, although the father and daughter did not have much legal knowledge, they knew that kidnapping someone and forcing them to sign was illegal. These words came out of their mouths and could not be heard by outsiders. Ma Yukai said stubbornly, I just said that casually. Ma Shanshan felt relieved when she saw that he didn't seem to be serious. She doesn't want to have a father who commits a crime and is in jail. How could she find a partner in the future? But it can only be said that Ma Shanshan was too reassured too early. Once an idea is formed, once it is stimulated, it is very likely to turn into action. But from another perspective, Ma Shanshan's worries are somewhat unnecessary. When she decided to deal with Lin Chichuan, her future had already headed in another direction. The two of them decided to avoid this issue for the time being, and after thinking it over, Ma Yukai decided to contact a few more buyers. I want to show them that there is still room for negotiation on the price. Give them a hook first, let them think about it, and stop leaning towards Lin Chichuan. However, the calls to the three buyers that had just been connected were all showing as ongoing calls when I called them again. Ma Yukai held the phone in his hand, puzzled. Why are all of you so busy? The same result was obtained after playing it several times in a row. He curled his lips and said tartly, "The phone call is free. What's the matter that takes so long?" Ma Shanshan saw that something was wrong and said, "Could it be that someone has blocked you?" Ma Yukai panicked. "What the hell?" Ma Shanshan quickly took out her cell phone and called Zhang Xuanqi. Beep, beep, beep. It's connected. Ma Shanshan held the phone a little tightly. "Hello, this is Xiao Zheng from Linxing Pharmaceutical." Zhang Xuanqi's voice came from the other side. Ma Shanshan subconsciously replied, "Illo. Come here, give it to me." Ma Yukai snatched the phone. "Mr. Zheng, am Ma Yukai, the village party secretary of Guga Village, who just contacted you." As soon as he finished reporting his name, he heard a beep, 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 beep from the other side. What the hell? How dare he hang up on me? Ma Yukai understood at this time that the other party just didn't want to talk to him and was even too lazy to pay attention to him. Bah, you're such a snob. Ma Yukai was so angry that his face turned blue. If he hadn't known that the phone in his hand was valuable, he would have almost smashed it. Ma Shanshan quickly snatched the phone back. "So what should we do now? What can we do? If they don't want to talk to us, are we going to beg them?" Ma Yukai was furious. "I just don't believe it. Are there only these few buyers in the world? There are so many people on this list. I will fight them one by one. I don't believe I can't take down any of them." However, it turned out that he couldn't get any of them. After the call was connected, the other party heard that he wanted to sell astragalus and said directly that he didn't need it and then hung up. He made 8 calls in total, all with the same result. In the end, Ma Yukai was so angry that he couldn't help but start cursing as soon as the other party said no. If you can't even buy this little bit of astragalus, how can you pretend to be a big company? I think you're a liar. You must be producing fake drugs. I will report you. The salesperson on the other side was scolded for no apparent reason and thought he had run into a psychopath. If you are sick, go to the hospital early. He hung up the phone swearing and blocked the user. After all the trouble, no matter how unwilling the father and daughter were or how hard they tried to talk, they knew that this matter probably could not be accomplished. Ma Yukai squatted on the steps, his face looking a little gloomy. He muttered subconsciously, "Why is it so difficult to do business? I think Lin Qichuan has it easy. Last year, we received over 1 million orders, and this year we increased that to over 2 million. A few days ago, we received another new order. Those strings of millions and millions seem as if money is worthless. Why is it that when they get to him, those people are unwilling to even say a word to him?" But as soon as he said this, Ma Yukai shut his mouth. He is unwilling to do anything that would boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige. But when I thought about not being able to make the big money that makes people drool, not being able to sell the astragalus, and still owing 80,000 yuan, Ma Yukai felt as if he was carrying huge mountains on his back, pressing down on him so hard that his spine was bent several centimeters. He felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have gone through so much trouble. He could have earned a large sum of money safely this year. Thinking of this, he looked at Ma Shanshan, who also had a depressed look on her face, and his bad emotions suddenly found an outlet. He pointed at Ma Shanshan and cursed at her. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't come and drummed up some support for me, saying you wanted to be an internet celebrity and take over my business, I wouldn't have suffered this. I knew I shouldn't have believed you, you little girl with long hair and short knowledge. Now that I've lost so much money in vain, what do you think I should do?" Ma Shanshan was brought up with a rebellious personality. How could she be scolded like this by him? She rolled up her sleeves and put her hands on her hips, yelling back, "It was clearly your idea, but now that it can't be done, you blame me. Did I force you to settle accounts with Lin Qichuan? Did I force you to steal the phone number? If it weren't for your beloved son, would you be willing to take the risk? If you didn't want the money too, would you have been persuaded to make a move just by my words? Your prodigal son has lost your entire fortune, and you're not going to take it out on him. You don't have the ability to beat Lin Qichuan. Why are you venting your anger on me?" Ma Yukai was so angry at this rebellious girl that his chest felt blocked. "I have no ability. Who raised you to this age and sent you to college?" Ma Shanshan rolled her eyes. "I am your daughter. You gave birth to me, raised me, and paid for my education. It's only natural." She looked at Ma Yukai coldly and said, "You'd better think carefully about whether your big son can be relied on in the future. You might as well expect the 2 old sows at home to climb trees than to expect him to provide for your old age." Ma Yotsai's secret was touched upon, and he pointed at his own rebellious daughter with trembling fingers. If I don't count on my son, how can I count on you? A spilled water? Doesn't my Yukai really not know the child he raised? Ma Zirong's son is not dedicated, unreliable, and has no brains. He is a fool, and there is no cure. Ma Shanshan's daughter is quite clever, but she is also selfish and cold-hearted. The son is unreliable, and this daughter is even more unreliable. At least I have a son to carry on the family line. What's wrong with him being partial to his son? Ma Shanshan has known since she was a child that her parents favor boys over girls, so she has a very stubborn personality. When she heard Ma Yukai scolding her, she did not get angry, but stabbed Ma Yukai back. At least I didn't lose all your wealth and make you owe a large debt. You'd better go and pray to your ancestors more often, so that nothing happens to your precious egg. Otherwise, you will lose all your money after investing so much. As soon as these words fell, a wailing sound was heard outside. 45, broken leg. When they heard it, they realized it was the voice of their wife, mother, Lu Hui. If you listen carefully, you can still vaguely hear her shouting, "My son." Ma Yukai panicked and ran out quickly. Ma Shanshan frowned and ran out as well. She was not worried that something might happen to her brother Ma Zirong, who was a year older than her. She was just worried that if something happened to Ma Zirong, the situation at home would become even worse, and her life would become difficult as well. What happened? After running for less than a few dozen meters, Ma Yukai was already out of breath. As soon as they arrived at the door of their house, they saw a lot of people gathered in front of their yard, and the sound of Lu Hui's crying became even clearer. Ma Yukai quickly squeezed in and saw Lu Hui kneeling on the ground, grabbing someone in her hands and crying out of breath. His pupils dilated for a moment, and he instinctively took a step forward. Sure enough, he saw his eldest son Ma Zirong lying on a door panel with a pale face. Ma Yotsai's legs almost went weak. He pounced on him and touched Ma Zirong's neck with trembling hands. After checking carefully several times, I finally let out the breath I had been holding in my heart when I saw that it was still warm. He squatted on the ground and cursed angrily. "The person is not dead. Why are you crying and wailing?" It was like crying at a funeral. He thought his son had been killed by those people in the casino. Lu Hui pointed at Ma Zirong's lower body and sobbed. "Look at Zirong's legs. They're both broken. If he lives like this, what will he do for the rest of his life?" Ma Zirong was startled and looked down. Sure enough, he saw that Ma Zirong's two legs were hanging there, and the angles were abnormal to varying degrees. He touched it from beginning to end with shaking hands and stared at the people around him with trembling eyes. Finally, his eyes fell on two young men whose faces looked a little unfamiliar. "What is going on? Who sent him back?" A simple-looking young man at the side scratched his head and said, "We were the ones who carried him back." Ma Yukai rushed forward, grabbed the young man by the collar, and shouted viciously, "I remember you are from Dafeng village, and it was you who broke my son's leg." Yu Dongtian didn't expect that he would be regarded as a bad person for saving someone with good intentions. He quickly waved his hands to explain, "No, I didn't. I just saw someone lying on the side of the road at the intersection of Xingxiling Road, and I recognized him as your son, so I kindly sent him back." Xingxiling is the only way for several nearby villages to get to the town, and is not far from Guga village. There is flat land on one side of the road and a steep rocky slope on the other. When they came back from the town, they saw someone lying at the bottom of the rock slope. They thought there had been a traffic accident and someone had died. He mustered up the courage to go forward and see, and found that the person was still alive. He also recognized Ma Zirong, so he took this trip. Ma Yukai was so angry that he didn't listen to his explanation. It didn't hurt him. Why did you save him? When such shameless words came out, Yu Dongtian was stunned, opening his mouth, not knowing how to refute for a moment. Okay. Yu Dongtian's companion couldn't bear to see this, so he came up and pried Ma Yotsai's hands apart and pushed him aside. "Don't be so ungrateful after getting an advantage. If we knew that you, Secretary Ma, were such an ungrateful person, next time, even if someone from your family died in front of us, we wouldn't even look at it. We saved him today, so let's just call it bad luck." Seeing that Ma Yukai wanted to say something, the man snapped his fingers, which sounded very threatening. "If you have the time to talk nonsense here, you might as well send him to the hospital immediately. If you send him there earlier, maybe his leg can be treated. If you delay any longer, he might become disabled." Hearing him say this, Lu Hui on the other side blurted out, "If that's the case, why didn't you send him to the hospital just now? It's been delayed for so long. What if my son's injury gets worse?" The young man, Zhao Muyang, was so angry that he laughed. "We are just two people with two legs, and you still expect us to help you carry the patient to the hospital? Don't talk about whether you should have some shame or not. At the speed we're going, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the town hospital by tomorrow. The roads in these mountainous areas are winding, and it takes almost 2 hours to drive from the village to the town. If you walk alone, it will take a whole day if you walk smoothly. They have to carry another person, and if they don't get a ride, they will have to walk until the end of time. It's thanks to the Ma family that they came up with this idea. In comparison, it only takes half an hour to walk back to Guga village, so everyone knows what to choose. Anyway, I helped you carry the person back. As for whether he lives or dies, that is none of our business. If you dare to blame us again, call the police. I want to see what Ma Zirong was involved in that caused him to be treated so cruelly. Zhao Muyang had been carrying people for half an hour and was already exhausted, but in the end he didn't even get a word of thanks or a glass of water, and he was even framed. He was so angry that his face looked as gloomy as his stepmother's. He called out to Yu Dongtian, "Dongzi, let's leave quickly. We must not get involved with this family. If we do, we will definitely be in trouble." These words made Ma Yukai angry again, but he didn't dare to really stop the man. If the two of them really called the police, then what Ma Zirong had done would not be concealed, and he would be really embarrassed. We immediately rushed our son to the hospital to see if his leg could be saved. For a while, the Ma family was in chaos. On this side, Lin Qichuan also happened to return to the village. Seeing the mess inside the Ma family's house, he took a quick look and passed by without interest. I didn't expect that after walking only a few dozen meters, I heard footsteps coming from behind. Lin Qichuan looked back and saw the other person's face and the staggering steps. He was stunned for a moment and then stopped. "Chuaner, did you just come back from outside?" The old man was leaning on a cane, and his breathing was a little unsteady. Lin Qichuan nodded slightly and said, "I'm going to do something outside. Eighth uncle came here specially. Is there something going on?" My eighth uncle is almost 80 years old this year, and his face is full of wrinkles. He looked at Lin Qichuan steadily, then sighed. "I just want to ask, are you really not going to collect the astragalus from the village?" Lin Qichuan shook his head and said, "No more. We have collected enough this year." Uncle 8 said anxiously, "We are all from the same village. We know each other all the time. There's no need to make things so awkward, right?" Lin Qichuan retorted. "Then where were you, eighth uncle, when they came to force me?" Eighth uncle quickly explained, "They must have done something wrong. When they discussed it, I disagreed." Lin Qichuan pointed directly at his forehead. "But you didn't stop him, did you?" His question silenced eighth uncle. He certainly didn't step up to stop it. Lin Qichuan ignored his ugly expression and said, "Eighth uncle, I received your kindness when I was a child, and I have always remembered it. That's why he stopped just now. You're so old now. Since you decided not to get involved from the beginning, it is better not to get involved in the future. Otherwise, if something really happens, I can't guarantee that your old bones can withstand the torment." Eighth uncle looked at the sharp edges revealed between the young man's eyebrows and felt a little complicated. The little boy who cried so miserably at that time has now grown into a towering tree. He sighed, "It seems that I am indeed old. I can't take care of things, and things can't take care of me either." Before leaving, he suddenly said without any context, "I'm afraid the legs of the Ma family's son can't be saved." Mayukai just borrowed money from others to treat his leg. He borrowed from several people before he managed to collect 5,000 yuan. Lin Qichuan was confused at first. Then he thought of something and looked at his eighth uncle with some surprise. 4-6, keep evidence. Eighth uncle sighed. "I heard that those people came to our house this morning. They all looked ferocious. I don't know what happened. So, you can do anything except gambling. Won't this ruin the whole family?" In the setting sun, Lin Qichuan felt complicated as he watched his eighth uncle staggering with the help of a cane. There was a reason why he decided to return to his hometown to start a business and lead the villagers of Gugu village out of poverty and into prosperity. First of all, Chinese people all have some attachment to their homeland. Even when Lin Qichuan was only 8 years old, he followed Lin Jiaxing and his wife to work and go to school outside. The days spent outside are more than twice as long as those spent in Gugu village. But when he wakes up in the middle of the night, he often recalls the time when he was a child, running in the mountains with his friends, picking wild fruits and digging wild vegetables, playing hide-and-seek games, and having fun everywhere. So deep down, he hoped that this land would become better and better, rather than being abandoned by the times and submerged in the wilderness. Secondly, their family had indeed received help from the villagers when they were young. For several generations of the Lin family, the family had not had many descendants. By the time of Lin Jiaxing's father, there was only one male child, plus his first sister. As for Lin Jiaxing, he only has two younger sisters. Therefore, in the village, their family does not have much help from fellow tribesmen. If they need help from others, they have to rely entirely on the connections with their fellow villagers. I still remember that when Lin Qichuan was 7 years old, a mudslide occurred in the ravine, and that day happened to be when Lin Jiaxing and his wife went up the mountain to cut hemp vines. Lin Qichuan was a little kid who waited alone at home from dawn to dusk, but his parents didn't come back, so he cried and wanted to go up the mountain to look for them. Uncle 8 happened to see him, so he took him home, gave him food, told him not to worry, and organized some people to go up the mountain with torches in the middle of the night to look for him. Fortunately, Lin Jiaxing and his wife were lucky enough. When they heard that something was wrong with the small animals in the mountains, and they were running away, they also quickly moved to higher places and avoided the disaster. But because the mudslide was so large, it blocked the way down the mountain. They couldn't go down the mountain along the road, which delayed them. After returning safely, Lin Jiaxing and his wife took Lin Qichuan to kowtow to their 8th uncle. It is said that when they went up the mountain to look for people, they actually found traces of wild wolves. They must have run out from the deep mountains because of the mudslide. I can't imagine what would happen if Lin Qichuan, a child, ran up the mountain and encountered those wild wolves. Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jiaxing always remembered the kindness of their 8th uncle and the villagers. Therefore, when they learned that Lin Qichuan was going to return to his hometown to start a business, they not only did not object, but were very supportive. But who would have thought that human nature is never one-sided? When everyone is a good fellow villager, they can help each other. But when interests are involved, other aspects of human nature will be revealed. The saying, "I want my brothers to be well, but I'm afraid they drive a Land Rover," applies to many things. I think in the past year or two, seeing the Lin family making more money, some people must have felt unhappy. So when my Yukai was encouraged, he jumped out. Even my 8th uncle was a sensible man. Even though he knew that this was wrong, he chose to remain silent in the end. But since you have chosen to remain silent, why not follow through to the end? Thinking of his 8th uncle's last reminder, Lin Qichuan shook his head. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, he had already made up his mind not to bother with the mess in the village anymore. He considered that he had already repaid the favor he was owed in the past, and it was of no use for anyone to intercede for him. As for whether my Yukai would become desperate and do something desperate, Lin Qichuan had already anticipated this situation. The two sides have already torn their faces apart, so there is no illusion of peaceful coexistence. Lin Qichuan didn't expect that Ma Zhuron was so powerful and could drain all the assets of the Ma family. Now that his leg is injured, if he becomes disabled, my Yukai will probably hold on to those astragalus, because that was his only hope. Thinking of this, Lin Qichuan, who was about to reach his home, turned around and decided to go to the office first. Kai Linghua just happened to come out with a bucket of trash. Seeing him, she quickly called out, "Chuaner, it's almost dark. Where are you going?" "Mom, I have to go to the office for something. Dinner is ready. You guys can eat first." He had to drug Ma Shanshan quickly, and also organize the surveillance footage of the father and daughter breaking into the house and stealing business secrets today. Ma Yukai didn't know when he would go crazy, so he had to be prepared and take the initiative first. As for what Lin Qichuan said in front of Mayor Qin about calling the police, it was not just a casual remark. He really wanted to call the police, but after thinking it over, he decided to be conservative. If he didn't take action, they would be fine. But if he did, he had to make sure the man was nailed to death. Otherwise, given my Yotsai's temperament, he will definitely not give up. The Ma family is different from the Lin family in that they still have many fellow clansmen in the village. Giving him a chance to catch his breath, no one could have predicted what he would do. Lin Qichuan is not afraid of these things. At most, he will deal with them as they come. But he doesn't dare to gamble because he still has parents. The door of the office was still wide open, and the broken lock clearly displayed the violence of Ma Yukai and his daughter. Lin Qichuan filmed and preserved all signs of intrusion, including door locks, computer usage records, and surveillance cameras. For safety reasons, he backed up all the evidence to a network disk and sent a copy to the email address. After finally finishing everything, Lin Qichuan walked around the office. There aren't many items inside. A set of office desks and chairs and office equipment, a set of sofas and coffee tables for entertaining guests, plus a small bookcase, and some green plants. Or maybe we should move our things away. I have had a falling out with my yukai, and now the door lock has been broken. There is no point in keeping this office. But he can't live without an office. After all, his studio still needs to run. Lin Shichuan rubbed his forehead and said, "Why don't we go to town and find a place? Anyway, the rent is not expensive, so it's not stressful to afford it, but it's a bit troublesome to run back and forth. After all, it is a bit far from Gugu village to the town." He was just about to start packing when his cell phone rang. Lin Shichuan clicked on it and was a little surprised. "Good evening, Secretary Su." The person who called was Su Wanjing, a college student village official from Dafeng Village. "I'm sorry, it's time to get off work, and I have to bother you." There was a hint of apology in Su Wanjing's tone. Lin Shichuan casually took out a bag from the floor drawer and said with a smile, "I'm a freelancer, so I don't have the concept of going to and from get off work. Since I started my own business, the 996 work schedule is nothing but a dream. When I open my eyes, I have to work when I should work, and when I should relax, I really relax." He glanced at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. No wonder he was so hungry. "I have to hurry up, otherwise my parents will call me soon to urge me." 4-7 care. Lin Shichuan asked Su Wanjing, "You called here about the supplementary agreement, right?" Su Wanjing nodded in response. "Don't worry if you laugh at me, Mr. Lin. I will always be thinking about this matter until it is resolved." Lin Shichuan was not surprised and just smiled and said, "I thought that since you have all received the deposit, you should be the least anxious. The other 3 villages didn't even get the deposit, so they must be feeling even more uneasy." "How could that be?" Su Wanjing shook her head. "Although it's just a supplementary agreement, it's a matter of vital importance to the future development of Dafeng Village. After what happened this year, she has completely understood how important it is to have a stable buyer. Therefore, Lin Shichuan must keep things stable. We are very lucky to have sold out this year's astragalus. Now we should start thinking ahead about the plans for the next 2 years. Only when things are finalized early can we make better plans." Lin Shichuan couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't he have such a good village party secretary? If he could have the assistance of a village party secretary like Su Wanjing, who is ambitious, visionary, and hardworking, perhaps Gugu village would have a new look today. His sigh was quite loud and reached Su Wanjing's ears on the other side through the microphone. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Did something happen? Although my abilities are average, if there is anything we could do to help, please feel free to ask." After Zhao Dagong returned, the village held a meeting. From Zhao Dagong's description, she realized that the conflict between Lin Shichuan and Gugu village had reached an irreconcilable point. In an environment surrounded by wolves, Lin Shichuan must be under a lot of pressure. More importantly, she learned from her connections in the town that Lin Shichuan went to the town government in the afternoon and stayed in Mayor Qin's office for a long time. As the village party secretary, her political literacy has gradually developed over the years. She knew very well that if she stayed in Mayor Qin's position, she would definitely consider things from the perspective of the overall situation, and the decisions she made might not necessarily be in their interests. This is also why Su Wanjing called at this time. She was afraid that things would change. She gently reminded him, "Although I'm only a small village party secretary, at least we have 4 villages. If we unite, we will still have a certain voice. Now that the contract has been signed, everyone is in the same boat. Even the most cunning Secretary Li Weigua will not sit idly by and watch." Therefore, if Lin Shichuan came under pressure from the leadership, several village party secretaries would stand up even for their own interests. Even if they cannot influence the leader's decisions, leaders cannot really completely ignore their opinions. Lin Shichuan understood what she meant and raised his eyebrows. "You know, I went to town today." He was not angry about his whereabouts being exposed. After all, he went to the town government without hiding from people. There is not much space in the town, so it is normal for news to spread. But when Su Wanjing heard him ask this, she still felt a little panicked. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask." She quickly explained, "I just happen to have a friend of the same age who works as an official in the government. He saw you this afternoon, so he just mentioned it to me. He actually cares about me. He knows that the higher-ups are paying close attention to the Huangqi issue recently, and he also knows that things are not going well for me." Hearing the panic in her tone, Lin Shichuan comforted her instead. "No need to explain in such detail. It's just a small matter. I won't care." He decided a little that Su Wanjing actually admitted this matter, which was quite frank, and she still remembered to care about him at this time, which showed her thoughtfulness, even if it was mixed with selfish motives. "Thank you for your concern. It seems that I can still handle these things for now." After he finished speaking, He paused and added, "Of course, if I need any help, I will definitely ask without hesitation. When the time comes, just don't think I'm meddling." Seeing that he really didn't care, Su Wanjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, he definitely won't. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shichuan opened a red, white, and blue luggage bag. Since this office is no longer in use and the door lock is broken, he has to move the computer and some of the more important documents back home. Otherwise, it might be stolen at any time. As for the remaining desks and sofas, he will deal with them after he finds a new office in 2 days. The desktop computer was not light, and Kai Linghua struggled to carry it home. She came over to see what was going on. She asked with concern, "Why did you move all the computers back? Did something happen?" "No, I just don't want to work in the village committee anymore." Kai Linghua thought the same thing and said, "It's good to come back and stay with those people. Who knows if they will make trouble for you?" As she spoke, she asked Lin Shichuan to put the things down. "Leave it there for a while and clean it up later. The food is getting cold. Let's eat first." Lin Shichuan had no choice but to wash his hands first. "Didn't I tell you not to wait for me?" Lin Jiaxing said, "How can your mother feel at ease to eat without you coming back?" So many things have happened in the past few days. Although Lin Shichuan appeared to be at ease, they were still worried. Kai Linghua glanced at him and said, "You're still talking about me? Who is it that kept glancing at the gate just now? Other people are waiting for their husbands, but you're waiting for your sons." Being ruined by his wife, Lin Jiaxing's dark skin showed a few blushes. "What nonsense! I was just checking to see if all the chickens in the yard were back in their coops." Traditional old fathers are not very good at expressing their concern and affection directly. "Haha, you were the one who drove the chickens back. Don't you know whether there are enough?" Lin Jiaxing said stubbornly. "I just forgot to count, okay? Okay, okay, if you really want to worry so much, how about you count again before dinner?" While setting the table, Kai Linghua did not forget to tease her husband. Lin Shichuan looked at the two people bickering back and forth, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. With Kai Linghua's feeding, Lin Shichuan ate 2 large bowls of rice tonight. After eating so much, he collapsed on the sofa with a full belly and watched the timeless mother-in-law and daughter-in-law drama with Kai Linghua. He watched 2 episodes and had to admit that although the plot was indeed bloody, it was still quite exciting to watch. Middle-aged and elderly people also have their own Mary Sue and cool dramas. Such ordinary little things are full of the flavor of everyday life. Even if there are so many annoying people and things outside, they can make him feel a little relaxed and comfortable. On the other hand, the Ma family was not so comfortable. Ma Yukai hurriedly brought Ma Zurong, whose legs were injured, to the town hospital. The doctor took a look and directly recommended that he be transferred to another hospital. This leg injury is quite serious. My opinion is that it is best to go to a higher-level hospital, a county hospital, or preferably a city hospital. When Ma Yukai heard the seriousness of the situation, he almost squeezed the medical insurance card in his hand and said, "Will I be unable to walk in the future?" 48. You forced me to do this. What's the specific situation? The doctor shook his head. "We need to take an x-ray to see the extent of the bone injury before we can know. Then hurry up and scan him," Ma Yukai urged. "You haven't even scanned him yet. How can you say he can't be cured?" He remembered that when he first arrived at the hospital, the doctor was getting ready to go off work. So I looked at him with some suspicion. "You are not deliberately not treating my son just to get off work. So you want us to go to another hospital? Otherwise, why didn't they check carefully and just let them go to other hospitals? But did you take kickbacks from other hospitals and deliberately make it sound serious so that we would go to other doctors for treatment?" The doctor looked at him speechlessly. "What are you thinking about? We are a town hospital, and our equipment and doctor skills are limited. Your son's condition is quite serious. If it goes wrong, the sequelae will be serious. I'm giving you this advice sincerely for your own good." Fortunately, doctors have seen many patients and their families who do not follow medical advice, have random thoughts, or are reluctant to see a doctor. Seeing that Ma Yukai was still not convinced, he said directly, "I'm not a professional orthopedic surgeon specializing in leg treatment, so my treatment level is average. You can get treatment here if you want, but I can't guarantee the effectiveness of the treatment. Anyway, this is your son. If you are at ease, I will have someone push him to take the film." Ma Yukai was still hesitating, trying to decide whether what the doctor said was true or false. It is true that people of their generation used to rely on endurance to treat minor illnesses and rely on luck to treat major illnesses. People are pessimistic about hospitals, believing that it is difficult and expensive to see a doctor. Going to the county hospital or the municipal hospital was even more unfamiliar to him, so he was a little timid. Besides, if he wants to go to the county hospital, it will be very expensive. I don't know if more than 5,000 yuan he brought with him is enough. Seeing the struggle on his face, the doctor gave him another heavy dose of medicine. Oh, by the way, the machine in our hospital was discarded by the county hospital. It is quite old, and the image clarity is average. So the results may not be that accurate when they come out. Please bear with me. After saying that, he asked the nurse beside him to push Ma Zerong, who had already woken up, to take an x-ray. Ma Zerong heard this and quickly stopped him. I don't want to be treated here. I want to go to the county hospital. Originally, he was afraid that Ma Yukai would teach him a lesson because of the debt. So even if he woke up, he didn't dare to open his eyes and kept pretending to be unconscious. It was not until he heard the doctor's words and saw that Ma Yukai was hesitant to make a decision that he had to open his eyes. He begged Ma Yukai, Dad, I don't want to be a cripple. Please let me go to the county hospital for treatment. This pleading attracted many people around to look over. The word cripple stimulated Ma Yukai. For rural people, a cripple is equivalent to a person who has lost his or her labor force and is almost like waste. He was a little scared and a little ashamed. Get treatment. I'll send you there right away. After hearing this, the doctor finally changed his mind, thank God, and asked the nurse to push the patient out. It depends on the situation of this family. If they can't be cured, I'm afraid the hospital will be in turmoil. Ma Yukai didn't know what the doctor was thinking, otherwise he would have made a fuss first. The town is not far from the county, about an hour's drive away. Ma Yukai and his team rushed to the clinic. The doctor touched Ma Zerong's leg and did an expedited x-ray examination. Your condition is too serious. Both tibiae are completely broken. They must be connected with steel bones. Ma Yukai didn't understand these things. He just asked with concern, can it be cured? The doctor conservatively estimated, it depends on the prognosis, but he should be able to stand up. It may have some impact on walking, and it may also have some impact on doing heavy work in the future. Ma Yotsai's eyes bulged. Wouldn't that mean he would become a cripple? His voice suddenly became louder. Then what's the difference between treating it and not treating it? The doctor looked at the film without even raising his head. If he is not treated, he won't even be able to stand up, and he will have to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in bed in the future. If he can be cured, at least he can stand up and take care of himself. Ma Zerong, who was standing by, burst into tears when he heard this. He really became a cripple. Shut up. Ma Yukai yelled at him, and then he felt deflated. Then let's get treatment. Being able to stand up is better than lying in bed, unable to take care of yourself. Ma Zerong was pushed in for surgery, and the nurse took Ma Yukai to register and pay the fees. Fill out the form first, and then pay the fee. Speaking of money, Ma Yukai rubbed the hem of his clothes in embarrassment and asked, how much does it cost to treat my leg? I don't know the details yet, but if you have cooperative medical care, about 70% of the cost can be reimbursed, so the cost should not be too high. You need to pay $2,000 into your account first, and the final fee will be settled when you are discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing that he only had to pay 2,000 yuan first, Ma Yukai, who had 5,000 yuan in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard that 70% of the insurance could be reimbursed, he felt fortunate that he had bought urban and rural cooperative medical insurance for his family. Originally, he also disliked this thing and thought it was a money-sucking scam. But since he was the village party secretary, he had to grit his teeth and buy things for everyone in his family in order to set an example and complete his task. Now all that's left is fear. After paying the fee, Ma Yukai waited alone at the door of the operating room. Holding his already hungry stomach, he squatted on the ground, thinking about Huangqi, his son's situation, and the debt of 80,000 yuan. His face was full of ferocious expressions, which scared the nurses passing by and made them stay away from him. According to the doctor, even if my son can stand up and walk, it is obvious that he will be a lame man and will not be able to do heavy work. After that, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to even find a wife, let alone rely on him for support in old age. So this family still depends on him to support it. But he is not young anymore, and he can only serve as the village party secretary for one more term at most. After he leaves office, he will have to go home and continue farming. But apart from growing astragalus, how much income can you get from farming? How will the whole family survive then? The only way to survive is the Huangqi business. If he took the matter of Huangqi away from Lin Qichuan, then their family would have a company, and not only could they control the astragalus, but they could also earn at least hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. My son can also sit in the office and be a boss. Then, even if he's a cripple, it won't have much impact. But how can we snatch that studio from Lin Chichuan? The thought that frightened him in the afternoon popped up again. But now my Yukai was no longer frightened. He thought, you guys forced me to do this. In his mind, he had already started thinking about how to implement the plan. On the other side, Lin Chichuan, who had been busy all day and began to feel sleepy after 10 o'clock, fell asleep after lying on the bed for a while. Not long after he fell asleep, he began to have a dream. In his dream, he returned to the day when the mudslide occurred when he was 7 years old. 4-9. Change location. When it got dark, he hurried up the mountain to look for Lin Jiaxing and his wife. This time, eighth uncle did not come to stop him, and the small figure was swallowed up in a mountain road. Little Chichuan seemed to know nothing. He had only one thought in his mind, to find his parents. So he groped his way up the mountain road in the dark, climbing up continuously, as if he didn't know the end and didn't know how to get tired. I kept climbing. I don't know how long I climbed. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, as if something was staring at him. Xiao Chichuan turned around in fear and saw a pair of green eyes emerging from the darkness. It's a wolf. Oh! He was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. While Xiao Chichuan was scared, he was able to distract himself and think that the ground was surprisingly soft and he didn't feel any pain when he fell. When this thought came to his mind, Xiao Chichuan felt it was a bit strange, but he couldn't figure out what was strange about it. When the wolves over there saw that he stopped crawling, they all swarmed over and surrounded him. No, go away. Xiao Chichuan watched the green eyes getting closer and closer, and he shrank back in fear, grabbing a stone in panic and holding in front of him. Suddenly, the wolf closest to them began to speak in human language. Lin Chichuan, you'd better do as I say and give the company to me. Otherwise, I will eat all three of you. That voice sounded quite familiar. Xiao Chichuan thought about it and thought, hey, isn't this my Yotsai's voice? Ma is talented, so what is he afraid of? Xiao Chichuan waved the thing in his hand and threw it out. Get lost. With a bang, the scene in the dream was shattered. The next day, when Lin Chichuan woke up, he was still a little confused when he thought about this scene. Is this what you think about during the day and dream about at night? Was this a warning in his dream, telling him to be wary of my Yukai? Lin Chichuan shook his head and said, forget it. Let's not put too much pressure on ourselves. My Yukai should be too busy making trouble these days. Although the contract has been signed, he still needs to personally check the growth of the astragalus to feel at ease. So he had to take this opportunity to visit several other villages. In the next few days, things happened as he expected. Because of his son's legs, my Yukai stayed in the county hospital and could not take care of the village affairs for the time being. Lin Chichuan goes out early and comes back late, visiting a village every day to check on the condition of the astragalus. After looking around, I went to town again and asked around for houses for rent. It took 2 or 3 days to visit several villages, and Lin Chichuan finally arrived at Dafeng village. When Su Wanjing saw him, she was obviously relieved. Don't worry about it now. Putting the signed supplementary agreement back into the bag, Lin Chichuan teased her. The back of Su Wanjing's ears turned slightly red. Well, now I can finally relax a lot. Lin Chichuan shook his head helplessly. I have to work harder to gain your trust after reading this. Hearing what he said, Su Wanjing quickly waved her hand and said, of course I believe you, Mr. Lin. She explained anxiously, it's just that I am responsible for the livelihoods of dozens of households in the village, so I dare not relax for even a moment. Lin Chichuan once again sighed. Your village is lucky to have you as the village party secretary. Not only Su Wanjing, but even the previous president Zhao Dagong genuinely cared about the village. When this matter was mentioned, Su Wanjing looked at him with some worry. The people in your village are not looking for trouble, right? Lin Chichuan nodded, then shook his head. My Yukai is too busy to bother me right now. As for the people in other villages, they're also anxious as the time for harvesting astragalus is approaching. But he has been out and about these days, leaving early and coming back late, so those people can't stop him. As for Lin Jiaxing and his wife, they have also learned their lesson and will not open the door no matter who knocks. So there's no point for those people to be anxious. Su Wanjing said the same thing. If you need any help, just let me know. Seeing that the worry on the little girl's face was genuine, Lin Chichuan felt a little touched. He rarely revealed some of his worries. I also hope that these things can be settled soon. Like now, my parents can only stay at home and can't do anything. It won't be a problem for a long time. Su Wanjing was curious. Have you ever considered finding a new place for your uncle and aunt to live? Lin Qichuan shook his head. I have thought about it, but this is only a temporary solution. For Lin Jiaxing and his wife, moving to a different place was not difficult to accept. After all, the family used to work outside to earn money and rent a house. But the question is where to live? He can't let go of the matter at hand, so he certainly can't stay away. There is not much difference between living in a town and living in a village. After all, if those people want to cause trouble, it is easy for them to go to the town. Lin Jiaxing and his wife are getting old and can no longer look for jobs like they used to. But if they are left idle, doing nothing, staying in the house all day, they will feel uncomfortable. Therefore, even if Lin Jiaxing and his wife could avoid going there during this time, it would be of no avail if the main problem was not solved. Su Wanjing suddenly thought of something and asked, You have been looking for a house these days. Are you looking for an office? Lin Qichuan was really surprised. You are really well informed. She knew that he went to the town government, and she also knew that he went to look for a house. He looked at Su Wanjing in wonder. Aren't you from outside? Why are you acting like a local tyrant? Su Wanjing looked away awkwardly due to his straightforward gaze. She explained with a guilty conscience. It is precisely because I am an outsider that I have to pay more attention to information from all sides. She was a young girl who had just graduated from college and was suddenly sent to the countryside to serve as a village cadre. I have to manage a village, even though I am unfamiliar with the place. Even with the support of the former branch secretary Zhao Dagong, she still encountered many troubles and pitfalls at the beginning. During that time, she didn't know how many times she cried secretly. Fortunately, she is a person who never gives up. Not only was she not overwhelmed by difficulties, but she took the initiative to solve the problems. 3 years later, she had secured her position as village party secretary and had also gotten to know many people in the town. She chatted with these people and was able to find out a lot of information from time to time. The reason she knew about Lin Qichuan's house hunting was because she went to a wholesale department in town to buy something yesterday, and the owner of the wholesale department told her during the chat. After learning from the boss's wife that Lin Qichuan was looking for a house, Su Wanjing guessed that he was looking for a place to work. After hearing Su Wanjing's explanation, Lin Qichuan had to give her a thumbs up. Su Wanjing was quite happy, but also a little embarrassed to receive his praise. Have you found a place that suits your taste? Lin Qichuan shook his head. Not yet. There are houses for rent in the town, but most of them are residential. That is, people live upstairs and the downstairs is a shop. There is no problem using it to open a shop, but it is not suitable for opening a studio. He also didn't want to be so close to the street. Although there weren't many people in the town, it was still quite noisy during market time. When Su Wanjing heard what he said, her eyes lit up. What do you think of our village? 50, new office location. What? Lin Qichuan didn't react to the meaning of Su Wanjing's words at first. Aren't you looking for an office? Su Wanjing originally came up with this idea on a whim, and now after thinking about it carefully, she thinks this suggestion is really great. Her eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically recommended it to Lin Qichuan by counting on her fingers. What do you think about renting an office in our village? Look, first of all, your home is much closer to our Dafeng village than to the town, so it's more convenient for you to go back and forth. Secondly, there happens to be a vacant yard in our village, and the house is well built. If you are willing, I can waive your rent. Third, that yard is right at the top of the slope at the end of the village. It's usually very quiet, and no one will disturb you. If you have anything to do, we can hear you if you call us. Besides, there's a road over there that leads directly to the road outside. You could drive your car directly up there. You don't need to park your car outside and then walk back. Lin Qichuan had never thought about this question before, but after hearing what she said, it seemed like the same idea. Su Wanjing had been observing Lin Qichuan's expression and saw that he did not show any resistance. She immediately opened the window and pointed to something not far away for Lin Qichuan to see. Boss Lin, look, that's the place. Lin Qichuan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a small building with white walls and black tiles standing inside a wall surrounded by ivy halfway up a hillside. That house looks nice, doesn't it? Lin Qichuan nodded. It seemed not only very private, but also quite interesting. It's not like the houses here. In the past, people in their mountain valley lived in cramped mud houses, but when they had a little money, they would build stone houses or red brick houses. Judging from the exposed part of the wall, the small building is a large blue brick house. The roof is a hip roof with 4 animals squatting on the eaves at the 4 corners. It took a lot of effort and money to build it. This house must have some history, right? Not to mention in the mountains. Even in other places, it is rare to build houses like this. Yes, more than 40 years. Lin Chichuan calculated it and was a little surprised. Was it built in the 1980s? It was not easy for someone to build such a house at that time. Su Wanjing introduced that this house was specially built by a Chinese compatriot from our village who went out to make a living in the early years and returned home to worship his ancestors. Then this is owned by someone. Will the owner agree to rent it out? Su Wanjing shook her head. It's almost the same whether it has an owner or not. Lin Chichuan showed a curious look. What do you mean? The old man passed away 2 years ago. His children were born and raised abroad. They are not familiar with this place and have no plans to come back. So they handed the house over to the village for disposal. She was afraid that Lin Chichuan would dislike the house because it was too old. Don't worry. Even though the house has not been occupied much, it was built with good materials and excellent craftsmanship, so it is still very solid and will last for decades. Plus, the village committee sends people to clean up every year, so the place is relatively clean overall and not abandoned at all. Lin Chichuan was indeed somewhat tempted. I can't consider it. When Su Wanjing heard him say that, she said, "Why not go over and take a look now?" She took the key, and the two of them spent nearly 5 or 6 minutes climbing up the small hill. Lin Chichuan stood on top and looked back. Dafeng village was in full view with a very broad vision. It seems that the Chinese compatriot chose a special location when building the house. Su Wanjing took out the key and opened the iron door. What caught my eye was a patch of half-human-high weeds in the yard that was beginning to turn yellow. Su Wanjing scratched her cheek in embarrassment. I forgot that I haven't had time to clean up this year. From her reaction, Lin Chichuan had some guesses in his heart. Could it be that the old man still misses his hometown, so he gives some money every year to let the villagers take care of the house? After the old man passed away, his children should have stopped spending money, so the village committee would not be so concerned about it? Su Wanjing was afraid that he might misunderstand, so she quickly explained, the village committee only comes to clean up at the end of the year. But no one lives there, and after half a year, weeds have grown there. But don't worry, we can clean up this small space quickly. Lin Chichuan took a closer look at the yard and was a little surprised that what she said was actually true. He almost grew up in an astragalus field in recent years, so he can still distinguish between annual and perennial weeds. The weeds in front of us are indeed newly grown this year. Looking inside through the window, the house was very clean and bright. This seems to be a bit petty, and he's judging others by his own standards. The people in your village are quite down to earth. Even though the person is gone, I still remember to come and clean the house every year. If it were in any other village, if such a nice house had been vacant, it would probably have been occupied by some greedy people long ago. Su Wanjing didn't know what he was thinking and agreed with what he said. Uncle Dagong said that everyone in the village was very poor at that time. During the famine years, even food became a problem. The village party secretary at the time contacted the old man through various channels. Although the old man was far away from home, he still managed to get some food and grain seeds delivered to help the villagers get through the difficult times. The villagers have always remembered this kindness. Lin Chichuan immediately decided, then I'll rent this place. Judging from this incident alone, the village spirit of Dafeng village, which is grateful, is 100 times stronger than that of Gugu village. Without waiting for Su Wanjing to be happy, he emphasized, but the rent still needs to be paid. Just because of what the old man did. Such a nice house can't be left to me for free. Another layer is that although Su Wanjing is the village party secretary, she is not from Dafeng village after all. She decided to let people live in the house for free, for fear that it would make some people unhappy. It's not like he can't afford the rent, so there's no need to cause trouble for the girl. The rent will be calculated based on the market price. Su Wanjing wanted to say something, but he waved his hand and said, there is no free lunch in the world. I like to keep things one way and one way. This means that I won't take advantage of you, so when we talk about things later, you don't have to worry so much. This is also true. Seeing that Lin Chichuan had said so much, Su Wanjing couldn't continue to say it was free. Otherwise, it will give people the feeling that you're trying to do favors. But she secretly decided in her heart to make the rent for Lin Chichuan as cheap as possible. The two men argued for a while and finally decided to rent the courtyard at a price about 10% lower than the local market price. 5-1. Village Party Secretary, you must take responsibility. The courtyard covers an area of about 400 square meters, of which the main building is L-shaped, with a main house and an east wing, covering an area of about 200 square meters. The main house is very square, with a long living room running north-south and two upper and lower rooms in the shape of a sun on both sides, for a total of 4 bedrooms and one living room. Although the house is deep, the windows are large enough and there are several transparent tiles installed on the roof, so there is no problem with lighting. The east wing is a spacious hall specially used for entertaining guests. On the left side of the main house is an annex room with a kitchen and bathroom. There is a small terrace outside the wing room, where a pressure well has been dug. This will also solve the water usage problem. Lin Qichuan walked around several rooms and decided to use the east wing for receiving guests as his office. He wrote down the address and planned to find a time to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to change the registration. That's how it's settled. I will find someone to clean up the yard and the house in the next 2 days, and then we can move our things in directly. Lin Qichuan paid a year's rent in one lump sum. Then I'll trouble you to arrange it. Su Wanjing was very excited to have brought this great god of wealth to her village, and she didn't think it was a trouble at all. It's not a problem, she said, patting her chest. It's my job as a landlord. Lin Qichuan laughed. In a sense, Su Wanjing could indeed be considered his landlord. Then I, as the tenant, will wait for your notice. Su Wanjing waved her hand. Okay. As soon as Lin Qichuan left the village, Su Wanjing immediately informed the village cadres group of the good news. Zhao Dagong was the first to reply, and his hearty laughter almost jumped out of the phone. Okay. Xiaosu did a great job on this matter. How come you are so smart that you thought of bringing people to our village? The Lin family's offices are all in our village. Do you worry that our astragalus will not be sold? The other village cadres were the same, all praising Su Wanjing for making a very good move. Su Wanjing's face turned red from all the praise. It's not that exaggerated. I just thought of it suddenly. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to actually agree to it. Zhao Dagong smacked his lips, feeling happy but also a little regretful. It would be even better if we could bring people to live in our village. Thinking of this, he looked down upon Ma Yukai, the short-sighted guy, even more. But they were also somewhat fortunate that Ma Yukai made a stupid move, otherwise this benefit would not have fallen into their village. Zhao Dagong just said this without thinking too much about it. After all, the old people in the countryside think that a nest of gold or silver is not as good as one's own doghouse, and it is hard to leave one's hometown. But when the young man Su Wanjing heard this, he was moved. But that's another story. The important thing right now is to quickly arrange people to clean up the yard. On the other hand, Lin Qichuan was in a good mood after solving a problem that was bothering him. But this good mood lasted less than an hour. As soon as he returned to the village entrance, he saw a group of people gathered in front of Ma Yotsai's house. It turned out that Ma Zirong was discharged from the hospital today, and Ma Yukai also went home. Lin Qichuan's originally raised brows slightly frowned. He tooted impatiently. Trouble is coming again. The car made quite a noise when it entered the village. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked over. There was anxiety, anger, and hesitation in their eyes. Lin Qichuan pretended not to see anything. He locked the car door and walked straight past them without even glancing at them. Looking at Lin Qichuan's back without turning his head, Zhang Lu knew that he was being fooled and his arm was simply dislocated and couldn't help but curse loudly. Lin Qichuan, why are you running? Our work is not finished yet. Hearing this, Lin Qichuan paused and stopped. Zhang Lu's arm subconsciously felt a pain. Recalling the scene where Lin Qichuan dealt with him a few days ago, he hid behind others with a whoosh. Lin Qichuan did not look back. He only stopped for less than 2 seconds and then continued walking forward. Just like the pause just now, it was not because of Zhang Lu's words. However, his ignoring him made Zhang Lu feel even more ashamed and angry. What does Lin Qichuan mean by this? Does he not take him seriously at all? Seeing this, he wanted to rush over and punch him in the chin to see what he was doing. But Zhang Lu was just thinking about it. He didn't dare to move. It was really what Lin Qichuan showed that day that stunned him. This kid looks weak, but he is so ruthless and efficient when he attacks. So Zhang Lu could only save face and said poo to Lin Qichuan's back. What are you so proud of? Ma Yukai covered his forehead and cursed at him. Enough, stop making noise. During the days he stayed in the hospital, he couldn't eat or sleep well, and at his age, he was almost exhausted. As a result, as soon as he got home, he hadn't even sat down when he was surrounded by people from the village. Everyone was talking at once. You are talented. We followed your instructions and went to cause trouble for the Lin family. You can't deny this. That's right. You have to take responsibility for what you take the lead in doing. It's only a few days until the harvest of astragalus. You have to come up with an idea of what the rules are now. Should we sell our astragalus to the Lin family or to someone else? Ma Yukai has not been at home these days, and everyone couldn't find Lin Chichuan, so they were getting anxious waiting. But didn't the Lin family buy astragalus from other villages? Why would Lin Chichuan be willing to buy from our village? The astragalus hasn't been confiscated yet. Let him change his mind. As for who would make Lin Chichuan change his mind, it would naturally be the branch secretary Ma Yukai. But Lin Chichuan doesn't have to pay the penalty now, so I'm afraid he won't want to raise the price. So the spearhead turned to Ma Yukai. You promised us at the time that you would sell the astragalus at a high price. You can't be fooling us. This astragalus cannot be sold at a high price, and they have offended the Lin family. Isn't that a loss? Didn't your daughter say at the time that she would sell astragalus in the live broadcast room? She could sell 51 kilograms. Or you could just collect all the astragalus at once and sell it slowly in the live broadcast room. When Ma Yukai heard this, he almost vomited blood. He looked at the man who spoke coldly and said, "If I had so much money, you would have no chance of standing at my doorstep now." The total amount of astragalus in the entire village is more than 2 million. If he had millions, why would he stay in this shabby place and be besieged at his door? Of course, that person knew that Ma Yukai didn't have the money. It was said that even Ma Zirong's medical expenses were borrowed. But what does this have to do with them? Since Ma Yukai took the responsibility and said those words, he must take the responsibility. No matter what, you are the village party secretary. You have to take care of this matter. When can we get the money? Our families are waiting for it, for emergency. All the words he said to Lin Chichuan and the things he acted out a few days ago now fell on him again. How is this not retribution? But Ma Yukai is not a self-reflective person. He only blames others for everything. So he blamed Lin Chichuan for what happened today. Shut up, everyone. Ma Yukai was so confused by their noise that he felt his head was splitting and his ears were buzzing. His gloomy eyes were fixed on the direction where Lin Chichuan's back disappeared. Something storm was brewing there. I know what happened. I'll explain it to you later. Don't worry. You won't lose a penny of the money you deserve. 5-2. Have you had enough of the fuss? Ma Yukai tried his best to persuade everyone in the village to go back. He closed the gate and turned around to pour some cold tea to moisten his dry throat. As soon as I picked up the kettle and poured it out, I suddenly heard a roar from inside the house. Get out. He was so scared that his hand shook and a stream of water fell on the table, dripping down and soaking his feet with cold water. What followed was a burst of bang-bang, sounds of things being smashed, and the sound of his wife Lu Hui dodging with a cry. Bang! Ma Yukai put the kettle heavily on the table and turned into Ma Zirong's room. Have you had enough of the trouble? The room was littered with broken porcelain and soup. Lu Hui hid in the corner, rubbing his arm anxiously, obviously having just been hit. Ma Zirong, who had a grumpy look on his face, did not calm down when he saw Ma Yukai getting angry. Instead, he became even more manic. He picked up the colorful old table lamp from a 1980s on the bedside table and smashed it to the ground with a clang. Seeing the light bulb exploding right at her feet, Lu Hui jumped up in fright like a grasshopper. Ma Zirong was not moved at all. Instead, he looked at Ma Yukai provocatively, as if he was going to smash everything in the room. Ma Yotsai's gloomy eyes were filled with dark clouds. How long are you going to make trouble? Ma Zirong sneered and tapped the plaster on his legs. Let's see when I can get rid of this thing. Then go ahead and make a scene. Ma Yukai walked forward and picked up all the things on his desk. There are many little gadgets in there that Ma Zirong has collected over the years. Seeing this, Ma Zirong anxiously leaned over and stretched out his hand to grab it. What are you doing? Ma Yukai moved aside and avoided his hand. Just as Ma Zirong was about to exert force, he felt a pulling pain in his legs. The heavy plaster dragged down his legs, making him unable to move at all. This feeling of being controlled by others made Ma Zirong collapse all of a sudden. He stared at his father fiercely with red eyes. That's mine. Ma Yukai pouted in his face and said, That was bought with my money. I can do whatever I want with you. After saying that, he carried the pair of things out of the room and threw them into a corner at random. From inside the room came the sound of Ma Zirong banging on the wall and cursing. Lu Hui looked at his crazy appearance and rushed over to stop him with some fear and heartache. Stop smashing it, or you'll hurt your hand. Ma Zirong gritted his teeth and said, It would be best if it's broken. I'm a useless person now anyway. My son, please don't be like this. Lu Hui hugged his hands and begged. If something really happens to you, what will your father and I do? Ma Zerong sneered. My father is hoping that I will die, for he's afraid that I will be a burden to him. Lu Hui quickly shook her head. Why do you miss your father so much? You were his lifeblood, the only male in the Ma family. Why would he hope that something bad would happen to you? When Ma Zerong heard this, he became so angry that his neck became even thicker. If he really wanted to be kind to me, why didn't he treat my leg and drag me home? The doctor said that my leg needs more treatment in the hospital before it can get better. He refused to listen and dragged the doctor to get me discharged from the hospital. He just wants to save money and doesn't want to treat me or get better. What do you mean the only male? Pooh, in Ma Yotsai's eyes, there is only money and nothing else matters. Ma Yukai, who was rolling tobacco with trembling hands outside the house, heard this and rushed in again. Of course I only care about money. Who told me to squander all my money, you loser? I want to treat your leg, but you should give me my money back. You think that hospital is a charity and will treat your leg without paying? You're just a talker, and you've lost all the money in your family in one go. You even have the casino people blocking your door to collect the debt. Your mother and I are left with only this miserable life. What's the point of you making a scene in front of me? If you have the guts, go to the casino and make trouble and get back all the money you lost. Don't even mention healing your legs when the time comes. I'll just bring you water to rub your feet. I'll be happy to call you dad. When it came to the casino issue, Ma Zerong, who had been clamoring, suddenly became dispirited. His legs were broken when he was caught and taken back from the casino. Fearing retaliation from the reckless people in the casino, they didn't even dare to call the police, let alone ask for medical expenses. Seeing Ma Zerong lower his head, he finally stopped making trouble. Ma Yotsai's voice finally softened, and he warned Ma Zerong. During this period of time, you'd better behave yourself. When your legs are strong enough to walk, I'll ask your mother to find you a wife and give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible. If you dare to make trouble again, I will break the legs that the doctor reconnected for you and make you lie in bed for the rest of your life. When Ma Zerong heard this, he looked up in surprise. Ma Yotsai's eyes were dark, and it was obvious that he was not joking. His heart trembled, and his hands grabbed the pillow like chicken claws, not daring to say another word. But the hatred in my heart towards this father increased several levels. Lu Hui followed Ma Yukai out to the yard, and she stamped her feet and complained. Master, your son is having a hard time. Can't you just go along with him? Why do you have to scare him? After finally rolling the cigarette, Ma Yukai took a puff and blew out a big smoke ring. His voice was calm. I'm not trying to scare him. Lu Hui was shocked by the indifference between his eyebrows and eyes. What do you mean? He is our son. When it comes to this, she can't help but nag. You too, since the doctor said it was necessary to treat it. Why don't you wait for 2 more days? Maybe it will be cured. She somewhat resented her husband for not caring about their son. Ma Yukai took puffs of the tobacco, and the red circle on it moved forward quickly. To stay there for 1 day, the bed fee for 2 people alone adds up to 70 or 80 yuan. And we also need to eat, get injections, and change medicines. Everything costs money. In these 3 or 4 days alone, I've spent more than 3,000 yuan. That's $1,000 a day. How many days can you make with that $5,000? We can't let the whole family starve to death. Since there is never enough money, treating it for 1 or 2 days more or 1 or 2 days less won't make much difference. Ma Yukai thought about it and decided that it would be better to be discharged from the hospital early. Anyway, it's in a cast, and according to the doctor, the leg will grow back eventually. Might as well save some money. Lu Hui's tongue was choked for a moment, not knowing how to refute. She would only repeat one thing over and over again, but we only have this one son. So, how can we just ignore him? Ma Yukai glanced at her and asked, what's the use? The implication is that this son is unreliable and of no use to them. Ma Yukai stared at the astragalus field outside and said, when you have time, go ask Aunt San about where there are women who are good at giving birth. When he can go to the fields, we can get the job done. He retracted his gaze and said, while we are still able to move, let him have a seed as soon as possible and raise the child well. 5-3. Everyone has their own thoughts. Since my son is useless, I can only place my hope on my grandson. Lu Hui felt very sad when she heard that her son was abandoned, but she also knew that what Ma Yukai said made sense. But marrying a wife also costs money. Where is the money left at home? Ma Yukai now has only a little over 1,000 yuan left in his hands, all of which was borrowed. It is not easy to marry a wife nowadays. The bride price alone is a huge sum, not to mention the current condition of my son's legs. I'm afraid those with slightly better conditions would look down on it. If you want to get married, you have to spend more money. Ma Yukai threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped on it vigorously with his feet. I'll find a way to deal with the money. Lu Hui wiped her tears and said, "What can you think of? They just borrowed 5,000 yuan. Now everyone knows their family situation, so it might be difficult for them to borrow more money. If Astragalus can be sold, they still have a way. But now all the money from Huangqi has been paid to the casino in advance, so they won't get a penny even if they sell it. Not to mention that it is not certain whether Astragalus can be sold now. Now that I have nowhere to go at the casino, I don't know how to settle the accounts. Those people don't care about the severity of their attacks. If they really start to attack, I'm afraid their family won't be able to resist." Thinking of this, Lu Hui became even more restless. Seeing that Ma Yukai had a gloomy face and remained silent, she anxiously slapped his hands. "Tell me, where is the money going to come from?" Ma Yukai pushed her aside impatiently and said, "Just mind me and wait for my good news." The two were arguing when Ma Shanshan came out of the house, rubbing her eyes. She didn't care about anything else going on at home. She only asked Ma Yukai, "When will those kilograms of Astragalus be shipped?" What the hell? Ma Yukai had already forgotten what was going on. Ma Shanshan pouted unhappily. "The few kilograms of Astragalus that we sold in the live broadcast last time. The backstage and the comment section have been urging us to ship them out." Ma Yukai finally reacted to what was going on. He already had plans for the Astragalus in his mind. If he could set up a live broadcast room later, it would be a great help to him. So Ma Yukai thought about it and decided that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat, so he was still reluctant to give up just like that. "Give me the address, and I'll find someone to ship the goods." When selling the goods, Ma Shanshan did not set up pre-sales. This year's new Astragalus has not arrived yet, so we definitely can't ship out new ones. So Ma Yukai rummaged through the storage cabinet and added some defective products that Lin Qichuan had picked out last year to make up the total weight. Afterwards, he called the postal courier and said, "Come to our village today. We have a few parcels to send." Courier, "Okay, it's 8 yuan per kilogram." Ma Yukai hissed, "So expensive?" Courier, "It's not that I charge more. The price is the same for everyone." Ma Yukai didn't know that if he sent a lot of parcels through e-commerce, he could actually negotiate the packaging price with the courier station. He calculated it silently in his mind. The live streaming platform takes a commission from selling goods. The brokerage company also takes a commission, and the shipping fee is 8 yuan per pound. This means that the money you get for a pound of Astragalus is actually lower than 38. So what's the point of selling goods through live streaming? For a moment, he felt displeased with the several pounds of packaged Astragalus. Then I felt a little relieved that this was a defective product, which was equivalent to recycling waste. He rolled his eyes and thought that every household in the village should have some of these things. If he bought it at a low price and sold it for 51 kilograms, this is profitable. Ma Yukai suddenly felt that he was very smart and had another way to make money, and his mood immediately improved. He glanced at Ma Shanshan, who looked absent-minded, thinking that even if the live broadcast room could only sell a few kilograms of goods at a time, he could still earn dozens or hundreds of dollars. So he reluctantly gave a good face. "Remember to continue the live broadcast tonight." Ma Shanshan's face froze, and she was about to say she didn't want to do it because she was so embarrassed during the last live broadcast. But Ma Yukai blocked it with a sentence, "If you don't broadcast it, you'll never get a penny from me in the future." She agreed reluctantly. After Ma Yukai made the decision, he had no time to rest. He came out of his house and just walked to the village committee. He saw Zhang Lu already waiting there. "Uncle, what do you want me to do?" It turned out that when Ma Yukai was driving people away, he deliberately winked at Zhang Lu and asked him to wait for him at the village committee. He waved Zhang Lu into the office and said, "Come in. I have something to discuss with you." The two of them were talking in low voices inside. After hearing what Ma Yukai said, Zhang Lu jumped up from his chair. "Uncle, this is not a good idea. If he finds out, I'm afraid I'll lose my life." Lin Qichuan looks gentle and polite, but he is very ruthless when he takes action. Although Zhang Lu wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, he didn't want to get involved. Ma Yukai narrowed his eyes and whispered in his ear, "Do you want to do it?" A look of greed flashed across Zhang Lu's eyes, and there was some hesitation on his face. He asked again and again, "Are you sure this can work? If you don't do it right, even if you don't get punished by that kid, you'll still go to jail. It depends on whether you are smart enough." Ma Yukai thought about it added a little more weight, and told him the idea he had just thought of. If you get the job done, you'll get 10% of the profits. His voice was somewhat bewitching. There are a lot of goods that will be wasted. This is a long-term business. You should think carefully. Zhang Lu didn't understand any of this. He only knew that he could get a lot of benefits from Ma Youcai's deception. In the end, money is more attractive. After much deliberation, Zhang Lu decided to take a risk. So the two of them got together and discussed for a while, and finally reached a consensus. On the other side, Lin Qichuan was also discussing some things with Lin Jiaxing and his wife. He told them that he had rented a small courtyard in Dafeng Village. Although the village committee has agreed to help clean up the yard, if you want to use it, I'm afraid it would be cheaper to clean it up again by yourself. You guys are free recently. Why don't you help me take a look? Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua were a little surprised. Didn't they say they were going to rent a place in town? How come they decided on it so suddenly? And it's rented in Dafeng Village. It just happened to be the right time, and I thought it was good, so I decided to buy it. Anyway, whether it's the town or Dafeng Village, it doesn't really matter. At this time, Lin Qichuan was somewhat glad that he had rented the place. Ma Youcai is back. It's almost time to harvest the astragalus, so I'm afraid there will be constant trouble these days. He now had an excuse to get the two of them out to get busy. Lin Jiaxing and his wife hesitated. We don't understand these things either. It's okay. Just keep an eye on it and see if there's anything that needs repairing. Then we can lend a hand when the time comes. Lin Qichuan clapped his hands and said, It's decided. I'll take you to see the gate tomorrow morning. Lin Jiaxing thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll bring some firecrackers to add some joy to the courtyard. Kai Linghua was originally a little worried that her son had deliberately sent them away, but after hearing this, she began to take it seriously. Do I need to prepare something? She stood up immediately. I'll go catch a big rooster. If you want to worship, a majestic rooster is a must. So, early the next morning, Lin Qichuan took the couple, a big rooster and some cakes, left Guga village and went to Dafeng village. Ma Youcai stared at the car of the family of three driving away, then turned around and called Zhang Lu, according to the plan. 5-4, hanging plaque. The family of three went to Dafeng village. Half an hour later, Lin Qichuan came out of Dafeng village and drove to the town. Zhang Lu received the news from his former brothers and immediately passed it on to Ma Youcai. Ma Youcai was puzzled. What are they doing in Dafeng village? I don't know. There are people guarding the entrance to Dafeng village, so it's not easy for them to go in. Zhang Lu guessed. Could it be that the astragalus in Dafeng village is about to be harvested? They were there to supervise. After all, when the astragalus was harvested last year, Lin Qichuan was guarding the field. Ma Youcai could only think of this possibility, and he immediately felt a sense of urgency. We have planted a lot of astragalus in Dafeng village. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to harvest them all. We have to take action now and can't delay any longer. Zhang Lu readily agreed. My brothers said they will take care of this matter. But, he rubbed his hands, my brothers also said that we have to take care of our daily eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, you see. You have to pay before you even do the work. The stingy Ma Youcai was naturally unhappy. But at the moment, he really had to rely on Zhang Lu's gang of gangster brothers to get things done. So he took out 500 yuan and handed it over with a painful look on his face. Remember, this must be done. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Zhang Lu took it happily. Although the money was not much, the cost of living in the town was not high, and 500 yuan was enough for 2 meals for the brothers. Lin Qichuan, who was unaware that the crisis was approaching, had already arrived at the town's Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau and submitted a form for changing his office address. After checking and confirming that there were no errors or omissions, the staff stamped the application and approved it. We will send someone to verify the situation on site in the near future. Only after confirmation can the change information be made public. This process can take as short as a week, or as long as half a month, or even a month. However, for Lin Qichuan, after submitting the application, there is nothing else for him to do afterwards. After thanking the staff, he left the Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau and came to the market. Last night, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua specially looked up the almanac and determined the auspicious time of 2 p.m. So when they went out this morning, the two of them repeatedly reminded Lin Qichuan to bring back some cakes and fruits for the worship when he went to the town. In Kai Linghua's words, it must be because I chose the village committee before and didn't do anything about it. I didn't inform the gods of heaven and earth, so it didn't go so smoothly. I can't forget this time. The place we chose before was, after all, a village committee. It is not good to openly carry out superstitious activities there, especially for personal reasons. This time we are renting a private house, so there will be no problem. Lin Chichuan didn't say whether he believed in this thing or not, but he was somewhat wary of it. But since Lin Jiaxing and his wife valued it, he just went along with their wishes. When we returned to Dafeng Village, it was almost 2 o'clock. With the help of the people from Dafeng Village, all the weeds in the yard have been cleared away, revealing the red brick ground. Hurry up, put the things on the table. As soon as Kai Linghua saw him getting out of the car, she urged him. There was a long table and an incense burner in the yard. The big rooster that was caught last night was now naked, with its wings tied up and its head held high, occupying the C position at the long table. Kai Linghua deftly covered most of the table with various cakes and fruits covered with red paper. Lin Qichuan looked at Zhao Dagong and Su Wanjing and said, "Thank you for your help." It would take a long time for Lin Jiaxing and his wife to tidy up such a big yard. The smile on Zhao Dagong's face has never disappeared since he learned the news. "What are you thanking me for? This is what our landlord should do." The village cadres had already discussed it last night and decided to find a few diligent women in the village to clean up the yard as soon as possible. With the addition of Lin Jiaxing and his wife, the progress was even faster. After a round of cleaning, the half-abandoned yard finally had a new look. Su Wanjing asked with concern, "Do you have a lot of stuff? Do you need us to send a car to pick it up?" Lin Qichuan was surprised. "Does the landlord also provide moving services?" Su Wanjing complimented, "I wonder if other landlords have this service. But as a welcome guest, we are willing to provide this service to Mr. Lin." After she finished speaking, she scratched her nose a little embarrassedly. It's just that there may be some differences in the choice of transportation. Lin Qichuan showed a puzzled look. What means of transportation? Compared to Su Wanjing's embarrassment, Zhao Dagong was much more calm. "Ha ha ha. Our village only has a tractor. If you need it, we can only pull the tractor to help you move things." He patted Lin Qichuan's shoulder and said happily, "But don't worry. The tractor buckets in our village are quite large, and they can usually carry 7 or 8 tons of grain. No matter how much stuff you have, I guarantee one truck can carry it all for you." A tractor that can pull 7 or 8 tons of cargo is at least a medium-sized tractor. Originally, Lin Qichuan was still worrying about whether to call a taxi. The set of tables, cabinets, and sofas in the studio were bought just 2 or 3 years ago and still look very new. It's a pity to just throw it away like this. However, it takes a lot of effort and money to find a car to take you there. Now that Dafeng Village has expressed its willingness to help, a lot of trouble can be saved. Lin Qichuan quickly accepted the favor. Seeing that he did not show any disgust, Su Wanjing looked at Zhao Dagong and felt relieved. This yard and the inner room should be cleaned up in one day tomorrow. Then let's do it today. The day after tomorrow, we'll drive a tractor over and bring the stuff over. The sooner things are done, the sooner they can feel at ease. Okay. Lin Qichuan just nodded when Lin Jiaxing called out to him. "It's time. Hurry up and hang up the sign." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Qichuan took out the studio plaque from the trunk. Just now, Lin Jiaxing had already nailed the nails on the wall at the entrance. He could just hang the plaque up. Then he took the first incense stick from Lin Jiaxing, bowed 3 times towards the east, and inserted it into the incense burner. Next came Lin Jiaxing and his wife. After they finished their greetings, they greeted Zhao Dagong and Su Wanjing. "You two should come too. Our Chuaner will have to rely on your care in the future." Zhao Dagong did not refuse and took the incense quickly. "Don't be so polite. When you come to our Dafeng village, we are all family." Su Wanjing followed closely. Yes, the people in the village are of one mind and help each other. It's not a question of who takes care of whom. Looking at the 2 people burning incense seriously, Lin Jiaxing's eyes revealed a bit of complexity. He and Kai Linghua whispered, "Dafeng village is better than Gugu village." Even though he only spent a morning together and only met these few people. But Lin Jiaxing had already distinguished the pros and cons in his mind. At least the upward spirit displayed by Dafeng village was much stronger than that of Gugu village. Kai Linghua also thought so. Chuana should have made the right choice this time. "Let's spend more time on the dinner tonight." 55 summons. The studio was reopened at a new location, and the two decided to host a banquet for the people of Dafeng village in this yard tonight. Firstly, no one lives in this yard on weekdays, and it needs more people to boost its popularity. Secondly, it is also a polite greeting to the villagers of Dafeng village, asking everyone to take care of them in daily life. When the 2 of them brought it up in the morning, Zhao Dagong agreed and told the villagers to quickly prepare food, tables, chairs, and the like. The village also holds banquets on weekdays, so there are rules and things are settled quickly. Thousands of red salutes echoed throughout the yard, representing the rebirth of the studio. Zhao Dagong stuffed a red envelope into Lin Qichuan's pocket and said, "Boss Lin, your business is booming." Lin Qichuan was somewhat flattered. "How can this be so embarrassing? I'm going to be arrogant today and take advantage of you and treat you like a junior." The red envelope isn't big, but it's a token of my appreciation as an elder, and I'd like to share your happiness with you. Lin Qichuan was fine, but when Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linhua heard what he said, their eyes turned red. The Lin family is small and has no uncles or elders to support them. When they have problems on a daily basis, they don't know who to ask for help. Like this time when they were bullied by the villagers, it was partly because their family was useless and easy to bully. Now that Zhao Dagong considered himself the elder, he took the initiative to step forward and give Lin Qichuan his blessings. This was the first time that Lin Qichuan had such hair. Just like what Zhao Dagong said, the size of the red envelope doesn't matter. What matters is the thought behind it. It also shows that Zhao Dagong really wants to promote Lin Qichuan. As parents, how could Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua not be touched? The two men hurried over and shook hands with Zhao Dagong and patted him on the shoulder to express their gratitude, and their relationship immediately became closer. Seeing this operation, Su Wanjing on the other side exclaimed in her heart, "I've learned something. As a village party secretary, she needs to work harder." So she turned around and worked even harder to arrange the evening banquet. The first day came to a happy end in an atmosphere where both the guests and the hosts were enjoying themselves. The next morning, Lin Qichuan, who was drunk, was woken up by a phone call just after 8 o'clock. The call was from a male police officer from the town's police station. "You want to question me?" Lin Qichuan rubbed his swollen temples, looking puzzled. "Did I do something wrong?" He hasn't been going anywhere these days and hasn't had any conflicts with anyone else. Is it a scam call? But the phone number is indeed from their town, and the accent is also from their town. Ordinary scammers wouldn't be so professional, right? The male police officer on the other end of the phone spoke in a businesslike tone. "It's not that you have committed any crime, but about the incident in your village where Ma Zirong had his legs broken. I need to know some details from you. Since the matter of Ma Zirong was mentioned, it should not be an online fraud." What Lin Qichuan didn't understand. Didn't he offend the casino and get stabbed? What does this have to do with me? The male police officer denied his statement. There is currently no evidence to show who did it. And according to the Ma family, you had an argument with Ma Zirong's father recently. So you are also within the scope of our investigation. We also hope that you can cooperate with our inquiries. Lin Qichuan didn't expect that these bad things could be related to him. But since the police have summoned him, he still has to make a trip. So after sending Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua to Dafeng village to continue cleaning the house, he drove to the police station in the town. The police officer who came to pick him up was a short, fat man in his early 40s with a shaved head. "My name is Li Wei, and I'm the police officer in charge of this case." Compared to his businesslike appearance on the phone, he actually looked very friendly in person. "I'm sorry. This is the process of our investigation. I can only trouble you to make a trip." He acted so easygoing that Lin Qichuan couldn't express his dissatisfaction, so he could only say against his will, "It is also our duty as citizens to cooperate with the police in investigating the case." Li Wei asked Lin Qichuan to put down what he was holding, then took him into a room and poured him a glass of water. "Then let's get started." Lin Qichuan was amused by his behavior. "Okay, just ask if you have any questions." After learning the name and other information, Li Wei got straight to the point. "On the day when Ma Zirong got into trouble, where were you and what were you doing? Can anyone testify for you?" Lin Qichuan recalled, "That morning I came to the town, went to the town government, met with Mayor Qin, and stayed in his office for about an hour. Chief Qin, his secretary, the security guard at the gate, and my dashcam can all testify for me." When Li Wei heard Lin Qichuan mention Mayor Qin, the expression on his face changed and the pen in his hand stopped taking notes. He put his pen down on the document and asked with a smile, "It sounds like you have a good relationship with Mayor Qin?" Lin Qichuan spread his hands and said, "I'm just a nobody. How can I be related to Mayor Qin?" "It's Mayor Qin who is concerned about the cultivation of astragalus, so he specifically asked me to go over and ask about the situation." Something flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He changed his sitting position and picked up the pen again. "That's also a reflection of how much Mayor Qin values you." He changed the subject again. "So where did you go after leaving the town government?" "I went straight back to Gugu village. I remember when I returned to the village entrance, Ma Zerong was already injured and was carried back. There were a lot of people around their house watching the fun, and they were clamoring to send him to the hospital. While recording, Li Wei asked, "Did you go forward to join in the fun?" Lin Chichuan shook his head, no. Li Wei raised his head and said, "Why not go? Aren't they from the same village?" Lin Chichuan curled his lips and said, "Not interested." He was not the kind of person who liked to watch gossip. Besides, our two families are having such a bad time. Why would I go over there? Li Wei nodded. Yes. He made note of this. The Ma family mentioned that you had a dispute with their family. Can you tell us what happened in detail? Speaking of this matter, Lin Chichuan finally became interested. In a very indignant tone, he told everything that Ma Yukai and the villagers had done. Tell me, how can there be such a vicious and selfish person? I think that his son's accident is retribution for their family. Lin Chichuan's mouth became a little dry after his passionate outburst. He picked up the cup and took a sip of water, then looked at Li Wei strangely. Why didn't you write this down? The corners of Li Wei's mouth twitched slightly, and he tapped the recorder next to him with the tip of his pen. You speak too fast. I'll record it first and write it down later. Lin Chichuan glanced at the recorder and said, I didn't expect that the police station in our town is quite professional. Li Wei smiled, but said nothing. I have a general idea of the situation. Lin Chichuan was about to stand up. Then can I leave now? Not yet. Li Wei stretched out his hand to suppress his movements. I need to roughly verify the things you said. Lin Chichuan had no choice but to sit down again. How long will it take? Young people should be more patient. Li Wei packed up his things and stood up. It won't take long. We'll probably just call Mayor Qin to check your schedule for that day. The main reason is that everyone is busy, so we might as well get things sorted out at once so you don't have to run back and forth. So Lin Chichuan was left alone in the room. And this wait lasted nearly half an hour. What's taking so long? Lin Chichuan opened the door and happened to see another police officer and immediately asked him, Is Officer Li done with his work? Can I leave now? The police officer's surname was He. He first looked him over and said, Officer Li just received a temporary assignment and went out on duty. What do you want to see him about? 5-6 got taken away. Lin Chichuan felt something was wrong when he heard this. Why did Officer Li just run away without saying anything? He's not here. What should I do? Can I leave? Officer, he asked. Whether you can leave depends on what crime you committed first. Lin Chichuan was speechless. I didn't do anything wrong. He explained. It was a case of wounding. I had some disputes with that person's family recently, so Officer Li asked me to come and question him. After asking, he just left me here alone. When Officer He heard him say this, he asked, Which assault case is this? They're just a police station in a small town, and they deal with a lot of trivial matters on weekdays. Cases like assault are considered major cases. It stands to reason that he couldn't be unaware of it, right? Ma Zerong had both of his legs broken a few days ago. Officer He thought about it for a moment, wondering if his first reaction was that he was wrong. I don't remember this case. Lin Chichuan's eyebrows darkened for a moment, but the smile on his face did not change. How could there be no such thing? Could it be that Officer Li is fooling me? Officer He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but suddenly realized something and swallowed his original words. Maybe I was busy with other things these days, so I didn't notice it. He asked Lin Chichuan to go back and sit down. I'll call Officer Li to see what's going on. Thank you for your help. Lin Chichuan sat back obediently, but when he turned around, the expression on his face disappeared. Something is wrong today. He and Officer Li did not know each other before, so it was impossible for the other party to do this just to play a prank on him. So what is it all for? Lin Chichuan's mind was rapidly recalling everything that had happened after his meeting with Officer Li, wondering if there was something wrong. Suddenly, he caught something. Recorder. His college roommate also had the same type of recorder, which he used to record what the teacher said in class. He felt it looked familiar at the time and took a closer look. As far as he could remember, when the recorder was in recording mode, the green indicator light at the end would light up. Just now, when Officer Li was questioning, the indicator light on the recorder was not on, so he wasn't recording at all. Combined with the fact that the police officer just now didn't know about Ma Zerong's case, it is very likely that today's investigation is fake from beginning to end. The other party took advantage of their privileges and used the Ma Zerong case as a cover to call him to the police station. What was their intention? Lin Chichuan subconsciously reached into his pocket, but found nothing. His cell phone and other things were left outside. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Was it the Ma family's doing? Yes, a few days ago in Mayor Qin's office, Ma Yukai boasted that he had connections in the police station. Now it all connects. With a clang, Lin Chichuan stood up suddenly and ran out of the room. He searched around and found his bag in the locker at the front desk in the lobby. Without paying attention to other people's strange looks, he quickly took out his cell phone. I saw several missed calls on it. There are Lin Jiaxing's, Kai Linghua's, and Su Wanjing's. Lin Chichuan didn't have time to think too much and immediately called Lin Jiaxing back. As expected, no one answered the call. I called Kai Linghua, but got the same result. He cursed fiercely. Ma Yu Kai, I'm going to kill you. Hey, what are you doing? A female police officer next to him saw that his expression was not right and looked over with a frown. Lin Chichuan was about to say something, but when he thought of Li Wei, he swallowed his words back. He bit the tip of his tongue lightly to calm himself down a little. He sent the two to Dafeng Village this morning, so if anything happened, the people in Dafeng Village might know about it. This is most likely the reason why Su Wanjing looked for him. However, to his disappointment, no one answered Su Wanjing's call. It can't be that something bad happened to her too, right? Lin Chichuan didn't care about anything else, just picked up his bag and ran away. Hey, where are you going? As soon as officer he hung up the phone and came out, he saw Lin Chichuan running out quickly and quickly called him. Lin Chichuan didn't even turn his head and just said, "Detain me if you dare." Officer he looked at the scene helplessly, feeling both amused and angry. He just called Li Wei to ask what was going on. Li Wei only said lightly, "Scare the young people." He guessed that the young man Lin Chichuan might have offended someone, so Li Wei called someone over to teach him a lesson. Officer he checked the records for the past week and found no related injury cases. He does not quite agree with the practice of misusing public resources for personal gain. But since they were both working in the same small-town police station, he couldn't openly offend his colleagues over such a small matter. So after thinking it over, he decided to secretly give Lin Chichuan a reminder and let him find a chance to slip away. This time, Lin Chichuan ran away on his own, and officer he thought that this saved him a lot of trouble. As for whether Li Wei would be angry after finding out, that was none of his business. Anyway, he has no obligation to help Li Wei watch over people. After Lin Chichuan ran out of the police station, he started the car and called Zhao Dagong. "Boss Lin, how are you? Are you okay?" As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Dagong's caring words came out from the phone. Lin Chichuan paused for a moment and responded, "I'm fine." Then he asked, "Were my parents? Are they still in Dafeng Village?" Zhao Dagong was puzzled. "Scared? Didn't they go to find you?" Lin Chichuan's heart sank. "Tell me what happened after I left Dafeng Village." Zhao Dagong didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Lin Chichuan's serious tone, he guessed that something might have happened, and his heart began to lift. "You also know that I am guarding the astragalus field at the entrance of the village today. I don't know the details. I remember it was about an hour and a half after you left. Suddenly, two young men came and said they were from your village, and they hurried to look for your parents. After a while, your parents followed the two out of the village. It was said that you had a traffic accident in town and were admitted to the hospital. They are anxious to see you in the hospital." Zhao Dagong asked, "By the way, how serious was your accident? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Chichuan explained to him, "I didn't have a car accident." "Then what did your parents say?" Zhao Dagong also reacted. "Those two young men lied." He finally realized the seriousness of the situation. "Where are they taking your parents?" "We don't know yet. Since his parents were able to go with him, there must be someone they know among them." Lin Chichuan asked Zhao Dagong to describe the general appearance of the two young men. He quickly locked onto one of them, and if he guessed correctly, it should be Zhang Lu. 5'7", kidnapping. As for why Zhang Lu did this, the result is obvious. It has something to do with Ma Yu Kai. The car came to the fork in the road at the entrance of the town. The left side led to the county town, and the right side led to the countryside. Lin Chichuan thought for a second and turned the steering wheel to the right. "But I already know who did it." He asked Zhao Dagong, "Have you seen Secretary Su? I can't contact her." Zhao Dagong was startled. "Xiao Su? How did she get involved?" Zhao Dagong thought for a moment and said, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Su said this morning that he wanted to go to the courtyard to take a look and see if he needed any help. But when your parents left with those two people, Xiao Su was nowhere to be seen. If they stayed together and something happened to Xiao Su, your parents would probably be able to notice something. But when Lin Jiaxing and his wife left just now, apart from their concern for their son, they didn't have any other reaction. So everything should be fine." But Zhao Dagong still ran towards the courtyard worriedly. His breathless voice soon came through the microphone. Lin Chichuan organized the current situation in his mind and asked him for help. "Uncle Dagong, Go check if Secretary Sue is in the village first. Also, if possible, could you please organize the free people in your village and divide them into two teams? One team going in the direction of the town, and the other team going in the direction of our village, to look for people separately. He added, your work will not be in vain. You will be paid in due time. Zhao Dagong was also anxious and guessed that today's incident was probably still related to the Huangqi incident. Why are you talking about this now? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone with Zhao Dagong, Lin Qichuan thought about it and decided to find some external help. Although he has been back for a few years, he is not very familiar with the situation in the town. So he made this call directly to Mayor Qin's office. Mayor Qin was also surprised after hearing what he said. Are you sure they really got into trouble? It's mainly because the situation is so strange. Lin Qichuan told the police that he was suddenly called to the police station this morning and that officer Li behaved abnormally. When Mayor Qin heard that this actually involved public officials, he was immediately overwhelmed. He called Secretary Zhou over. Did anyone from the police station come over this morning? Secretary Zhou was a little surprised. No. Mayor Qin confirmed. Didn't the phone call come in either? Secretary Zhou nodded. Yes, none of them. Mayor Qin's expression became even uglier. Li Wei said he would contact the town government to verify the situation, but no news was received from here. This undoubtedly shows that Li Wei was really lying. Then Lin Qichuan's guess became more true. Secretary Zhou saw that Mayor Qin looked unhappy, so he quickly asked, what happened? Mayor Qin told him, call the chief of the police station. Secretary Zhou didn't dare to delay and hurried out to make a phone call. After Lin Qichuan heard his instructions on the other side of the phone, he said, Mayor Qin, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with the situation in the town, and I'm worried about my parents. He sighed. If there was no other way, I wouldn't have the guts to bother you. You can't say that. As government workers, it is our duty to ensure the safety of people's lives and property. Mayor Qin habitually spoke in an official tone. Then he asked, what do you think about this? Although Lin Qichuan appeared to be in a weak position, Mayor Qin knew that if this man really had no ability, he would not be able to expand the astragalus membranaceous planting business. Not to mention what happened in the office a few days ago. Watching Lin Qichuan and Ma Yukai pulling each other back and forth, he didn't notice anything at the moment. After a while, he reacted and vaguely realized some of Lin Qichuan's little plans. At that time, he and Secretary Zhou even jokingly scolded Lin Qichuan for pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Sure enough, as soon as he asked a question, Lin Qichuan answered immediately. Among the people who deceived my parents away, one of them should be Zhang Lu from our village. I heard that he used to be a lazy guy, hanging out with a group of young people in town all day long. I was incarcerated for a few years because of a crime I committed a few years ago. Although Lin Qichuan didn't say it explicitly, he provided an idea, which was to check in the direction of the gangsters that Zhang Lu had played with before. Just at this time, Secretary Zhou came in and said that he had contacted the police station director Wang Weiqing. Don't worry, if what you said is true, I will definitely give you an explanation. After receiving the assurance from Mayor Qin, Lin Qichuan finally felt relieved. If he shows up, at least those evil spirits behind the scenes won't dare to act rashly. If he wants to find someone, he will go find him by himself, and there is no telling when he will find him. But if the police station intervenes, it will be much easier. No one knows better than them what is going on in the town. As for the other half, he would only be able to truly let go after seeing with his own eyes that his parents were safe. Thinking of this, Lin Qichuan stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car increased again. It only took Lin Qichuan half the time of usual time to get back to Guga village from the town. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the village entrance, he saw Ma Yukai sitting on a small stool waiting for him at the gate of his yard. Lin Qichuan slammed the car door and walked straight up to him. Where are my parents? Ma Yukai played dumb and said, Your parents are not my parents. How would I know where they went? Lin Qichuan bent down and grabbed his collar directly. Stop talking nonsense and hand him over to me. Lin Qichuan's hands were very strong, and when he lifted him like that, the collar was squeezing his neck, which was very uncomfortable. Hey. Ma Yukai struggled and clapped his hands. Let me go. Lin Qichuan's eyebrows did not move at all, and the strength in his hands increased a little bit silently. Tell me quickly, where are my parents? I don't know. Ma Yukai was choked and was about to roll his eyes, but he refused to give in. He was just gambling that Lin Qichuan wouldn't dare to really do anything to him because of his parents. This time, he made the right bet. Although Lin Chichuan wanted to beat this man half to death, he did not dare to be cruel to him out of consideration for Lin Jiaxing and his wife. He gritted his teeth for a while, and when he saw that my Yacht-Sai's face was almost turning pale, he finally let go and threw the man aside. Cough, cough, cough. Ma Yukai gained his freedom, threw himself on the ground, and took a few deep breaths without even thinking about the dirt. Seeing his miserable appearance, Lin Chichuan calmed down a lot. He looked down at Ma Yukai. Tell me, what do you want? After dealing with Ma Yukai for several years, he has more or less figured out this man's character. To make him take such a big risk, what he wants must be something big. 5'8", did I ask there any evidence? Ma Yukai did not respond to Lin Chichuan's words. After catching his breath, he got up from the ground and sat back on his small stool. As if the conflict just now had never happened, he turned around and complained to Lin Chichuan. Tell me, why is your father so lucky? A person who normally can't even make a fart with 3 sticks happened to give birth to a good son. Not only did he get into a good university, but he also started his own company and became the boss. As for me, I've been better than him in everything since I was a child. But it happened to my son. I didn't make any progress in my studies, and I broke my leg after all the trouble. It will be hard for me to even support myself in the future. I've been dreaming these days. I wish I could switch places with your father. If my son can become a boss and have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life, I can also satisfy that old man's addiction, and my life will not be lived in vain. Lin Chichuan listened to him calmly and finally guessed my Yacht-Sai's purpose. Are they trying to steal the order but failed? So they're preparing to cut off the source of funds? He narrowed his eyes and asked directly, You want to rob my studio? Ma Yukai flatly denied it. Robbery is against the law. I am the village party secretary. You can't falsely accuse me. I just envy your father for having a son who is a boss. I wish my son could be a boss like you. Lin Chichuan sneered. It's not that hard to be a boss. Just spend some money to apply for a sign from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, find a house, and hang it up, and you could be a boss. Ma Yukai gave him a thumbs up and praised him hypocritically. You are a college student, smart, and broad-minded. What seems extremely difficult to us peasants is as easy as eating or drinking water when you say it. Having said all this nonsense, Ma Yukai finally got to the point. Hearing you make it sound so simple, I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to register another company. Lin Chichuan remained calm. You can't make a living by registering a company. So what are you going to do with so many registrations? Not much, not much. If we register one more, there will only be 2. Ma Yukai said shamelessly. If you think it's too much, you can sell one to our family. It's a good opportunity for me to satisfy your father's addiction. He pointed in the direction of the village committee and said, I think your studio is pretty good. It's right inside the village committee. I can walk there in no time. It's as convenient as going home. Lin Chichuan finally saw it clearly now. He said that considering my Yacht-Sai's usual cowardly appearance, it is reasonable for him not to do such a risky thing. After all, kidnapping threats are real crimes. Even if my Yukai was illiterate about the law, he would not be unaware of this matter. Lin Chichuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, It's not impossible to sell it. He dragged out his words, and under my Yacht-Sai's expectant eyes, he continued, I just don't know what price Secretary Ma can afford. Ma Yukai finally heard what he wanted to hear, and the wrinkles on his face deepened a little. I don't understand this either, but we are from the same village, so I don't think you will cheat me. You're elder. Let me take a look at your studio. The house belongs to our village committee, so it doesn't cost any money. As for the furniture, I don't like it very much. If you like it, take it back. If you don't like it, just leave it there and chop it up for firewood. As for the computer, my daughter has one too, so I can't use yours. After all the calculations, the sign on your door is the best. I asked the old carpenter in the village, and he said it would cost less than 50 yuan to make that sign. But considering our friendship, I'll be generous and round it up to $50 for you. Lin Chichuan was amused by his shameless words. He pointed at himself and then at Ma Yukai. You mean spend $50 to buy my studio? Ma Yukai seemed to be completely unaware of how shameless his actions were. He said generously, Well, this price is fair, isn't it? You know, everyone calls me a miser. If it weren't for the fact that I grew up with your father, I wouldn't give you such a high price. He deliberately emphasized the word, your father. Lin Chichuan, it sounds like I still have to thank you. That's not necessary. Ma Yukai waved his hand. Isn't this what an elder like me should do? Seeing that Lin Chichuan hadn't expressed his opinion yet, he changed the subject and said, By the way, I just heard you ask about your parents. I just remembered something else. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? I told my husband to bake mooncakes with your mom so that we can celebrate the festival together. This was something the two families said as a joke before they fell out, and my Yukai also brought it up. I've seen your parents busy these past 2 days. They won't forget about this matter, right? Mid-Autumn Festival is a big festival, so it should be lively and exciting. He said meaningfully, if one or two people are missing, it won't be beautiful. The smile on Lin Chichuan's face disappeared completely, and he looked at my Yukai coldly. I think the opposite of what you think. On a festival day, it would be a good thing if one or two people were missing. My Yukai understood what he meant, and his face twitched. It said that you young people are ignorant. We old people believe that more people is better. Lin Chichuan. There are naturally benefits to having more people, but unfortunately, some of them cannot be called human beings, but are shameful rats. This is put bluntly. Ma Yukai, who has been pretending to be a big shot for so long, has finally been exposed. He stood up from his small stool and said, "Who do you say is the shameful rat?" Lin Chichuan said with disdain, "Whoever does something shameful is the shameful rat." Ma Yukai pointed at Lin Chichuan and said, "Humph, what's the point of you talking nonsense to me? Since you don't want the whole family to be together during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can't blame anyone else." Lin Chichuan slapped away the hand that was sticking in front of him. "Why? You don't want to pretend anymore. Didn't you just have someone take my parents away and threaten me to transfer the studio to you at a low price? Why make such a simple thing so complicated? You even went to so much trouble to find your police friend to call me to the police station to lure the tiger away from the mountain." Ma Yukai certainly knew that this was very simple. Even simpler was to just tie up Lin Chichuan and force him to sign. But isn't this clearly against the law? Ma Yukai is not the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for his children. He also needs money, but he has to enjoy the happiness himself. So he would not admit Lin Chichuan's accusations. You said these things yourself. Don't make up rumors without evidence. Your parents went with others voluntarily. Who knows where they went? Maybe the couple is having fun somewhere right now and has forgotten about you, their son. You said I kidnapped them. What evidence do you have? 59. Who wins? Mayuka was just playing dirty. Unless Lin Chichuan has evidence to prove that he was the one who ordered these things cannot be blamed on him because he knows nothing. Lin Chichuan couldn't help but fall silent. Indeed, he had no evidence. It must be said that he underestimated my Yukai. This idiot could actually think of such complicated things. Upon closer inspection, this for-sale plan has many loopholes. But why is my Yukai so fearless and feels that Lin Chichuan can't do anything to him? It's just because he is a local boss and has connections. Whether it is Li Wei or Zhang Lu, these people are actually small figures. But this collusion between the upper and lower levels, coupled with the threat of force, can control an ordinary person and make him unable to move. If you call the police, Li Wei will find a reason to stop you. You want to cause trouble for Zhang Lu, but you are no match for those little thugs, and you put your entire family in danger. In the end, with nowhere else to turn to, I could only fulfill their wish. Like dealing with Lin Chichuan, as long as he cares about his parents and is worried about their safety, there will be a breakthrough. This is the solution that Mai Yukai came up with after thinking about it over and over again in the hospital for several days. Feeling that he had already secured victory, he spoke louder. These days, both Lin Chichuan and Mai Yukai are the focus of the village. So the two of them were confronting each other here, and the news quickly spread throughout the village. In a short while, all the idle people rushed to the village entrance. This happened to be the time when Mai Yukai was feeling proud. He couldn't stop smiling at that. Everyone looked and thought, could it be that Mai Yukai won this time? So do they not have to worry about their stragglers? Someone immediately asked, "Yukai, have you two reached an agreement?" Mai Yukai glanced at the silent Lin Chichuan and thought that he had already compromised and could not cause any more trouble. So he patted his chest and boasted, "If I come forward, how can I not get it done? Even though everyone is somewhat disapproving in their hearts, aren't there enough things that they silently complain about you messing up? But right now, the most important thing is to make a lot of money by selling astragalus, so everyone started to praise it with tact. Oh, I told you to leave the matter to Uncle Yukai, so you can rest assured. It is said that a village party secretary is talented and capable. Once he makes a move, it's guaranteed to succeed. Our village still depends on him to survive." Someone even expressed his support. "You are talented. I will vote for you next time when the village party secretary is elected." Amid all the praise, my Yukai said modestly with a red face, "This is all because everyone is giving me face." He let out a sigh of relief, as if he wanted to let out all the frustration he had been feeling for the past few days. Everyone knew that he was very proud, so they praised him again and even used Lin Chichuan as a target. I've always said that young people are not very reliable when it comes to talking. At such a young age, he didn't learn good things and learn some evil martial arts. He came back to cheat honest people like us. Yukai, you are the elder. You have to teach him the truth. My Yukai readily agreed. Who said no? The Lin family kid is the only famous university student in our village. As elders, we can't just watch him go astray. We have to correct his temper. He circled around Lin Chichuan twice and made two TSK sounds. I've said it before, young man, don't think you're that great just because you've studied for 2 more years and ignore everyone. Today, I will personally teach you a lesson as a thank you for bringing Huangqi back to the village and benefiting the villagers. If it were ordinary people, I wouldn't teach them this valuable experience. So you have to cherish this opportunity to learn, okay? However, Lin Chichuan did not react at all to this performance and just stared at him coldly. My Yukai raised his eyebrows. Why, you're still not convinced? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach you on behalf of your parents until you're convinced. My Yukai raised his right hand as he spoke. He had long wanted to slap Lin Chichuan's arrogant face, and today he finally found the opportunity. He spread out his palms and 5 fingers. His eyes fell on Lin Chichuan's left cheek, and he had the urge to slap him. But when the palm fell, he suddenly retracted the force and turned it into a humiliating pat. It is more satisfying to knock down the pride and self-esteem of an arrogant young man than to give him a slap in the face. My Yukai didn't understand so many principles, but he naturally knew how to torture people. Thinking of how Lin Chichuan was humiliated but unable to resist, my Yukai was so excited that his voice trembled a little. I'm so kind to teach you. How can you thank me? My Yukai was so excited that he didn't notice the change in Lin Chichuan's eyes and missed the mockery in the corner of his mouth. I saw that thick, dark hand just a few centimeters away from falling on that face. Ma Yotsai's mouth was halfway open when it suddenly stopped, because he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his hands at all. His wrist was grabbed by Lin Chichuan. I'm sorry. I appreciate your kindness. You said it yourself. I'm a student at a prestigious university. If you want to be my teacher, you have to be a PhD. I'll spare you the trouble. Lin Chichuan pulled my Yotsai's hand away with a little effort and looked him up and down. You're a village party secretary with only a junior high school education. Ma Yotsai's face turned red, but he couldn't pull his hand free from Lin Chichuan's. He said angrily, "Don't be shameless. Let go of me." Lin Chichuan sneered. "Why do you want me to let go? Aren't you very capable? Do you want to teach me a lesson? I'm waiting." Okay. Ma Yukai endured the pain from his wrist and shouted, "Okay," 3 times. "I thought you were a college student, so I wanted to give you some face, so I didn't want to hit you. Since you don't appreciate this favor, don't blame me for being rude." He stretched out his left hand, clenched it into a fist, and threatened in a low voice. "Are you really not afraid? My fists have eyes, but other people's fists may not." A hoodlum like Zhang Lu is used to fooling around and is not careful with his hands. Who knows what he might do if he's not careful? He brought up the Lin Jiaxin couple again, and he was waiting to see if Lin Chichuan could still be arrogant. Unfortunately, this time Lin Chichuan did not give in as he expected. Lin Chichuan grabbed my Yotsai's arrogant fist with his other hand and pushed it down. "Do you really think that this little trick can force me to surrender?" 60. Who is tougher? The villagers over there, after hearing what my Yukai said, felt relieved and began to think about how they would spend the money they received this year. For this reason, people threw compliments at my Yukai as if they were free. As for his intention to teach Lin Chichuan a lesson, everyone actually knew that he was taking advantage of the situation to vent his emotions. But they don't think there's anything wrong with that. In their hearts, Lin Chichuan deserves to be taught a lesson. If he had been obedient, wouldn't the problem have been solved long ago? Why would it take so long? So everyone is happily waiting to see Lin Chichuan get humiliated. As a result, after a while, the situation in front of him changed again. Didn't you say that this has already been discussed? Didn't my Yukai say that he wanted to teach Lin Chichuan a lesson? How come the two of them started confronting each other before my Yotsai's hand even touched Lin Chichuan? The tension between them doesn't seem like they have reached an agreement at all. The praise and optimism just now disappeared immediately. Yukai, what are you dawdling about here for? Didn't you say you wanted to teach this Lin family kid a lesson? What are you waiting for? When Ma Yukai heard this, he almost vomited blood. Is it because he doesn't want to? He can't do it. At this moment, he finally felt the same way as Zhang Lu did a few days ago. Lin Qichuan looks weak, but why does he have such strong hands? The two men were facing each other, and his hands were completely clamped by the other party, unable to move at all. In this regard, Lin Qichuan can only say that he is gifted and that others cannot envy him. Unable to defeat Lin Qichuan and unable to break free, Mayukai could only continue to speak harshly. I don't know if my methods are small or not, but you'd better recognize who is in the open and who is in the dark. At this point, he was so angry that he almost lost his mind and no longer cared about avoiding suspicion. As long as I give the order, your parents might lose a hand or a foot or something. You're looking for death. Hearing this, Lin Qichuan's eyes sharpened, and he twisted my Yotsai's arm to his back with his right hand, and suddenly a pig-slaughtering sound was heard. He dodged again, and his right hand reached across my Yotsai's waist, took the key ring hanging there, made a half circle, and put it directly against his neck. This is all thanks to the habit of some middle-aged men who like to hang a keychain around their waist. They not only hang keys on keychains, but also like to hang nail clippers and knives. At this time, Lin Qichuan was holding a small knife of about 5 or 6 centimeters in his hand. Although it is short, it is enough to pierce the throat. It just so happened that my Yukai liked to use this small knife to cut things on a daily basis, so it was sharpened quite well. Suddenly the sense of threat became stronger. I told you were stupid, but you still don't admit it. Lin Qichuan's devilish voice rang beside my Yotsai's ear. Compared to my parents who are hiding in some corner and need you to call and give the order, wouldn't it be easier for me to take action since you are right in front of me? Ma Yukai felt a sharp tingling sensation on his neck, and his face turned pale with fright. What are you going to do? Lin Qichuan, aren't you asking nonsense? I'm pointing a knife at you. What else can you do? The people watching over there were originally blaming Ma Yukai for not getting the job done efficiently. Unexpectedly, a knife suddenly appeared and was pointed at the neck. If it gets stuck accidentally, it could be fatal. Everyone was so frightened that they looked like chickens with their necks grabbed. They stretched their necks and dare not shout anymore. They could only exclaim and talk in low voices. Is this a life-threatening situation? The Lin family kid is too cruel. It shouldn't be for such a small matter, right? Yes, in their opinion, it was a trivial matter for Lin Qichuan to empty his family's pockets and surrender. And amidst the buzz of discussion, a shrill cry suddenly rang out. Murder, murder! Lu Hui, who had been hiding behind the door and peeking, was so frightened by Lin Qichuan's move that she became weak in the knees and started shouting regardless of anything. Shut up! Lin Qichuan looked over with a frosty gaze, freezing her where she was. She didn't dare to yell anymore, and could only beg with a trembling voice, You let go of our boss. Lin Qichuan. As long as he is honest and obedient, I will naturally not do anything to him. Lu Hui nodded rapidly. He is an honest man. Ma Yukai did not discuss this plan with anyone else except Zhang Lu, who helped to execute it. But when he was talking to Zhang Lu on the phone, he did not avoid the people at home. So Lu Hui knew what he had done, and while he was worried, he secretly prayed for success. But she didn't expect that Lin Qichuan, who looked gentle and polite on weekdays, was actually a wolf cub who would take a knife to kill people if he disagreed with them. The son at home is unreliable, and they are left with only 2 old bones and a daughter. If Lin Qichuan really gets ruthless, how can they defeat him? Lu Hui was terrified and quickly called out to Ma Yukai. You woodcutter, why are you still being so stubborn? Just do whatever he tells you to do. But Ma Yukai had planned carefully for so long. How could he give up so easily? Shut up. What do you know as a woman? Get out of here. Huh. Lin Qichuan's sneer suddenly sounded above his head. Ma Yotsai's scalp went numb, and the cursing stopped abruptly. Why don't you curse anymore? Lin Qichuan's wrist moved slightly, and the tip of the knife slid back and forth across his neck. It sounds pretty exciting to me, so just curse a few more times. Ma Yukai suddenly got goosebumps on his neck and arms, and his whole body started shaking. Don't move. This knife has no eyes. If it cuts you by accident, it won't be my fault. Ma Yukai was so scared that he couldn't even tremble anymore. He just kept on speaking. Whoever kills someone will be shot. You don't dare to do anything to me. Then you try it and see if I dare. When Lin Qichuan exerted force with his left hand, Ma Yukai suddenly felt a pain in his shoulders and arms. But because of the knife on his neck, he dared not move at all and could only endure the pain. In just a few seconds, the clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Where are my parents? You'd better tell them quickly, or you'll be in trouble. Lin Chichuan's hands were eager to try. Ma Yukai gritted his teeth and endured it, still stubbornly saying, I don't know. Lin Chichuan curled his lips and said, It depends on whether your words are hard or the knife is hard. His hand moved aside, as if to stab his shoulder. Everyone exclaimed, Chuan, don't do it. Eighth uncle came over staggeringly with a cane, and when he saw his action, he quickly stopped him. This is no joke. If you have anything to say, just talk it out. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Talk nicely. Lin Chichuan finally gave his eighth uncle a look when he saw him. If you want to persuade someone, why not persuade our good party secretary to release my parents first? 61. Being dismantled. When eighth uncle heard Lin Chichuan's words, he was stunned. What do you mean? Everyone over there was also confused. What did this have to do with Lin Jiaxing and his wife? Lin Chichuan tilted his head and told Ma Yukai the whole story amidst his shock and anger. You were right about what you said. Our party secretary Ma is very capable. He conspired with Zhang Lu, contacted the gangsters in town, kidnapped my parents, and used this to threaten me to transfer the studio to him. Upon hearing this, the couple jumped up and down. Impossible. You are lying. These two people are Zhang Lu's parents. Ma Yukai also complained, You're talking nonsense. I want to spend money to buy it from you. Lin Chichuan snorted coldly. What's the difference between buying it for 50 yuan and robbing it? Everyone looked at the two in surprise. Whether it was Ma Yukai kidnapping Lin Jiaxing and his wife, or Lin Chichuan using a knife, it was quite shocking to them. For a moment, they didn't know who to believe. Uncle Ba didn't believe that Ma Yukai would be so bold. Could there be some misunderstanding? Zhang Lu's parents were still shouting that it was impossible. Lin Chichuan, if you don't believe me, just call Zhang Lu and ask him. Zhang Lu's father immediately took out his cell phone. As a result, Zhang Lu didn't answer, so he could only continue fighting. Finally, after the third round, there was some movement. Are you annoying? You're like a ghost asking for your life. The advantages of elderly phones are now revealed. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Lu's impatient voice came out from the microphone, and it was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. As expected of a gangster, he is so rude even to his parents. But Zhang Lu's parents have become accustomed to it. Zhang Lu's father Zhang Min quickly asked, Did you listen to Ma Yukai and kidnap Lin Chichuan's parents? Hearing this, Lin Chichuan looked at Zhang Min with some surprise. This face looks quite honest and simple, but there are a lot of little thoughts in this mouth. Regardless of whether the incident was true or not, the first sentence he said put the blame on Ma Yukai. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Lu, who was originally very impatient, became obviously panicked after hearing this. Who told you that? The next sentence is, who else knows? After hearing this, how could the people present not understand? They really kidnapped Lin Jiaxing and his wife. Eighth uncle stood there with his mouth open in shock, not daring to speak anymore. Zhang Min cried out, sitting on the ground, slapping his thigh and crying, What a sin! Zhang Lu heard the noisy discussions in the background, realized something, and cursed it in panic. You damn old man, what did you do? Lin Chichuan took advantage of this opportunity and quickly shouted into the phone. Zhang Lu, before anything goes wrong, you'd better send my parents back safely. Otherwise, your life will be completely over. Hearing Lin Chichuan's voice, Zhang Lu knew that he was completely exposed. Don't scare me, I didn't kidnap them. I just took them to town to play. When he got anxious, he hardly remembered what Ma Yukai had taught him before. I just said that Lin Chichuan was in a car accident and tricked them out. No, I was jokingly saying that Lin Chichuan was in a car accident, but who knew they believed it and ran away with me. I just took them out to play. I didn't tie them up. Their hands and feet can move. Ma Yukai on the other side closed his eyes tightly, regretting secretly in his heart. Why did he choose such a fool? It could be said that Ma Yukai was too greedy. The Ma family is different from the Lin family. The Ma family has a much larger population. There are 2 uncles from the same family above me, 3 biological brothers of the same generation, and more than a dozen nephews and nephews below me. If he went to the Ma family for help, he would definitely find someone. But what about the saying that if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked? Ma Yukai is not a good person. He is greedy and selfish, and his brothers have similar personalities. If he really asks the Ma family for help, his brothers will have to bite off a big piece of meat. Ma Yukai was reluctant to give up these benefits. After much thought, he decided to go through Zhang Lu to find those gangsters in the town and make a one-time deal. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu was still talking nonsense. They were worried about their son, so I had no choice but to take them to the hospital. But after a while, they didn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. I had no choice but to take them somewhere else to play. He repeated, I really didn't tie them up. They followed me voluntarily. If you don't believe it, you can ask. Before he could finish his words, a sudden noise came from the other side. Everyone only heard Zhang Lu shouting anxiously, Who are you? There was a dong sound from the phone. Zhang Min and his wife stopped crying and shouted into the phone, Lu, what happened? Are you okay? But there was no other sound except the cry sound from the other side. Soon, even the noise disappeared, and only a beeping sound was heard. Everyone was confused when they heard this. What happened suddenly? Why is there no follow-up? Did he get into trouble? I hope we won't be discovered. We have completely lost contact with Zhang Lu. Faced with this sudden change, Lin Qichuan, who was originally certain that Ma Yukai would not dare to really take action against Lin Jiaxing and his wife, suddenly felt a little uneasy. When faced with an unstable factor like Zhang Lu, there might be some unexpected events. He pushed the knife in 1 centimeter further and said, Tell me, where did you guys decide to hide my parents? Ma Yukai has already been exposed, and now he has become a bit desperate. Since he won't have an easy life, Lin Qichuan won't have an easy life either. I don't know. Zhang Lu hid the person himself. You can ask Zhang Lu. Lin Qichuan was so angry that his teeth were itching. How could Zhang Lu, that idiot, have the brains to plan all this? Well, you won't tell me, right? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. He pulled Ma Yukai by the collar and pushed him with his knee. Ma Yukai fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. This. Ma Yukai gasped in pain, but still remained stubborn. I said I didn't know. Lin Qichuan didn't waste any time and just broke one of his arms. I don't know. The other arm was also removed. Lin Qichuan loosened his grip, and Ma Yukai lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. As he struggled to move, a foot immediately hit his back, and his waist, which had just been raised, hit the ground hard again. These consecutive actions stunned everyone. At this moment, Lin Qichuan had no expression on his face and looked frighteningly cold. They had no doubt that if Ma Yukai continued to be stubborn, the knife in his hand would really stab Ma Yukai. Some people were worried. Should we stop him? What if someone dies? The other person quickly pushed him. Why don't you go? The man was startled. I dare not do that. Lin Qichuan is so fierce, and his knife is so sharp. What if he is hit by it? People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm, and are afraid of death. This trend is even worse in Guga village. At this time, only my Yotsai's wife, Lu Hui, dared to rush over. But she didn't dare to rush towards Lin Qichuan's knife, and could only beg Ma Yukai, just tell me, we won't argue anymore. They really can't win against this little evil spirit. I don't know. Ma Yukai was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak clearly. He didn't say it just now. Now that he says it, wouldn't the pain be in vain? He was still betting that Lin Qichuan wouldn't dare to really kill him, because Lin Qichuan will not ruin his own future. At the same time, Ma Yukai was still thinking in his mind, if Lin Qichuan really hurt him, then could he turn around and sue Lin Qichuan? So as long as he holds on, there's hope. Unfortunately, just as he was thinking this, he was immediately interrupted. I know where the person is. 62, good son. The voice came from the Ma family, shouting at the top of their lungs. But everyone could tell that it was Ma Zirong's voice. Ma Yukai was stepped on the back by Lin Qichuan, and with his hands tied, he could only lie on the ground and gasp for breath. When he heard his son's voice, he turned his head in shock, his eyes wide open like bells. Shut up. He stopped her quickly. What does it have to do with you? You know nothing. His gaze was so evil that it seemed to shoot through the walls and kill this loser who was holding the team back. Unfortunately, his attempt to stop her only caused Ma Zirong to shout even louder. Even Lin Qichuan was a little surprised. It seems that you have raised a good son, in every sense. However, Lin Qichuan was not interested in the lawsuit between him and his son. Since Ma Zirong said he knew it, he could not let go of this clue. So he simply picked up Ma Yukai, put the knife to his neck, as usual, and took him to the Ma family. As soon as he stepped into the room, his eyes met Ma Shanshan's frightened eyes. Ma Shanshan was frightened by his cold eyes and Ma Yotsai's miserable condition and screamed. She ran back to her room in a panic and locked the door tightly. There was absolutely no intention of helping to save her father. In another room, his good son was still shouting that he knew where Lin Jiaxing and his wife were. What a pair of good children. Ma Yukai, who was trying hard to hold on, bent his back a little when he saw this scene. Lin Chichuan doesn't care how badly his fatherly heart is hurt. After determining where Ma Zirong's room was, he simply pushed him in with force. The smell in the room was not very pleasant, and there were some broken pieces of something scattered in the corner. Ma Zirong himself had messy hair and beard, half lying on the bed, and his pair of plaster legs made his presence felt. Looking at his face again, his pale skin and dark circles under his eyes were tinged with scarlet, making his eyes look a bit perverse and crazy. At this time, even Lin Chichuan, an outsider, noticed that something was wrong with Ma Zirong. But Ma Yukai didn't notice this and just shouted, "Don't say it. If you tell me, I'll pretend I don't have a son like you." When Ma Zirong heard this, he did not panic, but burst into laughter. "Haven't you already disliked me and didn't want this son? Ha ha ha. If you don't let me say it, then I'll say it anyway." "Shut up." Ma Yukai was so angry that he almost passed out. "You idiot, if I had known you were so useless, I should have let you die in the field." Everyone was poor back then. In order to have enough food to eat, they had to work in the fields all day and all night, even pregnant women. Ma Zirong was born a month early in the field after Lu Hui accidentally fell while working in the fields. Because the birth was a bit difficult, when Ma Zirong was born, his whole body was purple and he couldn't even cry. Some elderly people said it was difficult to support them when they saw it. If this was a girl, the Ma family would definitely dig a hole in the spot and bury her. But this was his first son, and Ma Yukai couldn't bear to let him go. So he gritted his teeth, held Ma Zirong in his arms, and ran for half an hour on a mountain road to the health station to save the man. Over the years, Ma Yukai often mentioned this matter in front of Ma Zirong, with the aim of making Ma Zirong remember this favor. Unfortunately, the more he talked, the more annoyed and disgusted Ma Zirong became. In his opinion, he is the only son in the family, and it is natural for his father Ma Yukai to be good to him and give him everything. On the contrary, it would be wrong not to give it to him, so he could gamble the family money without any scruples. The money in the family is his money. So what if he uses it for gambling? So after knowing that Ma Yukai would not treat his leg and wanted to use him as a tool to continue the family line, Ma Zirong felt deeply betrayed and suddenly hated his father Ma Yukai. His hatred for him was even stronger than his hatred for those bastards who broke his legs in the casino. Now that Ma Yukai is still using these trivial matters to threaten him, Ma Zirong will only become more rebellious. He looked at Ma Yukai with a smile. The angrier Ma Yukai got, the happier he was. "You didn't bury me then. It's too late now. Don't ever think of getting rid of me in your life." He was not afraid at all of Ma Yotsai's revenge afterwards, because Ma Yukai was still waiting for him to carry on the family line, so he looked completely fearless. Compared with Ma Yukai, Lin Chichuan, whom he originally disliked, now became friendly and lovable. In front of Ma Yukai, Ma Zirong told him all the news he had heard in the past 2 days. "I heard him say on the phone that he asked Zhang Lu to trick your parents into going to the hospital first, saying that you were having surgery and asking them to wait there. If they can't deceive them anymore, they will take them to the home of a man named Wu Xing, pretending to negotiate compensation with them, and won't let them leave. Once the contract is signed, they will find an excuse to say they got the wrong person and kick him out." This was Ma Yukai and Zhang Lu's plan to exploit loopholes and semi-coerce Lin Chichuan into making the purchase or sale. Even though he had the studio, Lin Chichuan still had no way to arrest them. With that little gangster there to keep him at bay, he didn't dare to retaliate. As for why Lu Hui didn't know these things, it was because she was busy running around, so she only heard a few words. Ma Zirong was unable to move and could only lie in bed, but he could hear every noise in the house clearly. Seeing that he had told him all his plans without reservation, Ma Yukai wanted to rush over and stab him against the wall. He was puzzled. "What on earth are you trying to do? I worked so hard to earn all this. Wasn't it just for you?" Unexpectedly, he would be stabbed in the back by his own son in the end. Ma Zirong rolled his eyes. "Don't flatter yourself. You are obviously doing this for yourself. Anyway, I'm happy when I see you unhappy." Ma Zirong choked, although he was indeed thinking more about himself. After all, his son is unreliable, and he can't be left alone for his old age. But even so, you idiot, won't those things still fall into your hands in the end? Unfortunately, no matter how harshly he scolded, Ma Zirong didn't listen to a word he said. He had become paranoid and believed that Ma Yukai kept him just to coax him into having a son. After his son is born, he, a man with disabled legs, will be abandoned. Then how could he let Ma Yukai get what he wanted? The father and son were arguing with each other. and the villagers were watching with great interest. For a moment, they forgot about Huangqi. Judging from Ma Youcai's reaction, Lin Qichuan speculated that what Ma Zirong said should be true. So he didn't bother to pay any more attention to the father and son and just threw Ma Youcai to the ground. As he walked out, he took out his cell phone and quickly sent messages to Mayor Qin and Zhao Dagong. Let them go to the hospital separately and to the home of someone named Wu Xing to look for someone. At the same time, he drove quickly to the town. Just as he entered the town, Zhao Dagong called him. Lin Qichuan stepped on the brake and pulled the car to the side of the road. Hey, Uncle Dagong, any news? 63. Found it. Hey, Mr. Lin, we found your parents. Zhao Dagong's voice, with a hint of joy, came from the phone. Next came the voices of Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua. Hey, Chuaner, your mother and I are fine. Chuaner, don't worry. We are with the people of Dafeng village now. We are safe. Lin Qichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the two people's voices. Where are you? I'll pick you up now. Zhao Dagong replied. We had a conflict with those hooligans and are now in the police station. I'm afraid you'll worry, so I'm telling you first. After hearing this, Lin Qichuan thought of Li Wei's matter and his brows furrowed again. Fortunately, people from Dafeng village are also together. They are numerous and powerful, so they should not suffer any loss. I'll be there soon. Wait for me. Lin Qichuan quickly turned around and drove towards the street where the police station was located. 10 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. Lin Qichuan found an open space to park the car and rushed into the police station. Mom and Dad, are you okay? As soon as he entered, Lin Qichuan found Lin Jiaxing and his wife surrounded in the middle of a group of people. He rushed over and checked the two of them. Seeing that apart from a little dust on their bodies, there was nothing wrong with them and they were in good spirits, he finally felt relieved. We're fine, don't worry. Kai Linghua's voice was a little choked with sobs, but she still tried to comfort her son first. His hair, which was usually well-groomed, was now a mess. It can be seen that he is really anxious. She reached out and helped him to sort it out with concern. Lin Jiaxing carefully discovered that there was a bloody red mark on the base of his right hand, which was quite conspicuous. What happened to this hand? Did it conflict with someone? This was obtained when I threatened my Yukai with a knife just now. The handle of the knife was too short, so in order to exert more force, the base of the thumb was placed against the blade. I bumped into it accidentally. Lin Qichuan shook it off carelessly. I'm glad you're all okay. Kai Linghua nodded repeatedly. We have to thank Secretary Su, Secretary Zhao, and the people of Dafeng village. It was only then that Lin Qichuan noticed that Su Wanjing was also here. The little girl's face was red, and her clothes seemed to have been pulled. He thought of the unreachable phone call to Su Wanjing. Is Secretary Su also with my parents? Lin Jiaxing nodded. It was only when Secretary Su came to the hospital that we realized we were cheated. Su Wanjing was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. Although I found out that I was deceived, I don't have the ability to rescue my uncle and aunt. It turned out that when Zhang Lu took people to Dafeng village, Su Wanjing and Lin Jiaxing and his wife were staying together. When she learned that Lin Qichuan had been in a car accident, she was also very anxious. After all, this was the god of wealth she had just brought to the village. After Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua hurriedly followed Zhang Lu away, Su Wanjing thought about it and decided to call her connection in town, the convenience store owner. According to Zhang Lu, Lin Qichuan had a car accident at the intersection where the convenience store was located. So she thought of asking the boss's wife for information to see how serious the situation was. As a result, the boss's wife told her that she had not heard of any car accident. The proprietress even went out and asked other shops about this, but they all said that it was not true. Su Wanjing immediately realized that something might be wrong, so she quickly called Lin Qichuan. But Lin Qichuan was at the police station at that time, and his cell phone was left outside, so he didn't receive the call at all. Su Wanjing couldn't find anyone and wasn't sure if something really happened. So I decided to ride my motorcycle to the town hospital to check the situation. Because she was riding an electric motorcycle, which made relatively little noise, Zhao was doing other things at the time and didn't notice that she had also left the village. I went to the hospital and asked the nurses at the front desk, and they all said that there were no patients sent in due to car accidents this morning. I was sure those two were real scammers and wanted to call the police. Then I saw Zhang Lu making a phone call outside. I was worried about my uncle and aunt, so I quickly followed him in. Unexpectedly, she actually saw Lin Jiaxing and his wife, so she rushed over and wanted to take them away. As a result, he was discovered by Zhang Lu and his accomplices and was taken to a yard in the town under threat, where even his cell phone was confiscated. At that time, they said, "You are in their hands, and if you don't obey, they will take action against you." They had knives in their hands. We didn't dare to confront them head-on, and we were also afraid that something might happen to you. So we had no choice but to follow them. Kai Linghua held Su Wanjing's hand and said, "In that house, they kept threatening us, saying they were the victims' relatives, and kept yelling at us to pay compensation. It was Secretary Su who stood in front of us and argued with them, so we didn't suffer any loss." Kai Linghua still felt a little scared when she thought about how those hooligans looked like they were about to beat someone up. Later, when they weren't paying attention, Secretary Su secretly took a piece of paper, wrote a note asking for help, wrapped it in a stone, and threw it out. It happened to hit a passerby, and the person rushed over to seek revenge. It just so happened that the passerby was also a young man, accompanied by two friends. So he had a conflict with the gangsters. Su Wanjing took the opportunity to escape with Lin Jiaxing and the other person, but they were discovered by the gangsters. There were 5 gangsters in total. Seeing that they were about to run away, he rushed over to stop them. The 3 young men who came to seek revenge saw that something was wrong and saw Su Wanjing and the other 2 asking for help. Although they didn't know what was going on, they quickly blocked the door and shouted loudly, attracting passersby. When they heard that people needed to be rescued, many kind-hearted people joined in the fun. In the chaos, Zhang Lu, who was talking on the phone, had his phone smashed against his chest. Seeing that they were blocking the door and making a fuss, Su Wanjing realized that she couldn't escape, so she had to protect Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua and tried to hide to the side. Zhao Dagong answered, "We were just at that street when we received your message. I was originally planning to ask people where Wu Xing lived, but then I heard a commotion over there. I heard from people who were there that 2 groups of people were fighting, and there was also kidnapping. When we heard it, we thought it might be the person we were looking for. When I rushed over, I saw that among the people fighting was the young man who took your parents away. It's the right time, so let's rush in and save people. We have more people, so we finally cornered those hooligans." At this time, people from the police station also rushed over. Finally, the police arrested all the people involved and brought them back to the police station. After listening to this process, I can imagine that it is quite thrilling. Lin Qichuan bowed to the people of Dafeng village, the 3 people who were innocently affected, and the passersby who came to join in the fun and help. 64. All were caught. I am very grateful to everyone for helping to save my parents today. Lin Qichuan's attitude was very sincere. "Oh no, no, no." Zhao Dagong quickly helped him up. Others also quickly waved their hands, saying that such a big gift was unnecessary. As they were pulling, a deep voice came, "You are Lin Qichuan, right?" Everyone turned around to look. Then he saw a tall and strong man in his 50s, wearing a long-sleeved police uniform, with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Qichuan with a smile on his face. Lin Qichuan nodded, "Yes, I am. It's true that heroes emerge young." The man held out his hand. "I'm Fong Weiqing, the director of the police station." When the others heard that the man in front of them was actually the police station chief, they immediately fell silent. There's no way around it. In this small town, the police station chief is also a high-ranking official. In everyone's simple concept, there is still a difference between the people and the officials. Not to mention that they are still in the police station, under someone else's roof, so they dare not act rashly. However, Lin Qichuan had a bad impression of this police station because of Li Wei's incident, so he was not very enthusiastic about Director Fong's greeting. But in Director Fong's eyes, this lukewarm attitude made Lin Qichuan seem neither humble nor arrogant. He thought to himself, no wonder Mayor Qin thought so highly of him. Just based on his bearing, he stood out among his peers. He beckoned Lin Qichuan to go inside. What happened today was our negligence. Mayor Qin has already severely criticized us just now. Lin Qichuan didn't really want to deal with these empty social events, but the people who were helping him today were still waiting outside. When everyone can leave depends on the director's decision. So he could only patiently reply, "You are in charge of the public security of the entire town. You are so busy that there are always things you can't take care of." He looked around the office area and didn't see Li Wei, but he did see Officer He. Officer He smiled at him. Lin Qichuan paused and nodded slightly in response. Director Fong had been paying attention to him, so he did not miss the interaction between the two. He called Officer He over and said, "This is He Guoyang, an outstanding police officer in our station. He is in charge of the search and rescue operation at the police station today. Officer, he looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, we are still a step late. Although they received the message at the same time, they still arrived at the scene later than the person Lin Chichuan found himself. If this matter is to be said, it's not Officer He's fault. You cannot act as you please within the system. Every action must be carried out after receiving notification from your superiors. After Director Fong received the call from Mayor Qin, the first thing he did was to conduct an investigation and verification in the station. As a public official, you cannot believe everything you hear. The first step is to make sure that the incident really happened and was not a misunderstanding. After confirming that Lin Jiaxing and his wife had indeed been taken away, they began to further investigate Zhang Lu's network of contacts and speculate where they might have been taken. In most places in the town, there are no surveillance cameras installed. Therefore, they can only rely on manual visits to investigate, which is naturally not very efficient. When the investigation was finally about to reach Wuxing, news from Lin Chichuan was also transmitted simultaneously through Mayor Qin. Officer He and his men rushed over immediately, but it just so happened that Zhao Dagong and his men were nearby. It's a bit embarrassing to tell others that the public got to the scene first. Therefore, when facing Lin Chichuan, Officer He did not dare to even think of taking credit for it. Not to mention that Li Wei's case is still there. As one of the people who knows about it, he can only hope that he will not be the target of anger. Unfortunately, just as he was thinking this, he heard Lin Chichuan ask, "Why don't you see Officer Li?" During the interrogation this morning, he said he wanted to verify the information, but then the kidnapping incident suddenly happened, and there was no follow-up. I have time now, so I might as well get this done, so I don't have to make another trip in a few days. As soon as these words were spoken, Officer He almost couldn't hold back the smile on his face. Chi Fong was still more experienced. Officer Li has other cases to attend to, so your case will be handled by Officer He. We have verified it with Mayor Qin, and that matter has nothing to do with you. Just sign it later, and it will be fine. Everyone present actually knew what was going on. But since Director Fong said so, although Lin Chichuan felt a little indignant, he couldn't refute it. The two men exchanged a few polite words, and Lin Chichuan followed Officer He to carry out the so-called signing. Seeing his indifferent expression, Officer He probably guessed what the young man was thinking. This is because they feel that the officials in the police station protect each other, so they are resentful. He lowered his head, put the documents away, and whispered, "In fact, Director Fong is also quite difficult to deal with. My subordinates made a mistake, and the follow-up investigation will also bring up a lot of things. I'm afraid it won't be concluded in a short time. Although there aren't many big things happening in our institute, there are a lot of small things. There's a sudden shortage of staff. I am afraid that our colleagues will have to work more overtime next time." Lin Chichuan thought about it and understood what he meant. It seems that Li Wei has been taken under control, but the investigation will not be concluded soon. In addition, since it involves internal affairs, some details and reasons cannot be disclosed to outsiders. So Director Fong could only find an excuse to put him off. After knowing this result, Lin Chichuan felt much better. There's no need for young people to be so impulsive. Officer He patted him on the shoulder. Lin Chichuan pretended to look at him innocently. "I didn't do anything." Officer He glanced at him meaningfully and suddenly changed the subject. "Our colleagues have already gone to Gugu village to capture my Yukai." According to information from his colleagues, my Yukai was not in good condition at the time. Lin Chichuan removed both of his arms and was not kind enough to help him put them back when he left. The people in the village didn't understand this, not to mention that they knew my Yukai had committed a crime, so they all stayed away from him. So until the police came to arrest them, the father and son were still arguing in the room. One had a broken leg, and the other couldn't move his arm, but that didn't stop them from shooting arrows at each other. The police who came to the door were speechless when they saw that scene. When my Yukai was arrested, he still refused to give up. "I want to report Lin Chichuan for threatening and beating me." An old police officer stepped forward, and with 2 clicks, his hand was restored. So my Yukai was full of life again. The only wound on his body was the one on his neck, an inch long, which had already scabbed over. Seeing that he was still yelling, the police became annoyed. "Your wounds are not minor injuries, and according to the villagers, you were the first to raise your hand to hit someone. The most you two did was to fight each other. If you really want to sue me, that's fine. We can both take administrative penalties together. Although you didn't win the fight, you were the first to attack, so you will be punished more severely than him." 6-5, ending. Hearing what the police said, my Yotsai's eyes widened. Why was he being beaten, but being punished even more severely? The police looked at his confused expression and were speechless again. This person who is ignorant of the law is serving as the village party secretary and even wants to exploit loopholes in the law. After knowing that Ma Yukai had also been arrested, Lin Chichuan felt much more at ease. Officer Yi's attitude seems quite sincere. But Lin Chichuan was a little confused. Was it because he and Li Wei were not the same kind of people? Or was he just trying to act this way for the sake of Mayor Qin's face? No matter what the reason is, since the police station has made it clear that it will deal with this matter seriously, Lin Chichuan will not let go of this opportunity. He took the opportunity to produce evidence that Ma Yukai and his daughter broke into the house and stole business information. When Officer Yi saw that there were other things going on inside, he sighed in his heart that the Ma family was really capable of making trouble. After he read it, he called his colleague and said, "Go again and bring his daughter back as well." When Ma Shanshan saw her father being arrested, she was blaming him for being careless. Now that she has a criminal father, how can she find a good partner in the future? Less than half an hour later, the police came back and arrested her as well. Lu Hui watched helplessly as her husband and daughter were handcuffed and taken away. The only remaining son was still paralyzed in bed. Suddenly, I felt like the sky was falling. The man collapsed in the yard, and the wailing and crying spread from the yard to the sky, covering most of Gugu village. When the villagers heard this, they felt a mixture of emotions for a moment. Among them, Ma Yotsai's brothers had the most complicated feelings. His eldest nephew asked his father Ma Yuan, who is Ma Yotsai's eldest brother, "Are we really not going to care about second uncle anymore?" Ma Yuan, sitting on a small stool, knocked his cigarette ash onto the steps. "What do you care about? What do you have to care about? This is a crime and should be punished. If you're not careful, you might get shot." When he had benefits, he didn't think about us brothers. If something goes wrong, we will have to worry about him. Even if we miss him, we are all peasants. What can we miss about him? It is true that I can't help, but when Ma Yuan said this, he must have been somewhat resentful. They are brothers who grew up together. How could they not know what Ma Yukai is thinking? There's so many people in the Ma family, and he would rather find outsiders to do the work. Isn't he just guarding against us asking for benefits? He doesn't even consider us brothers, so why are we still thinking about him? He did all these things. Isn't that enough to embarrass our Ma family? The eldest nephew thought the same thing, so he immediately felt at ease and ignored it. But if my second uncle goes to jail, what will happen to the astragalus in the village? Speaking of this, Ma Yuan also began to worry. You can ignore your younger brother, but you can't ignore the matter of making money. The Lin family is a tough nut to crack. The guy was really ruthless. Ma Yukai, a village party secretary, confronted him and ended up getting himself and his daughter involved. Although Ma Yukai deserved the punishment he received, many people secretly wondered how cruel Lin Chichuan was given the situation. But even though they grumbled, they were really afraid of Lin Chichuan. We have to think of a way. We can't just go head to head. There are many villagers who share the same idea as him. When his eyes returned to the Ma family, Ma Zirong listened to his mother Lu Hui's shrill cry, and his mind was a little confused for a moment. After seeing Ma Yukai being humiliated and caught, Ma Zirong was undoubtedly very happy at that moment. Now Ma Yukai can no longer treat him as a tool. But when he saw that Ma Shanshan was also arrested and his mother Lu Hui looked devastated, he began to panic. Yes, his father will definitely go to jail this time, and he won't be able to take care of him anymore. Not being able to control him also means that no one is in charge of him. In their family, the main money earner is Ma Yukai. Without Ma Yukai, if he only had Lu Hui to rely on, how would he live his future life? So what did he just do? No, that's not right. Even if I don't tell him, Lin Chichuan won't let him go. Ma Zirong shook his head desperately and consoled himself. This is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Chichuan. All this was caused by Lin Chichuan. It's not just his father's problem. The reason why he became like this today is also caused by Lin Chichuan. If Lin Chichuan hadn't brought back the astragalus and made money for his family, he would have become a target. How could he be framed, lose all his money, and have his leg broken? So in the final analysis, it was Lin Chichuan's fault. After successfully shifting the blame and putting all the new and old grudges on Lin Chichuan, Ma Zirong immediately became calm again. He yelled to the outside of the door, "Stop howling. No one will come back if you howl." Lu Hui stopped crying, climbed up from the ground, staggered into the room, and stared at Ma Zirong with a resentful look on her face. "Your father and your sister have been arrested. Are you calm now?" Ma Zirong sneered. "What's the point of me calming down? You might as well go and ask if Lin Chichuan has calmed down. He is so powerful now. There is no one in the village to restrain him. Let's forget about selling the astragalus in our fields. The family still owes 80,000 yuan. If you can't pay it back, the casino will probably rob you of your house. Lu Hui cried even harder. Why do you have to gamble when there's nothing else you can do? It brought disaster to the whole family. The bet has already been made. What's the point of crying now? Ma Zirong rubbed his ears impatiently. Stop crying. If you have time to cry, you might as well cook for me. After we have eaten, we will have more energy and think about what to do about these things. When Lu Hui heard this, he realized that this was indeed the case. Although she blames her son, Ma Zirong is her only support now. Even though he is still paralyzed in bed, he is still the man of the family and the pillar of the family. So Lu Hui wiped her tears and ran to cook. Lin Shichuan, who was being cared about by Ma Zirong and the villagers, had just finished handling all his matters and was leaving the police station with Lin Jiaxing and his wife, as well as the people from Dafeng village. Thank you all for today. He thanked me again and said, I will hold a thank you banquet in the courtyard in a few days. Please come and join me. There was a banquet to be held, and everyone in the village said they would definitely come. As for the 3 young men involved, Lin Shichuan gave each of them a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. As for other passersby who came to join the fun and also helped, he went to the tobacco shop next door and gave each of them a pack of cigarettes as a thank you gift. After sending everyone away, Lin Shichuan got into the car with his parents. Kai Linghua felt a little sorry for today's expenses. There are gifts and red envelopes, as well as banquets, which add up to a lot of money. At the same time, I felt a little guilty for causing trouble to so many people today. How could we be so stupid? We knew Zhang Lu was just a gangster, but we still believed him and followed him. 66. In contrast, Lin Jiaxing had a similar mentality to Kai Linghua. If they had been more cautious, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Lin Shichuan saw from the rearview mirror that both of them looked regretful, so he quickly said, How can I blame you for this? We have fallen out with the Ma family, and this is bound to happen sooner or later. It is impossible to be a thief for 1,000 days without being a thief. We won't be fooled this time, but there will always be a next time. Now that it's over, they've learned their lesson and finally gotten over this hurdle, we can rest assured. Kai Linghua still felt uncomfortable. She didn't really care about money and felt it was not worth giving money, gifts, or holding a thank you banquet. When someone helps you, you should express your gratitude no matter how much you thank them. She just felt sorry for Lin Shichuan because he had worked hard to earn that money. As a result, because of their negligence and credulity, they brought this disaster upon themselves. So I feel very guilty. Lin Shichuan had no choice but to take the blame. According to what you said, this matter still has to be blamed on me. If the Ma family and I hadn't been so upset, Ma Yukai wouldn't have tried every possible means to deal with me, and even implicated you. After hearing what their son said, Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing no longer cared about feeling guilty. How can this be blamed on you? It's the horse who is talented, and the people in the village are not human beings. If they hadn't gone too far and bullied us at home, we wouldn't have fallen out. It's all because of the Ma family's troublemaker father and daughter. They're selfish, greedy, domineering, and like to bully others. The two of them united against the outside world and cursed Ma Yukai and Ma Shanshan together, and also cursed the people in the village. As expected, now that they had a common enemy, they started to curse each other together and became more energetic. Lin Shichuan listened to their continuous cursing and complaints, but he didn't find it noisy or annoying. He even echoed them from time to time. But as the car was driving, he couldn't help but frowning. After a whole day of hard work, I was feeling anxious and worried. Plus, I didn't eat anything at noon, so I felt a little nauseous and uncomfortable in my stomach. He opened the car window and found that the wind outside had started to get colder. It was really time to harvest the astragalus. He suggested, why don't we go get something to eat before going back? Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua stopped cursing and said, we still have rice and vegetables at home. We could just heat them up and eat them. It's very convenient. Yes, there is no need to waste this money. But I'm so hungry. Lin Shichuan's words made them change their tone. Kai Linghua immediately had an idea. Why don't we go to the wonton shop at the bridgehead? It should be open yet. Lin Jiaxing nodded in agreement. His wontons are delicious. The main thing is that the wontons, there are large portions, very filling, and the price is affordable, and they taste pretty good. Many people who go to the market and cannot get home in time for lunch like to go to that store and have a bowl of wontons to fill their stomachs. The shop has been open for more than 30 years. When Lin Shichuan was a child, he would look forward to a bowl of wontons every time he went to the market with his parents. Now the boss has changed from father to son, but the taste remains the same. The only thing that has changed is that the store has become a little wider, and the price has increased from 2 yuan a bowl to 8 yuan a bowl now. Lin Chichuan didn't care what to eat. He just didn't want his family of 3 to go home hungry. So he readily agreed to Kai Linghua's proposal. Okay, I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I miss it. Just as they were discussing what to eat, a police car drove towards them. The two cars just passed each other. Lin Chichuan just glanced at the license plate out of habit and then looked away. While concentrating on driving, he also listened to the conversation between Lin Jiaxing and his wife behind him and responded from time to time. But it was not so quiet inside the two police cars. Ma Youcai's eyes were red, and he turned his head to look at the familiar rear end of the car that had just passed by. Although it was just an unintentional glance, he clearly saw that Lin Chichuan, Lin Jiaxing, and his wife were all safe and sound. 3 people were sitting in the car, not knowing what they were discussing. But just by looking at their expressions, you can clearly feel that the atmosphere between them is very relaxed, as if they're not affected by what happened today at all. Ma Youcai looked at the handcuffs on his own hands and his daughter, who had completely wilted beside him. So in the end, they were the only ones who got hurt. This extreme contrast made Ma Youcai's mentality unbalanced. He yelled out the car window, "Lin Chichuan." He shouted and struggled, hitting the window with his shoulder. The old police officer who was in charge of guarding him quickly stopped him and said, "Behave yourself." However, Ma Youcai, who had already fallen into a state of madness, did not listen to any advice and struggled even harder. The police officers tried to stop him many times, but to no avail, so they had to take out the electric baton and hit him. Ma Youcai twitched and rolled his eyes and finally calmed down. Faced with this sudden change, Ma Shanshan in the back seat did not react at all, but just bit her nails. The veteran police officer looked back at the father and daughter, both of whom seemed a little off and didn't know how to describe them for a moment. Lin Chichuan didn't know about this yet. He took his parents to eat a bowl of wontons and then slowly drove back to Guga village. In order to prevent them from thinking too much, he said to Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua as soon as he got home, "I see that the weather is about to turn cool and windy, and it's time to harvest the astragalus. Only when the cool breeze blows can the astragalus be dried in the shade. We'll spend another day cleaning up the yard tomorrow, and then we'll discuss harvesting astragalus with a few villages. This time, for villages are collecting astragalus together. I am definitely too busy to handle it all. Then you two will have to help me watch over it." Knowing that they would be busy next, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua suddenly felt a backbone and no longer had the time to think about other things. "Okay, we have experience in this matter. Just leave it to me and your father." The two of them had been worried for the entire day, and after washing up, they went to rest as soon as it got dark. "I slept until the next morning and then woke up naturally. After a good rest, you will feel more energetic." As usual, Lin Chichuan sent them to Dafeng village and asked the two to continue cleaning the house. He carried a bag and came to the village committee of Dafeng village to find Su Wanjing. When he arrived, the village committee was holding a morning meeting, and the main discussion was about the harvesting of astragalus. Farmers who make a living from farming are more sensitive to changes in weather. So when the weather turned cooler yesterday, everyone realized that the astragalus was ready to be harvested. So there was this mobilization meeting. As an outsider, it would certainly not be easy for Lin Chichuan to attend their meeting. So he tactfully moved a small stool and sat outside the yard waiting. More than 10 minutes later, Su Wanjing trotted out of the meeting room holding a folder. The little ponytail on her head swayed up and down with her steps. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Have you been waiting for a long time?" 6-7. "Thank you, gift." Secretary Su. Lin Chichuan's voice was low and gentle. He was holding a somewhat casual paper bag, which contained a box of exquisitely packaged tea and some supplements. "If you hadn't discovered the problem in the car accident in time and chased after it to protect my parents, I can't imagine what would have happened. Please accept this little thing. It's a small token of my appreciation." He handed over the paper bag. Su Wanjing glanced at the paper bag, frowned slightly, and waved her hand quickly. "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. As the village party secretary, a grassroots cadre trained by the state, it is my duty to step forward when I see people in danger." At this point, she was somewhat shocked. Besides, I was unable to help my uncle and aunt out of trouble, and I already feel guilty. How can I accept your things again? Lin Chichuan waved his hand, his tone casual yet sincere. "Secretary Su, you are very brave to stand up and protect them. If you hadn't discovered the problem in time, my parents would have been tricked into doing something. I'd be a jerk if I turned around and accused you of not doing a perfect job. This is not worth much money. It's just a token of my appreciation. I'm really ashamed to say that. I don't know how to repay such an important favor. Su Wanjing still shook her head and refused seriously. Boss Lin, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept this. We grassroots workers have regulations that prohibit us from accepting gifts from the people. Lin Qichuan saw that she was firm in her attitude, and her reasons were very legitimate. I really didn't think it through properly. For Su Wanjing, openly accepting gifts as the village party secretary was definitely not a good thing. But as the party being helped, he must first show this attitude. He then said, in this case, I won't force you, but I still have to express my gratitude. You can't ask me to be ungrateful. Otherwise, if it gets out, it will affect my personal reputation. How can I run a business in the future? And it's not just you, Secretary Su. I also want to thank the villagers of Guga Village who helped yesterday. Since Secretary Su is unwilling to accept my gift, I have an idea. Why don't I send some supplies to the village committee so that both the village committee and the villagers can benefit from it? He smiled and said, in that case, Secretary Su, you won't reject me again, will you? Since Lin Qichuan had said so much, Su Wanjing naturally had no way to refuse. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. I finally got to see how good Mr. Lin is at talking. Lin Qichuan accepted the compliment and said, after all, I make a living by talking. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Qichuan turned the conversation back to business. That's right. I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Tell me. Su Wanjing sat up straight, her expression more serious. Are there any other questions about the contract? It's not a contract issue. Lin Qichuan put his hands in his pockets, shook his head slightly, and spoke in a relaxed tone. The weather is getting cooler, and it's time to harvest the astragalus. My plan is to start harvesting from the Feng village first, and at the same time, let the village cadres from the other 3 villages come to observe and learn. After Dafeng village finishes harvesting, the other 3 villages will start harvesting at the same time. This way, we can save a lot of time and trouble, greatly improve efficiency, and I don't have to watch the whole process. What do you think? After Su Wanjing heard this, her eyes lit up immediately, and her tone was a little excited. Of course, no problem. Lin Qichuan chose Dafeng village as the first village for harvesting and demonstration. Of course, this was out of trust in their village. Don't worry, Dafeng village will fully cooperate and serve as a model. Lin Qichuan nodded. It's settled then. I'll send you the specific details and precautions for harvesting later. If there are any questions you don't understand or other details you disagree with, we can discuss it slowly. Su Wanjing nodded and felt relieved at the same time. Although I have been the village party secretary for 3 years, I have also organized a lot of work. But Astragalus is a top priority project in the village, and there can be no mistakes. Now that it has come to the final moment, she still feels a lot of pressure. Now that Lin Qichuan can provide relevant guidance, it will really help her avoid many detours. And now it's not just Lin Qichuan. I believe his parents will also help. With the guidance of experienced people, we will surely get twice the result with half the effort, and our efficiency will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, she asked with concern, Boss Lin, how are uncle and aunt now? Are they in good health? Lin Qichuan's expression remained calm, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. They were a little frightened, but they are not seriously injured. To be honest, I didn't expect my Yukai to be so bold as to do this. This time he really underestimated the enemy. Seeing the guilt on his face, Su Wanjing comforted him. Boss Lin, don't blame yourself too much. It's over. As long as your parents are safe, that's all. There's no need to punish yourself with the evil of evildoers. The police are already investigating Secretary Ma, and I believe there will be results soon. Lin Qichuan nodded, his tone calm. Yeah, I know. He would not let himself feel bad because of the crappy things my Yukai did. But this is indeed a lesson, reminding him to be more thoughtful in future actions. He thanked again. This time is really thanks to you, Secretary Su. Su Wanjing still shook her head. Boss Lin, don't say that. I just did what I was supposed to do. Lin Qichuan looked at her with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Although his tone was casual, it was full of sincerity. Secretary Su, you are such a good secretary. You are so capable at such a young age. Dafeng Village is so lucky to have you. He once again sighed that it seemed that he had made the right decision to locate his office in Dafeng Village. Hearing Lin Qichuan's straightforward praise, Su Wanjing blushed slightly. She turned her head slightly to avoid his sight and said softly, Boss Lin, you are too kind. I am just doing my duty. Lin Shichuan smiled and said, Okay, I won't say any more. Before tonight, I will send you the relevant information about the harvest. Please take a look at how to arrange it. My opinion is that it is best to try to arrange the preparations within 3 days. And we should try to finish the harvest within 3 days so as not to delay the harvest in the other 3 villages. Su Wanjing took out her notebook and wrote it down. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Speaking of this, she remembered something else. So, Mr. Lin, when are you going to move your studio here? She put forward her own opinion. If time permits and the yard over there is cleaned up, I suggest you take action in the next 2 days. Otherwise, when we get busy later, we won't be able to spare the manpower, and you have to take care of the affairs of several villages, so I'm afraid it will be delayed for a long time. Lin Qichuan heard this and realized that this was indeed the case. He thought for a moment and said, Then the day after tomorrow. It's a bit late today, and I have to go to town tomorrow, so I only have time a day after tomorrow. Okay. Su Wanjing closed her notebook happily. Then I will arrange a vehicle and help move the things. 68. How long can you resist? Thank you for your help. If someone could help, Lin Shichuan would certainly not refuse. The two walked to the door together. Lin Shichuan suddenly stopped, turned around and said, By the way, Secretary Su, if you need any help, just tell me. You're welcome. Su Wanjing was somewhat surprised by his change of attitude. How should I put it? I became more proactive than before and also a little closer. Su Wanjing thought that this incident really earned her and Dafeng Village a lot of points in his eyes. She was somewhat glad that she did not hesitate and chose to catch up as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll definitely find you if I need anything. Su Wanjing smiled even more. After all, the office is in our village now. As the saying goes, those who are close to water get the moon first. If I encounter a problem, I can just lift my foot to get there. I'm not going to miss this opportunity. Seeing Su Wanjing becoming more and more lively, Lin Qichuan's mood also improved a little, and the smile in the corners of his eyes became more and more obvious. He nodded and held out his hand to shake hers formally. Then I'll give you more advice in the future. After saying this, he did not linger any longer, but turned around and strode away, his back looking casual and free and easy. Su Wanjing stood at the door, feeling the remaining warmth in her palms, looking at his back, and suddenly a warm feeling welled up in her heart. It was like the sunset in the evening urging her to go home, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. She let out a breath, turned around, and returned to the office full of energy. Since we have promised that Dafeng Village will play a good exemplary role, we must make preparations in advance. After returning home, Lin Shichuan also mentioned to his parents about moving the studio the day after tomorrow. Kai Linghua originally thought that for such an important matter, someone should calculate a date first. I opened my mouth and wanted to wait a moment, but when I thought about what happened in the past few days, I gave up the idea. Now the people in the village don't know whether he is a human or a ghost. It would be dangerous if another stupid killer like my Yukai appeared. Since we have to move anyway, we might as well do it early. This allows my son to spend less time in the village doing things and reduces the hassles and troubles. Okay, your dad and I will go to the office tomorrow to see if there is anything to pack. Lin Qichuan shook his head. You don't have to go. I have moved all the important things back. I can just go and pack them myself. As for the remaining furniture, we could just load it up and take it away when the time comes. Seeing what Lin Jiaxing and his wife are busy with, he suggested, We agreed yesterday to hold a thank you banquet for the people of Dafeng Village. Why don't you go discuss how to arrange this banquet with Uncle Daga? Now that they had something to do, the two of them no longer kept their eyes on Lin Qichuan. However, there is no rush for the banquet. After all, Dafeng Village is now focused on the harvesting of astragalus. Therefore, Zhao Dagong's suggestion is to wait until the astragalus is harvested and then hold a thank you banquet and a celebration banquet together, and everyone will be happier eating. When Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua heard this and realized that it was true, they became very interested in working on the matter. Lin Qichuan returned to the room and first went to order a batch of supplies to be donated to Dafeng Village. Rice, flour, grain, oil, office equipment, etc., although not very valuable things, are very practical. Rice, flour, grain, and oil are distributed by the village committee to the elderly and needy in the village, and office equipment is for the use of the village committee. After completing the shopping, he found the plan he had written earlier. Last year was the first year of harvesting astragalus. Although we made a lot of preparations, many unexpected events still occurred along the way. After summarizing his experience, he put together a more complete plan. Now I just sent it to Su Wanjing, Su's secretary. This is the specific arrangement for harvesting astragalus. Take a look and see if there are any problems. After receiving the document, Su Wanjing immediately replied, Boss Lin, don't worry. I will make arrangements according to the plan and ensure that the harvesting work can be carried out smoothly in 3 days. Judging from this period of time, although Su Wanjing is young, she is still very capable at work. So Lin Qichuan felt relieved when he handed the matter over to her. After finishing these things, it was not too late yet. Lin Qichuan thought about it and decided to go to the village committee office to take a look. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a few old men squatting outside, puffing on their water pipes, with wrinkled expressions of worry on their faces. Not only people from several other villages knew that it was time to harvest astragalus. The people in Gugu village, who have a year of harvesting experience, know this better. People who were originally not so anxious started to get anxious when they saw the weather turning colder. This year, things have developed far beyond their imagination. First, under the leadership of my Yukai, he fell out with Lin Qichuan. I originally thought that I could earn more money by following my Yukai. As a result, my Yukai got himself into trouble, and they offended Lin Qichuan. And for a while, everyone was at a loss. Everyone was worried all night last night and decided to look for Lin Qichuan. Unexpectedly, the Lin family of 3 went out early. After waiting for a long time, the people finally came back and several people hurried over. But when they arrived at the Lin family's door, several people looked at each other and no one dared to go up and knock on the door. Without my Yotsai's instigation and encouragement, the energy they had in making trouble a few days ago disappeared completely, and they returned to their honest and simple appearance. But after what happened recently, Lin Qichuan will no longer be fooled by their appearance. So when he saw these people, he paused slightly, pretended not to see them, closed the door, and left. A few people who had seen him leave hurriedly stood up and were about to say something when they saw him walk away, without even looking back. Suddenly the words were stuck in my mouth. I couldn't spit them out or swallow them, and I felt choked. Why is he so angry? One of them, a skinny old man with 50-year-old hair, chopped off his foot unwillingly. My Yukai was the one who started this incident, and it was my Yukai who wanted to steal his business. He has already sent my Yukai to jail, and he's still not satisfied. The other one glared at the other 2 and said in a very aggrieved tone, Didn't you guys also join the trouble? It's normal for him to bear a grudge against you. But my family didn't join the commotion that day. I just didn't stop it. Why did he include my family in his account? Lin Qichuan certainly knew that not all the people in the village were bad, and there must be people who were unwilling to follow my Yukai in collusion with him. But whenever my Yukai made trouble, if there was someone who could stand up and speak for him, he would not be so disappointed with this village. Just like my 8th uncle, these people did not join in the commotion, but chose to watch the fire from the other side of the river. From another perspective, isn't this just another form of targeting and being an accomplice? Stay away from bad things, and you can still pick up good things. So in his opinion, no family is innocent in this matter. However, the people in Gugu village are not aware of this problem. The younger man who had been silent just now was my Yushun, a cousin of my Yukai. He knocked the ash on a stone and said, Their whole family is in Gugu village. I don't believe they really want to go against the whole village. I'm afraid they're still trying to control us now. Let's see who can last longer this time. The other 2 people were a little nervous when they saw his stern look. Don't be impulsive. Don't get yourself into trouble like my Yukai. Otherwise, they will also suffer and the Lin family will blame you. Ma Yoshuan's face flashed with disdain. I won't be as stupid as him. There are many ways to torment people. He put his hands on their shoulders and whispered something. I just don't believe that their family can keep going on. Ma Yushun said firmly. 6-9. Teacher's son. Lin Qichuan's every move now attracts much attention. So the news of his visit to the village committee office soon reached the ears of the villagers. The office was still the same as it was when he left a few days ago. Except for a few footprints on the ground, a few pens scattered on the table were missing. Lin Qichuan stood at the door and stared at the empty right wall for a while. He still clearly remembers the day when the studio was established and the plaque was hung. Ma Yukai, with a beaming face, was standing aside, with a group of villagers who did not understand but still supported him. Unexpectedly, within just a few years, everything had changed. No one could have imagined at the time that things would turn out like this. Realizing that he was beginning to reminisce again, Lin Qichuan shook his head, forcing himself to come out of this depressed state. He thought he had done well enough, and it was not his fault that the situation had turned out like this. His ideals and ambitions can be realized in another place, but the people who support these benefits will no longer be the people of Gugu Village. So he had no need to be depressed. Ignoring the vague, prying eyes, Lin Chichuan walked into the office. The important things inside had been taken back by him that night, and the only things left to pack were some small miscellaneous items. Lin Chichuan just found a box and stuffed everything in it. When I had almost finished packing and was about to go back, I suddenly heard footsteps at the door. He looked up and was a little surprised at the person who came. Chichuan, do you want to help? The person who came was Sun Xiaoping, who was the same age as Lin Chichuan and a primary school classmate, nicknamed Stuttering Ping. Because he was born with a stutter, he was not very popular among his brothers and sisters, so he dropped out of school early and worked as a farmer. He has been staying in Gugu Village all these years, unlike other young people who would go out to explore and play. When he first came back, he met Sun Xiaoping and wanted to keep in touch with his old classmates. But Sun Xiaoping always felt inferior because of his stuttering. As he grew older, he became less and less talkative, and his personality became more and more dull and shy. Every time they met on the road, Lin Chichuan would say hello to him, and he would be startled and jump far away like a rabbit. Lin Chichuan was afraid of scaring people, so he had to give up. He didn't expect that these people actually found out Sun Xiaoping. They were really shameless. Seeing Sun Xiaoping's face flushed, and he took a long time to utter these words, Lin Chichuan didn't make things difficult for him. He waved his hand and told him to stop. Go ahead. I don't need any help here. Seeing that Lin Chichuan continued to work with his head down and did not seem to be making things difficult for him, Sun Xiaoping did not know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. He actually didn't want to make this trip. People in the village have been saying bad things about Lin Chichuan overtly and secretly these days. He felt that it was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Lin Chichuan is so amazing and capable. Although he is the same age as Lin Chichuan, he can help the villagers make a lot of money. Unlike him, he can only farm and take care of the crops in the fields with his hands. But everyone around him said that Lin Chichuan was wrong, and he couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. But he knew very well that no matter what, this matter was not something he, a transparent person, could handle. Just now, his parents asked him to come to Lin Chichuan to reminisce about the old times, and also asked him to ask when the astragalus would be harvested. Sun Xiaoping was unwilling, and his mother hit him with a broom and kicked him out of the house. Sun Xiaoping had no choice but to come over. As expected, he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Sun Xiaoping stood there for a while, rubbing the corner of his clothes in confusion, and finally left the village committee in frustration. Unexpectedly, his mother Wu Fong was waiting at the door of the village committee. As soon as she saw him, she rushed up immediately. Well, what did Lin Chichuan say? Sun Xiaoping lowered his head, shook his head, and whispered, No, I don't know. He didn't say anything. Wu Fong obviously knew her son's character, and she asked with eyes wide open, Did you not ask? But did he not tell me? Sun Xiaoping lowered his head and stopped talking. Seeing this, Wu Fong was so angry that she picked up a branch on the ground and hit him with it. What's the point of me raising a loser like you? You can't even answer a question I ask you. Can't you open your mouth? How could I raise such a useless person after all these years of cooking? Why don't you just die? You're wasting my food here every day. Not only is he wasting money, but he also has a gloomy face all day long, looking so unlucky. What sin did I suffer in my previous life that I have to raise a debt collector like you? When Wu Fong started to curse, she didn't control her mouth at all, and her voice was very loud. Sun Xiaoping was obviously used to being beaten since he was a child, so he stood there without saying a word. He let the branch fall on him as if he didn't feel any pain at all. This was the scene Lin Chichuan saw when he came out carrying the boxes. Seeing Sun Xiaoping standing there with his head down, his expression completely unclear, looking skinny, he finally stopped. Aunt Wu, you have a big mouth. If you have something to ask, why don't you come and ask me yourself? Wu Fong paused in her beating. Seeing that Lin Chichuan frowned and obviously didn't like her behavior, she glared at Sun Xiaoping, then embarrassedly threw away the branch in her hand. He just doesn't listen. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Lin Chichuan raised his eyebrows, swearing and hitting people so loudly in front of me. I thought Aunt Wu was doing it for me to see. If it's true, then I've been blamed for nothing. I can't admit this. If you want to teach your son, go home and teach him. I'm not afraid of losing face in public. Lin Chichuan's words were a bit impolite, as if he was lecturing an elder. Wu Fong's expression changed noticeably. She opened her mouth and wanted to curse back. When will it be my turn to teach you a lesson, little bastard? But thinking about the purpose of making such a fuss today, she swallowed her curse words and finally forced a smile. It's not that serious. People in the countryside always beat their children from childhood to adulthood. Who would watch this joke? Lin Chichuan glanced at her and said, "That's your family. My family teaches our children, but never beats them." Wu Fong disagreed in her heart. If the child was not beaten, he would have climbed up the roof and fallen down. At the same time, I feel a little aggrieved. Only your family can do it, so why are you showing off? However, since Lin Chichuan has come to talk to him, his useless son can't be relied upon. Wu Fong was anxious to skip this unimportant topic and asked the question herself. "Chichuan, I'll talk to your mother about raising the child later. It's not up to you, a grown man, to argue with her. Let's talk business first. Isn't the weather getting colder? Shouldn't we be preparing to harvest astragalus at this time last year? What kind of charter do you think this year will be? If you put it forward sooner, our village can be prepared. Otherwise, it will be too late in a few days, and I'm afraid it will delay your delivery. What if those big bosses ask you to pay compensation?" 70. Glass bottle. When Aunt Wu spoke, she sounded very familiar and natural. It was as if the previous conflicts and disputes between the village and Lin Chichuan had never happened. She still used the same tone and attitude as before. Lin Chichuan particularly admired the shamelessness of these people. "What? Wasn't what I said clear enough? Then I'll say it again. He really didn't want to bother with these people anymore. You were so proud and tough earlier, saying you wouldn't sell me the astragalus. I'll help you. You can do whatever you want with your astragalus. Whether you sell it to others or let it rot in the fields, it's none of my business. I will do as you wish from now on and will not accept your astragalus anymore." Wu Fong didn't expect that even after my Yukai was arrested, Lin Chichuan's attitude remained as tough as ever. She slapped her thigh and cried, "You asked us to grow this astragalus. We spent so many years working on it. Now you say you don't want to harvest it. What should we farmers do? Aren't you trying to kill us?" Lin Chichuan was already used to this kind of shrewish behavior, and I didn't even frown. Before there was no astragalus, life was fine. Now that I have planted astragalus, life has improved, but I can't survive anymore. It sounds like this astragalus isn't a good thing. You might as well just throw it away or burn it. Otherwise, it seems that your lives are too worthless, and you can't survive just because of a random incident. In a word, I won't accept this astragalus. You don't need to bother me anymore. No matter whether you want to live or die, I will still say the same thing even if I say it 100 times. I will not collect any more of your astragalus, whether it is from this year or in the future." After saying that, Lin Chichuan raised his foot and was about to leave. "Don't go." Wu Fong saw it and rushed up without thinking, trying to grab his hand to stop him. Lin Chichuan quickly moved aside, a cold look on his face. Why? Isn't it enough for Aunt Wu to educate her own son? She wants to teach other people's sons too. "I'm sorry. I have my own mother. I don't need you to do it for me. No one will care if you beat your own son. But if you dare to do anything to me, my mother will rush to your house with a kitchen knife in hand. Do you believe it?" Wu Fong was so anxious that her mouth almost trembled. "How could I hit you? I just wanted to talk to you. I have nothing to say to you." Lin Chichuan's voice was cold. "If you don't want to hit me, then get out of my way." Wu Fong wanted to say something, but when she looked up, she met his sharp eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and when she thought of my Yotsai's ending, she opened her mouth and dared not say another word. In the end, he could only watch Lin Chichuan stride away, and her stuttering son ran away at some point. She was left alone there, stamping her feet and cursing in anxiety. They're all little bastards. They just didn't beat them enough. She angrily opened the village group and used voice to complain and beg for mercy. "My family, that bastard Lin Chichuan, is so arrogant. He said he would never accept our astragalus and scolded me, saying he was going to teach me a lesson. Look what we should do about this. We can't just let a little brat bully us and let the astragalus rot in the ground." As soon as this voice came out, it immediately attracted a wave of condemnation against Lin Chichuan in the village group. After listening to this, Wu Yushun spread his hands towards the other two people. "You see, the Lin family kid doesn't want everyone to have an easy life. You still want to give him some leeway, but he is unwilling to give us some leeway. We have to be forced to drive out of the desperate situation." The other two people who were originally hesitant finally decided to join in the trouble after hearing this. Here, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua had just finished discussing some key points of astragalus harvesting with Zhao Dago. Lin Jiaxing put down his phone and said, I have to sharpen my sickle first. Otherwise, it won't be handy when I need it in a couple of days, which will delay my work. Kai Linghua quickly said, grind the one I'm going to use as well. I know. I won't forget you. Lin Jiaxing came out of the house and went to the utility room. As soon as I left the yard, I saw a black shadow flying towards me. He stared with his eyes wide open, unable to figure out what was going on. With a clang, a green beer bottle exploded on the ground in front of him. Lin Jiaxing was startled, and after looking at the broken glass, he took a while to react. He was immediately furious. Which bastard threw it? What if someone gets hurt? He quickly opened the door and ran out to look, but there was no one outside. Kai Linghua heard the noise and ran out quickly. What's going on? Seeing the broken glass on the ground, her heart trembled, and she asked anxiously, did it hit you? Lin Jiaxing's face was still full of anger. He shook his head. I didn't go near. The man threw the ball towards the gate of the courtyard, and it just happened that he did it just as he was leaving the house. It is hard not to suspect that this is specially waiting. The purpose is to warn them. Then the person who did it must be someone from the village. I just don't know if he did it to vent his anger or to threaten them. He discussed with Kai Linghua, let's clean up the glass, but don't let Chuaner know about this in advance. Kai Linghua knew his worries, as her son usually had a good temper. But once his bottom line is crossed, he gets really angry and can be very deadly. After all, the Lin family is weak in the village. The couple is worried about Lin Qichuan and don't want him to confront them head-on. But Kai Linghua was worried that this glass bottle was just the beginning. If the villagers were not satisfied, things would get worse. We can't keep it secret for long. Lin Jiaxing also knew this. He sighed and said, let's take it one step at a time. Fortunately, we will be busy in 2 days. Chuana won't be at home much by then. If they want to find trouble, they won't be able to find anyone. Kai Linghua could only hope that this was the case. It's better to stay out of the house if you have nothing to do. These people are so heartless that they are capable of doing anything. On the other side, Wu Yushun handed 5 yuan to a child in his early teens from the village. Did the Lin family find you? The child looked like a monkey. He jumped 3 feet high with the money in his hand and said proudly, I can run very fast. You can't catch up with me. Wu Yushun was very satisfied and said, wait 2 hours and throw it again. He decided to pour something into the beer bottle later. By then, even if the Lin family could clean up the glass shards, the smell would still remain to annoy them. The child was happy to get the money and didn't care about the consequences, so he happily agreed. Lin Qichuan didn't know what was going on over there. He opened the door while moving his things. As soon as he stepped in, he heard Kai Linghua calling him from inside the room. Chuaner, come in and help me. The voice sounded anxious. I'm coming. Lin Qichuan heard it and ran in quickly. 7-1. Stay. Help me find a bag on the cabinet. My hands are dirty and I can't get it. Lin Qichuan hurried into the living room and saw Kai Linghua sitting at the dining table, rolling out dumpling wrappers with a rolling pin in her hand. Lin Jiaxing was mixing the fillings on the side. Lin Qichuan breathed a sigh of relief. You were yelling so urgently. I thought something had happened. Which bag do you want? He resigned himself to putting down his things and went to look in the closet in the room. It's the canvas bag I bought at the supermarket in the county town last time. Seeing him enter the room, Lin Jiaxing whispered, don't be so startled. Chuaner will suspect something soon. Kai Linghua sighed. I'm not worried. I'm afraid those people will be waiting there and will take action when they see Chuaner come home. So he hurriedly called the person into the house. But worrying alone won't solve the problem. Lin Jiaxing was also worried. It was unclear when those people would stop. What are you worried about? Lin Qichuan, who had just heard the conversation, came out of the room with a canvas bag in his hand. Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua looked at each other and changed the subject tacitly. Nothing. We were just worried that we didn't prepare enough fillings. Lin Qichuan tilted his head and took a look. It was filled with cabbage and pork. That's quite a lot. How do you know what is more or less when you haven't even cooked? Kai Linghua said to him, go and do your thing. Don't get in the way of us. Lin Qichuan felt a little wronged. When you need me, you call me frequently. Now you kick me out immediately. You can't help. So isn't that a hindrance? Lin Qichuan rolled up his sleeves and said, I can also help make dumplings. Kai Linghua waved her hands in disdain. Your stinky hands always leak when you make dumplings. As soon as they're put into the pot, they all turn into noodle soup. Don't waste my stuff. Lin Qichuan put down his sleeves awkwardly. You can't blame me for this. Who told that face to be so disobedient? All we can say is that people have different talents. When it comes to cooking, Kai Linghua can be considered to be gifted. As long as she has eaten a dish once or twice, She can imitate it by herself, and the taste will be similar. Lin Chichuan did not inherit this advantage. Although he is not as good as a kitchen killer, he is not much better either. Kai Linghua once worried that with his cooking skills, he would starve to death if he lived alone. That was why she was worried at that time. She would rather give up her job in the cafeteria and follow Lin Chichuan back to his hometown without hesitation. Lin Chichuan knew this himself, so after being rejected, he had no choice but to pick up the cardboard boxes he had just packed and go back to his room. He first went to wash up, and then started to deal with some work matters. As soon as it got dark, I heard Kai Linghua calling from the stairs, "Come down to eat dumplings." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Chichuan filed the document he was working on and just stood up when suddenly a crisp sound of glass was heard in the yard. Lin Chichuan walked to the balcony in his slippers and looked down and saw his father hurriedly coming out of the house. There were no streetlights in the yard, so he couldn't see clearly what was going on. He had no choice but to ask Lin Jiaxing what happened. Lin Jiaxing smelled the urine smell in the air and cursed in his heart, but said, "It must be a wild cat from somewhere that knocked the small flower pot your mother used to grow onions to the ground." Lin Chichuan was a little confused. The sound he just heard was quite clear and crisp, not like the sound of a pottery basin. But he thought that Lin Jiachuan would not lie to him, and suspected that he had heard it wrongly. "Would you like me to help sweep?" Lin Jiaxing refused. "No, it's just a broom." Lin Chichuan did not insist. "Then you better be careful." He came downstairs and said to Kai Linghua, "Your little flower pot is broken. I will go to town in a few days to buy you a new one." Kai Linghua concealed her anger and worry, and said behind his back, "Then buy a few more." "I don't know where that wildcat came from. It has bad intentions. It smashed one this afternoon. I don't know if it will come again tonight." Lin Jiaxing came back from outside very quickly, but his face looked a little pale. Obviously, he was smoked. Kai Linghua asked with concern, "How was it? Was it not too bad?" Lin Jiaxing shook his head. "The mud has been spilled on the ground. We need to wash it clean with water." Kai Linghua almost couldn't hold back the anger on her face. Obviously, she understood what Lin Jiaxing meant. She gritted her teeth and said, "What a little beast! Be careful not to get caught by me, or I will skin him alive." When Lin Chichuan, who was standing by, heard this, his eyelids twitched. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Although there are no cats or dogs at home, Kai Linghua complains that she cannot take care of them. But Lin Chichuan knew that she didn't actually hate cats and dogs, and she even liked them quite a bit. "When I see other people's pets on the street, I will take a second look at them. It's just that their family had been working in big cities before, and they didn't have the time and conditions to raise a child." With Kai Linghua's personality, she would never say such harsh words to a wild cat. Seeing that Lin Jiaxing was about to get a bucket of water to flush the ground, he rushed forward and said, "Let me go." There happened to be half a bucket of water left over from Kai Linghua washing vegetables in the kitchen. Lin Chichuan just picked it up and went out. Lin Jiaxing wanted to stop him, but he was not as fast as him, so he could only stand back and worry. Lin Chichuan was originally wondering what on earth was worth the couple hiding. As soon as I got to the yard with the water, I smelled the odor. Then I saw the two broken bottoms of beer bottles in the trash can, and I immediately understood what was going on. With a thump, the bucket fell heavily to the ground. Lin Chichuan's eyes were burning with anger, but his tone was calm. "When did it start?" He asked Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua, who had followed him out. Seeing that they couldn't hide it anymore, the two had to confess. "About your return this afternoon." Lin Jiaxing explained, "I went downstairs to look for him, but I couldn't find him. It might be some naughty child." At that moment, Lin Chichuan suddenly thought of Wu Fong for some reason. But it is also possible that it is not her, or that there may be more than one person. Looking back and seeing the two people with worried expressions, Lin Chichuan suppressed his anger. It can run so fast, and it can even think of putting urine in it. It must be a child playing a prank. He consoled her, "If it happens once or twice, and we can't catch anyone, forget it. If they make trouble a few more times, I will move the surveillance camera to the outer wall to see which little bastard is so naughty. Then I will have to beat them up." Seeing that he seemed to be relatively stable, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. When the surveillance video comes, it will be clear who did it. You guys go back and serve the dumplings first. I'll deal with this place first." He picked up the bucket and poured it over. Lin Chichuan remained calm throughout the evening and even ate an extra plate of dumplings with a keen appetite. But after finishing his meal and returning to his room, he immediately called Su Wanjing. 72. Complain again. It's going to be busy in a few days. It takes more than half an hour to drive between the two villages, and it's troublesome to go back and forth. I see there are empty rooms in that courtyard. Can people live there besides using them as offices? Su Wanjing said happily. Of course it can be used as a residence. In our rural areas, there is no distinction between commercial and residential use of houses. You have rented the entire yard. As long as you don't do anything illegal or damage the house, you can do whatever you want. Lin Qichuan also laughed and said, that's not the case. I just wanted to let my parents stay there for a few days. I have to ask your village committee for their opinions on this matter first. Are you afraid that you will dislike it? Su Wanjing keenly sensed from his tone what might have happened. But Lin Qichuan didn't say anything, and she knew the situation and didn't ask. We welcome Uncle and Annie to live here. Uncle Zhao just told me that the two of them provided a lot of guidance. We will benefit greatly from the addition of these two generals. How can we dislike them? She said enthusiastically. Aren't we moving the studio the day after tomorrow? Tell your uncle and aunt to pack up your things and bring the things you usually use. We could bring them all here in one car when the time comes so that it will be easier. Lin Qichuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's such a big show. Others would think you're going to live there permanently. I'm afraid the people in the village will not be at peace until the astragalus issue is resolved. But the astragalus was about to be harvested, and they couldn't leave yet, so Lin Qichuan thought of letting Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua leave for a while. And Dafeng village is a good place. The yard has been basically tidied up, and you can move in right away. The astragalus in Dafeng village is planted at the entrance of the village and can be seen by outsiders coming in and out. With their protection, the safety of both of them is guaranteed. As for what to do next, he would have to wait until this year's astragalus is harvested and discuss it with Lin Jiaxing and his wife before making a decision. As for what the people in Gugu village did, he would write them down one by one and settle accounts with them when he had time. Su Wanjing didn't know what he was planning, but she was happy to get closer to the Lin family. So when she said welcome, she meant it sincerely. She said proudly, it's fine if they stay longer. I hope they stay longer. It would be best if they enjoy their stay and don't want to leave. Regardless of the purpose, Lin Qichuan felt warm in his heart when he heard Su Wanjing's sincere welcome. With her as the village party secretary to guarantee it, at least Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua should feel much more comfortable when they arrive in Dafeng village. However, he owed Su Wanjing a favor again. Lin Qichuan put down the phone, shook his head and muttered, it seems that I should find a chance to thank her properly. The next morning, he got up early and prepared to go to town, and also sent Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua to Dafeng village. On the way, he told the two that he would stay in Dafeng village for a while. The two were surprised and felt a little reluctant. After all, no place is as comfortable as your own. But thinking about what happened during this period, he knew that his son was worried about the arrangements they made. The two of them didn't question anything and agreed readily. Kai Linghua also started to make arrangements. I've seen that there is no bed in that room. Should we move the bed over there? Lin Jiaxing thought it was troublesome. It's too much trouble to move the bed. I can just put a wooden board on the ground and sleep there. It's not too cold now anyway, so it won't be a problem. When they first went out to work and the conditions were difficult, they tried to sleep on a mat spread on the ground. Kai Linghua glanced at him unhappily. You still think you are young. Put a wooden board on the ground. If you can stand up straight the next day after sleeping on it, you'll be considered awesome. It's made of hardwood and it's cool and humid. How can it be that serious? Lin Jiaxing was a little unconvinced. He was quite good at farming and other work. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Lin Qichuan quickly interrupted and said, no need to move the bed. I'll go to town later to see if there are any bunk beds that could be installed. I could just buy two and bring them back. It's not expensive, and it's easy to put away when not in use. After hearing his arrangements, the two finally let go of the topic and began to discuss what kitchen utensils and household appliances to bring. Although Lin Qichuan did not say it explicitly, both of them knew in their hearts that they would probably have to stay there for more than just a few days and would have to stay for a period of time. So you must bring everything you need urgently. After sending the two to Dafeng village, Lin Qichuan drove to the town government. The incident a few days ago caused trouble for Mayor Qin. Now that the matter has been successfully resolved, it is reasonable for him to make this trip. Mayor Qin was quite busy today, and when he saw him coming, he simply asked a few simple questions about what happened that day. In fact, Director Fong had reported the situation to him, but he also had to listen to Lin Qichuan's opinion. There was no major discrepancy between the two party statements, so Mayor Qin dropped the matter and moved on to another one. Ma Yukai is still in detention. The verdict will be announced after the matter is further investigated. He can no longer be the village party secretary. The town's opinion is to ask the county first to see if they have any intention of sending someone down. Through the Ma Yukai incident, the leaders above actually had some reflection. We still need to recommend more young people to take office. Village officials like Su Wanjing are very good. They are young, have ideas, and are courageous. Moreover, since they are not locals, they will not easily form a group and go astray for some interests. However, the candidate could not be decided immediately. Mayor Qin only mentioned this suddenly after seeing Lin Qichuan and hearing him talk about starting to harvest astragalus. However, Lin Qichuan sensed a bad sign from his words. His eyes rolled, and he immediately requested, "Then we need to ask the leaders to pay more attention and invite a more capable cadre to come down. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress the people of Gugu Village." He exaggerated what the people in Gugu Village had done in the past 2 days. People were still inside the house, and they were just throwing beer bottles into the house without any regard outside the wall. It's good that he can dodge quickly. If he doesn't, he will be chopped off. And even if it doesn't hit anyone, it will just pour dirty, smelly stuff in there. It will stink for a while at most, and it will be troublesome to clean up. But this morning they've started pouring alcohol into it. If we keep doing this step by step, will we have to put cotton wicks in and light a fire next time? Yes, those people came again early this morning to smash things up. What was inside was not alcohol, but half a bottle of still beer. But in order to make Mayor Qin realize the seriousness of the matter, Lin Qichuan might as well exaggerate a little more. "I'm so scared. I quickly sent my parents to hide somewhere else." When it comes to arson, it is no small matter. Mayor Qin didn't expect that as soon as Ma Yukai was taken to the police station, the villagers started making trouble again. "Who is so bold? Aren't you afraid of being arrested like Ma Yukai?" Lin Qichuan helplessly spread his hands. "I don't know. Those little bastards run very fast. As soon as I heard the noise, I chased after him, but he was already gone. We can't catch them, and we can't do anything to them, and we can't guard against them." 73. Trade-offs. After listening to Lin Qichuan's complaints, Mayor Qin rarely said anything that was not official. "The morals of your village have been corrupted from the very beginning," Lin Qichuan said with a bitter face. "Mayor Qin, I am not the kind of person who disregards the feelings of fellow townsmen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent so much time and energy to set up this stall and attract people from the village. But now that things have turned out like this, it's really disheartening. If we have any demands, we can get together and discuss them. But one by one, they all use various means to force us, wanting to squeeze the three of us dry. I didn't ask them to be grateful, but if they treated us as human beings, they wouldn't do things to this extent, right? Anyway, I'm discouraged now. I don't want to care, and I can't care about their affairs. I'm just a little worried about the new secretary. If he can't handle the situation, he might be bullied to death." Mayor Qin's brows have been furrowed since he heard this. Apparently, this problem is too difficult. Lin Qichuan has been through so many things that he doesn't have the face to plead for the people of Gugu Village. What he was selling was his favor, and the bad guys wanted him to do it, but the purpose was for that group of people, which made him feel uncomfortable. And judging from this incident, the villagers of Gugu Village are very clique-like and extremely arrogant and unreasonable. We originally thought that foreign soldiers would bring a new look, but now it seems that they might have the opposite effect. Mayor Qin's bad impression of Ma Yukai deepened, thinking that he was the one who started the corrupt trend. However, he didn't say much in front of Lin Qichuan. "Okay, we will consider the opinions of all parties. Your current task is to harvest the astragalus as soon as possible. The town is still waiting for this achievement to enrich its annual report." When Lin Qichuan heard him say this, he immediately felt relieved. "Don't worry, leader. We already have the experience from last year, and this year's progress will be smoother." What he wanted was for the town to abandon Gugu Village and let it rot on its own. So on the surface, he said that he hoped to send a capable village party secretary, but in fact he was indirectly reminding Mayor Qin of the bad situation in Gugu Village and asking Mayor Qin to make a choice. Only by letting those idiots in Gugu Village play by themselves can he truly escape from his place. Otherwise, he would have to carry this disgusting burden forever. After Lin Qichuan came out of the town government, he went to the furniture store first. "Can this bed be delivered and installed today?" The store owner confirmed the address and said, "Sure." He also ordered a square table and a few chairs and paid for them readily. "Then please deliver it to me before dark and install it." He drove past the intersection of Dafeng Village and saw the simple house built by Zhao Dagong and a large field of astragalus from afar. He thought about it and turned the steering wheel and decided to go back to Guga village first. The car still stopped at the entrance of the village. He got out of the car and just saw Lu Hui coming out with a basin of dirty water. Her eyes suddenly looked like they had spit out poison as she stared at Lin Qichuan from head to toe. She had gone to the town police station yesterday and visited Ma Yukai and Ma Shanshan. Both of them were in a very bad state, which made Lu Hui feel distressed and angry. Seeing Lin Qichuan now, she wanted to pour the dirty water in her hands over him and smash the basin over him to death, killing this evil man who had made her family's life miserable. But Ma Zirong had just reminded her of that morning that the casino debt still had to be repaid with the astragalus field. So for now, I can't offend Lin Qichuan openly. Lu Hui's hands shook for a long time before she could restrain herself from splashing the water on the ground. Then she turned around and walked away in frustration. Lin Qichuan saw her actions, but he didn't care at all. He walked through the Ma family's yard with the car keys in his hand. Lu Hui, who had already entered her own yard, couldn't help but run out and spat at his back. Suddenly she thought of something, and her anger turned into joy. Humph, you deserve it. It's not far from the village entrance to the Lin family's house, but because the road is winding, it still takes 5 or 6 minutes. On the way, Lin Qichuan met many people in groups of 3 or 4. Compared to the way these people avoided and ignored him in the past few days, they did not avoid him today. Instead, she looked at him with a weird look. Lin Qichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, making some guesses in his mind. It seemed that someone was up to something again, and let him see how far these people can go. Among these people, one was Ma Yushun. He was wearing an old jacket whose color could not be identified. He took the initiative to come forward and say hello. Xiaochuan, did you just come back from town? His attitude was very gentle, quite different from the anxious man squatting at his door yesterday morning. Lin Qichuan didn't want to bother with him at all and just walked around him. Ma Yukai is Ma Yoshuan's cousin, and he sent Ma Yukai to the police station. Even if the relationship between the Ma family brothers is very plastic, Lin Qichuan doesn't believe that they don't have any problems at all. Therefore, the gentler Ma Yushun behaves, the bigger his ambitions are. It would be strange if Lin Qichuan would pay attention to him. Hey you, Ma Yushun came to say hello with some tentative intentions. After the warnings yesterday and this morning, he wanted to know whether Lin Qichuan's attitude had softened. But he didn't expect that Lin Qichuan would still ignore him as usual. This made Ma Yushun very unhappy. Just wait. He stared at Lin Qichuan without missing a beat. If you have the ability, you'd better hold on a little longer. After Lin Qichuan walked over, those people quickly gathered around Ma Yushun. Do you think he will be so angry when he sees that? I think there should be some reaction this time. They didn't expect that even after throwing beer bottles inside several times, the Lin family could still be so calm. So after discussion, they decided to increase the stakes again. The person who was in charge of this time patted his chest and assured, it will definitely work this time. Everyone in the village knew that Lin Qichuan also worked in the fields like them, but he himself is very fond of cleanliness. When summer comes, he wants to live in a bathroom and take a shower several times a day. So he will definitely not be able to hold back this time. I went back to my old house to get this specially. It's a treasure I've had for 20 or 30 years. I guarantee he'll jump up when he sees it. Someone suggested, why don't we go over and take a look? I also want to see him when he's furious. If I take a picture and post it in the group, everyone will definitely be amused by it. Aren't you happy to see that Lin Qichuan can finally be cured? After hearing this, everyone was excited, so they followed Lin Qichuan and came to the vicinity of the Lin family. 74. Lin Qichuan, are you going to kill someone? Lin Qichuan was originally wondering what these people could do until he saw the disgusting stuff splashed on the gate and the wall. He finally understood why those people looked at him so strangely. A gust of wind blew by, and the smell rushed straight to my head. Lin Qichuan couldn't help but utter a curse in Chinese. This stinks. What old shit? Don't people who fish for this feel disgusted? He frowned, stood a little further away, poked the door open with his key, and slipped in. As soon as the door was slammed, I heard whispers coming from outside. Hey, why isn't he angry? If his house was splashed with feces, the whole family would come out and curse. Isn't this an insult? If we know who did it, we will definitely come to their door. Not to mention that this time, they specially picked up a load of food with a particularly strong smell. When they smelled it, they all felt like vomiting. Ma Yushun, the main planner of this incident, frowned. He didn't expect Lin Qichuan to be so tolerant. He felt for the scissors and the packet of powder in his pocket. Don't worry, if this doesn't work, there are other ways. He wants to make it impossible for the Lin family to live. It depends on who can outlast him. Lin Qichuan was listening to the sound behind the door and immediately came up with an idea. He ran to the utility room, pulled out a long water pipe, and connected it to the faucet at the kitchen door. Outside, under the wall, everyone was still discussing in low voices. What a pity that I have this load of manure. If it is sprinkled on the ground, it can fertilize an acre of land. Then, according to the plan, should the next step be? The person who spoke stretched out his hand and made a scissors gesture. Ma Yushun nodded and said, "We'll take action tonight." Since throwing feces couldn't break Lin Qichuan's defense, their next step was to cut the Lin family's electrical wires. It's still light now. It will only work after dark. By then there was no electricity and the yard was pitch black, and they kept throwing filled beer bottles into the yard. He just didn't believe that this wouldn't scare the 3 members of the Lin family. After hearing what Ma Yushun said, the others also thought it made sense. Okay, then let's come back after dinner. Just as they were about to disperse, with a clang sound, the iron gate of the Lin family was opened from the inside. 5 or 6 people subconsciously turned around and looked over, and a stream of water shot straight towards them. Ma Yushun, who was standing at the front, was shot first, right in the face. He only felt a white streak shooting towards him, followed by stinging pain on his face. Ouch! He immediately covered his face with his hands and turned sideways to avoid it. As soon as he dodged his face, he saw the water column move downwards immediately. The direction that is obviously correct is... Ma Yushun's eyes widened, and he no longer cared about the stinging pain on his face and hurriedly covered his face with his hands. However, he was still a step slower than Lin Qichuan. Ouch! The screams of pain resounded throughout the sky of Gugu village. Ma Yushun was seen kneeling on the ground with his whole body huddled up like a shrimp, his face turning blue and pale. Several people nearby who were about to hide were all frightened. Seeing this, Lin Qichuan turned his wrist, and the water column immediately shot toward the person next to him. Suddenly, there were a lot of wailing sounds. But they were luckier than Ma Yushun and had more time to hide. So he was only shot once and ran away. But just that one time was enough to make them feel better. Didn't you see that the place where it was shot turned red immediately? Lin Qichuan wanted to chase after him, but after taking just 2 steps, the water pipe behind him suddenly straightened. He let out a tisk sound with some regret. Those people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he couldn't catch up with them. They all knelt down, gasping for breath and cursing. Lin Qichuan, are you going to kill someone? How dare they spray them with high-pressure water? That is the most powerful high-pressure water gun. It looks like such a small stream of water, but it can peel off a layer of skin from a brick if it hits it. What's more, he shot directly at people. What's even more cruel is that he actually aimed at Ma Yushun's lower body. And if he was not careful, he might kill him. Can't you see that he can't even stand up and speak now? Lin Qichuan, who was being scolded, had no awareness of the fact that he was being scolded. He turned off the valve in his hand and retorted with confidence. You are blind and blame me for what I am doing. I'm cleaning my own gate and wall. How does that bother you? I haven't even asked you to what you are doing sneaking around outside my house. He squinted his eyes and looked at these people back and forth, suspiciously. You guys threw these things on my gate and the courtyard wall. Among the 5 or 6 people involved in this matter, some gave ideas, some contributed tools, and some handled the matter, and none of them is innocent. But when Lin Qichuan asked them about their faces, no one dared to admit it. What a joke. Lin Qichuan is such a weird guy. They all saw with their own eyes how he dealt with Zhang Lu and Ma Yukai. They dared to work together secretly to cause trouble like this, but few dared to offend Lin Qichuan alone and provoke his revenge. So when Lin Qichuan asked, everyone quickly shook their heads to deny it. Don't accuse us. We have never done this. Who knows if you have offended someone and got into trouble? Lin Qichuan didn't expect these cowards to take responsibility for their actions. Anyway, he had taught them a lesson once, so he would just let them go today. It better be what you said, otherwise if I catch you I'll know who did it. He raised the high-pressure water gun in his hand, and as their faces changed, he said in a threatening tone, I will turn him into a naked pig. The so-called naked pig means that when the pig is slaughtered, its whole body is scalded with boiling water, and then the hair is shaved from head to toe. What he meant was that he would use a high-pressure water gun to treat that person from head to toe. Thinking of the pain of the water column hitting their bodies, everyone shuddered and quickly shouted, it's none of their business. They don't know anything. Then he hurriedly helped Ma Yushun up and ran away. Before leaving, Ma Yushun hissed in pain, but he did not forget to turn around and glare at Lin Qichuan fiercely. Lin Qichuan saw the malice that was about to overflow from his eyes, so he just raised his chin slightly and opened the valve in his hand. Ma Yushun's eyes were red with anger when he saw this scene, and the pain in his lower body increased by 3 points. When the others heard the sound of the water column, they ran faster. How boring. When he saw the man had run away, he began to work hard, enduring the stench and cleaning up the filth on the gate and the courtyard wall. Fortunately, the high-pressure water gun was very powerful, so it didn't take much effort to clean it up. But when Lin Qichuan smelled that smell on his body, he immediately felt upset again. I'm so pissed off. He threw down the high-pressure water gun, ran back into the house, picked up his cell phone, and started typing away. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. He has never been the type to accept things passively. He wants to fight back. After sending the message, Lin Qichuan couldn't help but take a shower first. Then he tidied up the house and finally went out carrying a big package. 7-5. Damn, the Lin family is my nemesis. The package contained some laundry items that Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jiaxing would need for tonight, as well as sheets, blankets, and so on. The disturbance caused by those people was really terrible, and it would probably get even worse at night. Although the two did not say it, Lin Qichuan knew that they were not feeling well. That's why he made a sudden decision to stay in Dafeng Village starting tonight. Anyway, there's a bed and a pot for cooking, so there's no problem living there. When he returned to Dafeng Village again, he happened to run into someone from the furniture store delivering something. Kai Linghua nags a little. The bed is only for a short time. There's no need to buy such a good one. It is said to be a bunk bed, but you can tell from the material and the mattress that it is not cheap. In the minds of Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua, they would just stay here for a few days, harvest all the astragalus, and deliver the goods to the buyers, and this matter would finally be over this year. It's only about a month's time, so there's really no need to go through so much trouble. Lin Qichuan had some plans in mind, but he hadn't decided yet, so he didn't say anything and just explained, this is the only style in town. He moved the big package in. Now that everything has been delivered, dust the bed and let it air out, then spread these on it. We'll live here tonight. Lin Jiaxing was cleaning up the foam waste. Hearing this, he looked at Kai Linghua. The two probably guessed the reason, so they didn't raise any objections. That's fine. Your father and I have been busy for several days, and it's tiring. Let's save ourselves the trouble. Kai Linghua took the big package and said, it's okay to sleep, but we still need to find food. Lin Jiaxing threw down the shockproof cardboard in his hand and said, I'm going to go to Secretary Zhao's house and buy a few kilograms of rice and some vegetables from him first. Kai Linghua chased after him and shouted, ask him how much the vegetables cost per pound. You can't just take them for free. They have to stay here for so many days. We can't just take other people's money for free every time. So it's better to decide on it at the beginning. I understand. Lin Jiaxing still understood the ways of the world. Not long after, he came back carrying a large bamboo basket. It contained 5 pounds of rice, a handful of green vegetables, a large cabbage, a few tomatoes, a dozen eggs, a large piece of frozen meat and tofu, and some oil and salt. It all cost money. Zhao Dagong was reluctant to accept it at first. He just threw the money on the table and ran away. Okay, that's enough for us to have a few meals. After Kai Linghua looked at it, she stuffed the things into the large old-fashioned freezer in the inner room. This was bought by the original owner one summer when he came back to cool off, and use it to make popsicles and to entertain the children in the village. They're all old brands with very good quality, which is very convenient for them. On the first day in the new house, the family of 3 simply tidied up and went to rest quickly. Dafeng Village had a peaceful night, but Gugu Village was indeed noisy all night. Ma Yushun was beaten up by Lin Qichuan. Although I am glad that the things are still usable and I didn't really become a father-in-law. But for a man, it is extremely embarrassing to be punished like this in public. So he decided to take revenge tonight. As agreed, they arrived at the Lin family at around 8 o'clock. Before coming, Ma Yushun, who was in a bad mood, repeatedly asked Li Saida, who ran the convenience store, to move all the empty wine bottles from home. He took out a few empty bottles and poured some alcohol into them. Originally, Ma Yushun didn't want to do this. After all, if they threw it in the middle of the night and accidentally caused a fire, none of them would be able to escape. But who made Lin Qichuan do that this afternoon? If he doesn't show some real evidence, do they think they are really afraid of him? He warned the remaining 5 people, don't be lenient later. Brother Yushun, don't worry. We have already done it. How could we be soft-hearted? They were all sprayed with high-pressure water guns in the afternoon. Although it was rubbed a little, the area that was rubbed became red and swollen. If I don't get rid of this anger, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Let's see if Lin Chichuan can still be so arrogant tonight. Their plan was to cut the electric wires first, then throw burning beer bottles in to force the 3 members of the Lin family out. They have brought another load of goodies over tonight and are waiting here. When the family of 3 rushed out, he poured the water directly over to them. When they thought of Lin Chichuan's embarrassed look at that time, they couldn't help but laugh. The most infuriating thing is that he was bullied by someone, and he couldn't find us to vent his anger on. In this dark night, who knows who did it? Since no one admits it, can Lin Chichuan still forcibly accuse them? A group of 5 or 6 people came to the Lin family excitedly, rubbing their hands, wanting to teach the Lin family a lesson. When they arrived, they saw darkness in front of them and were all at a loss. A cool breeze blew past them, and the backs of everyone looked inexplicably desolate. The person in charge of climbing up and cutting wires this time was Ma Yoshuan's cousin Ma Ziliang. He tilted his head and peeked through the crack in the door. Why is it so dark? Are the 3 of them asleep or not at home? Ma Yushan also found it strange. Don't they usually go to bed late? He asked, Did you see Lin Chichuan's car at the entrance of the village? I don't think so. Ma Ziliang nudged Li Saida, who was standing beside him. Your home is close to the village entrance, so you didn't notice it? Li Saida was also confused. I don't know. Where else can they go if they don't come back? But who knows where they went? Ma Ziliang waved the scissors. Uncle, are you going to cut the wires? What's the point of making such a fuss when this guy is not here? Ma Yushan cursed. I had been looking forward to it the whole night and just wanted to avenge the one shot. In the end, I didn't see anyone. I felt so upset and stuck in my chest. Ma Yushan was so angry that he stomped his foot in the air, but unfortunately, he hit something hard. Ouch! He hugged his toes and jumped around like a chicken with hot feet. Fuck, this Lin family is my nemesis. He just kicked casually and actually hit a big rock on the side of the road. In the darkness, several people looked at each other and shook their heads quietly. This Ma Yushan always looked down on his cousin and thought he was someone who could handle things. Now it seems that he is not even as good as Ma Yukai. Okay, no one's here. Let's go and rest. It's so cold, you might as well go to bed. Ma Yushan let go of his foot with a grin. No, we still have to do what we have to do. His big toe didn't suffer this for nothing. He instructed Ma Ziliang, go cut the wires. Bottles were smashed. Things were thrown on it. If they don't come back tonight, I don't believe they will never come back. In their minds, home is the most important thing. Who wouldn't want to return home? Everyone thought so too. Since they had already got the things, they couldn't make a wasted trip. So they took turns to spread the things in their hands into the yard. In the end, they went back to their homes feeling unhappy. Before leaving, Ma Yushan also reminded Li Saida, keep an eye on the village entrance and report any movement in the group. It was only around 9 o'clock when the first group of people finished making trouble, and a few hours later, while everyone was asleep, another group of people sneaked into Guga village. 7-6. I'm not your father. A few young people carried flashlights and a few buckets and went from house to house. In less than half an hour, the group escaped. Early the next morning, Gugu village became lively again. Who has no conscience to do such a wicked thing? Ma Yoshin's wife was the first one to get up in the family, and she wanted to take a walk around her own vegetable garden. As soon as I opened the door, a foul smell hit my nose. Ugh, she couldn't help but dry heave. Whose bastard is pooping in front of someone's door in the middle of the night? She cursed and reached out to close the door, but ended up feeling numb on her hand. She felt that the touch was not right, and when she took a quick look, she saw something burnt yellow painted in circles on her door. Combined with that smell, ugh, this time she really vomited. Ma Yoshuan's house was in chaos early in the morning. The same thing happened in 5 or 6 other companies. Coincidentally, they were the same families that had caused trouble yesterday. Several people gathered at the Ma family, all with very ugly expressions on their faces. They don't have a high-pressure water gun at home, so the thing would have dried up early in the evening and would be difficult to clean. It must have been that bastard from the Lin family who did it. Ma Yushan slammed the table hard. We can't just let him off like this. Everyone responded, he is going too far. They were so righteous that they had forgotten that they were the first to do such a disgusting thing. Just at this moment, Li Saida's phone rang. Dad, the car has entered the village. Lin Chichuan is back. Let's go. Let's go settle the score with him. The group planned to go to Lin's house to block them. Lisida hung up the phone so quickly that they didn't hear the next sentence. A large tractor also came along. Thank you for making this trip. After getting off the car, Lin Chichuan embarrassedly handed a bottle of soda to everyone who came. Don't be so polite. It's just a small thing. We can do it easily. The person who spoke was Su Wanjing. She was worried, so she brought people on this trip personally. Because she needed to move things, she simply picked 8 strong young men in the village. The 4 of them worked together very quickly and moved all the furniture in Lin Chichuan's office onto the tractor and stacked them up in one trip. The tractor's cargo bed is quite large, and there is still a lot of space left. Su Wanjing was very satisfied with the efficiency. The only things left are the uncles and aunts things. Kai Linghua quickly called for help. We still have to clean up first. It's a good opportunity for you to come over to my house and have a seat first. As a result, when the group arrived at the Lin family, their faces changed. What a horrible thing this is. Kai Linghua was so angry that her eyes turned red. No wonder her son didn't let them come back yesterday. Lin Chichuan had anticipated this scene a long time ago, so he did not show any surprise. He turned around and apologized to the people who came to help. I'm sorry, I made you laugh. This is none of your business. Why do you need to apologize? Su Wanjing looked at his calm expression and felt a pang of pain in her heart for some reason. Other young people from Dafeng village also rushed to comfort him. It's okay, go pack your things and we'll help you clean up. After Su Wanjing and Zhao Dagon's publicity, they all knew about the bad things done by Gugu village. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I realize that the people of Gugu village could be so disgusting. For a moment, I felt very sympathetic towards the Lin family's plight. If I meet such ungrateful people, I will definitely beat them up with one punch. Just as he finished speaking, my Yushun and others gathered a dozen people and came over aggressively. Lin Chichuan, is this your doing? 20 or 30 people were blocking the door of the Lin family. Ma Yoshu inside had a large number of people, while everyone in Dafeng village was carrying things on shoulder poles. One party wants to pick a fight, and the other party wants to retaliate. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ma Yushun recognized Su Wanjing in the crowd as the village party secretary of Dafeng village. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a bad feeling. You are from Dafeng village. What do you want to do in our village? For a moment, no one had time to find fault. Su Wanjing shook her ponytail and stood out from the crowd. Such a small and young person showed no fear in front of so many people. We were asked by Mr. Lin to help him move his things. Ma Yushun looked at her in surprise, then looked at Lin Chichuan's family of 3. Where are you moving? Where are you moving to? Su Wanjing deliberately set a language trap. Of course you're moving to our village. But there was no mention of moving offices. When Ma Yushun saw that they were all holding carrying poles and standing at the door of the Lin family, he immediately misunderstood. He stared at Lin Chichuan, his voice cracked with shock. You are going to move to Dafeng village. This fact really went beyond their original expectations. No wonder they were not surprised. Lin Chichuan glanced at Su Wanjing meaningfully, which made her feel uncomfortable, and then he responded lightly. Yeah, is there a problem? There's a problem. Of course there is a problem. Lin Chichuan's family has moved away, so what should they do with the astragalus in their village? You can't leave. Lin Chichuan looked at him with a half-smile. Who are you? Do we need your consent to leave or stay? If you're not afraid of death, come up and stop them. Let's see if you have the ability to stop them. Ma Yushun had only one thought in his mind, that he must not let Lin Chichuan's family move away. But he didn't dare to use knives or guns to stop them. You are betraying your ancestors, he blurted out. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will dig up your ancestral graves? As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. Moving ancestral graves is not just a matter of immorality, but a major taboo in rural areas. You dare. Lin Jia was so angry that he was about to rush up and beat someone up. Lin Chichuan grabbed him and looked at Ma Yushun with cold eyes. If you have the guts, try it. There are more than just our family's ancestral graves in Gugu village. The implication was that if anyone dared to touch the Lin family's ancestral tomb, he would dig up all the ancestral tombs in Gugu village. Ma Yushun was blocked and pushed back. He just said out of anger. He didn't really mean it. But Lin Chichuan's words were too arrogant. You are forgetting your roots. Your roots are in Gugu village. Do you think you can change your roots by moving to another place? You really thought that Dafeng village would really take you in? I think they'll kick you out in less than 2 days. Su Wanjing's eyes flashed. How could it be? We in Dafeng village are not such ungrateful people. Boss Lin is coming to our village, and we can't wait to welcome him. She took the opportunity to say, since we are all going to move, why not just do it all at once and transfer our household registration to our village? By then, General Lin will be a real member of our village, and no one can drive him away. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Lin Jiaxing and his wife were confused. Weren't they just borrowing for a few days? Why did they have to move their household registration? The people in Guga village were also confused. Does this mean that Lin Qichuan is no longer from their village? Then how can they control him in the future? The people in Dafeng village were equally confused, but since it was Secretary Su who said it, it couldn't be wrong. There were only two people at the scene who knew what was going on. After Su Wanjing said that, she kept paying attention to Lin Qichuan's reaction. Lin Qichuan had all sorts of thoughts running through his mind, and in the end he just said, "It might be possible." Su Wanjing's eyes lit up, and she raised her arms and called out, "Come, let's help pack up." Even until they were sent to the car, Lin Jiaxing and his wife were still a little confused. "No, we're just moving like this?" Lin Jiaxing felt very complicated. He looked at his son again and again, but in the end he said nothing. "Just listen to my son's arrangements." Apart from some large items, even the pots in the kitchen were packed up in large sacks and taken away. The group came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Eighth uncle also chased out with his crutches. "Chuaner, are you really not going to care about us anymore?" Lin Qichuan's words floated in the air. "I'm not your father." 7-7. My Yukai has done a lot of harm to others. As soon as the sun rises, Dafeng village is already bustling with activity. Lin Qichuan stood at the entrance of Dafeng village and watched everyone busying themselves. Yesterday, he took Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua away from Guga village and moved here. Although the two still had many questions in their minds, they started harvesting astragalus the next day. The two were so busy that they had no time to think about these messy things. Su Wanjing made detailed arrangements in advance according to the harvesting plan proposed by Lin Qichuan. Early in the morning, the harvesting work was carried out in an orderly manner. The villagers have clear division of labor. Some are responsible for digging, some are responsible for carrying, and some are responsible for preliminary screening and cleaning. Harvesting astragalus is not an easy task and requires caution to avoid damaging the roots and affecting the quality of the medicinal material. Lin Qichuan was guiding from the side, reminding everyone to pay attention to details from time to time. "Mr. Lin, do you think this will work?" a villager asked cautiously, holding the freshly dug astragalus. Lin Qichuan took the astragalus root, examined it carefully, and nodded. "Not bad. The root is intact and not damaged. Everyone continue to dig like this, but be careful not to use too much force." The villagers nodded and continued to work. Lin Qichuan looked at their busy figures and felt deeply moved. The same scene was happening as last year, just in a different location and with a different group of people. Just then, there was a noise coming from the distance. Lin Qichuan looked up and saw a large group of people pouring in from the village entrance. He frowned, a little confused. "Are you here to cause trouble?" Su Wanjing came over and whispered, "It's the village party secretaries of Shangqing village, Jixinling village, and Sana village. They brought people here to observe and learn." Lin Qichuan then realized that he had been so busy that he had forgotten about this matter. Looking more closely, I saw that the three village party secretaries, Wang Dali, Li Weigua, and Huang Jianping, were all there. When the three saw him, they quickly quickened their pace and came over to say hello. "Boss Lin, I'm sorry, I was delayed on the way." Lin Qichuan smiled and said, "Welcome all the village party secretaries to come and give us guidance." Huang Jianping smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. We are here to learn." Wang Dali said directly, "Boss Lin, your arrangement of the harvesting work is really good. We need to learn from you." Li Weigua nodded and said, "The astragalus cultivation in Dafeng village is quite good, comparable to that in our village." Zhao Dagang, who walked up to say hello, almost couldn't help rolling his eyes after hearing this. What's the point of just watching? If you really want to learn, just practice it yourself. He enthusiastically invited the three of them to join in the harvesting work. Although the village party secretaries have different personalities, they are all people who care about the village. So after hearing this, they did not refuse and rolled up their sleeves to join the villagers. Seeing this, the people from the other three villages also started to help. When the villagers of Dafeng village saw that the village party secretaries of other villages were personally helping out, they became even more motivated. With everyone working together, we harvested 27 or 28 acres of land on the first day. Nearly half of the land was harvested. Lin Shichuan looked at the progress and felt very satisfied. He took out his own money, bought some meat, and distributed it to the villagers to take home as a snack in the evening. Boss Lin, you were so polite. The villagers expressed their gratitude, one after another with smiles on their faces. Lin Shichuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. This is what we should do." As night fell, the villagers of Dafeng village returned home with full harvest and joy. Lin Shichuan stood at the entrance of the village, looking at everyone's smiles, and felt more comforted and satisfied. He thought this was the meaning of his struggle on this land. However, he also knows that this is just the beginning and there is still a long way to go. But he is confident that he can lead everyone to a better tomorrow. While Dafeng village was busy, Gugu village was in a gloomy mood. Although Ma Yukai is not a very good person or do things well, he is still a good village party secretary, and everyone is used to listening to his instructions on a daily basis. So after Ma Yukai was put in jail, the villagers suddenly became scattered. After losing their backbone, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Yesterday, we watched the Lin family move away, and except for Ma Yushun, no one dared to stand up and lead the villagers to stop them. Ma Yushun has the intention, but not the ability. Now that things are over, everyone is beginning to realize the seriousness of the problem. After learning that Dafeng village had started harvesting astragalus, the villagers of Gugu village became even more worried. They gathered under a big tree at the entrance of the village and began to complain. If Ma Yukai hadn't taken the lead in making trouble, demanding that Lin Shichuan raise the price, and even spit out the price difference from last year, thus offending Lin Shichuan, we would still be able to make a lot of money from the astragalus field this year. The villagers complained. That's right, Ma Yukai has really done a lot of harm to people, someone echoed. Now Lin Shichuan won't buy our astragalus. What should we do? Someone said worriedly. The villagers became more and more angry as they talked, and some of them even ran to the door of the Ma family and cursed at them. After hearing this, Lu Hui and Ma Zerong in the room closed the door tightly and dared not say a word. The villagers got no response, and cursing couldn't vent their anger. After some debate, they all unanimously directed their criticism at Ma Yushun. He was the one who took the lead in targeting the Lin family. He threw beer bottles into the Lin family yard, threw feces at the door and the wall, and forced the Lin family to leave. Now that the Lin family is not here, where can we find someone? So they all rushed to Ma Yoshuan's house. Yushun, it was your Ma family who took the lead in doing this. Now that your brother is not here, what do you think we should do about this? The astragalus in the field is still there. We can't say we have planted it for nothing after 3 years. In their words, they completely forgot that they themselves were also the ones who joined in the trouble or condoned it. You have to give us an explanation. When Ma Yushun heard their accusations, he rushed out of the house in anger. What does Ma Yushun have to do with our family? Don't even mention that he is my cousin. Even if he is my biological brother, I can't be implicated if the family is divided. My sister-in-law and nephew are at home. If you have anything to ask, go find them. Of course, the villagers knew that Lu Hui and Ma Zerong were at home. But they also knew that all the money of the Ma family had been squandered by Ma Zerong. So what was the use of having only an old man and a disabled person left? At this time, of course, we have to find someone like Ma Yushun who can be of great use. This is all your Ma family's fault. Don't try to clear yourself of the blame. Your cousin did it on the first day, and you did it on the 15th day, which is why you forced Lin Shichuan to leave. Tell me, what should we do now? Someone asked. They were afraid that even Ma Yushun would be gone. So without thinking twice, they all rushed up and surrounded him tightly. Ma Yushun was surrounded by the crowd, feeling anxious and afraid. He knew that if he didn't find a way to calm the public anger, these people would get really angry and might destroy his house. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Even if you demolish my house, there is nothing I can do. Ultimately, we still have to go find Lin Shichuan for this matter. If you really want to resolve the matter, then come with me to Dafeng village to find him and discuss the matter with him. He was the one who instigated us to plant astragalus. He can't just let it go." Although the villagers were a little scared after hearing this was indeed the only solution at the moment. Okay, if you go, we will go with you to give you support. This means to push Ma Yushun to the front and let him come forward. Ma Yushun cursed these unscrupulous and cunning guys in his heart, but in the end he had no choice but to go to Dafeng village under their urging. 78. Forced to retreat. On the way, tell me, if we go to his house, can we really make Lin Shichuan change his mind? They had blocked Lin Qichuan twice before, but nothing happened. Then what else can we do? Without Lin Qichuan, who will buy these things? Yes, without Lin Qichuan, this thing would be just like firewood in the mountains. Congratulations to them for finally realizing the importance of Lin Qichuan. So why did he follow my Yukai to cause trouble and offend Lin Qichuan? In the end, it's just being too greedy. Everyone secretly regretted it, but it was of no avail. An old man with white hair said angrily, I will kneel before him and admit my fault. I don't believe he could just sit there and watch. Another short and fat woman also echoed, I will go to his room and stay there. If he doesn't agree, I won't leave. Perhaps they knew that Lin Qichuan would not change his mind easily, and they could not think of any other solution. So one by one, they were not as timid as before and were determined to make a big scene. All we can say is that people's cognitive level will not change easily. Just like them at this moment, they clearly realized that they shouldn't have done those things to Lin Qichuan. But after they found out, they didn't truly change their ways, but instead continued to target him in different ways. After hearing the discussion, Ma Yushun had an idea and thought it was a good idea. As outsiders, Lin Qichuan and his family suddenly moved to Dafeng Village. The people of Dafeng Village would definitely not accept them so quickly. If they took people to cause trouble with Lin Qichuan at this time, it would definitely cause annoyance to Dafeng Village. If they drive the Lin family away then, the Lin family will be in great trouble. Lin Qichuan is such a smart person. He should have thought of this. Plus, if everyone started to make a fuss, he would have to agree even if he disagreed. So Ma Yushun took the opportunity to encourage everyone. Yes, 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 whatever you have in mind, bring all up. He pointed at the group of women who had followed him and said, use all the energy you usually use in quarrels, whether rolling on the ground, swearing in the streets, pulling hair, crying, making a fuss, or threatening to hang yourself. When you get to the Lin family, use it all. If he doesn't agree, we'll go and make trouble every day. In short, we must make a fuss until the Lin family is afraid of us. Everyone shuddered when they thought of that scene. Indeed, few companies can withstand such a commotion. Luckily, they're the ones causing trouble, so don't worry. Just go ahead and make trouble. After coming up with an idea, everyone's confidence returned a lot. Everyone held their heads high and walked with the wind as they headed towards Dafeng Village. However, will things really be as they imagine? That's obviously impossible. They had just reached the intersection of Dafeng Village in a menacing manner when they were discovered. Seeing that they looked like they were here with bad intentions, it was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. The man immediately ran back to the village to inform everyone. So when Ma Yushun just arrived at the village entrance, he was stopped by Zhao Dagong and his men. Everyone from Gugu village, what are you doing here? Zhao Dagong, holding a hoe in his hand, stared at them back and forth. I'm sorry, we in Dafeng village have been busy these days and don't have time to greet you all. If you have anything, please come back in a few days. We will treat you with good wine and delicious food. He raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Please leave today. Ma Yushun couldn't help swallowing when he saw people coming over from the astragalus field, each holding a hoe and a sickle in their hands. There are dozens of people on both sides now, but they from Gugu village are unarmed. When they face Dafeng village on their territory, aren't they just waiting to be beaten? But now that they are here, they can't just leave like this. He had no choice but to say, I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Lin Qichuan. Please make way for me. Zhao Dagong didn't even move his feet. Oh, you're looking for Mr. Lin, but Mr. Lin is busy right now and has no time to entertain you. It means that he can be the master of Lin Qichuan. When the people in Gugu village heard this, they felt uncomfortable. Whether there is kung fu or not is Lin Qichuan's business. He is from our Gugu village, so we should talk among ourselves. This is our internal affairs. It has nothing to do with your Dafeng village. You'd better not interfere. Yes, yes, yes. Ask Lin Qichuan to come out, and we will talk to them ourselves. The people in Gugu village started shouting. When the people in Dafeng village heard this, they immediately raised the tools in their hands. What are you making such a fuss about in Dafeng village? Who do you think you are? You think you can tell us what to do? You come to my house and make trouble. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Come on, whoever dares to take a step forward. My sickle is sharpened to a very sharp point. If I don't kill you today, I will think I am doing nothing. That's right, let's kill him and see who is afraid of who. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Seeing this, people from the other 3 villages who came to observe and learn also ran over to show their support. The people of Gugu village were forced to retreat 5 or 6 meters. There's no way. The sickle looks really sharp and shiny. With one chop of the knife, chopping them is like chopping wood. No, 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 it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ma Yushun, who was pushed to the front of the crowd, was so scared that his legs and neck were shaking. He said with a stiff upper lip, "We are here to seek an explanation from Lin Qichuan. We don't want to cause any trouble. Don't get excited." Zhao Dagong sneered when he heard this. "What do you want to ask for an explanation? Didn't Gugu village refuse to sell astragalus to Mr. Lin? What are you doing here now?" Ma Yushun was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. The village party secretaries of Shangqing village, Jixinling and Sanha village also came over, stood beside Zhao Dagong, and looked coldly at Ma Yushun and others. What a joke. Now that all Lin Qichuan's orders have been given to them, what does Gugu village have to do with it? Li Weiguo drove them away and said, "Don't cause trouble in Dafeng village because of your Gugu village's affairs. That's right. You guys should solve the problems you caused yourselves." Wang Dali said in a rough voice. Huang Jianpain, who likes to smooth things over, couldn't help but say, "Ma Yushun, you guys should go back." Ma Yoshuan's face turned red as he was scolded by everyone, and he wanted to retort. But facing the cold faces of the people from Dafeng village and the tools in their hands, he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that it would be impossible for him to meet Lin Qichuan today. Tell Lin Qichuan that if you can, make him hide in Dafeng village for the rest of his life. After making these harsh remarks, he could only reluctantly leave Dafeng village with the villagers in disgrace. Back in Gugu village, the villagers began to accuse Ma Yushun of being incompetent. If you have the ability, why didn't you rush over and fight with the people from Dafeng village? It was impossible to fight, but the Ma family dared to smash things. You don't have the ability. Why are you trying to act so high in front of us? The two sides were in a fierce quarrel, and Gugu village was immersed in chaos. When Lin Qichuan learned about this later, he just chuckled and didn't take it to heart at all. At the same time, the astragalus harvesting work in Dafeng village is nearing completion, half a day earlier than expected. Cartloads of astragalus were delivered to the square in the center of the village. Lin Qichuan watched the progress and felt very satisfied. The next step is just to dry it in the shade and weigh it. Lin Qichuan looked at the fields in the distance, feeling very happy, and stretched himself to loosen up his overworked waist. Su Wanjing, who was walking over, happened to see this scene. Seeing him showing such a rare happy side, she couldn't help but smile. Lin Qichuan heard the noise, turned around, and saw that it was her, and put down his hands embarrassedly. "Mr. Lin, what should we do next?" Su Wanjing walked over and asked in a low voice. 7-9, new arrangement. Just wait for it to dry in the shade. Remember to arrange for someone to turn it over frequently to prevent it from getting damp. Lin Qichuan thought Su Wanjing was asking about the next arrangements. He sighed, "If I had enough funds, I would buy a dehydrator. This way, you don't have to rely on the weather to dry the astragalus in the shade, which is both time-consuming and laborious." As for operating funds, he actually has some. But Lin Qichuan is a man who plans ahead. At present, their scale has not expanded yet. Although relying on the weather to dry the crops is troublesome, it is still feasible and he does not have to bear the cost. So instead of spending money on this, it is better to further increase the scale of planting. Thinking of this, Lin Qichuan recalled his conversation with Professor Xie a few days ago and gradually sank into his own thoughts. Hearing the irrelevant answer, Su Wanjing was stunned for a moment and wished, maybe there will be one next year. Lin Qichuan came back to his senses after hearing this and said with a smile, "Then I'll borrow your good words." Seeing Su Wanjing still standing there, he asked, "Anything else?" Su Wanjing pursed her lips slightly, and the tiny tears on her cheeks disappeared in an instant. "I want to ask, what are your plans next?" Lin Qichuan was a little confused. It took him a moment to realize what she meant. He also realized that he had misunderstood her words just now. He smiled a little embarrassedly. "Secretary Su is still diligent. We have just harvested the astragalus in the fields, but we are already thinking about planting next spring." Su Wanjing raised her hand to smooth her bangs that were messed up by the autumn wind and looked towards the mountains ahead. "It's not just me. The other 3 branch secretaries are also thinking about it. There's nothing we can do. All the cultivated land in the village is used to grow crops. If you want to grow astragalus, you can only go to open up wasteland. The weather has just turned cooler, and it will take some time before the ground freezes. If you want to open up the land, you must hurry up. Otherwise, it will be too late when the thaw comes next spring." Lin Shichuan has been leading the people of Gugu village to grow astragalus for several years, so he certainly understands this. At that time, in order to mobilize the villagers to reclaim more wasteland, he offered a lot of rewards. Fortunately, he doesn't have to make arrangements now, but he didn't expect that these village party secretaries were more anxious than he thought. I thought you would at least wait until all the astragalus was harvested before coming to me. Su Wanjing blinked, with a hint of cunning in her smile. Now is the harvest season. The villagers are very motivated, and mobilizing them is the most effective. Upon hearing this, Lin Shichuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Professional things really need professionals to do them. In terms of understanding the villagers' thoughts, he is indeed not as good as these village party secretaries. Otherwise, things like what happened in Gugu village would not have happened. However, Lin Shichuan had never thought about taking this path, so he didn't care too much about this matter. Then let's hold a meeting after the harvesting work of the other 3 villages is finished. He thought for a moment and said, "Oh, you have a group, right? Please help me send a notice in the group and ask several branch secretaries to count the labor force in each village and the degree of land reclamation. The orders he has currently received for next year are only worth about 3.5 million. There are nearly 1 million more orders than this year, and there are many tricks involved in how to distribute them. It is said that what is worrying is not the scarcity of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. If the distribution is not satisfactory, there will probably be a lot of conflicts in the following villages. That's why Lin Shichuan had to collect information in advance and plan how to allocate it." Su Wanjing immediately took out her phone and said, "How about I add you to the group? Then let the party secretary of each village send the data directly to the village. This way we can be more objective and avoid a lot of hassles later on. If the data is only sent to Lin Shichuan, someone might falsify and misreport the data by taking advantage of his ignorance of the situation. If it is sent to the group, several village party secretaries can see this data. They go to the town for many meetings every year, so they have a basic understanding of the situation in each village. In this way, if anyone is cheating, it can be seen at a glance, and it can also be regarded as mutual supervision." Lin Shichuan sighed again. It turned out that there were not many simple people who could become village party secretaries. "Okay, I'll do as you say." So Lin Shichuan entered the astragalus planting group that Ma Yukai was reluctant to join at that time first. Just as Su Wanjing said, Li Weigua and several other branch secretaries were all thinking about the new round of astragalus planting. So he talked about statistics in the group, and soon several villages uploaded their data to the group. Just as Su Wanjing said, the data submitted was not much different from what they knew. "Wang Dali, Mr. Lin, don't worry. There is not much astragalus in our village. We can harvest it in 2 days. Whenever you have a meeting, I will be there as soon as you call me." After seeing the news, Li Weigua cursed the flatterer inwardly. "Li Weigua, although our village has the largest planting area, it also has the largest labor force, and we ensure that the task is completed on time and in full." He decided that after returning to the village, he would give the villagers a boost and encourage them to work harder so as to complete the task before other villages. Huang Jianping followed closely behind. "Huang Jianping, it's the same in our village. We won't delay everyone's progress." Lin Shichuan inexplicably heard a sense of competition in these voice messages. He shook his head speechlessly. "Lin Shichuan, I don't pursue speed, I pursue quality. Speed is useless. The astragalus must be of good quality." After hearing Lin Shichuan's words, the 3 people who were flattering him fell into awkward silence for a moment. "Wang Dali, Mr. Lin is right. You are more experienced." Li Weigua really rolled his eyes this time. It was all because of this kid that he was led astray. But even though he complained, he was a step behind and could only follow Wang Dali and agree with him. Lin Shichuan was too lazy to pay attention to their bickering. He just took a quick glance and set the group message to do not disturb, then put away his phone. Seeing that the astragalus had been transported back to the village square, he strolled back to the yard, which was now their new home. As soon as he walked in, he saw Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua sitting on small stools, drinking water from large porcelain bowls in one hand and fanning themselves with straw hats in the other. The 2 of them worked for 3 days and were covered in mud and sweat. "Don't let the wind be too strong, or you'll catch a cold." Lin Shichuan handed over the room temperature soda in his hand. "Would you like to drink this?" Kai Linghua immediately put down the large porcelain bowl in her hand and said, "Give me a bottle." Lin Shichuan found a screwdriver and opened a bottle for each of them. He then pulled over a stool and poured a plate of egg cake on it. The two people had been busy for most of the day, and as soon as they saw food, their stomachs started to growl. The two of them ate several of them with soda before they recovered. Lin Jiaxing took a sip of soda, swallowed the egg cake in his mouth, and asked Lin Qichuan, "Starting tomorrow, the other 3 villages will begin to harvest astragalus. How should I arrange it with your mother?" Lin Qichuan shook his head. "You don't have to worry about this. Secretary Su just said that Dafeng village will send people to support us. You two have been busy for 3 days, so take a break first." Kai Linghua shook her head. "We are not tired. What is there to rest for? These are the jobs they are used to. They may feel tired, but they can continue working after waking up from a good sleep. More importantly, if they were in Gugu village, they could wander around the fields when they had free time. In this Dafeng village, I am unfamiliar with the place and have to stay in the house when I have free time. They're even less used to this. By the way, the food from the past few days has been eaten, and I have to go and exchange it with someone." When thinking about vegetables, Kai Linghua thought of the vegetable plots she tended, where the vegetables were growing very well. Nowadays, that dish may be convenient for those who like to take advantage. She muttered quietly, "I wasted so much money on seeds." Lin Qichuan felt a little guilty when he heard this. It was because of him that the two of them couldn't even go home. He put down the half-drunk soda in his hand and said, "It happened suddenly before, and we moved here without discussing it with you two. Now that I have some free time, I would like to ask for your opinions. Do you want to settle down in Dafeng village, or would you rather go back to Gugu village?" 80. Don't worry about it anymore. Although Lin Qichuan was unwilling to deal with the people of Gugu village anymore, but he couldn't make decisions for the two elders. After all, it is hard to leave my hometown, and my ancestral graves are in Gugu village. If Lin Jiaxing and his friends still wanted to go back and live there, then he could only think of a way to deal with these people. Only when they are convinced, they will stop causing trouble and you can live in peace. When Lin Qichuan asked this question, his eyes fell on Lin Jiaxing, and the same went for Kai Linghua beside him. Among the 3 members of their family, Lin Jiaxing has the deepest feelings for Gugu village. Lin Jiaxing's eyes were a little moist. Firstly, he really couldn't bear to leave because that was where he was born and grew up. It was his hometown. It is said that people return to their roots. The older they get, the more they miss their hometown. Secondly, that house was built by him and Kai Linghua with the money they saved over many years, and every brick and every piece of wood was built by them. It would be such a pity if it were just discarded like this. But seeing his son's love in front of him, Lin Jiaxing felt warm in his heart. He knew that as long as he said he wanted to go back, his son would definitely overcome all difficulties and send them back. Under the gazes of the two people, Lin Jiaxing lowered his head and wiped his eyes a little embarrassedly. "If I don't go back, what am I going to do? Everyone treats us as enemies. Are you afraid that we won't be in trouble?" Hearing him say this, Kai Linghua and Lin Qichuan both felt relieved. Kai Linghua's mind is simple. She will be wherever her son is. Seeing Lin Jiaxing's reluctance, she said unhappily, "The house is there and it won't move away. It's not like we won't let you go back. What's there to be sad about? We used to work outside and might not go back home once a year. Now that we're close, if you want to go back and take a look, isn't it just a matter of lifting your feet?" Lin Jiaxing was stunned by her words, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was indeed the truth. So what is there for him to be sad about? Lin Jiaxing was a little embarrassed. Didn't Schwanner say that we have to move out and transfer our household registration? He was so confused that he couldn't wrap his mind around it. Kai Linghua pointed at him and scolded him with a smile. "You are just an uncivilized person. You get confused when you're scared by someone." Lin Qichuan also chuckled twice. In fact, he somewhat understood Lin Qichuan's emotions. Being forced to move away, even with your registered permanent residence, sounds like severing your ties with your hometown. So it's normal to find it hard to accept at first. However, this is only temporary. In modern society, people come and go, and everyone gradually gets used to living in different places, so these emotions will soon subside. Just like Lin Jiaxing, he felt much happier now. It's bad. The dirt on the door and the courtyard wall hasn't been cleaned yet. I don't know if it can be washed clean with water if it dries. It would be really ugly if it left marks. He patted the egg cake crumbs on his hands and lifted his butt off the stool. "Since you're not busy in the next few days, how about I go back?" He looked at Kai Linghua and said, "Wash the area clean and get a big sack to pick some vegetables from the garden." Kai Linghua, who was about to object, began to waver after hearing the second half of the sentence. They are a family of 3 now, and if they rely solely on buying food, the food expenses will be quite high every day. Every bit you save counts. So they both looked at Lin Chichuan. Can we go back now? Facing the expectant looks of the two people, Lin Chichuan shook his head decisively. They're still causing trouble today. If you go back, won't that be like sending yourself to trouble? When the two thought about it, they realized that it was true and could only withdraw their thoughts in disappointment. Lin Chichuan could only say, "Okay, leave this matter to me." The two of them just took it as his words of comfort. After all, who had the time to deal with such trivial matters in recent days? Unexpectedly, the next day Lin Chichuan went out for a trip, and when he came back he dragged out 2 large sacks from the trunk, which were filled with vegetables. Kai Linghua said in surprise, "Hey, isn't this the early radish I planted in my vegetable garden?" It was blue on top and white on the bottom, round and had an arm. She remembered it very clearly. The house is clean, and all the vegetables in the garden have been harvested. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't worry about me anymore. Kai Linghua was busy preparing the dishes. There are 2 big sacks. They can't eat so much in a short time. Leave a portion that is enough to eat for the next 10 days or half a month, and pickle the rest or dry it in the sun. This way, when the weather gets cold, we will still have vegetables to eat. Lin Jiaxing pulled Lin Chichuan aside and said disapprovingly, "You said you wouldn't let us go back, so why did you go back alone?" Lin Chichuan shook his head. "I didn't go back." He lowered his voice a little. "I asked someone to help me. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. This kind of thing can be done by someone else for a small sum of money. So why should he go through all this trouble? Besides, I'm only out for a short while. How can I have time to do so many things?" Lin Jiaxing thought so and believed him for the time being. On the other side, Aunt Rong, the good neighbor of the Lin family, was preparing to cook dinner but was still short of a few onions. She was originally going to her own vegetable garden, but her eyes suddenly lit up when she walked out of the door. Now that the Lin family has moved away, is there no one to take care of his vegetable garden? So Aunt Rong turned around, went back, got a big vegetable basket, and went excitedly to the Lin family's vegetable garden. She has to be one step ahead and pick as many as she can. Otherwise, when the other women realize what's going on, they'll come and snatch it from her. I don't know how Kai Linghua takes care of her vegetable garden, but the vegetables are growing so strong and green, which makes people greedy just by looking at them. Fortunately, everything belongs to her now. You can eat it fried or pickled, and it can be eaten for many meals. If Kai Linghua knew that the dishes she had worked so hard to prepare were all eaten by her family, she would be furious. Thinking of this, Aunt Rong quickened her pace excitedly. Last time I saw that the radish was growing well, it should be ready to be harvested. However, when she arrived at the field, all she saw was a bare patch of yellow mud. Not to mention big radishes, even radish seedlings can't be found. She was so angry that she slapped her thigh and cursed. "That bastard stole my food." Unfortunately, her angry shouting only woke up the nearby sparrows, which flew away in a panic. As a damned person, Lin Chichuan sent out several red envelopes in a row in a group called "I Am the Most Powerful." Lin Chichuan, thank you for your hard work this time. Crow, hey brother Lin, next time something like this happens, come find us. Lin Chichuan, definitely. Yes, last time he took revenge on my Yoshun's family at night, and this time he had to clean the gate and the courtyard wall and pick vegetables, but Lin Chichuan didn't have the courage to do it. He always asked this Crow for help. Crow is a nickname. My real name is Wu Ya, a young apprentice that Lin Chichuan met before when repairing cars. He used to be a gangster similar to Zhang Lu, but later he was sent by his family to learn how to repair cars, and he finally behaved himself. But the old friends have not broken off contact, and they still get together from time to time to earn some extra money. So when Lin Chichuan wanted someone to cause trouble in Guga Village, the first person he thought of was him. 81. Experimental Field. After chatting with Crow, Lin Chichuan suddenly thought of something. He leaned out of the window and said to Lin Jiaxing and his wife in the yard, "Don't you want to grow something? I just asked Secretary Su. The small piece of land behind the house is still within the scope of the homestead and can be used to grow vegetables." When Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing heard this, their eyes lit up a little. Really? Rural people have deep feelings for the land. They had visited that small piece of land several times, about 2 or 3 square feet. It doesn't take up much space, but if it is used to grow vegetables, it is enough for the family to eat. Yes, Lin Chichuan nodded. And if you want to grow other things, you have to wait for a while. The good land in the village has already been distributed, and it certainly cannot be given to them. The village is planning to reclaim land in a while. If our family wants to do that, we can join them. The village committee means that we are now residents of Dafeng Village, so all the land we have reclaimed belongs to us. However, you can't keep opening it up endlessly. About 1 acre of land per person is enough. Then our family will have 3 acres. It's enough to grow some beans and Watson corn. After hearing this, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua didn't even pick the vegetables, but quickly threw them back into the basket and went out happily. Let's go see which piece of wasteland is better first. Lin Qishan originally wanted to say something, and no one could stop him. He looked at the 2 people's excited backs with some amusement. Seeing that the gate of the yard was open, he walked over and wanted to close it. As a result, when I looked up, I saw Su Wanjing walking up the slope panting. Lin Qichuan held the door in his hand and changed it from closed to open. Secretary Su, if you have something to say, just talk about it in the group. Why did you make a special trip? It takes 5 or 6 minutes to walk from the village committee to here, and there's an uphill road, so it is not easy to walk here. Su Wanjing calmed her breath before saying, the supplies you purchased for the village committee have just arrived. As the village party secretary, I should come and say thank you in person, both emotionally and logically. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing a hint of worry and confusion. You just sent too many things. The village committee office was almost filled up with them, and she was a little scared to put them away. Is this really not forced? Don't worry. Lin Qichuan shook his head. I'm not the kind of person who cares about my reputation. I won't pretend to be rich. He gave practical things, mainly rice, warm clothes, stationery, and exercise books for children to study, extracurricular books, etc. And it only looks like a lot. There are so many people in the village, and even if you divide it left and right, it won't be much. Since Lin Qichuan himself said it was okay, Su Wanjing had no choice but to stop worrying about it, and said, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people in the village. She suggested, how about we have a donation ceremony for you? Many wealthy people like to create a sense of ritual when making donations. But it scared Lin Qichuan enough. No, no, no. He shook his head like a pendulum. Don't give me that. Some people may think this is an honor, but Lin Qichuan feels that standing on the stage is like being watched by people like a monkey. He wouldn't feel proud, just extremely embarrassed. So I don't want to go through these formalistic rituals at all. Your village committee can just arrange the things. Once you deliver the things, my mission will be accomplished. Seeing him avoiding her like the plague, Su Wanjing almost couldn't help laughing. At the same time, my liking for him increased. Being able to achieve such results without being arrogant or impatient really shows that he has a good character. Okay, I'll do a statistics when I get back and send it out in the next 2 days. After saying this, Su Wanjing handed over the thing in her hand. Oh, this is your express delivery, which was delivered to the village committee. I just brought it here for you. Thank you for your help. Lin Qichuan took it and tore it open, and what he saw was a thick file bag. When he saw the logo printed on it, he remembered that this was the information sent by Professor Xie's team. He handed it back to Su Wanjing and said, take a look at this. Su Wanjing opened it with some doubt, took a look, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Is this a new variety of astragalus? Lin Qichuan had talked with Professor Xie last time, so he knew some of the situation. Yes, this is a new variety that Professor Xie and his students have cultivated after several years of research. They say the traits will be more stable. The yield will be more than 100 kilograms higher than previous varieties, and the resistance to insect pests will also be better. Su Wanjing took the information as if it were a treasure and read through it carefully page by page overnight. So you're planning to plant this new variety in the new season? Lin Qichuan shook his head. No need to be so aggressive. Oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines. It's not clear how this new variety will perform on this land, so he would not conduct experiments at the expense of the interests of the villagers. My plan is to see if there is any way to quickly build a test field and try planting it first. Su Wanjing nodded repeatedly. It's better to be safer. After all, it involves the livelihood of the villagers, so it is better to be cautious. So how big of an area do you plan to have for this test field? She analyzed it quickly in her mind. The wasteland at the village entrance has been mostly reclaimed, so I guess that side won't work. There is some space at the end of the village, but the land here is full of gravel, so it will be difficult to drive. If the area was not large, it would be fine. But if the area was large, she would not be able to find such a large piece of flat land at the moment. If we go further, we will have to go around this slope and go to the forest behind. That's even more inappropriate. The experimental field needs to be watched by someone at all times. If the distance is too far, it will be inconvenient to go back and forth. After hearing what Su Wanjing said, Lin Qichuan swallowed back the words, "I want to rent land." Su Wanjing's support for his work was a little beyond his imagination. Compared with my yukai, there is really a world of difference. Lin Qichuan's heart felt like it was soaked in warm water, feeling a little sour and a little soft. Ahem. He cleared his throat. No need to be so troublesome. I took a rough look at the land in the village and found that the soil quality in several places is different. So I thought of marking off a small area, about 100 to 200 square meters, and try planting in different places. When Su Wanjing heard this, she immediately stopped worrying and said, "If that's the case, then it's simple. Please list the relevant requirements and I will arrange them for you." In this way, the prototype of the small astragalus base under Lin Qichuan's name gradually took shape during the discussion between the two. 82. Allocation. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. All the astragalus in the 4 villages has been harvested. Lin Qichuan stayed in bed until after 8 o'clock before getting up. While heating up breakfast in the pot, he walked around the house and finally found Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua in the small field in the backyard. Both of them were holding a hoe and working diligently to till the land. The originally abandoned piece of land has now been mostly cleared up after several days of hard work by the two. Next to it was a small pile of sorted broken stones and weed roots. Lin Qichuan was chewing a corn in his hand. "We are not in a hurry. Why do you get up so early to work?" Kai Linghua was bending down to pick up broken stones from soil. "Why aren't you in a hurry? Plant the radishes and cabbages now so they can be eaten before the new year." Lin Qichuan's knowledge of farming is limited to growing astragalus. Since Kai Linghua said that we can plant them, we should naturally listen to her. "I'm thinking of going to town today. Do you want to buy vegetable seeds?" Lin Jiaxing waved his hand. "No need. Your Uncle Dagong has some vegetable seeds at home. They're all good seeds. He gave me a lot of them." Hearing his address to Zhao Dagong, Lin Qichuan smiled and said, "It seems that the two families get along pretty well." Lin Jiaxing also had a smile on his face. "It's your Uncle Dagong who is a good person and is taking care of our family." Hearing this, Lin Qichuan raised his chin with a bit of pride. "Your son is now their big money sponsor, so of course they have to treat our family well." As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by a wave of wild vegetable roots from his own father. Lin Jiaxing glared at him angrily, his hands on his hips. "Get lost." Kai Linghua also glanced at him with disdain. "With your little knowledge, you're still showing off." Lin Qichuan didn't expect that a joke would lead to a double attack, so he quickly begged for mercy. "I was just kidding, just kidding. Uncle Dagong is such a nice person, and he treats our family well with sincerity." How could the couple not know that their son was joking? But they are indeed a little worried about it. They were afraid that he was too young and would become complacent after achieving a little success. So even though we knew Lin Qichuan was joking, we still had to be careful with him. These village party secretaries are all elders. They eat more salt than a young person like you eat rice. When you see people, be nice to me. Don't let people say that you're mother and I didn't teach you well. I know. Lin Qichuan was afraid that they would continue nagging, so he quickly escaped from the backyard. As a result, as soon as I walked around the wall, I saw several people gathered at the door. The party secretaries of the 4 villages, plus Zhao Dagong, the former party secretary of Dafeng Village, are all here. "Hey, why are you here?" He threw the clean corn cobs into the trash basket at the door. Zhao Dagong and others greeted them one after another. These days, we have been busy harvesting astragalus. The faces of several village party secretaries look more haggard than before, which shows that they have put in a lot of effort. But at this moment, there was no sign of fatigue on their faces. Instead, they all looked very happy. Of course, the astragalus that I had been longing for has been harvested. Now I just have to wait for it to be dried in the shade and weighed before I can collect the money. Before, they had gone against the majority's opinion and followed Lin Qichuan to grow astragalus, which was a big risk. So during these 3 years, the astragalus in the field was like a huge rock, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Now that all my persistence and hard work have paid off, I feel relieved. Not to mention that Lin Qichuan has new orders, so they can grow more astragalus and make more money. The bright future is right before our eyes, so we should be full of energy. Zhao Dagong, didn't we say in the group this morning that we would come to your studio to discuss something? Lin Qichuan slapped his forehead and said, "I'm sorry. I haven't touched my phone since I woke up. I missed your messages. In fact, it was because he set the group to do not disturb. He welcomed the people into the new office. This room was originally used to receive guests, so it was built very open and spacious. In addition to the tables, chairs, and sofas that were moved in, Lin Chichuan also added a coffee table and several stools. While opening his phone to check the group messages, he took out a few bottles of mineral water from the box in the corner and asked them to sit down. You guys are planning to implement the planning scale as soon as possible and prepare to open up the wasteland, right? Wang Dali was one step ahead. Yes, it takes a lot of time to open up wasteland. We have to do it before the land freezes solid. Then after the land thaws in the spring next year, we can just turn the land over and plant. They use all the slightly flat areas in these ravines to grow crops. So if we want to reclaim wasteland, then what we are reclaiming is indeed a completely wasteland. Not only is the soil solid, there are many large rocks and gravel in it, and the roots of weeds and trees are deep. All of these must be screened out. In order to be able to plant in the early spring of next year, it is best to fill some mature soil and fertilizer into the land before the new year after preparing it. It doesn't seem like there is enough time. Lin Chichuan also understood their urgency, but he still emphasized one point first. Although we are anxious to reclaim and prepare the land, the most important thing is to collect the processed astragalus. Don't let other things delay your work. Several branch secretaries nodded repeatedly. This is natural. Su Wanjing explained. We will divide the groups in advance. Some people will be responsible for clearing the wasteland, and some will be responsible for guarding the Huangqi. In fact, what she didn't say was that everyone knew that this astragalus was valuable, so everyone was staring at it as if it were their own eye. Not only were the village committee members keeping a close eye on the situation, but even the villagers who had free time would hang out in the square and help turn over and dry the astragalus. Because there were so many people in the square, several tables were set up there. Some people were playing cards, some were playing chess. If it weren't for the fact that there was astragalus hanging on the square and there was no space left, the aunties in the village would have thought of borrowing the village committee's big speakers and learning square dancing there. Of course, there's no need to tell Lin Chichuan about these things. Lin Chichuan didn't intend to make a big deal out of it. He just mentioned it, just to let them know that they took it seriously. Okay then, let's talk about planting the next crop of astragalus. As soon as these words came out, several village party secretaries immediately sat up straight. Lin Chichuan had already thought about how to distribute this share in advance. I have a general understanding of the situation of your villages. The population and terrain of each village are different. I made a table based on the data you collected. He was afraid that some branch secretaries would not know how to operate the form on their mobile phones, so he thoughtfully printed it out. Everyone is a hardworking person, and they're definitely thinking that the more they can get, the better. When everyone heard this, they were afraid that Lin Chichuan would misunderstand and were anxious to express their opinions. They would just follow Lin Chichuan's arrangements. Lin Chichuan raised his hand and stopped them from talking. I'm just saying this up front to avoid any complaints later. You all know my situation. I can only take so much astragalus at the moment, so the amount that can be distributed to each village is limited. The best way to divide it is to divide it according to the manpower of each village and the difficulty of land reclamation. Because from my perspective, my primary concern is whether you can complete the task on time and in full. 8.3. New plan. The orders that Lin Chichuan has on hand right now do not exceed the capacity of several villages, so they can handle more if they're assigned more. But the problem is that Lin Chichuan's ambitions go beyond the present. He will definitely try to find a way to get more orders next. If there are more orders in the future, it will cover more than just these villages. So he had to plan ahead and set the rules at the beginning. I don't think you have any objection to this division. When several village party secretaries learned that Lin Chichuan was collecting information from each village, they had already roughly guessed it in their hearts. It is impossible to be completely convinced. Sana Village is a big village with a large population and a lot of land. It also grows the most astragalus among the 4 villages. Of course, Li Weiguo was secretly thinking about grabbing more shares in his own village. So after guessing this division, he was quite satisfied. Boss Lin, don't worry. We have so many people in our village, so we don't have to worry about these problems. But it's a different story for Wang Dali. There are few people and little land in Jixinling. According to Lin Chichuan's way of division, their village would definitely get a much smaller share. But it was Lin Chichuan who proposed this division method, and the method was well-reasoned and well-founded. He could not think of any reason to refute it, so he could only agree to it. We don't understand these things, so we can only do whatever you arrange, Mr. Lin. As soon as Lin Qichuan finished speaking, he paid special attention to the expressions of these village party secretaries. Su Wanjing and Huang Jianping both looked very calm. It was obvious that they knew it was not their turn to step in. There's a big contrast between Li Weiguo and Wang Dali. But since no one objects, Lin Qichuan cut the Gordian knot and said, "Okay, it's settled." He put away the agreements signed by several people, then glanced at Wang Dali, who was not as interested, with some disgust. "Okay, a grown man. Stop making such a bitter face." Lin Qichuan didn't believe that someone with Wang Dali's personality would show his depressed emotions so obviously because of such a small matter. This is obviously put on display for people to see as a silent protest and complaint. He just wanted to let Lin Qichuan know that he was not satisfied with the division, but was still willing to follow the arrangement. Even though he was exposed by Lin Qichuan, he did not look embarrassed at all, but instead looked calm. "Boss Lin, I'm not dissatisfied with your arrangement." He glanced at Li Weiguo and said, "I just don't want to see some people being proud." Li Weiguo, who was affected by the disaster, glared at him in dissatisfaction at first, and then said proudly, "That can't be helped. Our village is so prosperous. It's true that our ancestors were very capable. Not only did they occupy a large piece of good land, but they also branched out and expanded." He decided that next time he offered sacrifices to his ancestors, he would add more dishes and decoration to the meal. Speaking of which, several villages nearby are villages with mixed surnames. Counting back in time, almost all of our ancestors fled to this mountain valley in groups of 2 or 3 to avoid the war and settled down there. After generations of reproduction, these large and small villages were formed. Sana village occupies a relatively good terrain, making it easy to grow crops, so the population has grown and the village has become larger. Therefore, they have an advantage in many things. The opposite is Jixinling, where Wang Dali is. So the two of them often have some disagreements. Hearing Li Weiguo bragging again, Wang Dali rolled his eyes and didn't want to pay any attention to him. He directly bypassed Li Weiguo and asked Lin Qichuan, "Boss Lin, after this batch of astragalus is sold, it will take another 3 years for the next batch of astragalus to grow. Their villages are different from Gugu village. Without Lin Qichuan's guarantee, they dare not plant the same crop every year like Gugu village until they see profits. So once the astragalus in the field is harvested, that's it. Actually, without Lin Qichuan, you wouldn't have so many ideas. But they have already established cooperation with Lin Qichuan. If they just watch such a big god of wealth being put on display, wouldn't it be a huge loss?" Relying on his outspoken character, Wang Dali did not shy away from the question and asked it directly in front of so many people. "Do you have any other arrangements or plans? If there's anything you need us for, just let us know. Our village will follow your lead." As soon as these words came out, the office fell silent. Li Weiguo, who was originally bragging proudly, looked at him in surprise and immediately shut his mouth. He thought to himself that Wang Dali's big mouth was sometimes quite useful, especially at times like this. Not only Wang Dali thought so, several other people were also curious. Given Lin Qichuan's current development, they actually don't quite believe that Lin Qichuan would be able to wait patiently for the astragalus in their fields to grow. No matter what he wants to do next, it is important to take the lead and catch up. Although they looked down on Gugu village, they were really envious of the treatment Gugu village had received in the past. But they are not as fierce as Wang Dali and dare to ask directly. For a moment, everyone was waiting for Lin Qichuan's answer. Lin Qichuan frowned, but said nothing. He just calmly opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip slowly. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to cool down, Zhao Dagong took the initiative to say, "Boss Lin does things differently from us rough guys. He must have his own arrangements and plans, but these are his company's secrets, and we can't just pry into them." Wang Dali was a little disappointed that he failed to find out Lin Qichuan's reaction, but he knew when to quit. So after hearing what Zhao Dagong said, he immediately looked annoyed and slapped his mouth twice. "Boss Lin, it's all my fault for being such a big mouth. I say whatever comes to my mind. I blurt out all the things I should and shouldn't say. Please don't mind it." Hearing these words, Lin Qichuan couldn't help but sigh that this true temperament character is indeed useful and can be used for both offense and defense. Even if someone said something they shouldn't have said, you can explain it away by saying big mouth, and it's not easy for you to pursue the matter. He put down the mineral water. It's nothing. He wasn't making fun of Joe just now. He was just thinking and weighing the matter in his mind. "I do have an idea, but the timing is not right yet. so I haven't decided whether to say it or not." As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes lit up. This time, Zhao Dagong took the lead without waiting for Wang Dali to react. "Boss Lin, if you can say it, just say it. Without your permission, we promise to keep our mouths shut and not spread a word. If you don't think you can say it yet, then don't say it yet. We all follow your arrangements." After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Wang Dali to remind him to be more careful. Wang Dali turned his head away and secretly curled his lips, but said nothing more. Although he seems reckless, he has a lot of plans in mind, so he won't really offend Lin Qichuan. Lin Qichuan, who was watching their quarrel, found it somewhat amusing. "It's not that serious." Since everyone was concerned, he just said it. "Does any one of you know Bai Ji?" 8-4. Angelica de Hurica. Everyone was a little confused when they heard Lin Qichuan mention Bai Ji. Wang Dali's first reaction was, "White paper? Is it for writing or for wiping your mouth?" Li Weiguo was successfully misled. "You want to make paper? But we don't have that many trees here. Their valleys are mostly filled with firewood and shrubs, but no proper trees." Su Wanjing knew more. "Is it the Angelica de Hurica from the Chinese herbal medicine?" Lin Qichuan gave her a thumbs up. Su Wanjing pursed her lips and smiled a little embarrassedly. Zhao Dagong looked back and forth at the two of them and said, jokingly, "You college students know more and can keep up the conversation." Lin Qichuan just took it as an ordinary compliment, but Su Wanjing, who knew his character well, glared at him imperceptibly. If you look closely, you can see a little red at the base of her ears. Fortunately, everyone else's attention was on Baiji, so they didn't pay attention to anything else. Angelica dihurica, like astragalus membranaceus, is also a Chinese herbal medicine with the functions of dispelling wind and cold, opening the orifices, and relieving pain. It has a history of cultivation of thousands of years in China. The Ji, in Chu Yuan's Li Sa, Hu Jiang Liu Pai Ji Shi, refers to Angelica dihurica. What's more, it is an annual plant. Just as Wang Dali and others guessed, Lin Qichuan, who has accumulated enough experience, will not spend another 3 years waiting for the next crop of astragalus to grow as he did before. After the incident with Gugu Village, the original plan was no longer applicable. In addition to being busy with work these days, Lin Qichuan's mind has been busy as he has been thinking about his next plan. When I was talking with Professor Xie that day, I mentioned it inadvertently and got inspiration from him. Yes, as long as there is land and people to cultivate it, we can add more other cash crops. After much deliberation, he finally chose Baiji. Judging from the local climate and soil conditions, this place is also suitable for growing Angelica. Lin Qichuan found a photo and showed it to them. "This is Baiji. Do you know her?" Several village party secretaries came over to take a look. Wang Dali slapped his thigh and said, "Isn't this the so-called Zumikin? Isn't there some on our mountain?" Huang Jianpei nodded. "I think so too." Wang Dali exclaimed, "I didn't expect this thing could be sold for money. When the country folk saw it, they just cut it up and used it as firewood. When I think about it this way, I feel a little sad." Li Weiguo still remembered what happened just now, and he didn't forget to taunt him, "Don't Chinese medicines grow in the mountains? What's so strange about seeing them in the mountains?" Wang Dali didn't tolerate this old man. "Hey, you talk like you knew it before." Li Weiguo said angrily, "I don't know him, but I won't take the lead." Seeing that they were quarreling again, Lin Qichuan had no choice but to put away his phone and said, "Okay, let's talk business first." He gave a brief account of the habits of Angelica dihurica. As for Angelica dihurica, there are 2 planting cycles. If you plant in the spring, you harvest in the fall. If you plant in autumn, you can harvest in July or August next summer. As experienced farmers, several village party secretaries immediately asked, which cycle is better? For many plants, the yield and quality will be different if they are sown and harvested at different times. For example, in the south, the late rice tastes much better than the early rice, but the yield is relatively smaller. The same goes for the astragalus they grow. The astragalus sown in spring and harvested in autumn has higher medicinal value and is more expensive. Since Lin Qichuan had this idea, he has looked up a lot of information. The yield and quality of Angelica dihurica planted in autumn will be higher. As soon as this was said, several village party secretaries agreed. Then plant in autumn. Lin Qichuan was a little curious. "Why don't you ask how much this Angelica dihurica is worth? If we want to plant it, is there still time?" Zhao Dagong laughed and said, "Astragalus is worth so much money. As a Chinese herbal medicine, how much cheaper can Angelica dihurica be? As for the land, Isn't the astragalus field just vacant? Just turn the land over and plant it right away. It will definitely be ready in time. Anyway, the next crop of astragalus will not be planted until next spring. At worst, they can just open up more land before the new year. Changing land and intercropping is better for crops. Lin Chichuan shook his head. This Angelica dehurica is not as valuable as Astragalus membranaceus. It is much cheaper. No matter what it is, the older it is, the more valuable it is. The best year for Astragalus is about 3 years. Compared with Angelica dehurica, which can be harvested in 1 year, the planting cost is much higher and the price is naturally much more expensive. When several people heard what he said, they felt a little nervous. Wang Dali, it can't be the same price as cabbage, right? Lin Chichuan said happily, if the price is really the same as cabbage, then I might as well grow cabbage. The planting time is short and the yield is high. I have asked some pharmaceutical factories, and the purchase price of better quality Angelica dehurica is about 10 to 15 yuan. When several village party secretaries heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's not bad. Lin Chichuan, the price of astragalus is listed here. I am afraid you will be disappointed. After all, astragalus is considered a high economic crop. Zhao Dagong waved his hand and said, hey, let alone 10 yuan a pound, even if it's 1 yuan a pound, as long as we can sell it, we are happy to grow it. His weather-beaten face was filled with sighs. We country folk have been dealing with crops all our lives, and we don't know how to do anything else. In the past, I couldn't even get enough to eat when I was farming, but now I can make money by farming. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Not to mention that compared with other cash crops, this price is not cheap. According to Lin Chichuan, the yield per acre of land is about 1,000 kilograms, which means a revenue of about 10,000 yuan. Even if you take the costs out, it's still very profitable. Have you seen those people who grow corn at the foot of the mountain? They come to harvest it, and it's only 80 cents per pound. Aren't there many people rushing to grow it? However, Lin Chichuan knew that this was not the case. The purchase price of corn was low because they used machinery to grow it on a large scale, and the amount grown was high. But this is not the case with medicinal materials. Most of them have to rely on manpower, so the unit price is so high. Since you all want to plant this fall, that's fine. I will go to the instructor in this area, and then we can all learn how to plant together. But there are some things I have to say first. This is our first year of planting. No one knows whether the crops will be successful, whether the quality is good, and how much we can sell them for. What I can guarantee is that I will provide you with seeds and planting techniques for the first year and help you contact fertilizers, pesticides, and other supplies. In addition, as long as the Angelica dehurica grown meets the standards, I will purchase it. Of course, if the planting is unsuccessful or the quality does not meet the standards, then it is a waste of money and I will not provide any compensation. He laid out all the advantages and disadvantages and waited for the villages to make a choice. This is a somewhat risky project. It depends on whether you are willing to follow it. Unexpectedly, several village party secretaries did not hesitate at all. We were poor at the time, but we dared to follow your village to grow astragalus. What do we have to be afraid of now? For country people, everything that can be sold is valuable, except hard labor. 3 years ago, they still had to find ways to convince the villagers. Now that the astragalus root that can be used to make money immediately is available here, everyone will probably rush to agree to it. Lin Chichuan thought for a moment and said, since we have decided to plant all of them, you must ensure that it does not delay the planting of astragalus next year. I have to deal with several things at the same time during this period. It depends on how you arrange it. 85, go up the mountain. Considering that this is the first trial planting of Angelica dehurica, and Lin Chichuan has not yet received an order, everyone is still relatively conservative. The 4 villages will initially try to plant about 150 acres of land in total, which is slightly less than the area of astragalus. After simply signing an agreement, Lin Chichuan sent the people away. When he turned around, he saw Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua returning after tilling the ground. The 2 men leaned their heads out of the window and stared at him eagerly. He was startled. What are you 2 doing? He recalled the conversation they had just had in the small vegetable garden behind the house and quickly assured me, I wasn't putting on airs just now. As soon as he entered the room, he was taken to the sofa by 2 people. Lin Jiaxing, I just heard you say that you want to plant Angelica dehurica, right? Lin Chichuan raised his eyebrows and asked, where are you 2 eavesdropping? As a result, Kai Linghua slapped him. What do you mean by eavesdropping? We were listening openly. Lin Chichuan, who was sanctioned, had no choice but to beg for mercy. Okay, I didn't eavesdrop, so what do you two want to do now? Lin Jiaxing rubbed his hands together and said, after your mother and I finish working on the vegetable garden, won't we have some free time? The village committee said that whoever reclaims the land will be the one to farm it. As parents, we can't help but support you in starting a new job. I just discussed with your mother. Why don't we take this opportunity to plant some as well to help you relieve some of the burden? What do you think? Lin Qichuan was unmoved. Should I act very touched now? Kai Linghua waved her hand in disdain. Just agree directly. Don't be so clingy. Lin Qichuan cried out. You two just can't sit still. Why are you using me as an excuse? Lin Jiaxing teased. Didn't you say that? You are the big money sponsor now, so you have to make the decision, right? Kai Linghua even directly called him General Lin, which made Lin Qichuan laugh so hard that he fell on the sofa. He followed the conversation of the two people and acted like General Manager Lin. General Manager Lin wants to eat stewed pork ribs today. Is there any? Kai Linghua immediately rolled up her sleeves and stood up. Of course I can't have any. I'll make sure you're full. As a result, just as he was about to go to the kitchen, he stopped immediately and said, Boss Lin, we are out of spare ribs at home. Well, if you want to eat some spare ribs, Mr. Lin has to go buy them himself. Lin Qichuan climbed up from the sofa without complaint. Don't buy too much at once. Now that we have moved to Dafeng Village, it is much closer to the town, and there's also a small meat stall in Dafeng Village. So there is no need to stock up too many things at one time. Got it. Lin Qichuan responded readily. But what he was thinking in his heart was that he would buy more later. Seeing Lin Qichuan driving out, Lin Jiaxing smiled and said to Kai Linghua, I can finally rest assured this time. Kai Linghua gave him a look and said, You sound like you're not worried. I was worried about Lin Qichuan before. I was afraid that he would be stabbed in the back by the people in Gugu Village and would be sad, disappointed, and unable to recover. I was also afraid that his career would be in trouble. The two of them didn't say anything in front of their son, but when they slept in bed at night, they often tossed and turned until midnight. Now that the astragalus has been harvested, Lin Qichuan no longer has to bear the risk of default and has started a new project. Everything was going in the right direction, and the two of them could finally calm down and sleep well tonight. Okay, stop worrying about it and go do your work. Since they want to plant Angelica dihurica, they have to hurry up to open up the wasteland, otherwise they will not be able to keep up with the progress of the village. As for the land, they have already chosen it, the small hillside behind the house. Although the terrain is a bit steep, there's a small stream at the top of the hill, which is a small tributary of the valley. They could solve the irrigation problem by making the land into terraces and digging small canals to bring water down. However, this way of clearing the land is more difficult, but the two of them don't care and just take it as a reward for whatever they can dig. On the other hand, Lin Qichuan, who was responsible for purchasing in the town, took a detour to the town government before going to the market. Although the land in rural areas is collectively owned, if large-scale reclamation is to be carried out, it is still necessary to inform the higher authorities. So Mayor Qin should be able to get the news soon. The bigger his business is, the more he needs to maintain good contact and interaction with the authorities. So instead of letting the town know the news from other people, Lin Qichuan decided to go there himself to be the messenger and take the credit for himself. But unfortunately, Mayor Qin went to attend a meeting in the county. Lin Qichuan ran away and had no choice but to make a phone call. Mayor Qin was very happy when he heard the news. Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll tell you more. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qichuan went to the market and bought a lot of meat, fish, shrimp, vegetables, and fruits. After returning home, he saw that Lin Jiaxing and his wife had not returned yet. So he quickly took the things down and put them in the refrigerator, trying to get away with it by doing this and not being nagged by Kai Linghua. He walked around the yard twice and saw that it was still early, so he changed into clothes and shoes that were convenient for climbing the mountain and came to the village committee. Good afternoon, Secretary Su. He poked his head in and saw that only Su Wanjing was in the office, so he greeted her. Mr. Lin, why are you here? Su Wanjing quickly stood up to greet him. Lin Qichuan waved his hand to indicate that he would not go in and sit down. I came to see Uncle Dagong. I just called him, but he didn't answer. The astragalus has been harvested, and Zhao Dagong no longer needs to guard the village entrance. So Lin Qichuan thought he would be in the village committee. Uncle Dagong may have left his phone at home again. Su Wanjing explained a little embarrassedly. If there is nothing else, he usually won't stay in the village committee. Lin Qichuan was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. That's right, Zhao Dagong has already stepped down as the village party secretary, and it's not good for him to stay in the village committee all day. However, because he was in charge of astragalus cultivation and often appeared in front of Lin Qichuan, he ignored this matter. Su Wanjing asked, Uncle Dagong should be following the village cadres to measure the land to be reclaimed. Do you have anything important to talk to him about? As an elder in the village and the former two-party branch secretaries, Zhao Dagong is relatively familiar with the situation in this regard. Didn't we agree to plant Angelica dihirica? It happens to be harvest time now, so I thought about going to the mountain to dig up a few ready-made plants and taking them for testing to see their quality. I'm not familiar with the mountains here, so I want to find someone to lead the way. In Dafeng village, the person he knew best was Zhao Dagong, so he thought of asking him for help. Unexpectedly, he came back empty-handed again. Lin Qichuan felt that his luck might not be good today. Since Uncle Dagong is busy, I'll make another appointment with him. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanjing suddenly said, How about I go with you? 86, get used to it. You? When Lin Qichuan heard Su Wanjing say that she would lead the way up the mountain, his first reaction was doubt. Su Wanjing saw his obvious distrust and immediately became anxious. Don't underestimate me. Although I don't look strong, I can climb mountains easily. She took a look at Lin Qichuan's physique and said, To be honest, you may not be able to beat me. Seeing her unyielding expression, Lin Qichuan couldn't help but laugh. When Su Wanjing heard this, she thought he was laughing at her. She didn't know whether she was angry or annoyed, but her face turned red like a hot shrimp. What are you laughing at? She rolled up her sleeves indignantly. If you don't believe me, let's arm wrestle. I'm very strong. She has been exercising hard in recent years and is as good at work as anyone in the village. Okay, I'm not laughing at you. Lin Qichuan tried hard to make his face serious, but no matter how hard he pressed his lips, there was still a hint of curve at the corners. I don't have the ability to distrust you. Just by looking at Su Wanjing's hands, you can tell that she is not a delicate girl. During the 3 years he served as the village party secretary, he did not slack off at all and followed the villagers in planting astragalus. It is especially remarkable that I heard that her family is well off, and she was able to choose to devote herself to rural construction and live a life of hard work. At least Lin Qichuan admires this point very much. Seeing that Su Wanjing was really anxious, he explained in a gentle voice, I'm worried that you are not familiar with the mountains here like me. It's getting late now. It will take a lot of time to go up and down the mountain. If we can't find Baiji and we keep going around in circles, it will probably take until night, which is too dangerous. After hearing Lin Qichuan's explanation, Su Wanjing realized that she had misunderstood, and the blush on her face deepened, almost spreading to the base of her neck. She coughed twice in embarrassment and tried to save face by saying, Although I'm not a local, I'm quite familiar with this mountain. In recent years, I have been going up the mountain to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables and patrolling with the forest rangers. If you count it up, she has gone up the mountain quite a few times. Since Su Wanjing said so, and Lin Qichuan had to go to town tomorrow and didn't have much time, he accepted the kindness. Then I'll leave it to Secretary Su. When you think it would be convenient for us to set off? Su Wanjing was finally satisfied when she saw that he finally acknowledged her abilities. Wait a minute, I'll go change my coat and shoes. The mountain is overgrown with weeds and full of mosquitoes, so you must wear non-slip and lightweight shoes and tighten your sleeves and trouser legs to prevent insects from crawling in. As Su Wanjing is not from the village, she does not have a house in the village and has been living in the dormitory of the village committee. 5 minutes later, she changed into a windbreaker, put on a pair of hiking shoes, carried a backpack on her back, and held a water bottle in her hand, and came out. Lin Qichuan glanced up and down and said, You have quite a complete set of equipment, and they're not cheap. Su Wanjing tied her ponytail tighter and explained, When I was in college, I joined the mountaineering club at school, and I bought these at that time. Then you are a professional. Lin Qichuan was a little surprised. To be honest, Su Wanjing looks quiet and doesn't seem like someone who likes this kind of high-intensity exercise. Su Wanjing shook her head slightly. I'm not really a professional. The club is more about having fun, and I haven't really climbed a mountain many times. She filled the kettle with water, then took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Lin Qichuan. Lin Qichuan took it, said, Thank you, and put it into the small backpack beside him. The backpack was about 50 centimeters high and was made of thin rattan. A stack of newspapers was placed inside, and on top were a small hoe and a sickle. These are the tools he prepared for digging Angelica. Seeing this, Su Wanjing also took out her small medicine hoe and held it in her hand. Give it to me. Lin Qichuan took it and stuffed it into his backpack. Su Wanjing glanced at the half-exposed hoe handle and nodded. Okay, let's go. The two men left the village committee and met several villagers from Dafeng village on the way. When everyone saw the two of them walking together, they were surprised at first and then started to make a noise. Su Wanjing's face turned red again because of their laughter. She hurriedly chased them away. Stop talking nonsense here. Why don't you go take a look at the wasteland instead of just strolling around here with nothing to do? We're going now. The villagers assured her with a smile. We won't be lazy. Secretary Su and General Lin, you can both rest assured. It was not until she saw the villagers walking away that she apologized to Lin Qichuan embarrassedly. Don't mind their words. They just love gossip. They have to say something when they see two ants. It's mainly because there's nothing fun to do in the village. They don't have any bad intentions. Lin Qichuan shook his head. I know, but I won't take it to heart. He has become accustomed to these things since returning to the village. These people in the village gossip about other people all the time. At the beginning, they spread rumors that he couldn't make in the city and was dumped by someone. Later, Ma Shanshan came back to the village for internship and followed him around for several times, and they also tried to pair the two of them up. At that time, he thought that Ma Shanshan was a girl and was thin-skinned, and her reputation could not be affected by such things. So during the collective meeting, the matter was clarified in a serious manner, and a few words were said to a few women who were particularly fond of gossiping and spreading rumors at the entrance of the village. At that time, he thought that he just needed to clarify the matter, but thinking back, he felt that this action might have offended Ma Shanshan and made her feel humiliated. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't hate him so much and wouldn't have done something like drugging him as shown in the surveillance video. Precisely because of this previous experience, when he was being booed just now, Lin Qichuan did not jump out to explain. Now seeing that Su Wanjing didn't seem to care, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not a petty person, otherwise it would be trouble again. This kind of thing has a worse impact on girls. So as long as Su Wanjing herself doesn't mind, he won't care even more. The blush on Su Wanjing's face had not yet faded, and she looked a little helpless. They are too enthusiastic and like to match people up. Every time I see a young man, they want to pull him over to be my matchmaker. After 3 years, I'm almost getting calluses from hearing this. I don't know why they are so energetic. They have been working all day from morning till night. Hearing Su Wanjing's complaints, Lin Qichuan deeply agreed. Indeed, when I get home from the fields, I just want to lie down and don't even want to say a word. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that they had both suffered the same kind of suffering. Then they couldn't help laughing together, and a sense of mutual sympathy arose in them as they shared weal and woe. The tone of voice when speaking to each other became more familiar. While chatting, Su Wanjing took him to a valley. When I came back yesterday, Uncle Dagong mentioned it. He said he saw the Zumikin here before. We can look for it nearby first. Lin Qichuan looked around and saw that the vegetation here was not very dense. Okay, then we will split up and look for it, but be careful not to go too far away. Remember to call for help if anything happens. He used a sickle to cut 2 branches and handed one to the other person. Angelica likes to grow under big trees. You can look for more in these places. 87 accident. Okay, no problem. Su Wanjing picked up a small medicine hoe, selected a direction, and walked over. While she was using a branch to knock away the weeds, she was bending down slightly and searching carefully. Seeing this, Lin Qichuan also chose another direction and started searching. But unfortunately, finding medicinal herbs in the mountains is very dependent on luck. He almost circled half of the valley. His waist was so sore, but he still didn't see any trace of Baiji. He called to Su Wanjing, who was not far away. How are you doing over there? Su Wanjing's voice was a little frustrated. I don't have any. The two of them huddled together, both looking a little disheveled, with sweat on their faces and some grass debris on their heads and bodies. But at this moment, they could no longer care about their image. Lin Qichuan opened the bottle of mineral water and drank several sips of water before saying, maybe Uncle Dagong saw it wrong. How about we change the map? Su Wanjing nodded. Okay, let's go to the valley above and take a look. There are also many big trees over there. Maybe there will be something inside. Then I'll go get my things. She felt that her backpack was too heavy, so she just found a tree branch to hang it on. Lin Qichuan took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already 3:30. It was just after the autumnal equinox, and it was already getting dark around 6 o'clock. So they could stay on the mountain until 5 o'clock at most. There is still an hour and a half left. If we still can't find it at the call, we'll have to come back another day. Lin Qichuan put away his phone picked up the backpack, and was about to ask Su Wanjing if it was time to leave when he heard her scream. What happened? He turned around and looked. Not far away, Su Wanjing was seen hopping and waving at him like a rabbit. The dappled sunlight under the shade of the tree fell on her big, smiling face. I found it. Lin Chichuan was stunned for a moment before he reacted, and immediately asked in surprise, Really? He trotted over carrying the backpack. Su Wanjing said with joy in her tone, It should be Baiji. She took out her phone and compared them. Look, they look exactly the same. This is a plant that is nearly 1 meter tall. It is so thin and lonely that it is hidden in a pile of miscanthus grass. If you don't look carefully, you may overlook it. Lin Chichuan glanced at the branches and leaves, then checked its fruits. Yes, this is indeed Baiji. After confirming that it was Angelica dehurica, Su Wanjing breathed a sigh of relief. Let's dig it out quickly. Let me do it. Lin Chichuan waved his sickle and cut off all the nearby miscanthus first, revealing the roots of Angelica dehurica. Then he picked up a hoe and dug a small hole about 20 to 30 centimeters away from the roots. After finding the direction in which the roots of Angelica dehurica grow, we cleared away some of the nearby soil and pried it up to ensure the integrity of the roots. Okay, that's it. Lin Chichuan picked up the Angelica, shook off the excess soil on it, then wrapped the roots with newspaper and put them in the backpack. This one should be 2 years old. While there is still time, let's look for other trees. It's best to find some from 1 year, but you can also find some from multiple years so that you can make a comparison. Su Wanjing agreed very much. Since there are some nearby, there should be more than one. Let's look carefully in this direction. So the two of them started looking separately. Sure enough, not long after, there was movement from Su Wanjing's side again. This time, this one is a little smaller than the previous one. Su Wanjing, let me dig this one. Okay, I'll go see if there are any others. Su Wanjing found 2 trees in a row, and Lin Chichuan was still a little unconvinced. He didn't believe that he wouldn't find any today. They groped their way along for a short distance, but still found nothing. As expected, Su Wanjing found a smaller one. Lin Chichuan waved the stick in his hand in frustration and couldn't help muttering, Am I really not lucky today? Or did I go to the wrong place? He decided to change direction, and when he turned around, his eyes saw some familiar leaves not far away. He looked carefully and found that it was indeed Baiji, the person he had been thinking about. Moreover, she had grown very tall, probably more than 1.5 meters tall. Fortunately, he was tall, and the distance between the two sides was almost 10 meters. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see at a glance. After we dig this one, we can go down the mountain. After saying hello to Su Wanjing, he squeezed through the weeds with a hoe and a sickle. Seeing that Lao Gao's Baiji was right in front of him, before Lin Chichuan could be happy, an accident suddenly happened. He felt a sense of weightlessness on his feet, and with a cry of Aya, he fell down without warning. Lin Chichuan only felt a tingling sensation on his face and hands, and then he fell heavily into the soft mud. He shook his hands, which he had subconsciously used to support the ground when he landed, and sat up, only to find that he had fallen into a trap more than 1 meter deep. I don't know who dug it. The weeds covering it seemed to have rotted away, so it must have been abandoned for a long time. He should be thankful that there were no sharp objects buried underground. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Before Lin Chichuan had time to lament his bad luck, Su Wanjing's panicked voice came from outside the cave. Boss Lin, are you okay? Where are you? Hearing Su Wanjing's hurried footsteps getting closer, Lin Chichuan was about to speak up to remind her not to get too close. As soon as I looked up, a shadow appeared above me. With a sound, the shadow fell down. Lin Chichuan fell back to the ground and felt that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys had all shifted when he was hit. He gritted his teeth and said, It seems that I am really unlucky today. Who could have thought that he would be so unlucky that not only did he step on an abandoned trap, but he would also be hit once, causing secondary damage. On the other side, Su Wanjing had not expected that things would turn out like this. She had just finished digging up the Angelica and was about to show it to Lin Chichuan. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Lin Chichuan disappearing before his eyes in a flash. She was so scared that she threw the Angelica and her hand away and ran over in panic. When she got closer, she saw the trap. She breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stop. It turned out that the terrain was sloping and she was running too fast, so she couldn't stop the car and fell into the pit. She lay there for a moment, slowly coming to her senses. When he felt the temperature coming from under him, he realized that he had just hit Lin Chichuan. Oh, I'm sorry. She coaxed him to get up quickly, but when she stretched out her hand to support herself, her palm fell on Lin Qichuan's heart. The beating of the heart was transmitted to her palm. Su Wanjing's eyes widened for a moment, and she retracted her hand unexpectedly. As a result, she couldn't hold on in a panic and fell down again. In the dim light, their eyes met, only a few centimeters apart, and there was a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. At that moment, Lin Qichuan seemed to hear a dong sound. "Hey, Tate, I'll pull you." "You?" At such an embarrassing moment, Lin Qichuan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. I'm sorry. Su Wanjing rolled over and fell directly from him to the ground. She lowered her head slightly while rubbing her arm, pretending to be nonchalant, and asked, Are you okay?" She was somewhat glad that the trap was spacious enough to accommodate two adults. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. At the same time, she was also thankful that the lighting in the trap was not that good, so her hot face would not be too obvious. However, she didn't dare to look at Lin Qichuan. She didn't know that Lin Qichuan's reaction was not much better than hers. I don't know if it was a stress response or something, but the clear sound of that heartbeat is still ringing in his ears. "I'm fine." Lin Qichuan, who didn't have much emotional experience, couldn't tell what it was for a moment. But now is obviously not the time to think about these things, so we can only put these anomalies aside for the time being. He stood up and brushed off the dirt on his body. It did hurt a bit when he was hit just now, but he would be fine after he recovered. This trap was probably dug to trap large animals, so the pit is quite deep. After the man stood up straight, he stretched out his hand just enough to touch the mouth of the pit. Originally, he was thinking of using a hoe and sickle to dig a few small holes and then climb up like rock climbing. But I checked the earth wall at the edge with my hands and found that the soil was a bit moist and loose, and it was not strong enough to step on. Then this method won't work. While he was thinking about how to climb up, Su Wanjing had already adjusted her mood. After all, she had been the village party secretary for several years, often working with a large group of men, and was bombarded with all kinds of dirty talk from gossipy women. So her mental quality is still relatively strong. Even though she fell shy at first, it wasn't enough to make her panic. So after a few seconds, she also stood up and worked with Lin Qichuan to find a solution. She gestured with her hands and said, "At this height, if we use a hoe to prop it up, it will be able to gain leverage if it catches something." Lin Qichuan shook his head. "There's only reeds on top. I don't think I can find a foothold." The people who dug the trap probably cleared away all the slightly larger stones at the entrance of the hole. He was about 1.80 meters tall, and although he looked thin, he weighed more than 160 pounds, and he could not support himself with just that little bit of soil. His idea was, how about you ride on my neck? I'll get you up there first, and then you can find a way to pull me up there. When Su Wanjing heard this, that scene immediately came to her mind. She felt a little ashamed and subconsciously refused. But as soon as she opened her mouth, and before she could say anything, Lin Qichuan, who thought the solution was feasible, squatted down and said, "Come on." She was stunned for a moment, swallowed back the words of refusal, and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm quite heavy. Is it okay with you?" When Lin Qichuan heard this, he laughed out loud. "Even if I had a connection, can I still say I have a connection when you ask me like this? Can man be told no? That is impossible. Besides," he looked up at Su Wanjing. "With your figure, how heavy can it be?" Su Wanjing herself is not tall. Lin Qichuan estimated that she is about 1.634 meters tall. She has a small frame and a little flesh on her body, but she doesn't look fat. Instead, she is well proportioned and has all the right places. The proportions seem pretty good. Lin Qichuan is very confident in his strength. He has been stronger than his peers since he was young and has never lost in arm wrestling. Su Wanjing's face turned red again when she heard him say that. "My figure is considered fat among girls. Those beautiful girls on the internet are all as thin as a piece of paper." At Lin Qichuan's urging, she climbed onto his shoulders somewhat nervously. "Hold on tight." Lin Qichuan exerted force and stood up. "Hey, it's not heavy at all. It's very light." After saying that, he deliberately weighed it twice. Frightened, Su Wanjing quickly hugged his head and said, "Stop making trouble." Feeling a softness on the back of his head, Lin Qichuan froze for a moment and dared not make any more noise. "Ahem, do you think you can climb up?" Su Wanjing also realized something and let go of her hand shyly. "You can crawl." She sat on Lin Qichuan's shoulders, just enough to reach the mouth of the pit. Lin Qichuan stood as close to the earth wall as possible, and Su Wanjing reached out and grabbed the reed roots on the ground for leverage. Lin Qichuan held her legs, lifted her up, and sent her up. As Su Wanjing moved, the loose soil on the edge fell down like falling debris. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Qichuan brushed off the dirt and grass clippings that fell on his head and face. Are you okay? Su Wanjing lowered her head quickly after hearing the noise. It's okay. Lin Qichuan handed over the hoe and sickle. Su Wanjing took it and put it away. I'll pull you up now. How about I jump and see if I could try to climb up? He was afraid that Su Wanjing, a girl, was not strong enough to hold him. It would be troublesome if she was dragged into the pit again. However, he tried it and found that he couldn't climb up by himself. Su Wanjing saw through his thoughts at a glance. She couldn't explain that she was very strong because words spoken were not convincing. Why don't you try it once to see if I can pull you? If you really can't pull it up, I remember there are vines at the bottom of the slope. I'll cut them and use them as ropes to tie to the tree. Then you can grab them and climb up. Lin Qichuan also knew the slope she was pointing to. It would take almost 30 minutes to run back and forth there. It's getting late now. They can't afford to delay any longer. So Lin Qichuan could only agree to her proposal first. I'll run up and jump over, and you can try to catch my hand. Okay. Su Wanjing put the hoe and sickle farther away, then turned around and stared at Lin Qichuan's movements. Lin Qichuan retreated to the edge of the trap, took a deep breath, took a running start, and jumped up in one go. It happened in a flash. Seeing his hand reaching out from the cave, Su Wanjing followed the force, hugged one of the hands with both hands, and used the strength of her whole body to pull the man backwards, directly pulling most of Lin Qichuan's body up. This outburst almost exhausted all her strength, and she was so tired that she collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. But even so, she still held Lin Qichuan's arm tightly. It's okay. Lin Qichuan's body was hanging at the entrance of the trap, and he was able to climb out by his own strength. Su Wanjing then loosened her grip and watched Lin Qichuan also grab a handful of miscanthus roots and climb up. For a moment, both of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath. 89. Going down the mountain. Now you believe that I'm very strong. Su Wanjing was finally able to show her true identity. Lin Qichuan gave her a thumbs up and said, I am too narrow-minded. The two looked back at each other, and seeing each other's embarrassed looks, they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Qichuan sighed. We could be considered to have been through hardships together. Yeah. Su Wanjing had never expected that just going up the mountain would lead to such a weird thing. The two rested for about a minute and then got up. Lin Qichuan picked up the sickle and hoe beside him and said, I want to dig up that Angelica de Hurica with its roots and whiskers. It was because of it that the two of them had this experience. Watch your step, Su Wanjing reminded. If I fall into the pit again this time, I will go to the town to buy a lottery ticket as soon as I get down the mountain. Lin Qichuan joked. Falling into a pit once is an accident, but falling into it twice in a row can be considered luck. However, having said that, Lin Qichuan was still more careful when he took the step. Fortunately, this time the Angelica was dug out safely. On the other side, Su Wanjing had already packed up her things. Lin Qichuan glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock and sunset began to appear in the sky. We have to move fast. Su Wanjing was like Doraemon. She took out a bar of X-Force chocolate from her pocket and stuffed it into his hand. Here, it's for replenishing your energy. I don't like it. Lin Qichuan wanted to say that he didn't like to eat this, but when he saw the food, his stomach started to growl. The sound spread between the two of them, and he withdrew his hand awkwardly. Thank you then. Su Wanjing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing her shaking with joy, Lin Qichuan patted her head with his hand in annoyance, still laughing. Let's go. After the filming, they realized what they had done and were both stunned for a moment. This action was a bit too intimate, but he really did it subconsciously just now. Su Wanjing lowered her head and adjusted her ponytail. Well, we have to go. The two of them walked down the mountain, one in front and one behind. Lin Qichuan, who was walking behind, took a look at the chocolate in his hand, tore it open, and took a bite of half. His first reaction when it entered his mouth was that it was too sweet. He frowned subconsciously, but continued chewing while enduring the sweetness. I kept chewing, and I tasted a bit of nutty aroma. I thought it seemed okay. He swallowed it in one gulp, then quickly opened the bottle of mineral water and drank several sips. Su Wanjing didn't look back, but she heard the noise behind her. She pursed her lips and smiled silently, the dimples on her face sparkling in the sunset. The two of them hurried and finally returned to Dafeng village before the sun set, and it became completely dark. Thank you for today. Lin Qichuan carried the backpack and thanked Su Wanjing. Su Wanjing shook her head. I should be the one thanking you. Growing Angelica is also a project of our village, so helping to dig Angelica is also one of my duties as the village party secretary. Su Wanjing really thought so, so she volunteered to go up the mountain. She looked up at the nearby mountains, which seemed desolate. But hidden in these mountains, there are many rural villages like Dafeng Village. The livelihoods and futures of so many people cannot rest on your shoulders alone. It requires the efforts of each and every one of us. She looked at Lin Qichuan sincerely and said, After I took office, I heard about your story. In addition to admiration, I was also very curious about how you did it all by yourself. Only by going to the grassroots level in person can one truly understand how difficult it is to do a good job in working for the people. At the beginning, even asking villagers to fill out the simplest form could result in many mistakes and troubles. I am very lucky today. I also participated in it. Although I don't know if I played a role, I'm really happy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and believing in me. Su Wanjing's voice was soft and gentle, and it drifted to Lin Qichuan's ears along with the evening breeze. His ears were a little itchy, and he blinked twice. Is Secretary Su always so good at praising people? Su Wanjing's sentimental mood was interrupted by her. Taking advantage of the dim street lights, she curled her lips and said unhappily, Yes, after all, I passed the civil service exam with high scores. Yeah, that's awesome. Lin Qichuan replied perfunctorily. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the compliment. Goodbye. Su Wanjing was so angry that she threw her backpack around and left. See you later. Lin Qichuan smiled and waved to her. He stood there, watching Su Wanjing walk away. Only after her back disappeared did he slowly walk back home, carrying the basket on his back. Hey, why are you back so late? As soon as he entered the yard, Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing, who heard the noise, hurried out. I felt relieved when I saw that nothing was wrong with him except some dirt on his body. Didn't I tell you that we were going up the mountain? Lin Qichuan put down a backpack. He specifically said this to the group of his family before he left. Isn't it that you're nowhere to be seen, even after it's dark? When Kai Linghua saw him taking off his coat, she quickly took it and picked out the grass debris inside. Otherwise, it would be difficult to wash later. Well, I encountered something on the mountain, so I was delayed for a while. My cell phone just happened to be out of battery, so I didn't think of telling them. Lin Jiaxing picked up the backpack and took a look. Is this Baiji? It was quite common in the mountains when I was a kid. We see them less frequently now, which may be because fewer people go up the mountain, so there are fewer channels for transmission. Is this thing treated the same way as astragalus? Lin Qichuan, yes, just wash them clean and dry them in the shade. Then leave it to me. Lin Jiaxing said, go wash up first. Kai Linghua also urged, hurry up, the food will get cold soon. Lin Qichuan had no choice but to go wash up first. On the other side, the lights were still on in the village committee office. Su Wanjing took a look out of curiosity. Hey, Uncle Dagong, why are you here? Zhao Dagong was dozing off in a chair, but he woke up immediately when he heard the sound. Xiao Su is back. He looked at Su Wanjing and asked, Did anything happen to you in the mountains? Only then did Su Wanjing realize that Zhao Dagong was waiting here specifically for her to come back. She felt a little warm and a little sad in her heart. I'm sorry, Uncle Dagong, for making you worry. Zhao Dagong waved his hand nonchalantly. Well, I just got home too. I saw the voice message that Mr. Lin sent me, and then I asked him about it. That's when I found out that you guys went up the mountain. He remembered that when he passed by the village committee just now, the dormitory inside was still dark. He guessed that Su Wanjing might not have returned yet, so he came to take a look out of concern. A little girl came to their village alone and did so many things by herself. Couldn't he take better care of her? Su Wanjing knew what he meant, so she didn't say much and just briefly told him what happened on the mountain. Knowing that the two had fallen into a trap, Zhao Dagong slammed the table in displeasure. It must have been dug by Chen Asen. Chen Asen was an old hunter in the village. He loved going into the mountains and often got something to sell to improve his family's life. Later, a notice was issued from above prohibiting the hunting of wild animals, and only then did Chen Asen stop. At that time, Zhao Dagong repeatedly told him to deal with those traps. At that time, Chen Asen agreed very well, but I'm afraid he was just being perfunctory. No, I have to settle the score with him. Zhao Dagong rolled up his sleeves and left the village committee. 90. Windfall from the sky. When Su Wanjing heard Zhao Dagong say that he was going to settle the score with Chen Asen, she shook her head and did not stop him. She knew Zhao Dagon's character well. She said they were going to settle accounts, but she was afraid that the two of them would end up drinking together. Since she knew nothing would happen, she didn't bother to stop it. And those traps are indeed dangerous. Although people won't get hurt immediately if they fall into them, it will be quite troublesome if someone is unlucky enough to be trapped in them. Su Wanjing closed the office door and returned to her dormitory. While packing up, he took out a bar of chocolate from his pocket. Thinking of Lin Qichuan's appearance just now, he laughed again. What a fool. Ichu. Lin Qichuan, who was washing his hair, suddenly sneezed loudly. Did you catch a cold? He silently turned up the temperature of the hot water a little. Early the next morning, Lin Qichuan came to the town office again. When he passed the guard room, the security guard automatically opened the fence for him without him having to say hello. Now that he is here, he is already familiar with the place. This time, when Mayor Qin saw him, he was more enthusiastic than before. I knew you were a good person. Mayor Qin gave him a thumbs up. When he came back from the county yesterday, he specifically asked his secretary to look up some relevant information about Angelica de Hurica. Although astragalus is good, it only produces one crop every 3 years, which is a bit too long. Angelica de Hurica is much better. It can be grown once a year. How many acres do you initially plan to plant? Lin Qichuan reported the number of 4 villages. Mayor Qin did not ask why Guga village was not included. He just mentioned it briefly. If there's a chance, we should try to recruit more people from other nearby villages. As the mayor, in charge of the people's livelihood of the entire town, Mayor Qin is still very concerned about the balanced development of the entire town. So it would be better if Lin Qichuan's plan could benefit more people. Lin Qichuan showed a look of embarrassment at the right moment. I want to do that, but this is all I can do at the moment. Mayor Qin certainly knew that it was not easy for Lin Qichuan, a man with no capital and no background, to achieve what he has today. I called you here today specifically for this matter. Like you said, the development of our entire town cannot rely on you alone. I mentioned this to the county party secretary during the meeting yesterday morning, and he was very happy to hear it. We also said at the meeting that we should encourage the development of private enterprises and private brokers and provide them with appropriate assistance. When Lin Qichuan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Mayor Qin's voice with a smile was heard immediately afterwards. When we came back in the afternoon, our town leadership team also held a meeting. For the medicinal herb planting project you proposed, we can provide some policy and economic assistance. Lin Qichuan was overjoyed. Really? Of course it's true. After all, our goals are the same, to support industrial development and truly improve people's livelihood. Because there was a meeting to be held later, Mayor Qin kept his words brief. The support that the government can provide to Lin Qichuan is mainly reflected in 2 aspects. The first is in terms of taxation. Some tax concessions can be given to Lin Qichuan's studio. The second is funding. The bank can provide Lin Qichuan with a loan with no interest and no repayment required within 3 years. Tax policies are easy to deal with, but for loans, if you want to get support, you still have to go through the county's approval. After all, the town government's capacity is limited, and the funds required by Lin Qichuan are obviously not small. Please prepare a project application as soon as possible, and I will submit it for you. He also secretly reminded Lin Qichuan to try his best to make the revenue and farmers' income increase in recent years look better. Lin Qichuan understood immediately. Mayor, I'm young and haven't experienced these things. When the application is ready, if you have time, can you help me take a look at it first? Sure enough, Mayor Qin agreed without hesitation. Seeing Lin Qichuan's energetic look, he half sighed and half lamented. Our town depends on you young people. You have to work hard. Lin Qichuan assured, don't worry, I will not let the leaders down. The town was able to achieve this, but it actually took some risks, so Lin Qichuan would not be ungrateful. He didn't expect that he could gain so much from a trip to the town. Some things are better done than not done. Yesterday's trip was not in vain, as I just happened to catch up with him. After bidding farewell to Mayor Qin, Lin Qichuan walked briskly out of the town government. As he drove out, he happily stuffed 2 packs of cigarettes into the security guard's hands. The security guard laughed and scolded him. With the way you smile, if you don't know, you might think you picked up some money. He usually looks quite steady, but this time he seems to be full of youthful vigor and vitality. Lin Qichuan said happily, you are right, I really picked up money. Although it is a loan, there is no interest to be paid within 3 years, and there is no need to rush to pay it back. Isn't this kind of thing of borrowing chickens to lay eggs just like picking up money? Mayor Chin said that it still needs approval from the county, but seeing how confident Mayor Chin is, we know that this will most likely be successful, and the application is more of a formality. Now he had to redo his plans again, but he didn't find the changes this time troublesome at all, and even wished that such good things could happen more often. Lin Qichuan hummed a song and returned to Dafeng Village in the breeze. I was just about to share this good news with my parents, but when I entered the yard, I saw 4 or 5 unfamiliar people sitting inside. They were chatting with Lin Jiaxing and his wife. When they saw Lin Qichuan coming back, they immediately stood up and called him Mr. Lin. Lin Qichuan's first reaction was, could it be that he was from Dafeng Village? But during the days of harvesting astragalus, he had met almost everyone in the village. Even if there were people he didn't know, he wouldn't be unfamiliar with them all. The first person was in his early 40s, wearing an old indigo Zhongshan suit. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Sun Jiyu, the village party secretary of Shadun Village. Lin Qichuan was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand and responded, Hello, Secretary Sunday. Several other people also rushed forward. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zheng Wangquan, the village party secretary of Shuyun Village. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Tingsheng, the village party secretary of Xiahiba. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Manhua Li, the village party secretary of Majiapo. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Gao Jianya, the village party secretary of Mushin Village. 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, surrounded Lin Qichuan and greeted him enthusiastically. In the mountainous area to their east, the remaining 5 village party secretaries are all here. Hello, hello, hello. At this moment, Lin Qichuan wished he had grown another hand. After a lot of effort, I finally got them to sit down on the chairs. What brings you here today? 9-1 conditions. After knowing their identities, Lin Qichuan had some guesses. As expected, Sun Jiyu asked, We came here to ask Mr. Lin if your studio still accepts astragalus? Lin Qichuan was puzzled. Does your village also plant astragalus? Hasn't he heard of this? This question made Sun Jiyu a little embarrassed. No, we haven't planted it yet. The 4 villages of Dafeng Village all know that they are following Gugu Village in planting astragalus. They were all tempted at the time, but because it was too risky and some villagers opposed it, they ended up not being able to plant it. Unexpectedly, Lin Qichuan was able to grow the astragalus successfully. Not only did the people in Gugu Village become rich, but the 4 villages that followed suit and planted the astragalus this year were also expected to become rich as well. Everyone was so jealous at this moment that the villagers who had opposed it before no longer opposed it, and even turned around to blame the village cadres for not doing their job. The party secretaries of several villages were feeling bitter because of the blame they received. Seeing that the villages like Dafeng Village had just finished harvesting the astragalus, they began to plow the land and reclaim wasteland in a big way. So they couldn't wait any longer, and after talking to each other privately, they all came to find Lin Qichuan together. Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua, who already knew their purpose, were afraid that Lin Qichuan would be embarrassed, so they stepped forward to help. Logically, we are all from the same town, and all the villages are the same. But my son is alone. Look at his studio. It doesn't even have a decent storefront. It just stays in this crappy place. If you know him well, you'll know that he has worked so hard over the past few years to get so many orders. It's almost the same if we divide them a little. What this means is that Lin Qichuan is also in a difficult situation, so everyone should not force him. Of course, Sun Jiyu knew about this, but he still held out a glimmer of hope. When it comes to business, it's all about mutual consent. We will definitely not make things difficult for Mr. Lin. Sun Jiyu honestly expressed his difficulties. You two are from the same village, and you know how everyone lives. It's good enough to fill our stomachs with a few acres of food from the land. If everyone lives the same life, then there's nothing to say. We just have to suffer together. He smiled bitterly and said, But now your villages have taken the lead, which makes us who are lagging behind feel uncomfortable. You don't know how many people have been stabbing us in the back these days. Other villages are making money, but my village has nothing. How can we not be blamed? This was a very true statement, but Kai Linghua secretly curled her lips after hearing it, thinking, You deserve it. Who told you to doubt my son in the first place? But looking at it from another perspective, she could also understand the thoughts of these village party secretaries. All we can say is that everyone has their own style of doing things. Some people like to take risks, while others are more conservative. So she didn't say anything excessive, just sighed, It's not easy for everyone. It's not easy for you, and it's not easy for us either. Sun Jiayu understood the hidden meaning of Kai Linghua's words, but could only pretend not to hear it. He looked at Lin Qichuan. After all, he was the one who could make the decision. We can only shamelessly ask Mr. Lin if there is any way to help our villages. If that is not possible, at least show us a way. After Lin Qichuan got his windfall, he started planning in his mind all the way back. First of all, except for Gugu village, which has been excluded, there is actually not much space available for arrangements for the remaining 4 villages, including Dafeng village. So if he wants to develop further, he must bring more people in. Mayor Qin was so active and willing to fight for benefits for him because he had this idea in mind. The first consideration is naturally the remaining 5 villages nearby. Unexpectedly, the sleepy man just sent him a pillow. As soon as he had the idea, people from 5 villages came to him automatically. So Lin Qichuan was of course happy in his heart. But before agreeing, he must first have a general understanding of the situation in the 5 villages and also establish the rules first. He didn't want to create another Gugu village. Like my mom just said, you also know that I don't have any other orders. As soon as he said this, the faces of several village party secretaries changed. Lin Qichuan paused for a moment before continuing, but I also understand your difficulties. Of course, I want to bring more people to plant astragalus all over our mountain area and turn it into a real astragalus hometown. I also believe that everyone is a good farmer and can definitely grow astragalus well. After the crops are planted, the most important thing is whether we can sell them and earn enough money to buy food and meat. Several village party secretaries subconsciously nodded in agreement. Yes, no one is worried about the problem of planting, but whether the crops can be sold. We have sold 2 batches of astragalus so far, but it is still far from enough. In the coming period, I will definitely continue to work hard to bring more orders to the mountains. But my ability is limited. No one can guarantee how many orders I can bring in the end. He looked at the thoughtful expressions of several village party secretaries, paused for a few seconds, and finally spoke. I can lead everyone to work hard together, but I need partners who can resist risks with me and make progress together. Do you understand what I mean? What this means is that if several villages want to follow suit and grow astragalus, Lin Qichuan can provide corresponding help. If he can get an order, he will definitely purchase the astragalus they grow. However, if he does not have any orders, or does not have enough orders, he will not compensate for the losses caused to the villages, and these villages will have to bear the losses themselves. There is actually nothing wrong with this condition, and it can even be considered quite generous. But everything is afraid of comparison. Lin Qichuan has promised to guarantee the sales of the next batch of astragalus in Dafeng village and other villages. So after hearing this, several village party secretaries felt a little uncomfortable. But no matter how unhappy they were, there was nothing they could do because Lin Qichuan really had no orders on hand now. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Lin Qichuan didn't urge them. There is no rush now. You can go back and discuss it with the villagers first. If you think it's okay, we can sign a priority purchase agreement then. Of course, if you feel it's unfair, then there's nothing I can do. You can only find other ways out on your own. Hearing Lin Qichuan's words, Sun Jiayu quickly waved his hands and said, I'm anxious, of course I'm anxious. On the way here, I saw that Dafeng village had already organized people to turn the land. If they also want to grow astragalus, then they also have to hurry up and plan the fields. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with Lin Qichuan's pace. What if something goes wrong when the astragalus is grown? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Lin Qichuan shook his head slightly. Oh, that's different. The reason why we turned the soil over in Dafeng village is to plant Angelica dihirica. When several village party secretaries heard this, they were a little confused. Didn't you say to plant astragalus? Why is there another thing called Baiji? 92, 5 villages. Why are you planting Angelica dihirica again? What is Angelica dihirica? Several village party secretaries were still thinking about growing Astragalus membranaceus. When they heard that Dafeng village had already started growing Angelica dihirica, they were a little confused. Why does it seem like they're lagging behind by a lot if they fall behind by just 1 step? Lin Qichuan briefly explained the planting plan of Angelica dihirica to them. After listening to this, Sun Jiayu immediately asked, can our villages also grow Angelica dihirica? When people from other villages heard him ask this, they were immediately interested. Angelica dihirica is an annual plant, and its planting cycle is much shorter than that of Astragalus membranaceus, so they can see the return on their investment faster. Moreover, It is better to spend only 1 year to know whether the crops can be grown successfully than to wait for 3 years to know the results. Of course, the most important thing is that with several villages ahead of them competing with them, they now have a strong sense of urgency, so they dare not drag their feet like they did last time. Lin Chichuan certainly had no objection to this issue. You can decide what you want to plant. Anyway, he hasn't received any more orders for either Astragalus or Angelica de Hurica. So no matter what they grow, it's all the same to Lin Chichuan. Even as they considered, Baiji's cycle is shorter and the economic benefits are higher for him. Of course you can, but you probably won't be able to make it this year, right? If you want to start planting at this time of year, you have to start preparing the land now. In these mountainous areas, there's not much land for grain production. So if you want to grow medicinal herbs, you have to open up new land. The villages like Dafeng Village are able to intercrop Astragalus, so all they need to do is simply turn the land over. The time it takes to reclaim wasteland can be several times longer. Sun Jiu certainly considered this. It doesn't matter. Once things are settled, we can immediately organize manpower. We should plant as much wasteland as we can while the crops are still here, while they're still not ripe for harvest. The most important thing is that finding something for the villagers to do can also shut them up and prove that these village officials are not really just eating for free. Anyway, it is the wasteland they are reclaiming. How much they can reclaim depends on their own efforts. No one will have any objection then. And it doesn't matter if there are a few, just treat it as a trial planting. Since several village party secretaries have said so much, Lin Chichuan has nothing else to say. So he promised that he would provide these 5 villages with as many Angelica seeds as the land they opened up. After the Angelica de Hurica seeds arrive, they will come to sign the relevant agreement. After getting the okay from Lin Chichuan, several village party secretaries couldn't wait to go back and find people to reclaim the land. The yard suddenly became quiet again. After Lin Chichuan and others left, he immediately took out his cell phone and called Mayor Qin to tell him the good news. Mayor Qin didn't expect that as soon as he said he would give the donkey a carrot, the donkey would run forward several dozen meters. After he hung up the phone happily, he joked with Secretary Zhou, "We really have to work harder now." Lin Chichuan has made all the promises, and the 5 villages are ready to be reclaimed. They have to find a way to get that financing application approved no matter what. Lin Chichuan made this call for this purpose, to urge the town leaders to get things done as soon as possible. Kai Linghua and Lin Jiaxing, who heard him talking on the phone with Mayor Qin, were a little confused. When did my son become so close to the mayor that they can chat on the phone at any time? And after my son hung up the phone, why did he laugh like a fox that stole a chicken? What good thing happened? The two of them looked at each other. Finally, Lin Jiaxing winked at Kai Linghua, and Kai Linghua glared at him secretly. So, when Lin Chichuan hung up the phone and turned around, he saw Kai Linghua smiling warmly and patting the small stool beside her. "Chuaner, come here. Mom has something to ask you." When Lin Chichuan saw her like this, his skin tensed up all over his body. Ms. Kai usually makes this expression when she is particularly serious. You must not disobey her at this time, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. He trotted over and sat down and very obediently took an orange, peeled it and handed it to her. "Mom, you say?" Kai Linghua sighed. "Your career is getting bigger and bigger now. Logically, as a mother, you should feel happy and proud." Lin Chichuan modestly said, "Mom, we are just getting started now." His plan hasn't really started yet. Before he could brag anymore, he was glared at by Ms. Kai. Lin Chichuan suddenly shut his mouth. On the other side, Lin Jiaxing had already picked up a large teacup and was drinking slowly, as if the conversation in front of him had nothing to do with him. In response, Lin Chichuan silently complained, "Old fox." It was obvious that he was concerned about these things, but he just asked his mother to ask. After Kai Linghua finished glaring, she continued, "But Mom is getting more and more worried when she sees your business getting bigger and bigger." The day before yesterday, they were still feeling happy that their son did not face setbacks because of the events in Guga Village, but instead started a new business. They didn't think there was any problem with growing Angelica de Hurica. In addition to believing in Lin Chichuan's ability, they also did some calculations privately. The 150 acres of Angelica planted in the 4 villages would all rot in Lin Chichuan's hands. With their current financial situation, they can still withstand this risk. But what they didn't expect was that today, Lin Chichuan accepted requests from 5 other villages. And, judging from his expression, he still felt that it was not enough and wanted to bring more people in. This is a bit beyond the risk range that their family can withstand. Although Lin Chichuan told the village party secretaries that if Astragalus and Angelica de Hurica could not be sold, the losses would be borne by each village. But they both knew their son's character very well. If that time really comes, Lin Chichuan will not be able to sit idly by and watch these villages suffer losses. In the end, he will still carry all the burden on his own shoulders. It's true that they are very happy and proud that their son has made great progress. But as parents, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua did not actually require Lin Chichuan to stand out or achieve anything. They just want him to be happy and live a good life. So in the face of Lin Chichuan's bold move, Kai Linghua honestly expressed her concerns. And saying it out loud was not to make Lin Chichuan change his mind. Otherwise, she would have shown a tough attitude in front of the 5 village party secretaries. The purpose of her saying this was to make Lin Chichuan more cautious when making decisions and think carefully about whether he has the ability to bear these risks. Lin Chichuan sensed Kai Linghua's intention and reached out to hold her hand on her knee. Kai Linghua, who has worked hard for most of her life, has calluses on her hands. Those traces of hard work scraped across Lin Chichuan's fingertips. His nose felt a little sore. He clenched his palm and shook it twice. "Mom, don't worry, I know everything." 93. Why don't you try harder? He smiled and said, "By the way, I just learned a good thing from Mayor Qin, and I was just about to tell you." "What good news?" Lin Jiaxing, who had been listening with his ears perked up, finally couldn't help but speak. Lin Chichuan glanced at him meaningfully before explaining the financing matter to the two of them. "In short, your son is no longer fighting alone." He patted his chest and said, "The entire town government is standing behind me." This, Kai Linghua didn't react to what was going on for a moment. She looked at Lin Jiaxing. This is a good thing, right? According to the older generation, borrowing money is not a good thing. Not to mention such a large sum of money. If you can't pay it back, won't you have to pay for the rest of your life? How stressful is that? But my son is so happy, so that should be a good thing, right? Lin Jiaxing was also surprised when he heard this. But because Lin Chichuan had applied for startup funds and obtained a low-interest loan from the bank at the beginning, he did not show much reaction. Lin Jiaxing hesitated for a moment before answering, "It should be a good thing. Didn't you see that it was the mayor who said that?" Like Chuaner said, they also took risks in this matter. If it was a bad thing, they wouldn't fight for Chuaner. Kai Linghua didn't quite understand the twists and turns involved, so after hearing this reason, she immediately felt relieved. "That's right, we don't understand. There are so many smart people in the government, they must understand better than us." Lin Chichuan didn't explain too much, so you don't have to worry so much. "Don't forget, I still have so many resources from pharmaceutical companies. They don't want Astragalus, but they didn't say they don't want Angelica de Hurica. Anyway, we can always find some people to collect it. As long as we don't take too big a step too soon, there will be no problem." Since their son said so, Lin Jiaxing and Kai Linghua had no choice but to believe it. But in fact, the situation is not as optimistic as Lin Chichuan said. He first checked the Angelica de Hurica that Lin Jiaxing had cleaned and was drying in the yard, then returned to the room. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and sent messages to salesmen from several pharmaceutical companies with whom he had good cooperation. The main purpose was to inquire whether Angelica de Hurica was included in their acquisition plan for next year. Unfortunately, the reply we got was that their company did want to purchase this medicinal material. But we already have a stable supplier, and we are not considering changing it for the time being. After seeing this, Lin Chichuan did not argue too much. He just told them that he had already started the Angelica de Hurica business, and if their company needed this medicinal material someday, they could contact him. At the same time, he also sent a message to the buyers he had contacted before but had no partners. Among them, only one medical representative asked a few questions with interest, but after learning that Lin Chichuan had not yet started planting, he did not express any intention to take the next step. Lin Chichuan was neither surprised nor disappointed with this result. Compared to the beginning, when he visited major pharmaceutical companies and acquirers almost door to door, the start now is much easier. At least now, he is not short of funds, and he is more confident. "I was thinking about the next plan. Chuaner, come and eat." Lin Chichuan was startled by a sudden voice behind him. When he lived in a small building before, his room was on the second floor. Kai Linghua was too lazy to climb the stairs, so whenever she had something to do, she would stand at the stairs on the first floor and call him up. The house they lived in at the moment was a one-story building, and his room and Lin Jiaxing's room were right opposite each other, separated by a corridor. So Kai Linghua only needed to take 2 more steps to reach his room. This change made him a little uncomfortable. Mom, why don't you make any noise when you walk? He decided to develop the habit of closing the door. Kai Linghua felt a little aggrieved after hearing what he said. I called you once in the living room. Lin Jiachuan immediately apologized. I was just thinking about something, so I didn't hear it. Next time, remember to knock on the door first. Otherwise, if you keep doing this, I'll be scared to death. Kai Linghua muttered, what a bad habit. But she didn't refute him in the end. At the dinner table, Kai Linghua suddenly asked, Chuaner, what do you think of this girl, Secretary Su? Lin Chichuan was drinking soup and choked when he heard this. Ahem. He quickly put down the bowl and looked for a tissue, wiping his mouth while complaining, Mom, why are you saying all this for no reason? Why are you so careless? Kai Linghua also took a tissue and helped him wipe the soup that spilled on the table. Didn't I hear that you two went up the mountain together to dig Angelica de Hurica yesterday? Since you two seem to be getting along well, I just asked a question. You're not young anymore. You're already 30. Don't your dad and I have to worry about you more? Lin Chichuan protested. I'm only 26. I'm still several years away from 30, so there's no need to round up my age. You're still 26. According to your lunar age, you're already 28. In a few months, won't you be 30? When Lin Chichuan heard this calculation method, he had only one thought in his mind. It would be great if he could calculate wages in this way. But it was useless for him to protest, as he could not win the competition with Ms. Kai on these trivial matters. So the 26-year-old Lin Chichuan could only continue to listen to Ms. Kai's nagging with the crumbling age of 30 on his head. It's okay that I didn't meet the right person in Gugu Village before. Now I think Secretary Su is quite good. He has a good personality and looks. He is a down-to-earth person and his age is suitable for you. How about you try harder? Lin Chichuan was concentrating on eating. As he listened to Kai Linghua's description, the scene of the two of them staring at each other in the pit yesterday suddenly appeared in his mind. His heart suddenly beat uncontrollably again. Realizing this situation, Lin Chichuan quickly shook his head to get rid of the image in his mind. The more Kai Linghua spoke, the more she felt that Su Wanjing and her son were a good match. But as she was talking, she saw Lin Chichuan shaking his head violently. She tapped his hand with her chopsticks in annoyance. I haven't even finished speaking. Why are you shaking your head? She raised the chopsticks in her hand and said, You don't think Secretary Su is not worthy of you, do you? Lin Chichuan really shook his head this time. Mom, no, I definitely don't have such thoughts. Kai Linghua put down her chopsticks when she heard him say that. If that's the case, then why did you shake your head so vigorously just now? Lin Chichuan didn't know how to explain his strange behavior just now, so he just made up an excuse. I think we don't. Without waiting for Kai Linghua to protest, he immediately said, Secretary Su is not from here. She was transferred here from somewhere else. When her term ends, she will be promoted and transferred to another place based on her outstanding performance. We can't do anything that would hinder other people's careers. Kai Linghua had not expected this and felt a little regretful for a moment. That's a pity. She really likes this girl, Su Wanjing. But what his son said made sense. It was obvious at first glance that Secretary Su was not the kind of person who could be trapped in this mountainous area. Lin Chichuan was just looking for an excuse to appease Kai Linghua. After I said it, I seemed to have convinced myself, and for some reason, I felt a little disappointed. The dinner table suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of eating. At this time, Uncle and Aunt, are you there? Speak of the devil, and here he comes. Su Wanjing's voice came from the yard. 94, eat more. We were just talking about Su Wanjing, and I didn't expect her to appear suddenly.